Chapter 201. At the same time, in a magnificent hall, over 400 players gradually awoke to see a white-haired old man in a gray-black mouse suit standing before them. Behind him followed 9 tall, burly bodyguards with fierce gazes. The old man smiled kindly and said, "Now that all the applicants are awake, let me introduce myself. My name is Chung, and I am the steward here. Please come to me, receive the appropriate valet uniforms, and change into the dressing room. We meet here in 10 minutes. Then we begin the first round of valet training." Shou Chan and Jiang Yanni, still unsure, heard a confused male voice from the crowd. "Valet? What valet?" Butler Chung smiled. "Aren't you all applying for the position of personal valet to serve the king on vacation? Anyone who has made it to the mid to high-level player must be a shrewd person." Everyone fell silent, following the steward's instructions, and heading towards the knights carrying clothing beside him. And then? Soon, someone in the crowd erupted in discontent. "What kind of a maid outfit is this? Isn't this an oversized, sexy maid outfit? And that lace headband? Is that something a man should wear? If they want to wear it, they should let those 2 women wear it. Why should we men wear it? I'd rather die than wear this." The old man, who had been in front of everyone the moment before, suddenly appeared in front of the angry man and said with a smile, "Are you insulting the candidate for king?" The candidate for king? Shou Chan and the other 2 were also somewhat bewildered. They saw the butler nod respectfully in their direction. Then, a second later, bang! A burst of gunfire rang out. The questioning man was instantly struck in the knee by a bullet, falling to one knee and uttering a violent scream. In a flash, 2 bodyguards were dragging the injured player towards the exit. Butler Chung smiled and said, "Excuse me, everyone." Yin Chung Yun then asked, "Candidates for the king? Does being a candidate mean the king we need to serve hasn't been chosen yet?" Butler Chung smiled and replied, "Yes, candidates must pass multiple tests before they can become the new king. And your final fate will be determined by the candidates. If anyone isn't chosen, they will be eliminated." "Qi Xinghui, what if no king is chosen?" Butler Chung replied with a faint smile, "Then everyone on this cruise ship will die, including you and me." At the same time, all the male players turned their gazes towards Shou Chan and Jiang Yanni, as if they were the most sought-after items. Jiang Yanni's heart burned with a burning passion, and she raised her chin slightly. So this time, the kingship will come from between her and Shou Chan. Does that mean if she defeats Shou Chan, she'd be the only one to take it? Shinchiron watched the flirtations between Qi Xinghui and Shou Chan, not to mention that Jiang Yanni was a new member of the Thorns team. Shinchiron felt a mixture of emotions, and subconsciously glanced at Lu Shiyan beside him. "Brother Lu, it's such a shame that we don't have any girls on our team. I miss my sister Bai. But Sister Bai is at best a beginner player, she can't even get in. Now we can only choose a team from the female candidates from Thorns and Brown Sugar?" Lu Shiyan shook his head subconsciously. "I remember Jiang Mei passed the intermediate level assessment a long time ago." As soon as this was said, Shinchiron also subconsciously said, "Yes, yes, Jiang Shaoling from Jiang Mei's team, who advanced to the intermediate level in the same round as me not long ago, is not here either." Shinchiron immediately raised his hand. "Butler Chung, are all the candidates here?" Butler Chung continued, "Of course not. There are still 8 candidates, who need to undergo special tests. You will see them after you complete the male servant training." Someone in the crowd wanted to raise a question, but the butler's pale brows knitted together, and his tone was calm. He coldly reminded them, "You asked too many questions. 6 minutes remain. After 6 minutes, candidates with no sense of time will be eliminated." Butler Chung then walked up to Shou Chan and the other candidate, and said respectfully, "Candidates, please follow me." As Shou Chan and Butler Chung went upstairs, she subconsciously asked, "Don't we need special training?" Butler Chung smiled and said, "Yes, we just have different training for different situations." "Different situations? What different situations?" Butler Chung paused outside the wooden door at the end of the corridor. "Because those who haven't experienced sex are easily seduced, they must undergo special testing. You 2 candidates have already tasted the forbidden fruit, so naturally, you're less susceptible to male temptation and less susceptible to male servant seduction. Plus, your physical fitness is better than theirs, so your training will naturally be easier." Shou Chan was already Qi's fiancé, but being pointed out like that was a bit awkward. Jiang Yanni, who had studied abroad, didn't care about worldly opinions at all, and her expression was incredibly calm. When the 2 of them entered, they discovered 2 thick stacks of Buddhist scriptures spread out on the tables. As Butler Chung closed the door, he kindly reminded them, both candidates must memorize them within 3 days. Shou Chan, Question mark. Jiang Yini? Question mark. 3 days? Such a large stack. At the same time, Butler Chung had already vanished to the bottom of the cabin. Before anyone could react, with a wave of his hand, Butler Chung slowly lowered a projection screen from the wall. As the Song of Life played from the film, Butler Chung smiled and said, "Hello, candidates. You will now begin a 24-hour hormone training program. Over 24 hours, 8 endless movies will play in a loop. Candidates must, within 24 hours, find the total number of characters and butterfly patterns that appear in each of the 8 movies. Good luck to all the candidates." Everyone responded, question mark. Listening to this 3D surround sound of beautiful women, Jiang Yumian was completely bewildered. No, was it really okay for a young woman like her to watch this? A couple of sneaky glances. TSK, what a great figure. But when Jiang Yumian turned to gauge everyone's reactions, she noticed Jiang Mei's face was filled with astonishment, even blushing terribly. Jiang Yumian instantly became interested, smiling perversely, and asked, "Sister Jiang, what's wrong?" Jiang Mei instantly calmed down, automatically muffling the sound as she replied, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. "Why do I feel like Sister Jiang is a little shy? Could it be?" Then, a strange feeling returned. "That's not right. Isn't your team called the Black Widow?" Jiang Mei immediately said, "Who says Black Widows have to know all this?" Jiang Yumian, "Oh. Sister Jiang doesn't understand either." Jiang Mei, Chapter 202. Seeing Jiang Mei didn't respond, Jiang Yumian stopped talking and began to watch the movie intently. How many bows are there in the movie? Why ask such an insignificant question? When Jiang Yumian's attention was constantly drawn to the harmonious characters, she suddenly realized something. Okay, testing her concentration. Huh? Come on, she's incredibly strong now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, is this something she can watch without a membership? Wait. 5, 6, 7. For some reason, after watching for 3 or 4 hours, Jiang Yumian instinctively started to get bored. One could even say she was afraid. Jiang Yumian began to coil the chains around her wrists. 12 hours later, everyone seemed numb, their eyes empty as they watched the film, no longer interested. They all began to earnestly answer the questions the old man had posed. When the old man returned to the door, all the girls stood up, trying to answer the questions first and escape the torture. Jiang Yumian, on the other hand, had calmed down. After watching so many movies, she felt like it was just that. She could even close her eyes and return to her space to harvest rice, wheat, and plant vegetables. After everyone had filled in their answers on the old man's paper, the old man approached Jiang Yumian. "Do the candidates have an answer?" Jiang Yumian, "Yes." Jiang Yumian, 18 characters, 12 male protagonists. For female protagonists, 78 bows, 26 scenes. The final scene of the 3rd film was filmed right here. Butler Chung smiled faintly, glanced at everyone, and asked, "So, where was the first filming location for the 6th film?" As everyone fell silent, replaying the scenes on TV one by one, Jiang Yumian simply recalled carefully and replied calmly, "Grassland." Butler Chung continued, "How many times does the pink bow appear in the 2nd movie?" Jiang Yumian firmly replied, "There are no butterflies in the 2nd movie." Butler Chung smiled and said, "Congratulations to candidate Jiang for answering all the questions correctly. Candidate Jiang received the highest score in this round of training." Jiang Yumian asked, "Can we leave now?" Butler Chung shook his head. "Not yet. We still have a physical test to go on." Jiang Shaoling asked impatiently, "When does it start?" Butler Chung silently stepped back. He took 2 steps, moved outside the cell, and said with a smile, "Now." Over the next 2 days, the bodyguards outside will successively pass in a key corresponding to the chains on their bodies. Only the matching key can unlock the lock. Any key that has unlocked the lock 6 times, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, will be discarded. The order in which you completely remove the chains on your hands and feet will determine your ranking in this test. Your ranking will directly affect the number and quality of male servants you will select later, and even the success of the game. All candidates, please strive for it. Now, for the first key. After Butler Chung finished speaking, the bodyguard beside him tossed a key directly in front of the crowd. Everyone stared at the key before them, and a sudden silence fell. The next second, the 7 girls rushed directly towards the key, and the first round of competition began. It was obvious that nearly all 7 girls had some martial arts skills, and Jiang Yumian was no slouch either. While she didn't possess any systematic, professional martial arts, she was definitely adept at roughhousing and hair pulling. The chains restricted the 7 of them from performing any difficult moves, exacerbating Jiang Yumian's disadvantage in the chaotic fight. While restraining the blonde with the chains, Jiang Yumian turned to Jiang Mei and said, "Sister Jiang, can you help me?" One locked 6 times. The chains on their hands and feet combined made for a total of 6 locks, just enough to try them all out. This was undoubtedly the best approach. But Jiang Shaoling, who was trying to snatch the key, didn't particularly like Jiang Yumian. Before she could refuse, Jiang Mei, who was simultaneously restraining 2 foreign girls, decisively replied, "Okay. I hold the opponent and you, Shaoling, grab the key." "Okay." Just when Jiang Yumian thought they had achieved perfect cooperation, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the strange look Jiang Shaoling gave her as she took a run-up. Well, it seems this cooperation wasn't perfect after all. She was always very sensitive to hostility, and she didn't know when she had offended this girl. But fortunately, unity is always easier than fighting alone. Soon, with the help of Jiang Yumian and the other 2, Jiang Shaoling snatched the first key. Jiang Shaoling quickly tried it on her own hand and foot chains, then immediately passed the key to Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei immediately pushed the black girl aside and quickly unlocked the door. Unfortunately, the key didn't fit her hand and foot chains at all. Jiang Mei quickly passed the key to Jiang Yumian and helped her stop the blonde girl. The chain went directly around the blonde girl's neck and dragged her backwards. "Shaoling, help!" "Got it." Jiang Yumian first tried the handcuffs and chains, then immediately bent down to try the leg irons. Click! The chain snapped open. All the women preparing to grab the keys stopped dead in their tracks. As Jiang Yumian uncuffed the leg irons, she instinctively glanced at Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei paused for a moment, then smiled, "Try 5 more times." The bodyguard at the door then threw out a second key. This time, while the 4 foreign girls didn't reach any kind of cooperation, they had agreed to target Jiang Yumian, who had already unlocked 1 key. Thankfully, Jiang Yumian had unlocked the leg irons first, freeing her footwork and allowing her to nimbly dodge their attacks. With Jiang Yumian drawing most of the fire, Jiang Mei and her cousins had a greater chance of obtaining a key. But this time, luck wasn't on their side. The 3 of them obtained 5 keys in a row, but none of them were the correct ones. The key, with only 1 chance to unlock the door, caused the 4 foreign girls, who had just united, to instantly disintegrate. After 6 rounds of scrambling, the bodyguard suddenly left. Exhausted, all the girls leaned against the wall, recovering and resting. Jiang Yumian's hair was disheveled from exhaustion, her prison uniform nearly soaked with sweat, and her arms and face bore varying degrees of scratches. The heavy chains were crudely crafted, easily scratched. Her back still ached, likely from the white-haired girl's sudden attack with the chain. She was relatively unharmed. Jiang Mei, however, seemed to be the most seriously injured, with blood staining the left shoulder of her prison uniform. "Jiang Yumian, are you okay?" Jiang Mei's eyes were a little hazy. "I'm fine. Let's all rest and recover our strength. Shaoling, you stay here first. I take your turn later." Jiang Shaoling, well protected by Jiang Mei, was clearly in the best condition at this moment and immediately agreed. Okay. Chapter 203. At this moment, in the other hall, players, all dressed in black and white servant uniforms, sat at long tables, learning essential oil massage techniques from lifelike puppets. Steward Chung was at the front, carefully teaching the lesson. "We need to drop about 1 milliliter of essential oil on the king's back, then rub our palms to warm them, and then spread the oil evenly with both hands." Lu Shiyan, Shin Qiran and the others, Hao Wuzhou, the rough-hewn man at the table behind Lu Shiyan, was on pins and needles, but could only whisper a protest. "Brother Lu, I can't take it anymore. Are we here to play a survival game, or to be masseuses? What kind of a difficult game is this?" Lu Shiyan's expression was dull. "This is just the appetizer. The challenge is yet to come. Be patient." At the same time, Steward Chung suddenly appeared beside Lu Shiyan. "After 3 hours of training, your massage technique is the crudest and most careless I ever seen." With a wave of his hand, Steward Chung suddenly appeared on Lu Shiyan's chest. "Okay, you don't need to study anymore. You failed. Low-rank servant, you be at the back of the line." Lu Shiyan, yes. Butler Chung observed that Lu Shiyan had learned the etiquette well, but he shook his head regretfully, and continued to address the 400 servants. "Serving the candidate well is the most basic skill you need to master. Your rating will directly impact your future stay. The number of servants who remain with the candidate is limited. If you're not chosen by the candidate, you become a stake in the king's gambling game and could be eliminated at any time. All servants, please study diligently and strive to leave a deep impression on the candidate. Next, everyone, please remember the following tips. A king must possess an ambition that refuses to be subordinated to others, and he must never betray the loyal servants who protect him. Betraying the king will be punished, as will displeasing him. The king's orders are above all else, and servants must obey them. Disobeying them will lead to extinction. Follow the right candidate and serve them well, and you will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Follow the wrong candidate, and upon their death, you will automatically become a stake in the game. Servants who fail to serve will also be discarded by the candidate and become stakes. Yan Chengyun, who had also been rated as failing, also approached Lu Shiyan and said, "You should have noticed too." Lu Shiyan. What? Yan Chengyun, gazing into his calm eyes, instantly understood. With a smile, he pointed out the rules of the game and what the butler has been emphasizing. The ambition to not be inferior to others is clearly directed at us. Kill the candidate, and we become the candidates, won't we? On the surface, girls do have the highest privileges in this round, but they're also the most dangerous. With 400 valets watching closely, who do you think will die first? Lu Shiyan said calmly, "The rules say betraying the king means death." Yan Chengyun continued with a smile, "But the king's candidate hasn't become king yet, so betraying the candidate won't result in death." The two exchanged glances, chuckling knowingly, and then looked away. Yan Chengyun, "How about it, cooperation?" Lu Shiyan, "Not really." Yan Chengyun remained undeterred and continued, "Zhou Chan is very important to Red Sugar Siba. Qi Xinghui and the Qi Yi brothers must be protected. And this game is clearly attracting all mid-level and high-level players from around the world. I just counted, and there are only 403 people here, with 7 candidates still to come. Among these 7, besides the Jiangmei sisters, there must be 5 foreign girls. Unity is always the best solution at this time. We can't help foreigners bully our own people, right? There are no women on your team who need protection." Lu Shiyan, "So?" Yan Chengyun, "Let's take the 5 candidate spots. I have Niani recruit as many of your other brothers as possible. Ronghua Fugue and Wang's spots will be taken by both teams." Lu Shiyan, "No." Yan Chengyun's face darkened instantly. "Why not? This is clearly against. You and I are both the best choices." Lu Shiyan, "I'm not happy with her." Yan Chengyun was clearly confused. Who are you unhappy with?" Lu Shiyan, "Isn't it obvious to me?" Yan Chengyun, "Jiang Niani?" Yan Chengyun, "I done some research. Niani doesn't have any bad habits. She's well-educated, capable, and quick-witted. Is there some misunderstanding between you?" "No misunderstanding, just a simple misunderstanding. You're acting like a princess and acting like a princess. Only you can tolerate this. Go ahead and keep it up. I won't be around anymore." After saying this, Lu Shiyan stood up and walked a short distance away from Yan Chengyun, clearly refusing to cooperate. Yan Chengyun, On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the game, in the lower dungeon. After the 12th key was thrown in, Jiang Shaoling also undid the handcuffs and chains. But Jiang Mei's luck seemed to be bad. None of the keys fit her lock, and her injuries were getting worse. But unfortunately, the 4 foreign girls were no pushovers. 2 of them undid the handcuffs, and 2 of them the leg irons. There were only 14 locks and 14 keys in total. These last 2 keys were particularly crucial. The bodyguard even threw both keys in at the last moment. Jiang Yumian had a hunch that one of these 2 keys would unlock Jiang Mei's chains, and perhaps even both of them belonged to her. But the wound on her back had worsened over the day, and sometimes it hurt when she moved too hard. She had no energy left to continue the fight, and could only watch as 4 or 5 other girls gathered around the keys, desperately trying to open them. These foreign girls were incredibly cunning and shrewd. Even though each lock had 6 attempts to open, if 4 of them failed to open it, they would deliberately use up their attempts on the wrong lock, not giving the 3 of them a single chance. Fortunately, Jiang Shaoling was the least injured and quickly snatched a key from He Mei, one with 4 remaining unlocking attempts. Jiang Yumian hadn't even held out hope that Jiang Shaoling would help her unlock the door, but what she hadn't expected was, she actually. Chapter 204. Jiang Shaoling actually lowered her head to try to unlock the handcuffs. After failing to do so, she didn't even glance at Jiang Mei, completely ignoring her nearby. She stood up, holding the key with 3 remaining attempts, and, speaking fluent French, began negotiating a deal with the white-haired, blue-eyed girl and the others. Jiang Shaoling, while addressing the somewhat bewildered Jiang Mei, said, "Sis, this key only has 1 attempt, which is definitely not enough for you and Jiang Yumian. I calculated that the key they have should have 3 more attempts. I traded for theirs so the 3 of us can use it. Jiang Mei listened to her explanation and agreed without hesitation, saying okay. 1 attempt for 3 isn't a bad deal, it's worth a gamble. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, subconsciously looking at Jiang Mei. You don't understand what they're talking about? Huh? Although Jiang Mei didn't know why Jiang Yumian asked this, she still answered honestly, my foreign language skills are terrible. My sister is a top student, and has a much better aptitude for languages. Jiang Yumian instantly smiled. Just because Jiang Mei didn't understand didn't mean she didn't understand. Jiang Shaoling had clearly said, I have 3 more chances on my key. I can trade you for your one-shot key. Will you? As for who would receive this chance, Jiang Yumian could easily guess who it would be for. Who else could it be for? Herself? But Jiang Yumian didn't expose the lie. After all, they were close sisters. Judging by Jiang Mei's attitude, which had left her scarred by her own efforts to protect Jiang Shaoling, she could already guess that if she exposed the lie, Jiang Shaoling would turn the tables on her. Jiang Shaoling dared to say this because she was certain that even if Jiang Yumian understood, Jiang Mei wouldn't trust her, an outsider, even if she laid the truth before them. She would then be labeled a scoundrel, who sowed discord between them. The 3 foreign girls, who hadn't yet unlocked the lock, couldn't refuse such an opportunity, and decisively switched. At this moment, Jiang Yumian seemed like an outsider. She looked at Jiang Shaoling like a clown, feigning ignorance and hurriedly holding the key out to Jiang Mei. Jiang Shaoling's face was anxious. Hurry up, sister, use it first. As Jiang Mei raised her hands, the wound on her shoulder seemed to tear open again. You and Yumian use it first, or they'd be snatched away again. Besides, I have to take up 2 opportunities, and the chances are slim. Okay, I do as you say. As if she had already guessed that Jiang Mei would let her try first, Jiang Shaoling inserted the key into the handcuffs without hesitation and twisted it. The key didn't unlock the chain, but instantly shattered into dust. Jiang Shaoling's smile, which had been threatening to fade, suddenly froze. Even Jiang Mei was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, the other 3 foreign friends' keys crumbled to dust after their 3rd attempt. Neither key opened anyone's lock. Jiang Yumian smiled faintly. Hey, didn't Sister Shaoling say you had 3 chances with this key? How come there's only 1 left? And you were wrong? Jiang Shaoling, I don't know. Jiang Yumian, oh, didn't Sister Shaoling say they only had 1 chance with their keys? How come all 3 of them opened at once? Jiang Mei, Jiang Shaoling, Jiang Shaoling was also a little confused. She had always assumed this final key must be the key to her handcuffs, and as long as she successfully opened the lock, there would be no problems at all. After all, she tried to open the lock more times than the 7 people present, 12 in total. Whatever happened to the key, it was her turn. But unexpectedly, Jiang Shaoling's eyes instantly reddened, her voice trembling. Sorry, sister, the keys are all the same. Maybe I misremembered them during the scuffle just now. Jiang Mei had always known that her younger sister had her own selfish agenda, and in this situation, it was truly crucial to win first. In the past, Jiang Mei might have let this matter go. But Jiang Yumian, beside her, had become a master of sarcastic rhetoric, frantically sowing seeds of doubt in Jiang Mei's heart. Jiang Yumian, oh my dear sister, you're so careless. You even misremembered something so important. It's a good thing we trusted you, otherwise we have thought you were deceiving us for your own sake. Fortunately, these are just minor matters. Sister Jiang, you sisters are blood brothers, so you won't take such things to heart. If this were a matter of life and death, then Shaoling, you have to be careful, or your sister would have been dragged down as a scapegoat by your carelessness. Oh, I don't mind a single slip, since we're only working together this once. But Sister Jiang, you have to be more careful. Jiang Mei, as the head of the group, surely couldn't have failed to detect the sarcastic undertones in Jiang Yumian's words. But she, normally protective of her own people, didn't object. Jiang Shaoling, seeing Jiang Mei's lack of defense, was furious. She pointed at Jiang Yumian and said, Jiang Yumian, don't go too far. I just misremembered it, I didn't mean to. Sister, look at her. Okay. Jiang Mei, her voice tinged with pain, sternly admonished, Xiaobai's right, Shaoling. You should grow up, be more careful, and stop being so complacent. This game isn't the playhouse we played as kids. If I'm not by your side, one mistake could cost you your life. Jiang Yumian chimed in slyly, that's right. Jiang Shaoling, Jiang Shaoling was furious, but before she could say anything, the cell door was opened by a bodyguard from the outside. Butler Chung, who had disappeared for 2 days, finally appeared before everyone. With a kind smile, he announced, "Dear candidates, this physical test is now over, and the combined scores for the 2 rounds have been released." With a wave of his hand, Butler Chang's shackles on the girls automatically unfastened, and a red rope suddenly appeared around Jiang Yumian's left ankle. Dangling from the red rope was a delicate silver bell, which rang out with a slight movement, producing a clear, melodious sound. Butler Chung continued, "The candidate's ranking is represented by the number of bells, and the color of the rope represents the color of the bell. Now, candidates, please follow me upstairs to your respective rooms to rest." At this moment, Butler Chung approached Jiang Mei and said gently, "Candidates, don't worry about your wounds worsening or leaving scars. We prepared the finest healing hot springs for you in your rooms." Jiang Mei, "Thank you." As Jiang Yumian and the others followed Butler Cheng's lead, they also observed their surroundings. Chapter 205. Her guess was correct. They were indeed on a massive cruise ship. It was so large it even had an elevator. After climbing 20 or 30 wooden steps from the lower deck, it took them 15 minutes to reach the elevator entrance. The button for the highest floor was 17th floor, Jiang Yumian, For a moment, Jiang Yumian was dazed, and she even began to doubt her judgment. Butler Chung pressed the button for the 16th floor and continued, "Rooms are color-coded on the right wall. As for your campaign slogans and code names, please write them on the sign hanging on the door before checking in. From now on, no one except you and the valet you have chosen will be allowed inside. Please feel free to use them." After explaining, Butler Chung didn't follow them. Instead, he waited until all the girls had exited the elevator before pressing the downstairs button. Just as the elevator doors were closing, Butler Chung suddenly warned, "Attention, candidates. The 17th floor houses the future king's chambers. Please do not trespass. The bells will ring loudly after midnight. Please refrain from wandering around to avoid disturbing anything you shouldn't disturb. I wish you all a pleasant and relaxing evening. See you tomorrow." Jiang Yumian instinctively looked down at the small bell on her ankle. She only had one small bell, so it wouldn't make much noise as she walked. However, as she moved further up the rankings, she had more bells. Jiang Mei, currently ranked 7th, had 7 bells on her ankles, and the tinkling sound was particularly noticeable as she walked. Jiang Yumian had a feeling this bell was unusual. Luckily, Jiang Mei's room was closest to the elevator. After a brief farewell, she opened the door and walked into the room alone. Jiang Yumian wasn't familiar with the foreign girl, and had little to say to Jiang Shaoling, so she chose to search the rooms alone. The order of the room seemed to be color-coded by rank: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and violet. Soon, Jiang Yumian spotted the room marked red, but there were 2 more rooms ahead of her. The colors represented black and white, respectively. Jiang Yumian raised her eyebrows slightly. 2 more candidates? But why didn't they join them in the ranking race? When Jiang Yumian looked away, the girl's gaze immediately fell on the black sign on the wooden door, its gold handwriting strikingly neat. "A rose has thorns, but it never bows. Unyielding Rose." What a familiar nickname. Jiang Yumian simply stared at it for a moment before lazily withdrawing her gaze. She took the sign and the accompanying gold marker and began writing. As the wooden door closed, the golden handwriting on the red sign hanging above it was unmistakably free and unrestrained. Others bowed down for a few dough of rice, while I strive to pick flowers for my grand villa. My hands are so nagging. After Jiang Yumian entered, she found the interior of the room quite so red, so charming. In the center was a large, curved bathtub, surrounded by regular, translucent red curtains. The dark spring water seemed to be a blend of countless medicinal herbs. Red petals covered the surface, and a mist filled the air. As she drew closer, she could even smell the rich medicinal fragrance. To the right of the bathtub was a large heart-shaped bed, and even the nightstands were red and white mushroom-shaped. To the left of the bathtub, besides the bathroom, there was a row of mahogany wardrobes and a mahogany dresser. The aesthetics were truly impeccable. Although she knew her color for this round of the game was red, it wasn't that over the top. The room was filled with red furniture, and the vibrant color made Jiang Yumian feel as if she had stepped into a bridal chamber. If the lights were dimmed a bit, and there were some dragon and phoenix candles and red cloth coverings, it would rival the wedding night. Jiang Yumian opened the wardrobe. Great, just as expected. All red, just in varying shades of red. Jiang Yumian quietly selected a long, moderately red cheongsam, layered with an apricot shawl. However, she soon discovered a blind spot. Even though they had everything they needed, there were no shoes. Not even a pair of slippers in the room. They hadn't worn shoes since they entered the game. But the bodyguards and the butler seemed to be wearing shoes. Strange. They had bells tied to their feet, but they weren't allowed to wear shoes. A sound? Could that be the difficulty of this game? Although Jiang Yumian was filled with doubts, she quickened her pace in the medicinal bath. This bath was truly miraculous. As soon as she entered, all the pain in her body instantly vanished, and even her wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Jiang Yumian. Wow. It defies common sense. But Jiang Yumian quickly lay down, feeling comfortable. Even after her wounds had healed and her scars vanished, she was reluctant to get up. It was so comfortable. This hot spring must have contained so many precious herbs. The longer she soaked, the better. But just as she closed her eyes, intending to rest for a moment, a scene from the dungeon blockbuster movie suddenly flashed through her mind. Jiang Yumian opened her eyes in shock, grasping the edge of the bathtub and sitting up abruptly. What was going on? Get away from her, waste! She didn't want to remember, but gradually Jiang Yumian felt an unknown heat welling up inside her, and then 1 drop, 2 drops. Jiang Yumian instinctively touched the tip of her nose. It was bleeding. Jiang Yumian. This medicinal bath wasn't that nourishing. Fearing she overdosed, Jiang Yumian hurriedly grabbed her bathrobe and wrapped herself in it, tumbling out of the bathtub. Sometimes, you have to listen to NPCs. After her bath, Jiang Yumian rested on the red hard bed. While the medicinal bath healed her physical injuries, it couldn't cure her mental fatigue, and soon, Jiang Yumian fell asleep. But, in the middle of the night, Jiang Yumian was awakened by the sound of a doorknob turning repeatedly. Jiang Yumian frowned, staring intently at the movement, trying to confirm one thing. Besides her, was there anyone else authorized to open this room? Sure enough, it was just as Butler Chung had said. The person outside seemed to have failed to open the door and left. Jiang Yumian then slowly approached the door. The wooden door had no peephole, so she could only cautiously press her ear against it, trying to hear something. The sound of a bell. The other person seemed to be making a lot of noise, and as the bell rang, Jiang Yumian seemed to hear the sound of the wind, but she had clearly observed that there were no windows in the enclosed corridor, so where did the wind come from? Just as Jiang Yumian was feeling strange, Butler Cheng's slightly hoarse voice suddenly reached her. However, this time, Butler Cheng's tone was no longer as friendly as before, but rather carried a hint of warning. I told you, candidates, please don't wander around after midnight. We can't be held responsible if you disturb anything you shouldn't. This time, Jiang Yumian finally heard a woman's voice. It was the short-haired, blue-eyed foreign girl, speaking fluent French. There's something wrong with the medicinal bath you prepared. I need a man right now. Jiang Yumian, shock. Ouch, Butler Chung said calmly. Don't worry, candidate. You personally select your preferred male servant tomorrow morning. Just bear with me for one more night. There's something wrong with the water. I can't control myself. Can you help me find a woman? Jiang Yumian, shock. Wait, what does she mean? And what did that foreign girl mean by trying so hard to open her door just now? Chapter 206. Jiang Yumian wanted to listen a little longer, hoping to gather more useful information. But then, unexpectedly, she heard a woman groan, as if she had been knocked unconscious. Then, there was no further movement. Jiang Yumian returned to her bed, and began to review the useful information she had gathered over the past few days, but it was still too little. However, the shock on Jiang Mei's face when she entered the game and saw her couldn't be hidden. Especially her question. Are you also an intermediate or advanced player? Is this round of the game only open to intermediate or advanced players? If so, then the price increase for the items sold this time makes sense. Would a game only open to intermediate or advanced players also significantly increase in difficulty? Now, she could only guess at the countless questions in her mind. The only thing she knew for sure was that this elusive old butler was a crucial link in the game's progress, and every word he said from then on would have to be carefully considered. As for the rest, she could only take it one step at a time. The next morning, the landline phones on the bedside tables of the 9 candidates rang simultaneously. At this point, all the male servant applicants, urged by their bodyguards, had gathered in the 5th floor reception hall. The reception halls on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors boasted a grand, open-air design. Under a massive crystal chandelier, a dazzling display of carved murals, and a long corridor of stone pillars exuded the utmost luxury. Directly in front of the hall, 2 staircases led to the 6th and 7th floors, each imbued with the cultural heritage of European courts and aristocrats, each a breathtaking spectacle. Butler Chung, standing on the 6th floor staircase platform, addressed the male players on the 5th floor. A-rated players, please stand in the front row. Starting with B-rated players, there will be 20 people per row and column. C-rated players will be next, and so on. All those wearing purple medals are considered unqualified servants, and will be placed at the back. Later, the candidates will carefully select servants according to your ranking order. You also have the right to refuse selection by candidates you dislike. I hope you all find a good home. At this point, Lu Shiyan and his companions were even starting to get scheming. Lu Shiyan and Yan Chengyun, in particular, were already arguing. Yan Chengyun, seeing Lu Shiyan hiding behind him, suddenly became furious. He immediately turned around and dodged Lu Shiyan, hiding behind him. Both seemed to be using the other as a shield. Though silent, they were both competing with each other. Soon, Butler Chung noticed them and appeared before them. The two of them fell silent for a moment, but unexpectedly. Butler Chung then said, "Don't want to be chosen by the candidates? Okay, then you all should stand in the first row with me." Yan Chengyun, Lu Shiyan, Butler Chung smiled and said, "I believe that with your looks, even if your skills are subpar, there will be candidates willing to accept you." Yan Chengyun, Lu Shiyan, Butler Chung was about to lead the two forward, but to his surprise, neither of them followed. Yan Chengyun, Butler just said, "We have the right to refuse." Lu Shiyan, "We refuse." Butler Chung suddenly smiled. "Okay, then I grant your wish. Since neither of you wants to serve the candidates, just stand with your backs to the wall." This was exactly what they wanted. After the butler left, Yan Chengyun couldn't help but ask him, "We have Jiang Yanni, so we're not worried about not being chosen. What's your reason? Didn't the butler say that those not chosen by the candidates will become stakes? Aren't you worried at all?" Lu Shiyan, every opportunity has its risks. He naturally had his own considerations. These 3 days of training are enough for anyone who puts their heart into it. Each candidate will only select 10 male servants at most, which means more than half of the players will become stakes. He actually thought this stake would be another way for the remaining players to pass the level. Rather than having him serve like a dog, he should focus on the game itself. Lu Shiyan, don't you think so? Yan Chengyun, for once, didn't object. Yes, I'm used to being the boss, so it's a little strange to have to wait on others. We're still a bit chauvinistic. Look at those foreigners, they're all so eager to learn, so engrossed in their studies, it feels like they're about to play games with our candidates. A simple, low chime rang out, and Butler Chung immediately ascended the stairs to the 7th floor elevator entrance to wait. The atmosphere in the elevator was tense. Jiang Yanni, in particular, tensed the moment she saw Jiang Yumian. "Why are you here?" The moment she said this, almost everyone in the elevator looked at her, and for a moment, they didn't even know who she was talking to. But the woman didn't turn around. She said slowly, "What's the matter? Am I getting in your way again?" Jiang Yanni was speechless for a moment, but she quickly gathered her emotions and looked away. Jiang Xiaoling's gaze flickered between the two of them, her lips curling slightly, as if she discovered something. When the elevator doors opened, Butler Chung was already waiting outside. "Candidates, please line up in pairs according to your color rankings, black, white, red, orange, and yellow. And follow me downstairs to select your preferred male servant." Jiang Yanni, in black, was at the front of the line, even turning back to offer Jiang Yumian a provocative smile. But Jiang Yumian's gaze wasn't on her at all, but rather intently observing her surroundings. This gave Jiang Yanni a feeling of powerlessness, like punching cotton. Soon, Jiang Yanni felt bored and looked away. As she slowly followed Butler Chung down the stairs, Jiang Yumian almost missed a step. This damn visual shock. It really shocked her. The hall was filled with rows of hunky men dressed in exquisite made butler costumes, complete with lace headbands. What shocked her most was that she spotted Hao Wuzhao, whom she had recently collaborated with, in the crowd. Beneath his bronze skin, his muscular, double-door figure was squeezed by the black and white butler costume, leaving marks. Especially, his ankles, thicker than her thighs, were covered in a pair of short white stockings with a lace bow at the edge. Jiang Yumian wanted to think about all the sad things in her life, but she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "No, brother, I really wronged you." Though Jiang Yumian quickly suppressed her smile, some in the crowd couldn't help but laugh, and almost all the girls were amused. The 400-plus players suddenly became a little stiff, as if they were being mocked. Especially when Yan Chengyun, who was facing the wall to reflect on his mistakes, heard the laughter, he subconsciously turned his head to look up the stairs at the back, and was instantly distracted. Chapter 207. It showed Chan, in her pure white cake dress, was a pure and flawless white jasmine, then Jiang Yini, in her pure black miniskirt, was regal and unapproachable. She, in her bright red cheongsam, narrowing her eyes and suppressing a smile, looked like a cunning and wicked fox. The girl's glossy black hair was tucked behind her ears, leaving only a long strand hanging in front of her. The well-cut cheongsam fitted her perfectly, revealing her slender waist and legs, which were surprisingly long. Especially the red bells on her ankles, which accentuated her already fair legs with every step. "What are you looking at?" Seeing him distracted, Lu Shiyan turned and followed Yan Qingyun's gaze, and was also stunned. Why was she there? Compared to the first time he seen her, she looked a little fatter, and her complexion had improved considerably. The cheongsam looked just right for her now. But soon, both of them stopped laughing. Butler Chung led the 9 people down to the 5th floor, completely disappearing from their sight. Replaced were only the tightly packed heads in front of them. Butler Cheng's powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. "Dear candidates, over the past 3 days, we have conducted professional training and ratings for 401 male servant applicants. Those ranked higher are considered more professional and suitable for selection as your personal servants. Those ranked lower in the rankings tend to have poor service and attitude, so please consider them with caution." Lu Shiyan, Yan Chengyun, Jiang Yumian was also searching for something in the crowd. Since Hao Wuzhao has already entered, Shin Qiran, Boss Lu, and the others should have come in as well. Why haven't I seen any of them? Butler Chung, the candidates for black, white, and red can each choose 7 male servants. The candidates for orange, yellow, and green can each choose 6 male servants. The candidates for blue, purple, and cyan can each choose 5 male servants. Now, Unyielding Rose will choose first. Butler Chung finished speaking, then he took 7 black ropes from a tray held by his bodyguard and handed them to Jiang Yini, instructing her, "Just tie the black ropes around the right hand of the male servant you like, and they'd be instantly bound." Jiang Yumian's eyes wandered from one tall, burly male servant to another, even asking a question. "Butler Chung, I'd like to ask what will happen to the other male servants you don't like." Butler Chung smiled and said, "Those you don't like will become wagers until the price is right. The value disappears, and the person is discarded upon death." Jiang Yumian nodded, seemingly understanding, then asked, "What if I'm attracted to a servant chosen by another candidate?" Butler Chung continued patiently, "You can challenge the candidate to a few small games. If you win, you can snatch the servant away." Jiang Yumian, "That's exciting. What's the real use of a servant for us?" Butler Chung smiled faintly at her and slowly said, "In exchange for your life." Jiang Yumian was stunned. "Huh?" Butler Chung, "I announce the rules later, and you find out." Jiang Yumian felt goosebumps all over her body as she thought of Butler Cheng's meaningful smile. Then, Jiang Yumian watched as Jiang Yini selected 7 servants and led them to Butler Chung. Among them, she also ran into someone she didn't know very well, Yu Feng. She remembered that he was indeed one of the Thorn's top brass. Yu Feng also clearly recognized her, smiling and nodding. Jiang Yumian really wanted to ask about the current situation of her tsundere brother, Yu Zhe, who always contradicted her. Was he still such a jerk? But she had just seen Thorn's deputy leader, Shuang Tianjiao. Why didn't Jiang Yini choose him? Come to think of it, she didn't seem to notice Thorn's leader, Yan Chengyun either. Could it be that the younger brothers were all intermediate or advanced players, while the boss was still a beginner? That couldn't be. Soon, Zhou Chan also arrived at Butler Cheng's side with 7 male servants. As expected, it was unexpected. Qi Xinghui was fine, Qi Yi was fine, but why, Qi Yan? Why was her little hottie's idol here too? Jiang Yumian glanced back and forth between Qi Yi and Qi Yan. She had another realization. If they weren't brothers, they were cousins. There was a slight resemblance between their features. But, if her little Lala had known earlier that her idol was also at Hongtang Siba, she'd probably have been desperate to get in. Soon, Butler Chum also handed her 7 red ropes. Judging from how Jingji and Hongtang Siba chose their male servants, they probably wanted to protect their teammates. But she had no one to protect, no one she could trust. With so many handsome guys, she was really struggling to choose. Why not grab brother Hao to make up the numbers? Just as Jiang Yumian was halfway toward Hao Wuzhao, relying on her memory, she suddenly stopped and took 2 steps back. The man seemed a little hesitant to face her, his gaze lowered, but Jiang Yumian recognized him immediately. Jiang Yumian, "Hey little mute, you're here too?" Yu Xingwen was a little embarrassed, his face turning a pale crimson, but he nodded obediently. Seeing him dressed like this, he felt like he'd lost all his face, even more humiliating than being beaten to death. Jiang Yumian pulled out a red string and offered it to him, teasing him with a smile. How about you just give in to me? Yu Xingwen wanted to refuse, but he took the string with all sincerity. Jiang Yumian didn't waste any more time and quickly located Hao Wuzhou's general area. After all, a hunk like that in a servant's outfit would be a sight to behold. However, Jiang Yumian's appearance before Yu Xingwen surprised Hao Wuzhou even more. Especially with the innocent little girl following behind her, Hao Wuzhou instantly felt a sense of danger for his little Lulu, and his eyes narrowed subconsciously. Xiaomian, you don't want brother Lu, you want this weak pretty boy? There's something wrong with you. Jiang Yumian, unaware of the palace drama he was already imagining, smiled and waved at him. Brother Hao, will you join my team? Hao Wuzhou, come on. He wanted to see what this brat, still wet behind the ears, was capable of. Jiang Yumian looked around at the group of handsome young men, with a hint of confusion and asked, Brother Hao, aren't Qi Ran and the others here? I don't see any of them. Hao Wuzhou, Brother Lu and the others are all behind you, don't you see? Jiang Yumian, are they all here? Hao Wuzhou finally felt relieved after seeing Jiang Yumian's reaction. Yes, everyone's here. Jiang Yumian, that's not right. According to your professional abilities, you should be at least A and B levels. How come you're all at C level, while they don't even have CD? Hao Wuzhou, ahem, it's just that one specialty is different from another. Jiang Yumian walked the two back, bewilderedly asking, what specialty are you being tested on? Hao Wuzhou, serving you. Jiang Yumian had already guessed the general idea and asked nonchalantly, yeah, it's just serving people. What's so difficult about this training? It's just serving tea, washing clothes, cooking, a little understanding and some nice words. What's so difficult about that? Hao Wuzhou coughed lightly, training us to serve you in bed. Jiang Yumian, question mark, what did you say? Chapter 208. Jiang Yumian's forward steps immediately stopped. If Hao Wuzhou were to go by what she said, then Lu Shiyan and the others must have deliberately moved to the back of the line to avoid being chosen by the candidates. Even though they knew that if they weren't chosen, they would become stakes, they went ahead without hesitation. If she were to force her way to the back and pick them out one by one, wouldn't that ruin Boss Lu and the others' original plan? What if they thought she chose them so they could serve her in bed? That would be a grave sin. Add to that what Butler Chung had just suggested. A male servant's greatest role is to pay the price. If the boss were to take the blame, the misunderstanding would be exacerbated. Better to avoid trouble than to worry about it. After Jiang Yumian figured it out, she immediately turned around and headed towards Butler Chung, who was at the front of the line. Hao Wuzhou, Xiao Bai, you're not choosing anymore. Jiang Yumian, no. Butler Chung saw Jiang Yumian coming out with only 2 male servants and instinctively stepped forward, asking, are you dissatisfied with all these servants? Jiang Yumian gave an awkward laugh. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I just don't have any favorites. Butler Chung immediately understood what she meant. Then I choose for you. There are only 5 of these A-level male servants left. They're all yours. Jiang Yumian actually wanted to refuse. She watched so many movies, and was really tired of men, but it was always better to be cautious. Although their service is very professional, I can refuse it if I don't want to. Let them go, right? Butler Chung nodded. Of course. Once they're with you, you have the final say. They can't refuse. Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, then, I take all 5 of them. At this moment, the 2 people who were left to ponder their mistakes kept turning their heads slightly, looking back restlessly. Yin Chongyun, what are you looking at? Lu Shiyan, what are you looking at again? Yin Chongyun, you're not waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to come and choose you, are you? Lu Shiyan looked noticeably uneasy, and abruptly said, no, I'm waiting for Jiang Mei. But then Jiang Shaoling, dressed in yellow, appeared in their sight. Yin Chongyun looked at Lu Shiyan, who had a slightly cold expression, with amusement. Aren't you waiting for Jiang Mei? Why aren't you happy that her sister is here? Lu Shiyan, Jiang Shaoling was also bewildered. Ran smiled and said, wait for me and my sister? My sister already has someone she likes, and she has limited spots, so she doesn't need so many people. How about you all just come with me? I have to work with my sister anyway. But the next second, the 2 men didn't even bother to look at her. Lu Shiyan, no. Yin Chongyun, I refuse. Jiang Shaoling, Jiang Shaoling didn't know these 2 bosses at all. Only Jiang Mei, the leader of the 4th-ranked team, could even manage a conversation with them. Now, rejected by both team captains, Jiang Shaoling felt a burning pain on her face. If she were the captain. But she couldn't do anything about the 2 of them. so she could only feign indifference, saying, "Fine. I wasn't here to choose you in the first place anyway." Jiang Yumian stood near Butler Chung, waiting for the next candidate to return after selecting theirs. She even searched among the male servants in the back, and finally waved uncertainly at Hao Wuzhao to come closer. The girl asked curiously, "Do you think Lu Shiyin is the kind of person who would act out of spite?" Hao Wuzhao immediately shook his head. "Definitely not. He must have his reasons for doing so." Jiang Yumian nodded in agreement. "That's right. Then we should all respect him." As Jiang Yumian looked away, she saw only the A-rank male servants she had chosen, all of whom were looking at her with fawning expressions. There was a hint of something in their eyes. Jiang Yumian, She suddenly felt a little scared. When Jiang Mei came out with Shen Qiran and a few other handsome men, she noticed that Jiang Mei seemed a little regretful. Had she been rejected by Boss Lu, too? Just as Jiang Yumian looked away, she suddenly noticed Shen Qiran looking at her with a rather resentful look. "Jiang Yumian, Brother Qiran, are you glaring at me?" Hao Wuzhao replied honestly, "Yes, you're not mistaken." Jiang Yumian lowered her head, feeling slightly guilty. She had no idea he wanted to be chosen. What about Letian and Jiayo? Hao Wuzhao, they're still beginners. Too lazy to take exams. They just love playing the low-level games. Jiang Yumian squinted at him. "Brother Hao, you're quite good at rhyming, aren't you?" Hao Wuzhao replied seriously, "Not bad." Meanwhile, as Jiang Mei reached the back of the group to gather, Butler Chung led everyone to the 7th floor. Standing in the highest corridor, Jiang Yumian could finally see all the servants, neatly arranged in a square formation. Aside from the small empty space left by the chosen servants, the rest of the space was still filled with people. Now, Jiang Yumian quickly spotted certain figures in the crowd. It wasn't for any other reason, simply because the other person's strangely resentful gaze swept over her. Jiang Yumian looked at Lu Shiyin, standing at the back of the line with his back to everyone. "Ah, this? Boss Lu, how badly do you want to be chosen?" At the same time, Jiang Yumian was also thankful that he hadn't been chosen. The next second, the lights in the entire hall dimmed, leaving only a few cold white lights in the center, shining on all the unsuccessful servants. The candles on the walls of the 7th floor corridor also lit up with a faint, dim glow, adding a touch of eeriness. At this moment, Butler Chung slowly said, "Today's theme party is a bees fighting betting game. There are now 347 remaining servants, and they will all become betting stakes. All candidates have 3 minutes to fill in their 5 preferred betting numbers on the whiteboard. The game begins in 3 minutes." At the same time, Jiang Yumian saw a string of blue and white numbers appear above the heads of all the servants downstairs. These were the betting numbers Butler Chung had mentioned. 346, Yan Chengyun. 347, Lu Shiyin. Bees fighting. Is that what she meant by bees fighting? At the same moment, the bodyguards opened the doors of 8 sealed rooms on the 4 sides of the 5th floor. Inside were iron cages made of specially welded steel. The moment the doors opened, the roars of the caged beasts resounded throughout the hall. Although Jiang Yumian and the others couldn't see the beasts' true appearances, from the roars and the sounds of them pounding against their cages, they could sense their ferocity, as if they had been deliberately starved for a long time, just waiting for the moment their cages would be released, ready to feast. Jiang Yumian, surprise! Is it really that exciting? Chapter 209. Butler Cheng's voice continued, "Attention all bettors. The top 5 winners, who kill the most beasts, will have the right to be reselected by the candidates. And all candidates, please note, whoever guesses the most correct numbers for the top 5 bettors will win, and have the right to select another male servant. The candidate who guesses the fewest correct numbers will lose a life." Jiang Yumian, shock. The 8 candidates' eyes widened instantly. "Shou Chan, a life?" Butler Chung smiled and said, "Yes, the number of male servants behind you is the number of lives you have. You can choose the lives you want to lose. The male servants have no right to refuse. Once selected, they will disappear. All the selected male servants, Butler Chung, the fewer male servants you have, the lower your margin of error. If the number of male servants is 0, then the candidates can't afford to lose when playing games. As for the personal servants, just serve the candidates diligently, and do everything you can to increase your standing in their hearts. This will naturally ensure peace of mind." The implication was that their lives were entirely in the hands of the candidates. If the candidates didn't like them, they would definitely be the first to be dragged out to pay their debts. If the candidates liked them, they wouldn't sacrifice them, no matter who else in the team was sacrificed. Hearing this, Jiang Yumian finally understood why the butler had trained these male servants in the first place. What a chain reaction. They need to work hard to win the bet in order to increase their lives. The male servants needed to work hard to gain favorability in order to stay alive. As for the male servants, who had become stakes, they had to live on the edge of a knife to get a chance to breathe. One link led to another. Any flaw in any link would lead to their demise. For example, if the male servants, unable to gain their favor, felt hopeless, but truly desired not to die, would they betray and rise up in rebellion? Undoubtedly they would. While the rules of the game restricted brainwashing and forced them to obey the candidates, they didn't specify the punishment for betrayal. Perhaps there was no punishment at all. As long as her abilities were insufficient, and they felt insecure, the male servants would inevitably turn against her. When the superior was under attack from all sides, unable to sleep or eat, that was the ultimate punishment for the superior. Jiang Yumian felt a headache. Who had come up with this awful game? If the games she had played before were mainly difficult due to the destructive power of natural disasters, this round of the game, however, involved the complex and ever-changing nature of human hearts. Difficult. Too difficult. Painful. Too painful. Butler Chung patiently reminded all candidates, please fill in your betting numbers quickly. The game begins in 1 minute. Jiang Yumian had no idea how strong all these people were. After filling in Lu Shiyuan and Yan Chengyun, she was suddenly at a loss. Who should I fill in? Jiang Yumian saw the countdown was about to end, and could only rely on her luck. 346, 347, 6, 66, 166. Just as Butler Chung approached her, a foreign manservant behind her hurriedly said, 272. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked up at him and replied in Russian, 272? The foreign butler was stunned when he saw she understood, then nodded quickly. 272 is my captain, he's amazing. Jiang Yumian immediately erased the last string of numbers with a blackboard eraser and filled in 272 with a marker. Butler Chung even waited patiently for her to confirm. Jiang Yumian nodded and smiled at him, then quickly turned her gaze downstairs, searching for butler number 272. Since she controlled the butler's life and death, Jiang Yumian wasn't worried about him turning against her. But when she saw butler number 272, how should I put it? Jiang Yumian instinctively rested her hand on the railing, a smile etched on her face. So handsome. This foreigner's bone structure is truly amazing. How Wu Zhao and the others, At this moment, Yan Chengyun downstairs quickly grabbed a spear from the weapon rack pushed up by the bodyguards, and said to Lu Shiyuan, this rule is ridiculous. Striving to squeeze into the top 5, just to get a spot in the waiting line. He would rather take his life into his own hands. Seeing Lu Shiyuan choose an extremely sharp tang sword, Yan Chengyun asked tentatively, you're not going to suddenly become so motivated just for Jiang Xiaobai, are you? Lu Shiyuan, holding the tang sword, inadvertently glanced up and saw a woman leaning against the carved wooden railing, staring at a corner with a nymphomaniac expression. The man followed her gaze and saw it was. But he quickly averted his gaze. His eyes, as he looked at Yan Chengyun, were as calm as water. He said slowly, she's not that important to me. 1 minute later, the game officially began. As the countdown ended, Butler Chung gave the order, and the 9 bodyguards activated the traps. The moment the prison doors opened on all 4 sides, all the beasts rushed towards the servants. Those upstairs could even feel the ground shaking. The beasts surrounding the servants included all manner of ferocious beasts, wolves, cheetahs, tigers, black bears, even pythons. Jiang Yumian felt terrified just by watching. Thankfully, the players below had reached their current status, and their skills were capable of standing alone. They quickly engaged in a desperate battle with the beasts. Blood quickly stained the carpet. Upstairs, the 9 candidates were seated around European-style open-work coffee tables. Behind them stood a large group of servants, busy working on the dining carts brought up by the bodyguards. Some were busy brewing tea, others peeling and washing fruit, and some were even mixing cocktails. Jiang Yumian subconsciously turned to look at Hao Wuzhao, who seemed unfazed by Lu Shiyuan's current predicament. He was even peeling an orange for her. Jiang Yumian, how aren't you nervous? Your brother Lu is down there battling a beast. Hao Wuzhao said calmly, it's okay. As long as it's not an indestructible mutant like Black Scale, it's easy. These beasts are as easy for Brother Lu to deal with as vegetables. Besides, Brother Lu chose his most comfortable tang sword. We should be worried about the beasts. Just wait, Xiaobai. Brother Lu will definitely be in the top 5. Not to mention Lu Shiyuan's vast arsenal of props, he just didn't want to use them. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Well, it seemed her worries were for nothing. Jiang Yumian simply ignored it and, like the other candidates, ate her fruit while staring intently at the betting numbers they had entered. Even as Jiang Yumian watched with such excitement, she picked up the fruit Yu Xingwen had just peeled and, carrying a chair in one hand, walked towards Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei was also a little stunned when she saw her approach. What's wrong? Jiang Yumian, holding a grape in her mouth, smiled narrowly. Sister Jiang, would you like to buy some props? I have a lot of props for you to choose from. Jiang Mei, what props? Jiang Yumian smirked, some props. Jiang Mei, question mark. Why did she feel so unreliable? Chapter 210. Jiang Yumian glanced around at the candidates sitting nearby and noticed that some of them were staring at them. Jiang Yumian immediately moved her chair carefully closer to Jiang Mei. Jiang Yumian smiled narrowly. Sister Jiang, is there anyone you like? Jiang Mei immediately shook her head. Although she was still a virgin at her age, she had indeed been married before, and the experience of marriage had left her with no interest in men, let alone the idea of a secret crush. No, what's wrong? Jiang Yumian suddenly felt a pity inside. I'm really short on cash. I want to buy an apartment, and I have 5 props I want to sell. If you have someone you like, you definitely like these. Jiang Mei subconsciously raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming interested. Come on, tell me everything. Jiang Yumian first explained the functions and prices of the 5 props, then continued with a smile. First, there's the voice of my heart buff. It can definitely tell if the person you like has any interest in you. You can test not only them, but everyone around you. And there's the infatuated buff. Hee hee, we've seen so many movies, we understand. And the ultra-high filter buff too. It only attracts the person you like for 24 hours, but with that 24-hour buff, maybe they get to know you, become interested in you, and fall in love with you, right? It's okay if you don't have someone you like right now. These props never expire. We can use them whenever you find someone you like. Jiang Mei, you sound a little moved when you say that. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow at her with a sly smile. Right. And if you don't have anyone you're interested in, you can look at our current situation. There are more men than women in this game. Using this super high filter buff is like having over 400 people of the opposite sex all have feelings for you. Wouldn't that make things much easier for us? Maybe we could even make the other candidates' male servants work for you. Jiang Mei listened to Jiang Yumian's words, feeling increasingly moved, but still doubtful. Since these props are so good, why don't you keep them for yourself? The next moment, Jiang Yumian felt aggrieved, pounding her chest with her fists. She said helplessly, Sister, you've been to my shabby little house. You know my family situation. I usually can't bear to use props. It's better to convert them into gold coins. Besides, I've been alone for most of my life, I don't have anyone I like, and I don't want to be in a relationship. Using these on me is a waste. Jiang Mei, why don't you want to be in a relationship? A young woman in her early 20s, at the peak of her love life, and having experienced several passionate relationships, how could she not want to be in a relationship? Jiang Yumian suddenly turned serious and said solemnly, It takes time, energy, and most importantly, it costs money. Jiang Mei, That made so much sense, she was powerless to argue. Before Jiang Mei could even ask about the price, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Jiang Shaoling, who had been eavesdropping nearby for quite some time, quickly came over and asked, how much are these props worth in total? When Jiang Mei saw Jiang Shaoling, she seemed to suddenly think of something. Sister Xiaobai, I don't have a crush on anyone, but my sister does. Do you think it's okay to sell it to my sister? Jiang Yumian hesitated for 2 seconds. Even if it wasn't okay, she could sell it to Jiang Mei, who would then pass it on to Jiang Shaoling. But for some reason, she didn't want to sell it. After all, selling it to someone with bad intentions like this, with coercion, would naturally lead to nefarious actions. She chose Jiang Mei because she didn't seem like the type to do anything to achieve her goals for a little love. But Jiang Shaoling. Oh, that's not necessarily true. However, Jiang Yumian wasn't the type to go to extremes. Her smile remained unchanged. Sure. But if Sister Shaoling likes someone, you have to let me know in advance. At this moment, Jiang Shaoling subconsciously turned to look at the male servant standing near Zhou Chan, lowering her head a little embarrassedly. Jiang Mei answered directly for her. My sister likes Qi Yin, the third in command of the Red Sugar Rice Cake team, Qi Ye's cousin. They've been in the same class since junior high. She's madly in love with him, and even entered the entertainment industry for him. As soon as she said this, Jiang Yumian's smile froze a little. This finally made Jiang Yumian remember something. Isn't Jiang Shaoling the actress, who was rumored to be dating a hot girl in a commercial with her idol? Wait. Why didn't she recognize her at first? Because Jiang Shiling's makeup-free self is completely different from the retouched photos in the commercial. Even before, she praised their good looks, but now? Maybe because she'd been abused by Law for too long. But Jiang Yumian felt he wasn't worthy of being her La's real sister-in-law. However, Jiang Yumian didn't show any disdain on the surface. She chuckled and said, "Let me ask you something. Xiaoling, you and Qi Yin aren't familiar with each other, are you?" "Huh?" Jiang Xiaoling's face flickered with shyness, and she raised her voice. "We filmed a commercial together not long ago. And it was Qi Yin's first commercial with a female star. He filmed it with me." Jiang Yumian smiled and tentatively asked, "Tell me the truth, do you two have mutual contact information?" Jiang Yumian's words seemed to hit Jiang Xiaoling right in the gut. Jiang Xiaoling was stunned for a moment. Then, under Jiang Mei's gaze, she said seriously, "Yes." "Jiang Yumian, I'm not talking about professional contact information, but private contact information. Do you have his phone number and WeChat?" Jiang Xiaoling, Jiang Mei was also confused by her reaction. "Xiaoling, weren't you happy to tell me the other day that you guys had added each other's contact information, and Qi Yin even bought you coffee? Did you want me to continue giving you advice?" Jiang Xiaoling, "Yes, he did, and he actually bought me coffee." Then Jiang Yumian added mercilessly, "Work contact information and coffee for everyone." Jiang Mei, "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaoling, "Isn't that a great start?" Jiang Yumian immediately guessed what was going on and breathed a sigh of relief for her La. Luckily, her La still had a chance. Perhaps because she needed a favor, Jiang Shiling's attitude towards Jiang Yumian had completely changed. She even grabbed her arm and started to act coquettishly. "Let's not talk about that. Just sell me the items." Jiang Yumian silently pulled her hand away, clearly not wanting to get too close. After all, she couldn't expect someone to be so devoted and loyal as to betray even her blood sister. She hated people who would kowtow to her just because there was a profit to be made. They were even more annoying and irritating than someone who was an enemy from the start. However, she didn't refuse outright. Instead, she said with reason, "Sure, I have no problem selling it to you. But you have to buy all 3 items together, for a total of 2,000 gold coins. Is that acceptable to you?" Jiang Xiaoling's eyes widened. 2,000 gold coins? Why don't you just go and rob her, bitch? Chapter 211. Jiang Xiaoling nearly cursed, but she held it back. She pleaded, "Sister Xiaobai, can you give me a discount? I really don't have that much money. Aren't you a famous celebrity? And you're the vice-captain of the 4th-ranked team. Besides, it's not expensive. For 2,000 gold coins, you can only win 20 items in the item store. There's no guaranteed winner. You can't win 3 items even 50 times on the wheel, let alone items that suit you so well." After Jiang Yumian finished speaking, she explained to Jiang Mei earnestly, "Sister Jiang, I think you and I are the most familiar and have worked together before, so I came to you first. I wouldn't sell it to others for this price. If you don't want to buy it, then I won't." Jiang Yumian immediately picked up the fruit plate and tried to leave. Jiang Xiaoling immediately pestered Jiang Mei, "Sister, I really want these 3 items." Jiang Mei also hurriedly stopped Jiang Yumian. "Xiaobai, wait a moment. Xiaoling, how many gold coins do you have now? If you really want them, I can help you out." Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sigh at the deep affection between the sisters. Jiang Xiaoling is truly blessed to have a sister who's willing to compromise for her, constantly protecting her, pampering her, and spoiling her. It's a pity. Jiang Mei is placing too much importance on this family relationship. Sooner or later she fall. Jiang Xiaoling said, her eyes red, "I only have a little over 600 gold coins right now." Jiang Mei's brows furrowed instantly. "I only have a little over 500 gold coins to spend." Jiang Xiaoling, "Shouldn't there be over 4,000? How come there's only a little over 500 to spend?" Jiang Yumian felt like laughing. 500 odd gold coins? That's 5 million. And this guy is still not satisfied. "Do you expect others to pay the lion's share for the props you want?" Jiang Mei said sternly. "Xiaoling, calm down. I have a whole team to support, and these are the only gold coins I have available for spending." Jiang Yumian continued to exaggerate. "Yeah, Xiaoling, it doesn't really matter if you can't buy it. Just keep working hard to make your presence felt." Jiang Xiaoling felt a pang of pain again. When she could have made her presence felt, she would have done it long ago. From junior high until now, it had been completely useless. Even when she and Qi Yin were filming a commercial, he didn't even recognize her, let alone her name. Jiang Xiaoling gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, please help me. Lend me the money you reserved for the team. Chi Yin is very wealthy, and a key member of the Red Sugar Siba team. I have him return the gold coins to you intact when the time comes. At these words, not only did Jiang Yumian sneer, but even Jiang Mei's face instantly darkened. With a glare, she scolded, Xiaoling, you're not a 17 or 18-year-old child anymore. Not only can I not pin the entire team's future on Chi Yin, I can't even pin it on you right now. You're too immature. Besides, love isn't something that can be completely resolved with just 2 or 3 props. Chi Yin might be controlled by your props for a while, but you can't control him forever with them. He's a human being, not a puppet controlled by props. Besides, if he were truly controlled by props for his entire life, do you really need a puppet's love? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoling didn't want to hear any of this. She simply felt a strangeness about Jiang Mei. She took 2 deep breaths and said seriously, Sister, can you please trust me just once? Just this once. From now on, I listen to you and never act recklessly again. In fact, Jiang Yumian was quite curious about what Jiang Mei would do next. If she truly became a sister complex to the point of letting Jiang Xiaoling do whatever she wanted, then she would definitely not keep her as a friend. After all, they would eventually become enemies, so she didn't want to waste her time. At this point, Jiang Mei also lost her temper. She slammed the table and coldly shouted, No! No matter what you say this time, I won't let you act so willfully anymore. Jiang Xiaoling's eyes flushed red, and tears as big as beans fell. She choked out, Sister? Jiang Mei saw her crying again, and could only sigh helplessly, but she still wouldn't let him go. Instead, she said seriously, Xiaoling, you can't force love. These 3 props are most effective for people who like each other, achieving twice the result with half the effort. But for a one-sided crush, they won't be very effective. In the end, if the other person finds out you're using the props to get close to them, it might even backfire and make them disgusted and resentful. Listen to me, sister. I never hurt you. Xiaobai, we don't want these props anymore. Okay. Jiang Yumian stuffed 2 more grapes into her mouth and replied with a smile. Seeing Jiang Xiaoling's chest heaving with anger, she felt like she was about to explode and turn on Jiang Mei. But Jiang Yumian waited a long time, then saw that Jiang Xiaoling had truly calmed down. She said aggrievedly, I understand. I listen to you, sister. Jiang Mei's heart softened immediately. Okay, sister, I continue to help you, okay? Jiang Xiaoling, okay, sister, you can't just ignore me. Could Jiang Xiaoling really give up her mischief? Jiang Yumian absolutely didn't believe it. Could a mad fan who had been madly in love with someone for nearly 10 years be persuaded back by a few words? Impossible. She was already thinking of spending 20 million yuan on props. How could she just give up? Now, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but take Jiang Xiaoling seriously. She knew how to temporarily give in, appropriately playing the weaker side, making the other person feel guilty about her, feeling they wronged her, and thus doubly treating her well, indirectly achieving her goal. Jiang Yumian subconsciously glanced at Jiang Mei, and suddenly felt that her beautiful sister Khan was no match for her in terms of scheming. Or, will she add fuel to the fire? Jiang Yumian held the grapes in her mouth and popped another one into her mouth, agreeing, I think Sister Jiang is right. How about this? I don't want to miss out on such a great opportunity. Xiaoling, come with me to find Chi Yin now. Take the initiative to get his personal contact information. If he gives it to you, it proves there's still some potential for you too. I can give you a discount. I sell these 3 items to you for 1,100 gold coins. Chapter 212. Jiang Xiaoling was stunned. Really? Jiang Yumian, of course, why would I lie to you? But let me be frank. If he still refuses to give you his contact information, it proves you're not meant to be. So just listen to your sister and give up on pursuing Chi Yin. How about that? Jiang Mei subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yumian, her eyes filled with gratitude. This made Jiang Yumian feel strangely guilty. Whether Chi Yin added her as a friend or not, she wouldn't lose anything. She had even planned to sell the 5 items to Jiang Mei as a package, not wanting to go too far, only charging 500 gold coins and making a small profit. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaoling's interference, she wouldn't have made such a ridiculous offer. If Chi Yin agreed to the friend request, then so be it. After all, her Lala only admired him like a fan admires an idol. Giving a woman like that the chance to get close to him wasn't a good thing. Her Lala deserved better. If Chi Yin disagreed, that was even better. Jiang Xiaoling's anger had escalated, and she was just what she wanted. Jiang Yumian followed the 2 sisters toward Qi Xinghui and the others, who were standing by the guardrail, engrossed in the beast fighting. Qi Yin wasn't as quiet as Qi Yi, He could even be considered a gentle, warm, and handsome man. Her daughter loved the dimples on Qi Yan's smile. But Jiang Yumian wasn't impressed. Being handsome is one thing, but being a person with a heart and soul is another. Especially when Qi Yan was standing next to someone as charismatic as Qi Xinghui, she felt that there might be more to Qi Yan than his outwardly warm image. Jiang Shaoling, who was about to hesitate for a moment, was suddenly pushed forward 2 steps by a large hand from behind. Qi Xinghui and Qi Yan immediately stopped talking and turned to look behind them. Jiang Shaoling, Qi Yan, I'm the one you worked with on the app last time. You left in such a hurry that I forgot to add your contact information. Can you give me one? A private one? Qi Xinghui was already used to this kind of thing, but Jiang Shaoling had Jiang Yumian following her. This made him even more concerned. Was she here to support this ugly woman? Or was she here to find out what number they had chosen? However, Qi Yan's reaction was something no one expected. Qi Yan, excuse me, who are you? Jiang Yumian, ? We worked together on a commercial, and you don't even know each other? Jiang Mei's face darkened, and Jiang Xiaoling's smile was barely suppressed. At this point, Qi Xinghui quickly stepped in to smooth things over, apologizing, sorry, my brother has severe face blindness. Aside from those of us who grew up together, he can't remember faces at all. Jiang Shaoling still refused to give up, but Qi Xinghui quickly interrupted her. Xiaobai, are you here to spy on military intelligence? At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to Jiang Yumian, who was leisurely watching the show. Jiang Yumian coughed awkwardly and said with a smile, how could I? I don't know these people. I just randomly picked a few and took a gamble. Actually, I came here to get an autograph too. Jiang Yumian walked up to Qi Yan confidently. My best friend likes you very much, so I came to try my luck and shamelessly ask for your autograph. It would be great if I could get her contact information or something. Jiang Yumian immediately pulled out the diary and black pen she scavenged from the bedroom. Jiang Shaoling assumed Jiang Yumian would be rejected as well, and Jiang Yumian herself thought so too. Unexpectedly, Qi Yan took the diary without hesitation, lowered his head, and opened the pen cap, asking, what's your best friend's name? Jiang Yumian. Just write Lotzi Gagaji, the one who kills people in games. Everyone? ? Unexpectedly, Qi Yan, who had been acting calmly, froze for a moment. He looked up at Jiang Yumian uncertainly and repeated, Lotzi Gagaji? Is she your best friend? Jiang Yumian. Yeah, what's wrong? Nothing. Qi Yan had already picked up his pen again, and was concentrating on signing his name in the notebook. When Jiang Yumian got the diary, she wanted to see the signature, but when she opened it, to Lotzi Gagaji. Next time I invite you to a one-on-one game, don't refuse me. I definitely kill you. Qi Yan, gaming ID, no naps today, WeChat/QQ, 231-5263. Jiang Yumian, what's that ? What's going on? Looking at that exclamation mark, filled with resentment, as if he wanted to chase me to the ends of the earth, and looking so angry that he even shared his personal WeChat and QQ accounts, ready to start a fight, Jiang Yumian could probably guess what was going on. Her hot gaming prodigy loved to bully noobs, who were both weak and clamorous. She often challenged unconvinced men to one-on-one duels, always beating them down to 20 or 30 points, as if she really offended her idol. Her hot guy shouldn't be dead, right? Jiang Yumian felt strangely guilty. She gave Qi Yan an awkward smile and instantly wanted to run away. At this moment, the crowd seemed to exclaim in surprise. Jiang Yumian, following the crowd's reaction, hurried to the guardrail and looked down. All the beasts had been killed, but there was still over half an hour left before the deadline. Some players were already targeting the wounded and exhausted players, hoping to take advantage of them. In particular, several players, who were considered most likely to finish in the top 5, were even attacked by a coordinated attack. Lu Shiyan was one of them. After killing the last wild bear, he had just jumped down to steady himself when he was shot by someone not far behind. Thankfully, he dodged to the right in time, avoiding vital injuries. However, the arrow had hit him squarely in the right shoulder. Had he not dodged in time, the arrow would have hit his heart, killing him. Jiang Yumian and Hao Wuzhu frowned in displeasure. Damn, this guy's a sneak attack, and is anyone going to stop him? Butler Chung clearly didn't show up, meaning the rules permitted this kind of internecine warfare. Now, the eager players no longer concealed their intentions, and headed towards the player they had long been eyeing. Yin Chengyun, his expression natural and relaxed, was puzzled by Lu Shiyan's apparent plight. Lu Shiyan, why don't you use props? Are you really that stupid? Almost everyone here uses props to make things easier, but you're the only one standing out. He's consistently topped the lottery props chart, yet now, he doesn't use a single prop and relies entirely on brute force? Lu Shiyan unhesitatingly chopped off the scissors piercing his shoulder, completely ignoring him. As if secretly competing with himself, his stubbornness silenced Yin Chengyun. Not only Yin Chengyun, but even Hao Wuzhu frowned. Brother Lu doesn't use props. Jiang Yumian, huh? Jiang Yumian was actually quite curious. Actually, using them once or twice won't make you addicted. There's no need to be so averse to props. Hao Wuzhu shook his head. I'm not entirely sure. I just know that Brother Lu seems to have a bet with the system involving props. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian asked in surprise. You can even bet with the system? Hao Wuzhu, of course, as long as you're strong enough. You can even negotiate with the system. We don't know the specifics of Brother Lu's bet with the system. Chapter 213. Jiang Yumian stroked her chin, staring at the men fighting below, wondering, did they impose some conditions that prohibit the use of props? No, that wasn't the case. I had clearly used props in the Undersea Paradise dungeon. Could it be that after using a prop, it would last for the entire game, like before? But wouldn't that be great? Others would be eager to have it. That wasn't right. Lu Shiyan seemed to have said he didn't know the props would last until the end of the game. Perhaps the dungeon was a test for his advancement. Time ticked by, and Lu Shiyan's main outfit was practically dyed bright red. Jiang Yumian simply gave up thinking about it. Unless he spoke up, no one could guess what his bet was. Rather than worrying about him, she should be more worried about her own bet. 1 minute into the countdown, Butler Chung appeared on the 6th floor platform. As he announced the end of the party, a light screen slowly emerged in the air behind him. Butler Chung, now, let me announce the rankings for the number of beasts killed in this party. First place, 346, 36 killed. Second place, 272, 34 killed. Third place, 347, 34 killed. Fourth place, 15, 31 killed. Fifth place, 64, 30 killed. Of these, 272 and 347 are tied for points. Comparing the severity of their injuries, 272 suffered less damage and was more comfortable, so he ranked second. At the same time, Butler Chung pulled out a thick stack of white bards and slowly continued. Now, the betting numbers of the 9 candidates will be announced. First place, Unreliable Hands. Guessed 3 correctly, betting numbers 272, 346, and 347. Second place, Unyielding Rose, Chunchan, Lark, Purple is Pretty Good, Amy, and Elsa each guessed 2 correctly. Third place, Louise and Little Lillian each guessed 1 correctly. Since 2 candidates are tied for last place, each will lose a life. Please make your choice within 5 minutes and tell me your answer. If there is no answer after 5 minutes, I will randomly select a life to be eliminated. Also, because there are 2 last place finishers this time, the top place candidate can select an additional bettor as their personal valet. Jiang Yumian, no need to wait, I take 346 and 347. Butler Chung nodded, of course, we send the valetter to your door later. Candidates, please head to the 8th floor restaurant for a short rest. After lunch, I lead you to the 9th floor to begin today's class. Class? What other class? As everyone was puzzled, Jiang Yumian instinctively asked, what about the bettors? Butler Chung smiled faintly. They will also undergo professional training, waiting to become bettors again tomorrow, striving to earn the chance to be selected by the candidates. Jiang Mei, will the beast fight continue tomorrow? Butler Chung shook his head. No, the theme of each party will be unique. Candidates, please stay tuned. I'm still looking forward to it. My high blood pressure is practically weighty. Jiang Yumian was too lazy to complain anymore. She looked down at Lu Shiyan and Yin Chengyun, who were taken away alone by Butler Chung. Then she silently withdrew her gaze and followed the group to the elevator. Arriving on the 8th floor, the first thing she saw was the magnificent European-style restaurant. 3 dining tables, several meters long, were neatly arranged in the center, with seats lining either side. As she exited the elevator, a bodyguard escorted her bodyguards, saying her meals would be taken care of by the butlers. Only a few candidates were left to wander around the restaurant. Jiang Yumian, however, was quite relaxed and found a seat by the window. Outside the window lay the shimmering sea. She looked around, but couldn't see the coast at all. She guessed the cruise ship was in the middle of the ocean. If she couldn't leave after midnight, she would have to explore the ship's structure during the day. But after seeing the beast on the 5th floor today, her mind told her not to wander. If she accidentally stumbled into some haunted place where a monstrous beast was being held captive, She wouldn't even know how she ended up. If only she had a map. Jiang Yumian quickly picked up her notebook and began sketching out her route for the day. Although Butler Chung was often elusive, sometimes even in ways science couldn't explain, the overall structure of the ship remained unchanged. She had already spent time in the lower deck, 5678, and the 16th floor, and Jiang Yumian had a big question mark over everything else. In particular, the 17th floor, which Butler Chung had specifically warned against going to yesterday, had been marked with 3 5-pointed stars by Jiang Yumian. It was a danger, but also a warning. She had to find an opportunity to explore. Jiang Yumian subconsciously touched the brass key still hanging around her neck. It was the initial starting capital given by the system. But no one knew what this key actually did. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to get up, she suddenly felt something like someone licked her foot. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian's skin instantly broke out in goosebumps, and she was so frightened that she lifted her foot, completely disregarding her appearance. But when she did, she found nothing on the mahogany floor. If anything, it was a pool of wetness not far from her feet, in the shadow under the dining table. Jiang Yumian frowned, feeling something was amiss. She instinctively covered her diary, and stood up to move. The feeling of being licked lingered in her mind like a shadow, so much so that Jiang Yumian began to dislike walking barefoot on the floor. When she ate, she had to carefully lift her foot and place it on the footrest of the chair to feel at ease. After the candidates finished their meal, the butler took them all to the 9th floor to begin the day's training session. But the so-called candidate training isn't about mastering etiquette or talent management skills, but about learning. Rolling the dice. How to roll the dice the way you want. Jiang Yumian, What does this have to do with being a king? Just then, Butler Chung suddenly produced a tightly sealed wooden box. Whoever wins tonight's game before 11 p.m. tomorrow will possess the treasure box left behind by the previous king. Everyone, wow! Tomorrow at 11 p.m., isn't that almost the 5th day of the game? This wooden box appeared during the first difficulty level increase. Chapter 214. The appearance of this wooden box at this time undoubtedly rewarded everyone for their efforts in winning the first prize. Although Jiang Yumian was tempted, this wasn't something that could be solved simply by being tempted. She didn't know how to roll these dice. She had always assumed that those who were good at rolling dice were cheats, and that there must be something special about the dice that allowed them to roll them so skillfully. But now, Butler Chung had simply prepared a set of dice without any special features for everyone, leaving them to figure out the patterns on their own. Butler Chung said, "Candidates, if you're tired of rolling, feel free to return to your rooms and rest. See you tomorrow morning." Jiang Yumian watched the candidates absorbed in their studies, and she too picked up the dice and examined them carefully. The dice seemed no different from ordinary dice. Odd numbers were black, even numbers were red, and there were 6 sides in total, 6 dice in a pot. Jiang Yumian even thought it was a problem with the quality of the dice, but after weighing them one by one, they all weighed the same. Then, she thought it might be the difference in the sound of each dice colliding in the pot, so she put each dice in the pot and shook it again. Excellent, there was absolutely no difference. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yumian simply gave up and observed the candidates around her. Some, like her, looked around in confusion, while others, confident and calm, looked confident. Jiang Yumian watched Zhou Chan skillfully juggle the dice pot, seemingly always hitting her desired number, increasing from 1 dice to 2, then to 3. Jiang Yumian suddenly remembered the information she had read about brown sugar rice cakes when she had previously worked with Boss Qi and his team. Qi Xinghui had been hanging out in various casinos since childhood, his father a renowned local gambler. They had all grown up together, so they undoubtedly been exposed to the world around them. Knowing this dice game was perfectly natural. At this point, a blonde foreign girl, unable to contain her curiosity, quickly approached Zhou Chan. Jiang Yumian remembered her. Her nickname for this round was Little Lillian, representing the color green. She chose 6 male servants, all of whom were clearly familiar to her. Today's beast fight was likely based on random guesses, which led to her finishing last and being forced to sacrifice a life. Little Lillian was clearly anxious, so even though she knew they wouldn't tell her the secret if she approached them, she still went ahead. Jiang Yumian listened to the two's fluent English conversation and subconsciously pricked up her ears. But what everyone didn't expect was, Zhou Chan was so generous as to tell Little Lillian the secret. "Zhou Chan, I can only tell you that the sound is the key. I can't teach you anything else, even if I want to." Everyone knew there must be some trick to these dice, and they had guessed countless possibilities, of which the sound was just one. Zhou Chan was simply taking advantage of the situation, and pointing out the key to avoid excessive trial and error. And the reason she spoke so confidently about the key was because she was absolutely confident. Zhou Chan had had astonishingly good hearing since childhood. Furthermore, having been fostered in the Qi family, working alongside the Qi father and son in managing the casino, and being a direct disciple of the gambler, she had practiced with the dice pot for over a decade, so she had no concerns about making mistakes. Furthermore, even she had to familiarize herself with each new dice pot and dice, let alone a novice. No matter how talented or lucky these candidates were, with only a day and a half to go, she was guaranteed to win against someone who had never played dice. She was simply trying to be a bit innocent in front of everyone, boosting their favorability and lowering their guard, which would benefit her subsequent gaming experience. As expected, Lillian smiled and nodded at Zhou Chan, thanked her, and hurried back to her seat to practice. Just as Zhou Chan had expected, even if Lillian knew the test questions, she wouldn't have a clue where to start. Zhou Chan instinctively averted her gaze when she suddenly caught sight of Jiang Yumian, sitting diagonally across from her. He rested his hands on the table, staring at her with a sloppy expression. Zhou Chan was stunned, a little confused. As their gazes met, Jiang Yumian even winked at her. Zhou Chan, shock. What's she doing? Zhou Chan, momentarily unresponsive, suddenly recalled the incredibly sincere words she'd spoken to Jiang Mei in the girls' rented room not long ago. For you, I can be. Zhou Chan's ears instantly flushed, and she immediately averted her gaze, concentrating on her training. Jiang Yumian pouts slightly in grievance, when the beautiful woman ignores her. Sob, sob, she's still too frivolous. Jiang Yumian fidgets with the dice until she feels like they're almost glistening from all her spinning. She gets up, packs up, and prepares to go upstairs to rest. After all, only first place gets a reward, there's no penalty for last place. And with such a beautiful and powerful opponent, why should she just stand there and watch? Just play. As long as she can't kill me, play until I die. Even as Jiang Yumian stood up, holding the dice pot and leisurely walking towards the door, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Jiang Mei and Zhou Chan with a smile. Good luck. I'm leaving first. As she calmly and effortlessly left the room, leaving everyone with a dashing figure, even Zhou Chan couldn't contain herself and frowned slightly. Has Jiang Yumian already secured victory? Zhou Chan, who had been preparing to leave as well, now had a serious expression. No, she had to practice more. Now that the entire team was made up of members of the Red Sugar Ciba Club, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to pay the price for her careless mistakes. Jiang Yeni and Jiang Shaoling were also deeply inspired by Jiang Yumian's calm demeanor. Their desire to win was fully aroused, and they stopped looking around and dazed. Each one shook the dice pots more vigorously than the other, and the sound of the dice pots grew louder and louder throughout the classroom. If Jiang Yumian knew what everyone was thinking, everyone would cry out in injustice. She was genuinely cheering them on, not mocking them. As Jiang Yumian walked down the corridor toward the elevator, she noticed a bodyguard standing guard by the door. As Jiang Yumian approached, the bodyguard immediately pressed the up button for her. Jiang Yumian was about to speak when she realized the elevator had stopped at the 17th floor. Stopping at the 17th floor meant someone was there. All 9 candidates were there, and even the footmen had been taken away by the butler for training specifically for footmen. Who could have gone to the 17th floor at this moment? Chapter 215. As the elevator descended, Jiang Yumian pretended to be casual and asked, "Have you been to the 17th floor?" The bodyguard didn't answer, not even bothering to glance at her, as if she were a robot following orders. Jiang Yumian continued to probe, "I'm going to the 17th floor now, huh?" The bodyguard remained silent. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow slightly, then continued as she entered the elevator, "I really did." As the elevator door closed, Jiang Yumian didn't even see the bodyguard blink. Robot? Jiang Yumian, doubtful, pressed the button for the 16th floor. When Jiang Yumian returned to her room, closed the door, and turned on the light, she discovered a head in the room. Seriously injured, it lay unconscious in the central medicine pool, with only its head visible. Jiang Yumian nearly had a heart attack. When she cautiously leaned in closer, she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Lu Shiyan. Presumably because of his severe injuries, he'd been excused from this afternoon's training to recuperate in the medicinal pool. Jiang Yumian casually placed the dice pot on the dressing table and headed to the closet to get clothes for the bathroom. But halfway through, as if suddenly struck by something, Jiang Yumian returned to the closet, rummaging through something. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yumian stood by the bathtub, holding a rope made of several sheets and scarves, and flashed a malicious smile at the drowsy Lu Shiyan. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, but this medicinal bath has some serious side effects. I'm sorry to bother you. Lu Shiyan, groping, felt the pain in his body rapidly subside, but with it came an undeniable surge of heat. He subconsciously tried to think of something, but he couldn't move his limbs at all, and even felt like something was completely restraining his hands and feet, or, more accurately, his entire body. He felt like a silkworm waiting to break free, unable to break free. Lu Shiyan's brows knitted together, his eyes tightly shut. His struggles were so intense that the water in the medicine pool churned twice. He even had an indescribable dream. Jiang Yumian, who was lying in bed at the moment, didn't open her eyes when she heard the sound of water. Instead, she turned over and continued to sleep, not forgetting to remind Lu Shiyan, "Boss, if your wounds are almost healed, let me know and I get you out." When Lu Shiyan heard Jiang Yumian's voice, his heart skipped a beat, and he slipped in panic. This bathtub was twice as large as a typical one, large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 people bathing simultaneously. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed to be placed in the center of the room. Even Lu Shiyan, nearly 1.9 meters tall, could be completely submerged. Originally leaning against the edge of the tub, Lu Shiyan, after all this tossing and turning, shifted from a sitting position to a lying position. Gurgle, gurgle. After a few sounds, Lu Shiyan suddenly opened his eyes. But all he saw was pitch black, with no visible vision at all. He tried to climb out of the water, but he was bound so tightly that he couldn't even move his legs or feet, and now he couldn't even sit up. Lu Shiyan, Jiang. You? Mian. After a burst of intense movement, there was no further movement from the person in the tub. Jiang Yumian, who had closed her eyes to rest, felt something was wrong and half supported herself to look towards the tub. Oh my goodness, where's the person? Jiang Yumian immediately scrambled out of bed and ran to the bathtub, but there was no one nearby, only a pool of water as thick as ink, bottomless as a stone. Jiang Yumian didn't see any footprints anywhere. The only possibility was... Jiang Yumian's pupils trembled with fear. She quickly rolled up her sleeves and began to fish the person out of the pool, her voice almost crying with anxiety. "Boss! My dear boss, where are you?" The next second, Jiang Yumian grabbed a small piece of cloth from the hem of the manservant's uniform near the center of the bathtub and tugged hard. It ripped. Ouch! What a sin! Jiang Yumian looked at the rag in her hand shaking unconsciously. Without thinking, she jumped into the bathtub to retrieve the person. When she pulled up the foot, tightly wrapped in the sheets, something felt like a tail. Jiang Yumian broke out in a cold sweat and quickly threw the tail back. Jiang Yumian then estimated Lu Shiyan's height from her memory and quickly ran in the direction away from the fish's tail, took aim, and scooped it up. Great! Got the head. Lu Shiyan breathed you. Before he could finish, Jiang Yumian hurriedly changed the subject. Boss! You used the mermaid prop? Lu Shiyan's eyes reddened with anger, and he gritted his teeth as he replied, If I don't use the prop again, I drown. Jiang Yumian, her eyes fixed on her, pursed her lips, too guilty to speak. Tell me a little, Jiang Yumian. I untie you now. The next second, Lu Shiyan's entire body, no, the entire fish, was lifted up in Jiang Yumian's arms, a princess-like embrace. Lu Shiyan, Lu Shiyan suddenly closed his eyes in despair, as if at that moment, his desire to die had reached its peak. Jiang Yumian, still pausing to plead for his life, explained, Boss, I didn't mean to do that. There's something wrong with this medicinal bath. While it's a healing spring, capable of resurrecting the dead, it has significant side effects. Do you feel a burning sensation in your body, desperate for relief? Lu Shiyan, nearly drowning in anger, hadn't paid attention to this need. Jiang Yumian's words instantly sobered him up. At the same time, he was thankful that he was still a mermaid. She wouldn't notice anything unusual about his body. But this prop only had less than a minute left. Lu Shiyan suddenly grew anxious. Nothing's wrong. Just put me in the bathroom and get out. Jiang Yumian saw that he didn't seem to be overwhelmed by lust anymore, so she nodded honestly. She did just that, leaving him next to the small bathtub in the bathroom. But just as she was about to step out of the bathroom, she suddenly turned around, walked over to Lu Shiyan, and said seriously, Boss, let me untie you first. I leave after I'm done. Lu Shiyan watched as the props were about to end. No need. Get out. Jiang Yumian was eager to perform well. After all, offending this big boss wouldn't benefit her in any way. Yes. I tied it up so tightly. You can't remove it by yourself. I do it. Quick, just 1 minute. No, 30 seconds. I'm leaving now. Jiang Yumian said, and before Lu Shiyan could refuse again, she bent down and began to peel the sheets off him. As soon as Lu Shiyan's hands were completely freed, the mermaid props also ceased to function. Chapter 216. Before Jiang Yumian could continue pulling the sheets down, a pair of hands grabbed her arms and pulled them down. Jiang Yumian felt a sudden blackness in front of her eyes. The man's broad palm completely covered Jiang Yumian's eyes. Before she could pull back the hand that blocked her vision, she could hear Lu Shiyan taking a deep breath. His deep voice carried a hint of suppressed anger, but more of a sense of helpless compromise. Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian subconsciously stopped her movements and let out a puzzled him. Lu Shiyan, when I realized I was safe, you became the biggest danger. Jiang Yumian dared not object. Lu Shiyan quickly held up the damp sheets to block out the noise, saying helplessly, "Can you please get out first? I have my own hands now. I can do it myself." Although Jiang Yumian couldn't see, she nodded decisively, of course. With that, she immediately tried to get up and leave. Unexpectedly, her blindness caused her to step on the silk scarf on the ground and slip. Halfway up, she regained her sight, and the next second, she lunged straight at Lu Shiyan. Jiang Yumian, shock. Lu Shiyan, shock. At that moment, Jiang Yumian wanted to sing a song called Liang Liang to herself, because she had chosen the right spot. Just like that classic idol drama scene, the fall was perfectly positioned. Falling from this angle, she would definitely be kissed, and she would also be beaten to death. But just as Lu Shiyan was stunned and had no time to dodge, Jiang Yumian quickly reached out and covered Lu Shiyan's mouth. For a moment, the two of them, so close together, kissed mouth to mouth, their eyes locked. Jiang Yumian watched the man's pale face instantly turn a deep red. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that it felt like a rock was resting beneath her. Jiang Yumian half raised herself, looked down, and instantly understood. Lu Shiyan, But Jiang Yumian didn't even show the shyness of a little girl. Instead, she quickly stood up and said solemnly, "Boss, you still won the bid, right?" Lu Shiyan didn't want to talk at all. He quietly turned over, his back to her. The next second, Jiang Yumian turned on the overhead showerhead, even considerately turning the temperature to its lowest setting. The cold water poured down, like a torrential downpour, mercilessly pelting Lu Shiyan's body. He felt cold, his heart chilled. Beneath his tattered servant's outfit, a man so tattered and on the verge of breaking. Jiang Yumian even asked, "Boss, how are you feeling?" Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian, "Do you feel better?" Lu Shiyan, Seeing Lu Shiyan's silence, Jiang Yumian grew wary and silently took 2 steps back toward the door. Just as the girl reached for the doorknob, she immediately excused herself, saying, "Boss, go wash up first. I find you some clothes?" Click. The bathroom door was shut from the outside. After changing into clean clothes, Jiang Yumian immediately grabbed the clean valet uniform that Butler Chung had prepared by the bathtub and headed for the bathroom. She had, however, unbuttoned her socks and hidden them in her space. Those little white stockings, meant for valet men, might be a little see-through, but they were still socks. Jiang Yumian leaned against the door, listening to the gurgling water inside. "Boss? Here are your clothes." "Well, I have to go out a little while ago. Feel free to wash them for as long as you like," Jiang Yumian said, turning to leave. Unexpectedly, just as Jiang Yumian was about to leave, a system notification chimed in. Ding dong. Someone has used a sleep buff on you. Effect: 5 hours of sleep, no other side effects. Used by Lu Shiyan. Affected by Jiang Yumian. Probability of effectiveness, 100%. Do you agree to the other party's use of your item? Jiang Yumian. Shock? Is the boss pissed off by her and wants to kill her, so the serfs can sing? Or is it that a cold shower can't satisfy his lust, and he's just as obsessed with her body as that foreign girl? No. Absolutely not. She's not that easy. Jiang Yumian immediately said, "I don't agree." Rejected. Huang. Okay. When Lu Shiyan heard the system notification, he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. The side effects of this drug are very strong, and they can't be solved by just taking a cold shower. He used it on Jiang Yumian because he found a bug, and he also wanted to let her know and preserve his last bit of dignity. When Jiang Yumian came in, she saw Lu Shiyan dressed in his manservant uniform, sleeping on the toilet lid against the wall. It seemed as if he had been prepared for her to serve him. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly, and could only bear the painstaking task of carrying him back to the small sofa. She used a bath towel as a blanket to cover Lu Shiyan, then returned to bed and tucked into sleep. I still have 5 hours of sleep left, but after that it'd already be past midnight. What kind of crappy class is this? Just go to sleep. While they were drifting off to sleep, a lot of big things were happening outside. In the valet training class, Steward Chung was standing at the podium, saying, "As I'm sure you all seen, only by serving the candidates well can you have a chance to succeed. This evening's rest period is your best opportunity to improve your favorability. As for the most effective methods, you all should know." Of course, some servants would certainly disdain such tactics, so this emotional intelligence lesson is very useful. However, all servants, please note that the room has special restrictions. Although you can open it, only one servant can be accommodated in the room without the candidate's permission. The implication is that if there are other servants serving the candidates, you cannot open the door. You can only wait at the door or return to your rooms to rest. Of course, if other candidates invite you into their rooms for personal service, that's fine, but be careful not to be spotted by your own candidates. As he spoke, Steward Chung suddenly revealed a self-evident smile. This smile made Hao Wushao uneasy. Meanwhile, in the candidate training room, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Chan, finally feeling completely confident, became the second candidate to leave. As others left, the other candidates followed suit. Just as Jiang Shaoling was about to leave, Jiang Yinyi suddenly called out to her. Chapter 217. Late at night, Jiang Yumian heard the sound of the bathroom door opening and immediately realized that Lu Shiyan was awake, her heart instantly alert. A long time passed before the man emerged from the bathroom. Perhaps because he wasn't wearing shoes, Jiang Yumian, with her eyes closed, couldn't hear the footsteps at all. When she finally tried to open her eyes, she discovered that the edge of the bed had sagged slightly due to gravity. Lu Shiyan was already sitting beside her bed. What was he thinking? Jiang Yumian didn't sense any malicious intent. She even felt Lu Shiyan pull the corner of the quilt back up over her legs. The next second, the man reached out and cautiously poked her cheek. Jiang Yumian, seeing that she didn't react, even took the opportunity to cautiously pinch her cheek before making a helpless comment. She's still too thin. Not as easy to pinch as in my dreams. Jiang Yumian, isn't as easy to pinch as in my dreams? Jiang Yumian's worldview felt like it had been completely refreshed. Fuck. Was she being taken advantage of both in her dreams and in reality? If Jiang Yumian knew what Lu Shiyan was thinking right now, she'd probably be even more furious. After all, in her dreams, she was crying and begging for mercy. Although it was just a fleeting dream, it taught Lu Shiyan a lot. Although he'd never been in a relationship, he felt an 80 to 90% chance that he was in love with this jerk. Otherwise, how could he dream of her over and over again, always in those unspeakably beautiful dreams? Lu Shiyan was torn, hesitating. Why are you? Why? Why are you saying that? The woman, feigning sleep with her eyes closed, was bewildered until the man suddenly scoffed, speechlessly saying, "Why do you always sleep like a pig?" Jiang Yumian, How presumptuous. Jiang Yumian wanted to feign sleep and punch him, but before she could even prepare her attack, she felt a finger press against her furrowed brow, rubbing it carefully back and forth, as if trying to smooth it out. The slightly warm fingertips tickled Jiang Yumian, acting like a talisman, making her subconsciously afraid to move. Shit, what on earth is he trying to do? That's a different price. It was at that moment that Lu Shiyan suddenly noticed Jiang Yumian's ears, which had turned unnaturally red. He was startled for a moment, then his eyes narrowed instantly. Pretending to sleep, even he was almost fooled. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned down, and inched his face closer to the girl's. Even with her eyes closed, Jiang Yumian could still sense something unusual. When she could actually feel the other person's breath, alarm bells went off. Her innocence. No way. Just as she was about to open her eyes, unable to pretend any longer, Lu Shiyan covered her eyes with his left hand. With his right, he gently lifted her chin, his thumb pressing lightly against her soft lips before placing a fleeting kiss. Jiang Yumian, shock. Lu Shiyan's gaze fixed on the girl's rosy lips. The corners of his lips curved slightly. Now we're even. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian knew he was avenging her for nearly forcing a kiss on him. But was that how you could be even? Before Jiang Yumian could lose her temper, Lu Shiyan hurriedly stood up and left. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian wanted to get angry, but she didn't know how. Exposing his evil deeds would only make her embarrassed, so she decided she was in the wrong after nearly killing someone and taking advantage of him. It was just a kiss, so she just treated it as a dog bite. Even, sleep was more important. Day 4 of the game morning. When Jiang Yumian got up, Lu Shiyan was gone from the sofa. She didn't intend to pay any attention to him. His presence would only make the atmosphere even more awkward. She had a tough battle to fight today, so there was no need for him to control her thoughts. When she and the other 8 candidates went downstairs, they found their respective butlers nervously preparing breakfast and snacks at the round coffee tables. When the candidates came down, all the butlers were already lined up at the tables, waiting for their masters. This included the expressionless Lu Shiyan. Jiang Yumian noticed that he was wearing the same white stockings as everyone else. As the girl passed by Butler Chung, she suddenly stopped and said with a smile, "Butler Chung, I think the white stockings worn by the servants are quite nice. Could you give me a few pairs?" Butler Cheng's face lit up with a gracious smile. "Sorry, candidate, these stockings are for servants only, and a symbol of their lowly status. You better not wear them. Here, walking barefoot is the highest honor. If you're worried about the floor being dirty, rest assured. There are special servants, who clean and sweep it every day." Jiang Yumian understood the refusal and said nothing more, simply nodding politely. When Jiang Yumian took her seat, she saw Butler Chung coming downstairs with a token, and his voice slowly reached everyone's ears. After yesterday's competition, there are currently 301 remaining bets. Among them, number 272, who ranked second yesterday and was not selected, will serve as the betting representative today and attend the party with all the candidates. Butler Chung finished speaking, inserting the token into the switch on the 6th floor staircase. The next second, everyone heard the creaking of numerous mechanical gears. The ground in the center of the 5th floor lobby suddenly plummeted. Jiang Yumian, like everyone else, quickly stood up and headed for the guardrail to look down. Rows of irregularly arranged walls rose high, and at the entrance at the very edge of the walls, hundreds of jade cylinders slowly rose. To each jade pillar was tied a scarred player. Although Jiang Yumian wasn't known for his kindness, the sight of such a bloody scene still moved him. This crappy game is playing with people like ants. It's truly unpleasant. Butler Chung continued, today's theme party, May's Redemption. To enhance the candidate's gambling experience, each candidate has been provided with a controller. By pressing the corresponding number on the controller, they can control the movement of the jade pillar on that number. Every maze has a path of life and a path of death, and this party's maze is no exception. Because the candidates have a bird's-eye view, the maze layout will change every 10 minutes to increase the difficulty. Some routes that appear to be dead ends are actually paths of life, while others appear to be paths of life are actually paths of death. Of course, the panel above my head will display the best escape routes for the candidates to refer to in real time. Candidates can choose to play alone or have their valets play for them. Each time a jade pillar successfully escapes the maze, they earn 1 point. The candidate with the most points within 2 hours will be the winner. Just like yesterday, they can receive an additional valet, and vice versa. However, this time, each candidate will have an additional challenger. Butler Chung pressed the button and pulled it down. At the same time, a lift slowly descended, stopping in midair, parallel to the 7th floor. Standing on the lift was a man, his eyes covered with a black cloth, carrying a bow and arrow. Butler Chung smiled and said, if the jade pillars operated by each candidate are hit by number 272 during their escape, the candidate will lose a life. If a candidate's life count reaches 0, number 272 will replace them and become the candidate. Chapter 218. Jiang Yumian, Butler Chung, I have a question. I completely understand what you're saying, but what about these rules and those tied up people down there? What's the stakes? Zhou Chan chimed in, yes, the game can just be played with the jade pillars. Why does it have to involve tying someone up? Butler Chung smiled slightly and said calmly, that's why we need to add number 272 as a stakes representative to participate in the party game. How many stakes can each candidate rescue from the maze within 2 hours? Those bets will all survive, while the remaining bets will be deemed game losers. How many people you can rescue depends on your ability. Jiang Yumian, Candidates, Butler Chung continued, conversely, every time 272 hits the jade pillar, it will fall and disappear along with the bets, no longer participating in the party, and this will also be considered a successful rescue. If any candidate's life count reaches 0, 272 will be the winner of this party game, and the players who became bets will also be considered successful. Jiang Yumian, how perverted. Butler Chung maintained a smile. Do you have any questions? If not, the game begins. Several candidates simultaneously stood by the guardrail, midly trying out various routes through the maze, but no one dared to take the first step. The servants began acting as strategists, offering advice to the candidates. Yin Chungyun, no exception, carefully analyzed the situation. In this situation, it's safest not to rescue anyone. The Jade Pillar's movement should make a loud noise. If you move, you be locked onto by that foreigner. I experienced this number 272 yesterday. His shooting is formidable. Once locked onto, there's no escape. Getting hit by him will cost you a life. At this distance, I estimate you lose at least 2 lives by the end of the game. Even if you win, you only gain 1 life. -2 -1 still costs you a life. But if you don't move, you only lose 1 life after 2 hours. Jiang Yumian understood Yin Qingyun's strategy. Saving a complete stranger would likely mean sacrificing close friends. Anyone in his position would know the right choice. People are selfish, and she was no exception. The other candidates were no exception. At this point, no one was manipulating the Jade Pillar to escape the maze, and the atmosphere around them was eerily quiet. Meanwhile, the dying players tied to the Jade Pillars below felt their hearts sink. Whether a candidate maneuvered them out of the maze or number 272 shot them, they would survive. But now, no one seems to be trying to rescue them. Zhou Chan looked down at the group, many of whom were members of the Red Sugar Siva group, 2 in particular whom she had painstakingly recruited. Zhou Chan was deeply troubled, hesitating over the control panel. Qi Xinghui on the side shook his head at her, signaling with his eyes. They can't be rescued. Zhou Chan, but... Qi Xinghui, we already have players as we're recruiting. Dissension among the top brass would be a huge loss for us. And who among us do you want to sacrifice? Zhou Chan instinctively glanced at her teammates, with whom she had shared life and death several times, as well as her beloved brother. Zhou Chan dejectedly put down the control panel and fell silent. Meanwhile, Huo Lishuan, a member of the Thorns team also tied to the Jade Pillar, stared at Jiang Yini with a weak breath, hatred threatening to burst forth in his eyes. Jiang Yini, I will not let you go, even if I die. But the man's words were sealed tightly by the tape wrapped around his face, leaving only a hesitant sound. Jiang Yumian looked at the players below, helpless to be slaughtered, feeling a mixture of emotions. If she were also tied to the Pillar of Shame, with no one to turn to, no one to rescue her, and no way to save herself, how desperate would that be? But this game played out every day, and she had no control over it, no way to stop it. The countdown ticked down, and even in the final 40 minutes, several candidates still hadn't pressed their bet numbers. Although Jiang Yumian managed to remain indifferent, she couldn't completely let it go. 300 lives, perhaps even 300 of the world's most intelligent and capable future talents, lost in vain because of this crappy game's disregard for life, unable to even save themselves. Lu Shiyan, want to save them? I'm not a savior. I can't save everyone. Jiang Yumian subconsciously glanced at Yin Chungyun and asked, I remember there were quite a few high-level foreign staff members down there. Aren't you nervous? Lu Shiyan, whether anyone escapes the maze or not, the other players won't die. Jiang Yumian, huh? Yin Chungyun said calmly, although the butler tried to be as obscure as possible. If you go over the words a few more times, the rules will become clear. The bet on escaping the maze guarantees survival, but he's very vague about the consequences of failing. Deeming the game a failure. Is it a failure for this small round of the party game? Or a failure for the entire round? What are the consequences of failure? Nothing is specified. So, they most likely won't die. Yin Chungyun, you look like one of those genius seed players, who hasn't played a few rounds yet. You don't quite understand the nature of this game. If you don't carefully examine the words, you won't understand the hidden meaning. This game can sometimes look quite intimidating, and it actually is quite intimidating. I only just realized it. Jiang Yumian, I'm not a genius. I can't react. You're kidding. In such a tense and exciting situation, with so little time, and a huge list of game rules thrown at you. She was lucky to understand the rules. She didn't have the time to nitpick every word. She's not a god. She doesn't have that ability. Lu Shiyan lowered his eyes to look at the controller in her hand. Can I try it? Boss, if you kill me, I pay you back. Although Jiang Yumian said it jokingly, she still handed him the controller. Lu Shiyan saw the ruthless look in the girl's eyes, which seemed to want to tear this scoundrel apart, and felt that she might actually drag him out and use him as a scapegoat. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I just wanted to try it. Yin Chungyun watched from the side. What's your new idea? Lu Shiyan, I was just thinking, despite all the fuss, this game, besides testing people's hearts, doesn't even offer any benefits to players who haven't even experienced it once. And yet, even at this point, the butler hasn't even warned players against passive play. Chapter 219. Yin Chungyun, now that you mention it, I remember something. One of my subordinates said that passive play would result in a warning. Jiang Yumian, are you saying that passive play without a warning doesn't count as passive play? Or, does the system allow this kind of passive play? Lu Shiyan looked at player 272, who stood alone on the elevator, remaining calm and composed, and said slowly, to be precise, this player's passive play is considered part of the game. Meanwhile, standing on the elevator, player 272, Shiloh Norton, was lost in his memories. Just last night, Butler Chung summoned him alone. Butler Chung, you're one of only 10 high-level players in the world, yet no one wants you. They must be quite disdainful. Hero Norton, bad luck, no one else's fault. Butler Chung, since you're the second highest bettor, I give you a chance to challenge the rules. Butler Chung, you be informed of the rules for tomorrow's party game in advance. And then, on top of those rules, there's a personal bet between you and me. Hero Norton, what's the bet? Butler Chung, how many bettors will the candidate save? Hero Norton, are there any options? Butler Chung, yes, you win no matter how many bets are saved. Hero Norton, since it's a bet, both bets must be placed for it to count. Butler Chung still wore that kind, loving smile, but his words were cold and indifferent. I bet they won't save any of them. Hero was about to retort, but before he could open his mouth, the rules of the game had already dawned on him. The man fell silent. Hero remained where he was until Butler Chung disappeared through the entrance, digesting his final words. If you win, not only will you become a candidate for the new king, but you also be able to choose 9 servants, just like the top-ranked candidate. You even receive a super shield that allows you to survive until the 25th day of the game. If you lose, you still be a candidate and have 9 lives, but all servants under the names of the 9 candidates will lose this round, and have 3,000 gold coins deducted. Those with insufficient assets will die. Hero frowned slightly. So, in this bet, win or lose, I become a candidate and compete for the throne with these 9 people? Butler Chung, no, if you lose, your 9 lives will become 9 candidates. Hero, question mark. Butler Chung, just as you understand it, they all become your personal maids. At this moment, Yin Chungyun looked at Lu Shiyan entering the button on the control panel, betting number 138, and his mouth twitched violently. Yin Chungyun gritted his teeth and said, Lu Shiyan, you're so good. I didn't expect you to still be so ruthless. Why are you trying to gain some favor? Jiang Yumian was also startled by Yin Chungyun's overreaction. What's wrong? Lu Shiyan, nothing, I just thought it was funny. Yin Chungyun, what's so funny? I hired this guy at a high price. At this moment, Hao Wuzhou was gossiping to Jiang Yumian. Xiaobai, you don't know, Brother Lu rarely recruits talent. This Wu Lixuan was one that Brother Lu had his eye on. After initially extending an olive branch, who knew this Wu guy would already have his eye on Jing Ji? Jiang Yumian, and then what? Hao Wuzhou, then they got into a fight. They kept raising the price, until Brother Lu got really angry. It was only then that Hui came to apologize, and said there was no need to raise the price any further. Jiang Yumian, why call him Hui? Hao Wuzhou, this Wu guy is so stubborn. Think about it, if 2 top companies in the industry are offering you crazy prices, and all kinds of benefits, don't you have to wait for them to fight over before choosing one? Jiang Yumian nodded in agreement. Of course. It wouldn't be her nature to not fan the flames, and get them both to pay more. Hao Wuzhou nodded and said, right. But guess what happened to this stubborn guy? Brother Lu was raising the price way too high, and guess what? He came right up to Brother Lu, and said he already had his eye on Jing Ji, and there was no need to waste his time on this. Actually, that's reasonable, isn't it? Jiang Yumian nodded. He's a very nice, decent guy. Hao Wuzhou, seemingly getting excited, immediately pulled over an empty chair, sat down in front of Jiang Yumian, and slapped his thigh. The most infuriating thing is that this stubborn guy actually insisted on joining the organization, with the same basic treatment Jing Ji had initially given him. Jiang Yumian looked puzzled. No, he's sick, isn't he? Bah, I guess you can't say that. All I can say is respect and blessings. But Hao Wuzhou agreed, heartbroken and empathetic, yes. He is sick. He's as clueless as that idiot. What's the most infuriating thing? The most infuriating thing is that he's actually worked his way up to the top of thorns through sheer talent. I heard his internal rating is catching up to Zhuang Tianjia's this time. Jiang Yumian was getting more and more excited as she started to eat the melon. She was about to move her small chair towards Hao Wuzhou. But the chair wouldn't budge. The backrest was firmly grasped by the man next to her. Jiang Yumian turned her head, and saw that the two men who had been the center of the conversation had long since stopped arguing, and were staring intently at the two people who were chattering away. Seeing how Wu Zhi quickly stand up and return his chair to its original position, Jiang Yumian could only sit back down obediently and gesture towards Lu Shiyan. Come on, boss, continue. Lu Shiyan saw that the latest map was about to end, and without further delay, he clicked confirm and pressed the forward button on the control panel. But the sound of the jade pillar moving was different from what everyone had imagined. It wasn't the rustling of stone scraping against the floor, nor the clear, bell-like sound of jade clashing against jade, but silence. The sound of such a massive jade pillar, rubbing against the ground, was surprisingly silent. No one noticed the movement within the pillar beneath. If Jiang Yumian hadn't been right next to Lu Shiyan, she would have thought he hadn't pressed the button. No sound. How could that be possible? Jiang Yumian immediately had Lu Shiyan press the forward button again, and the result? It was truly silent, or nearly so. At least from the 7th floor, she couldn't hear a single sound. Jiang Yumian and the others were briefly stunned. Wow! They'd been tricked. Chapter 220. At this moment, although the little Lillian around them wasn't operating the machines, she was constantly observing the surroundings. She feared someone would suddenly break the current deadlock and seize the initiative. As expected, although she couldn't hear the discussion of Jiang Yumian and the others, she could still clearly see Lu Shiyan's movements. But why was there no sound when he operated the jade pillar? Little Lillian was very confused, but her hands began to try and randomly press a series of numbers, carefully testing. You don't know until you try, but once you do, you'll be shocked. There really is no sound. It was such a large jade pillar, with a male player weighing 100 to 200 kilograms tied to it, but the sound made by the entire jade pillar moving was not even as loud as the gentle shaking of her ankle bell. Little Lillian instantly became excited. While having the male servant start memorizing the route, she immediately reset the numbers of the passerby players and entered the numbers of the companions, who had not yet been rescued. Time was running out, so she only memorized a small portion of the route before manipulating the jade pillar with the machine, careening through the maze. But what she hadn't anticipated was, although the jade pillar made no sound as it moved, when it reached a dead end, a clear, melodious bell rang out. This sound, like a thief stepping on a bell-tightened anti-theft device, instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Not to mention number 272 hero, blindfolded, whose hearing seemed multiplied. He drew his bow and shot his arrow without hesitation, in one smooth motion. And his arrow wasn't aimed solely at one spot, but rather at the surrounding area of the bell. One after another, like a volley of arrows, several of them struck the jade pillar in quick succession. Instantly, the mechanism at the base of the jade pillar unlocked, and the pillar, along with the stakes atop it, descended, quickly disappearing from view. The next second, Butler Cheng's voice rang out. Little Lillian, the candidate, has lost a life. You must make your decision within 10 minutes, and the game continues. Little Lillian, With Little Lillian's impulsiveness, the other 8 candidates wouldn't even finish last in this round, meaning they wouldn't lose any lives. Everyone lost their minds, fearing that one misstep would lead to another, and they would perish alongside the last-place candidate. All the servants began carefully confirming the route for the candidates. Jiang Yumian, meanwhile, stared at Butler Cheng, who was standing on the 6th-floor staircase, lost in thought. First, there was the enormous commotion, the maze, and the sheer number of jade pillars. A series of bluffing rules followed, intimidating the players to the point of dread. Even in a normal life-or-death game, players wouldn't dare move, let alone save an unrelated person. As long as they weren't forced, who would want to gamble their lives? They weren't masochists or perverts. One had to admit, this system had thoroughly studied the selfish side of human nature. And that's why they were truly fooled. If they hadn't noticed the system's unusual features, they would probably have been frightened by the rules until the end, just as the system predicted. If only the 9 of them, plus the help of the think tank's butler, could have succeeded. If only she hadn't been intimidated by the rules at first. 2 hours, with the fierce competition among the candidates, plus the strategy routes that refreshed every 10 minutes. With a division of labor and cooperation, and memorizing 300 escape routes, it would have been more than enough time to save all the stakes. This presupposes that all 9 candidates participate in the game from the outset, working together as a united force. But now, with just half an hour, she wasn't sure. Jiang Yumian felt a chill down her spine as she thought about this, as if she had realized something even more terrifying than the game itself. This round of the game is only open to players of intermediate level and above, and these perverse and harsh rules are tailor-made for them. Because no player who reaches intermediate or advanced level is a naive and self-destructive player, and no one is willing to pay for everyone's trial and error in advance. Each player, if singled out, is likely a mid or high-level member of an organization, all highly organized and disciplined players. It is for this reason that this round of the game is a test of their humanity. However, advanced players have a fatal flaw. That is, their thinking is rigid. They don't think like newbies, fearlessly charging forward without regard for consequences or costs. Before taking any action, advanced players consider the various possible consequences, whether they can afford the costs, and whether they have the ability to bear them. If they can't afford it, they don't do it. If they can afford it, what will be the percentage of loss? This system tests human nature, tames players, and homogenizes them. This is terrifying. Wait, if that's the case. Breaking the established rules. Perhaps that's the difficulty of this round of the game. Jiang Yumian subconsciously began to recall everything Butler Chung had said to them before. Especially the warnings Butler Chung had given them. You can't go up to the 17th floor. Why can't you go up? No explanation. What would happen if you went up? No explanation either. Who can go up? Only the final king can enter. And where is the king? If they spent these 30 days competing for the title of king, then by the end of the competition, it would be the early morning of the 30th day of the game. By that time, even if a king was born among them, they would have long since left the game and this cruise ship. What was the purpose of the 17th floor then? The more Jiang Yumian thought about it, the more terrifying it became. She realized that after these rounds of the game, she had been gradually tamed by it, becoming obedient, following the rules, and solidifying her thoughts. If she had participated in the first round of the game, would she have been so obedient? No. Yes, no. Even if she had, she would have followed the rules while simultaneously pondering a million questions. Not like now, where she just did whatever the housekeeper said, and subconsciously circumvented the rules when the housekeeper said they were dangerous. Jiang Yumian's sudden leap to her feet startled Lu Shiyan and the others standing nearby. Lu Shiyan, what's wrong? Jiang Yumian, I suddenly had a bold idea. Lu Shiyan and the others looked bewildered. Huh? Lu Shiyan, tell me about it. Jiang Yumian instinctively wanted to take off running, but the next second she retreated and returned to her seat. Chapter 221. Everyone watched as Jiang Yumian pulled a pair of brand new white stockings from her red square bag, which she had worn today. Then, she returned to her seat, lifted her feet, and began to put them on without hesitation. Lu Shiyan, Yin Chongyun and the others, ? As Jiang Yumian put on her stockings, she solemnly whispered to Lu Shiyan and the others, wait, let me test this a little. As she spoke, Jiang Yumian, who had just put the stockings on her right foot, picked up a nearby fruit knife and, without hesitation, cut the red string bell tied to her left ankle. The candidates, shock. They could even cut the bell string? The red string bell, which Jiang Yumian had dropped on the ground, vanished in the blink of an eye and even returned to her ankle. The candidates felt relieved. But Jiang Yumian's point wasn't this, it was that the red string had returned, tied to the outside of the white stockings. Jiang Yumian jumped twice vigorously on the ground in her socks, then rubbed them against the ground several times to get a feel for her feet. Everyone, ? Just as everyone was stunned by Jiang Yumian's inexplicable and outrageous behavior, they didn't know. The girl's next behavior left them even more confused and shocked. How Wu Zhao? I don't understand. How could wearing socks make a white girl so happy? Lu Shiyan also shook his head, bewildered. Jiang Yumian strode towards the stairs, rushed in front of Butler Chung, and quickly climbed onto the podium in front of Butler Chung. She then raised her feet, showing off her newly changed socks. Everyone, wow! Zhou Chanmu was stunned and asked, what is she doing? Xin Qiran, how dare you? How Wu Zhao? Xiaobai, are you really messing with me? Butler Chung didn't show any sign of anger. He kept smiling and even looked at Jiang Yumian and politely reminded her, candidate, it's dangerous up there. Come down quickly. Jiang Yumian's eyes narrowed, and he tilted his head slightly to look at him, smiling. Butler Chung, would you be angry if I intruded on the party area? Butler Chung, Jiang Yumian didn't stand and continue the conversation. Instead, he quickly sat down at the podium, facing Butler Chung and asked, in other words, what constitutes disrupting the party and breaking the rules? Butler Chung, destroying the party? Jiang Yumian imitated his smile and said, yes, like this. As the girl spoke, she pulled the lever on the far right of the console. The button that activated the maze wall, and at the girl's touch, it descended at a visible speed. Soon, the entire fifth-floor open space was left with only the jade pillars that had once been trapped by the layers of maze walls. Jiang Yumian, does it count? Butler Chung, I don't understand what the candidate means. Jiang Yumian, if it doesn't count as ruining the party, then I win. Butler Chung, huh? Jiang Yumian turned to look at the 3-meter-tall jade pillars now standing in the hall. What I mean is that all the bets are now out, because the maze has disappeared. Butler Chung, Jiang Yumian, isn't that what you said in the rules 2 hours ago? We used the controller to help the bets on the jade pillars escape the maze, and the one with the highest points wins, right? Butler Chung smiled and said, yes, the controller was on your desk from the start. Jiang Yumian, however, spoke innocently, but you said so at the beginning, something about enhancing the candidate's gambling experience. But I think this controller is terrible, so I replaced it. Look, it's the one you're holding. Butler Chung said calmly, that's a foul. Really? Did I break the rules? Jiang Yumian scratched his head, bewildered. But which rule did I break? What's the penalty for breaking the rules? You didn't even explain it to us in advance. Butler Chung, Jiang Yumian, as a qualified butler, shouldn't you have laid out the rules before the game even begins? Hua Guangguang and Qian Duoduo, watching the action live in the chaotic space, were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Hua Guangguang, oh my god, idol, you're really confusing me with these questions. Not only Hua Guangguang, but even Qian Duoduo couldn't help but frown. These questions are hard for us to answer, let alone a robot whose sole job is to follow orders. Hua Guangguang, could it be possible that Idol has already guessed that Butler Chung is a robot? Given this girl's fear of death, do you think she'd do anything she's unsure of? Qian Duoduo said this, turning with a serious expression to manipulate the buttons on a large screen, muttering to herself. I'm afraid she won't destroy the main program for program 18,912? Hua Guangguang, upon hearing this, instantly stood up. No way. Program 18912 is a product we've been working on together for a long time. It's approved by the Lord God, and can be put into use. Moreover, this game was the first of its kind on the blue planet they were responsible for, featuring mid-level and advanced players from around the world. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes at him. If she's tricked you so many times, how reliable can the product we developed be? Qian Duoduo, report the live video footage immediately. I handle the follow-up issues surrounding the possible program crash in number 18912. While the chaotic space was in turmoil, Butler Chung in the game was still stuck on the previous questions, struggling to edit his responses. But Jiang Yumian's questions continued. Butler Chung, I won't make things difficult for you. We're all just employees. Let's put it another way. Butlers aren't supposed to make the rules. You're innocent, you're simply responsible for enforcing them. Then when loopholes in the rules arise, shouldn't we ask the person with the most power on this ship, our king, to make the decision and fix them? Butler Chung, yes. Jiang Yumian, the problem is, our king hasn't been born yet, so he can't make the decision. So can I understand that? In this round of the game, the loopholes in the rules can't be fixed. You can't prove I broke the rules, nor can you prove whether my method of saving the jade pillar was right or wrong. So, can you also understand that my method is temporarily feasible? Did I win? After saying this, Jiang Yumian blinked. Let's put it another way. Even if I don't win, it doesn't matter. You can't conclude that my method isn't feasible, right? Take these socks for example. You said I shouldn't wear them. They're for male servants, and they say walking barefoot is the highest honor. But if I wear them, will that make me a candidate for king inferior? Will they look down on me? Why would they look down on me? I just wanted to wear socks. Butler Chung, will you look down on me? I won't look down on you. Jiang Yumian, I know you're the best, Butler Chung. So, can I wear socks with my shoes from now on? Can you arrange it for me? Butler Chung, I. Butler Chung hadn't finished his words when Jiang Yumian said aggrievedly, Butler Chung, you haven't answered all the questions I asked you earlier. Ignoring so many questions from the candidate is also very impolite and incompetent. Can I interpret this as a lack of respect for me? The next second, Jiang Yumian looked at the elderly man in front of her and instantly fainted to the ground. Even Jiang Yumian was startled. Oh my. Everyone in the audience, shock. What? What a boast. Chapter 222. Butler Chung. Jiang Yumian was about to jump down to help the man, but suddenly, a ding-dong sound was heard, and a blue and white fluorescent screen appeared directly above the hall. Qian Duoduo's childish yet unmistakable voice slowly reached the ears of every player. Congratulations to candidate Noob for taking first place in this party game. You may select another better as your personal valet. Better number 272 will also be a candidate. After the first better is chosen, you may select 9 more valeters. Candidate Lillian, since you have the lowest score in this party game, 1 additional life will be deducted. Please do so within 10 minutes. Also, due to system maintenance required by Butler Chung, starting tomorrow, the daily morning party game will be permanently cancelled. The afternoon training session will be replaced with a self-study session, and players may choose to participate freely. From now on, valeters may follow candidates freely and obey their orders. Tomorrow, the free casino on the 10th floor will open. If a candidate is dissatisfied with a valeter or has set their sights on another candidate's valeter, they may place a bounty in the free casino for a life or death bet, engaging in a team swapping operation. I wish all candidates a happy time. Jiang Yeni, who had been waiting for Jiang Yumian's punishment from the system, was so shocked by the system's announcement that she stood up. Jiang Yeni? No, does that mean she wins? Qian Duo. Why not? Jiang Yumian felt like laughing at Qian Duo's sarcastic tone. Yeah, why not? How can unyielding Rose say I don't win? Where does it count? Why doesn't it count? Or do you not want me to save these jade pillars? But several of the players tied to these bets are members of your group, Thorns. Jiang Yeni had just witnessed someone's rhetoric, so how could she possibly retort? Especially Jiang Yumian's provocative final words, which made her instinctively turn her head to Yan Chengyun, who was also standing nearby. Sure enough, the man frowned, his eyes gloomy as he looked at her. Jiang Yeni quickly turned to look at Jiang Yumian. This is our personal grudge. Stop trying to sow discord here. Jiang Yumian, really? Then the manservant I'm choosing this round will be? Look, number 138, Hui. Jiang Yeni, Huo Lishuan, suddenly called upon, looked at the woman standing at the podium, who had saved him from danger with just one casual remark, and felt a mixture of emotions. At the same time, Qian Duo's voice continued, due to the special nature of this party game, you now have a special privilege. Even if you choose to save only this one person, you be the first person to be saved in the maze. Alternatively, you can choose to save all 300 betters. However, I remind you that the subsequent difficulty will be proportional to the number of people involved. The more people there are, the harder it may be, or the fewer people, the harder it may be. You can choose who to save. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the nearly 300 betters, who had thought they had completely survived, rose to their throats again. They were speechless, and could only gaze at the girl with anticipation. Jiang Yumian glanced around, seemingly hesitating about who to save. Great, I don't recognize any of them. In fact, after looking for so long, I'm a little blinded. Lu Shiyan and the others had said that these 300 gamblers wouldn't die. If she didn't curry favor with the various teams and earn some small favors, she wouldn't be Jiang Yumian. Besides, she wasn't the type to offend people for no reason and cause them trouble. Jiang Yumian waved her hand. Save them all. It's easy. Qian Duo, okay. From now on, the buffet restaurant on the 9th floor will offer unlimited cooked food at any time of the day. If the candidates aren't used to it, there's a self-service kitchen with fresh ingredients for everyone to choose from. Please bring your male servants to the 9th floor restaurant for your meal. After Jiang Yumian and her group arrived at the restaurant, they immediately found a seat near the buffet area. Lu Shiyan and the others were very conscientious and stood up to go to the cooked food area to pick out their food. Jiang Yumian took this opportunity to activate her Prajna hairpin to check the favorability of several nearby candidates. Although she wasn't intentionally trying to boost her favorability, but the foreigners, needless to say, had single-digit scores. Little Lillian's was 0. Jiang Shiling's favorability rating for her was still negative, at -32. Even more outrageous, Jiang Yeni's favorability rating was -72. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. How much did her good sister hate her? Jiang Yumian instinctively turned around, searching for Jiang Mei. Looking at her favorability rating, she saw it was 62. It had gone up again. Disgusting. Her good sister was still the most reliable. But Jiang Yumian's gaze quickly settled on Zhou Chan. Zhou Chan's favorability rating was 39. Jiang Yumian was shocked. She didn't seem to have much contact with this Zhou's sister, yet her favorability rating was already 39. Oh, so shy. Jiang Yumian subconsciously propped up her chin, staring blankly at Zhou Chan with starry eyes. When Zhou Chan caught her flirtatious glance from the corner of her eye, she froze again, then hurriedly lowered her head to eat her food. Jiang Yumian looked at the 39 favorability rating above her head, which suddenly turned to 40. Jiang Yumian was instantly amused. Wow, this sister is so adorable. Jiang Yumian even began to think seriously. Lu Shiyan, what are you thinking about? Jiang Yumian, lost in thought, subconsciously replied, I'm wondering if I get beaten for stealing someone's wife. The next second, Lu Shiyan sat down in front of her, food in hand. That wasn't the point. The point was, the number above Lu Shiyan's head startled Jiang Yumian. 0. What does 0 mean? Jiang Yumian said sternly, Boss Lu, you absolutely have no heart. After so many days of sharing life and death, his favorability towards her couldn't even compare to her sister Zhou's. Great. No man is trustworthy. The next second, Hao Wuzhao, his favorability rating of 86 hovering above his head, sat down in front of Lu Shiyan and asked in confusion, What do you mean by heartless? Great. Only Lu Shiyan is unreliable. At this moment, Lu Shiyan pushed another plate full of food towards Jiang Yumian and replied to Hao Wuzhao, I don't know what she's talking about. Jiang Yumian felt that looking at the stats on the hairpin too much was interfering with normal communication, so she immediately turned it off. What did she care about Lu Shiyan's favorability rating? It was good enough that he could bring her food. It's just that Lu Shiyan should have a lot of skills, right? She can't use any of them, which is a pity. The Prajna hairpin now accumulates skill learning opportunities every 5 days, and can only be used by players with a favorability rating of 40 or above. Thankfully, whether in real life or in the game, each day she experienced counted as one. Otherwise, she worried that if she counted one real day, she only experienced 3 real days after completing one round of the game, and how long would it take her to accumulate a permanent skill? Right now, she only accumulated enough for one time. After tonight, she'd be able to accumulate another. She could use 3 learned skills at once, so she had to save them for when she needed to save her life. Chapter 223. Jiang Yumian began to eat her meal seriously, and the little mute sat down beside her with his plate. Qi Xinghui and Zhuang Tianjiao, who had been following the little mute all the way, immediately followed and sat beside him, continuing to practice their clumsy new sign language. Qi Xinghui, join our team, red sugar rice cake. Zhuang Tianjiao, our team benefits are great, why don't you take a look? Yu Xingwen immediately shook his head. Qi Xinghui, as for the benefits, we can discuss any aspect that you're dissatisfied with. At this moment, Yu Xingwen suddenly reached out and cautiously poked Jiang Yumian's arm. Jiang Yumian, who had just stuffed 2 mouthfuls of rice, turned around in confusion and gestured quickly. What's going on? Yu Xingwen, I heard you started a team. Can I join? Qi Xinghui, question mark. Zhuang Tianjiao, question mark. Jiang Yumian quickly shook her head and gestured. No, I don't have the money to pay you. Go join another team. Yu Xingwen, I don't want any money. It's free. Jiang Yumian subconsciously raised an eyebrow. Is there such a good thing? Yu Xingwen nodded seriously twice, interlaced his fingers, and tapped them lightly, replying, Lu Shiyan, holding his chopsticks, quietly watched the two of them exchange sweet nothings in sign language. He couldn't eat a single bite of his rice. Hao Wuzhou, completely clueless about sign language, was also bewildered. He subconsciously nudged Lu Shiyan next to him with his shoulder. Brother Lu, what's going on? Lu Shiyan, nothing. Hao Wuzhou followed his gaze for a long moment. This doesn't look like nothing's wrong. Jiang Yumian had been threatening Yu Xingwen for quite a while, saying that joining her group would not only mean no food, but also require all sorts of labor, yet he agreed. After 2 rounds of games with this mute, she felt she had a clearer understanding of him. He's a nice guy. Jiang Yumian was quite pleased with his willingness to pay her, and even pay her back. She then checked his favorability rating. Wow! It's already 89, okay. Try it out first, then ask to leave if it doesn't work out. He hadn't even officially joined yet, and Jiang Yumian had already assigned him his first mission. Jiang Yumian, come back to my room after dinner. Lu Shiyan, question mark. Lu Shiyan, who had been keeping quiet until then, suddenly lost his composure. What about me? Jiang Yumian, you and all of you, go back to your rooms and rest. I call you if I need you. Are you kidding? So many people staying in the room watching her sleep? She couldn't sleep, Jiang Yumian said, as if suddenly reminiscing. Forget it, you all wait outside. The game's going to be a bit more challenging tonight, so don't stray too far. Little mute, come back to my room with me. As expected, her newly hired male servant would probably be bathing in the medicine pool again, so she needed someone to keep an eye on Huo Lishuan. Little Mute was obviously the most suitable. He was quiet and obedient, unlike some unreliable guy who would take advantage of someone in the middle of the night and claim it was even. It's happily decided. Jiang Yumian was almost full. You guys eat first. I'm going upstairs to bed. Jiang Yi frowned as she looked in the direction Jiang Yumian had left, then subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Shaoling. Jiang Shaoling, at this moment, gave her a puzzled look. She has an exam soon, so she doesn't want the wooden box reward? Jiang Yini, that's perfect. Now all we need is Shou Chan. Jiang Yumian had no idea how bloody the afternoon class competition would be. At that moment, she didn't even bother to compete, and headed straight for the 17th floor. Once the elevator opened at the 17th floor, she didn't even need to get out to observe the situation. Because the elevator was completely sealed off by a white wall. Only a small, square area remained for exiting the elevator. The strangest thing was, there was no entrance, no doors or windows, no ventilation at all. Jiang Yumian saw this, feeling something was amiss, and instead of exiting the elevator, she pressed the button for the 16th floor again. If the white wall sealed the elevator entrance, then there must be another entrance to the 17th floor. After reaching the 16th floor, Jiang Yumian opened the emergency exit next to the elevator, and prepared to climb to the 17th floor on foot. But when she opened the door to the 17th floor, all she saw was a sealed white wall. Could there be another entrance? Jiang Yumian instinctively continued to climb. The moment she opened the door, a salty sea breeze, tinged with the midday heat, hit her face. As soon as Jiang Yumian stepped outside, she was so overwhelmed by the beauty that she couldn't move her feet. The view before her was 1,000 times more powerful than the stunning scenes in the movies, and it even briefly made her forget her purpose for climbing. The azure sky was dotted with fluffy clouds, swarmed by seabirds, and from the shimmering sea, pale pink dolphins occasionally surfaced to play. At that moment, she felt as if she were a tiny, insignificant speck of dust on a vast ocean. Unbeknownst to her, on the 17th floor, just below her feet, the bodies of the 46 deceased players, and the hundreds of beasts, immersed in a pool of medicine, were gradually being melted by the special potion. They melted into the water, vanishing, and then the water seemed to come alive, reassembling itself and recreating them. And in another pool beside them, 299 severely injured players were also recovering at a visible rate. Jiang Yumian took a breath, wandered around, and after finding nothing amiss, she returned to the 16th floor as night fell. At that moment, the entire corridor, outside the room on the 16th floor, was practically occupied by the candidates' male servants. To be more precise, a fight had already begun. The Yin Chengyun and Qi Xinghui teams were almost at loggerheads. Jiang Yumian, shock. What's going on? What's going on? Jiang Yumian immediately squeezed in next to Hao Wuzhou. Brother Hao, what's going on? Hao Wuzhou, seeing her approach, immediately said, we don't know either. We heard that during the candidate exam this afternoon, Zhou Chan suddenly fell unconscious, allowing Jiang Yini from the Thorn team to obtain the wooden box. And now Zhou Chan hasn't woken up yet. Qi Xinghui and Zhou Chan's fiancé came to confront Yin Chengyun. The two teams ended up fighting again after a disagreement. Jiang Yumian, Yin Chengyun. Hasn't he always been with you? Hao Wuzhou nodded. Yes, always. And now Qi Xinghui suspects they colluded during lunch. Jiang Yumian, does Yin Chengyun seem like the type to do something but not admit it? Shin Qiran, not really. Qi Xinghui seems like someone who would resort to slander and shift the blame. But judging by their nervousness, Zhou Chan's coma doesn't seem staged, and now Jiang Yini is also unconscious. Without any witnesses, it's hard to judge. Chapter 224. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow when she heard that Jiang Yini had also fainted. She fainted too? Shin Qiran nodded. Yes, she opened the wooden box and took a look. Then she suddenly screamed and fainted in front of everyone. Qi Xinghui tested her and found she was truly unconscious, not faking. Even the contents of the wooden box were visible to all of us. If she had feigned unconsciousness, we wouldn't have been able to easily obtain the useful information. Jiang Yumian, what was in the wooden box? Hao Wuzhou, just a note that said, watch your step. Jiang Yumian, that's all? Hao Wuzhou and the others nodded. Yes, that's all. Watch your step? What's under your step? Jiang Yumian suddenly remembered the strange feeling on the soles of her feet in the restaurant. The touch of her fingers set alarm bells blaring, and she abandoned her attention to the spectacle. She quickly called out, come on, follow me into the room. Boss Lu, go in and bring Yin Chengyun back. Jiang Yumian said, as she opened the door, and urged the servants inside. She also instructed the foreign friends in English. The 5 of you will guard the door. Shin Chiron instinctively tried to enter the room as well, but Jiang Yumian grabbed him by the collar from behind. Chiron, go to Jiang Mei and protect her. Tell her to stop watching the spectacle and go back. Shin Chiron paused, resentful. Got it. After Jiang Yumian finally led Lu Shiyan and Yin Chengyun into the room, she said, Brother Qi. We can settle accounts anytime. The most important thing now is to protect Zhou Chan. Don't leave her alone. Even inside the room, it's not completely safe. There might be something dirty on the floor we can't see. Qi Xinghui was about to start a quarrel, but after hearing Jiang Yumian's words, he reached out to stop the team member from grabbing at Jingji's collar and quickly retreated back to the room. After Jiang Yumian closed the door and turned around, she saw Huo Lishuan standing soaking wet in the medicine pool. He said coldly to Yin Chengyun, Brother Yin, I want to quit Jingji. Jiang Yumian, ? What's going on? Jiang Yumian subconsciously moved towards Hao Wuzhao and Lu Shiyan. What's going on? Before they could say anything, Yin Chengyun was overwhelmed by the successive events, and his tone was no longer pleasant. Yin Chengyun, reason. Huo Lishuan, people with different ideals cannot work together. I'm tired of being surrounded by thorns and annoying people. I have to worry about how to maintain good relationships every day. If I can't manage my relationships well, I'd be isolated and targeted. This is completely different from the promise you made to me that only the most capable will be given the right to take the position. Yin Chengyun, you're getting promoted to deputy leader next month. Isn't that the right for the most capable? At this point, Huo Lishuan chose to remain silent. Sorry, I'm not happy. Hao Wuzhao couldn't help but cough lightly. Captain Yin, let me interrupt. I always wondered. Huo Lishuan is about to become deputy leader, but why is he still relying on Xiao Baibao? Don't you understand? Jiang Yumian, suddenly being trolled, was at a loss. Yin Chengyun, what's the big deal? I'm being trolled by Xiao Baibao too. Hao Wuzhao, but what about Zhuang Tianjiu and the others? Let's not talk about Zhuang Tianjiu, who's of a higher rank than Huo Lishuan. I see that Jiang Yini and all her male servants are of lower rank than Huo Lishuan, and one seems to be even lower. Oh, is Jiang Yini deliberately targeting Huo Yi? It seems she's just trying to be nice. That incident just now was caused by Jiang Yini. Yin Chengyun, Hao Wuzhao, oh Yin Chengyun, although I know she was your brother's last wish, you're spoiling her like crazy. That's totally unnecessary. Taking good care of her can mean other things, but you have to give her a group to play with. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Yin Chengyun, Jiang Yumian was surprised by Hao Wuzhao's barrage of sarcastic and piercing remarks. She had always thought of Hao Wuzhao as a rude, straight-laced, strong man, but she didn't expect his words to put even a liberal arts student like her to shame. What the hell? A tough guy with a soft heart. Jiang Yumian subconsciously whispered to Lu Shiyan, I didn't expect Brother Hao to have such a delicate heart, even more delicate than a girl's. Is he so perceptive? Lu Shiyan tilted his head slightly and whispered in Jiang Yumian's ear, he usually loves reading women's romance novels. Maybe he understands a little bit. Jiang Yumian's eyes widened instantly. Wow! What about you, boss? Do you read women's romance novels too? Lu Shiyan, no. Jiang Yumian shook her head helplessly. No wonder, you look like you're not very good. Lu Shiyan, ? Jiang Yumian quickly added, I'm talking about low emotional intelligence. Her favorability rating is already 0. How can her emotional intelligence be good? TSK, what a waste of a good-looking face. Yin Chengyun pondered for a long moment before continuing, after this round, I let her leave thorns. Huo Lishuan, as you wish, I'm determined to leave. Even if she leaves, there might be another Jiang Yini in the future. Too many people means too much trouble. Right now, I just want to find a quiet place to retire. Yin Chengyun didn't try to persuade her to stay. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Jiang Yumian finally spoke. Now that your business is settled, it's my turn. Our first priority is to get through this round together. Jiang Yumian spoke, unburdening her of her thoughts and the strange events that had occurred in the restaurant earlier. After that, the 5 of them fell silent. Yin Chengyun, so you're saying the difficulty of this round might be closely related to the floor. If you find the entrance to the 17th floor, it's very likely that you can clear this round? Jiang Yumian nodded. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. Talking to smart people is so easy. Of course, this is all just speculation, but it's definitely better to be more careful. Do you have any other questions? Hao Wuzhou suddenly raised his hand and said, I just have one. Jiang Yumian, go ahead. Hao Wuzhou, does the floor really lick your feet? Lu Shiyan also nodded, listening intently. The question of foot licking was so serious that Jiang Yumian felt a little embarrassed. It's just a fleeting licking. I don't know how to describe it. How about you all take off your socks and try it? The next second, the 5 men sitting on the sofa instantly lifted their feet and scrambled away from the ground, clearly terrified. Jiang Yumian, you're making her look unclean. That's too much. Chapter 225. Jiang Yumian didn't bother to argue with them. Furious, she hurried into the bathroom with her clothes. While showering, she scrubbed her feet until they were red and peeling. Though Jiang Yumian wasn't used to having 5 more people in the room, she had to endure it. After all, her life was at stake. Thinking of this, even climbing into bed felt a sense of relief. With 5 bodyguards protecting her closely, the sense of security was undeniable. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew quieter. Lu Shiyan took up the single sofa next to the bed as a personal resting place. He felt helpless watching Jiang Yumian sleep so soundly. They really treated them like bodyguards. Lu Shiyan huddled on the sofa, counting the time until midnight. As the clock ticked by, nothing seemed to be happening around him. Suddenly, a drop of murky black water dripped onto the back of his hand. A chilling sensation made Lu Shiyan turn his head suddenly, looking up at the ceiling. The once whitewashed ceiling was now covered in a patch of murky, gray-black liquid, as if the waterproofing from above hadn't been done properly. It was spreading rapidly around the ceiling at a visible speed. Lu Shiyan suddenly felt something was amiss. He pulled 2 tissues from the bedside table, quickly wiped the liquid from the back of his hand, and said to the people in the room, Wu Zhao, wake everyone up. Hao Wuzhou quickly stood up. Brother Lu, what's wrong? Lu Shiyan strode towards the bed, replying, the ceiling. Hao Wuzhou looked up. Holy shit. When did this ceiling get moldy? No, is there a flood upstairs? Jiang Yumian had just woken up, and as she sat up, she saw the medicine pool not far behind Hao Wuzhou. Suddenly, 3 slender black jets of water rose up, gradually intertwining and merging in the air, forming an increasingly thick rope. Soon, the black water column took shape, as if it had developed a form of intelligence, knowing it would be easily spotted in midair. It blended in with the surroundings, curving downward, flowing along the bathtub and the floor, rapidly heading for the person closest to it. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian threw back the covers, and quickly got out of bed. Brother Hao, get out of the way. Everyone, who had been looking up at the ceiling, instinctively turned to look at Hao Wuzhou. At the same time, Hao Wuzhou also turned in confusion. But before he could see what it was, he felt someone grab his neck from behind, and then he was being dragged backwards at a rapid speed. As he was being dragged backwards, Hao Wuzhou instinctively tried to use his skills to attack the person behind him, but there was no one behind him. Even as he tried to rip the hand off his neck with brute force, he pulled nothing but air. Not air, but a handful of black water. His brute force and martial arts skills were useless. Hao Wuzhou was stunned. Those who wanted to help were also dumbfounded. Yin Chengyan hurled a wooden chair at the monster, but it simply passed through the water column and landed on the ground with a clang. His full-strength attack did absolutely nothing to the monster's water. Jiang Yumian, Everyone watched as Hao Wuzhou was dragged into the medicine pool by the monster. Hao Wuzhou tried to struggle, but the water surface coalesced into countless hands, pressing him back into the black water. Hao Wuzhou, gurgle gurgle. Lu Shiyan, smash the tank. Jiang Yumian instinctively ran to the wall, yanked down the curtains, and rushed to help. Clang! There was a sound. With everyone's concerted efforts, a crack quickly appeared in the bathtub. Cracks opened up in an instant, shattering the enormous tub into countless pieces. The black liquid inside quickly spread across the floor, and Hao Wuzhou, nearly suffocating, reappeared before everyone. Lu Shiyan and Yin Chengyan quickly pulled the unconscious Hao Wuzhou from the water. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the black water on the ground began to slowly rise, as it had at the beginning, in countless thin columns. Everyone exclaimed, shock. Lu Shiyan, who was performing CPR on Hao Wuzhou, frowned, but he had no choice but to save him first. At this moment, Jiang Yumian, who was running towards the group holding a curtain, shouted, get out of the way. The curtain fell directly to the ground. The columns of water, about to form pairs of small hands, were temporarily crushed by the curtains that spread across the floor. Jiang Yumian was delighted. This method works. But soon, after being absorbed by the curtains, the black water slowly resurfaced above them, even showing signs of converging into a single point. This reminded Jiang Yumian of the holy river water that had converged into a single point during the abandoned dungeon. But this time, the black water was noticeably more bizarre. The holy river water merely produced black scales that parasitized the human body. It wasn't inherently terrifying. But this black water could form all sorts of shapes, and even possess the strength to rapidly drag an adult man weighing 100 to 200 kilograms. Cough cough. Hao Wuja coughed violently twice before regaining consciousness. Yan Chengyun, we can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. Protected by the others, Jiang Yumian quickly retreated toward the door. As soon as they opened the door, it was clear. It wasn't just their team that was experiencing this situation. Every team had a few people in a state of panic and disarray. Before Jiang Yumian could even leave the room, the bells on the other candidates' feet suddenly rang several times louder than usual. It was as if they were carrying a super loudspeaker. Jiang Yumian, shock. The sound gave her a very ominous feeling, and it reminded her of Butler Cheng's previous warning to them. The bells will ring especially loudly after midnight. Candidates, please refrain from wandering around, lest you disturb anything you shouldn't. At the same time, the several hundred square meters of black pool on the 17th floor began to surge violently. The 300 players in the pool suddenly opened their eyes. At the same time, announcements blared from every corner of the cruise ship. From now on, the completely abandoned valet player has 8 hours to usurp the throne. Kill the candidate, and become the candidate. The melodious bell sound will help you pinpoint your location. Then, from now on, strike back. All valets, please note, the candidate's health is now tied to yours. If the candidate is injured or dies, the valet will also be injured or killed immediately. If the valet is injured and the candidate is uninjured, the wound will heal quickly based on the severity of the injury. The valet can also be revived at the spot of death, with the minimum healing time being 10 minutes. If a valet does not wish to share life and death with the candidate, they can go to the 5th floor to sign a betrayal card. Once the betrayal card is activated, the candidate and the valet's life are no longer bound, and the betraying valet also has the right to kill the candidate and usurp the throne. Jiang Yumian, At that moment, Jiang Yumian had another realization. No wonder this crappy game exploits them every day, playing on the nitpicking points of the gamblers. First, they were elevated to a position of superiority in the eyes of the servants, possessing a resentful degree of absolute power. Then, they arbitrarily gambled the servants' lives and deaths in every round of the game, trampling upon their dignity. Even for this moment. To arouse the hatred of all the servants towards all the candidates and their desire for power, and then to trigger a massive, all-out war. Chapter 226. Players were chasing them in front, monsters were dragging people away from behind. The candidates were now extremely nervous, and they all rushed to the elevators and emergency exits. As Jiang Yumian desperately ran downstairs, she felt completely unsure about these temporary servants. You won't betray me, will you? Hao Wujiao, how could that be? Lu Shiyan was about to deny it when Jiang Yumian added, You haven't even thought of betraying me, have you? Lu Shiyan, who had just been discussing with Yan Chengyun about killing a few candidates to secure their spot, said, Yan Chengyun wasn't used to lying, and now he remained silent, feeling guilty. Jiang Yumian's heart sank even more as she watched everyone's reactions. She quickly tried to make amends, saying, It's okay if you had those thoughts before. We still have to go through this together. Just don't let them get to you. Seeing her utterly nervous expression, Lu Shiyan couldn't help but feel a bit of a teasing urge, but he said, somewhat hesitantly, Well, it's hard to say. Jiang Yumian, ? Hard to say? What does hard to say mean? Jiang Yumian's steps were a little shaky as she descended the stairs. Boss, don't tease me. Lu Shiyan was about to speak when a loud crashing noise was heard from above. Everyone still in the hallway hurried down the stairs, looking up at the rooftops. Jiang Yumian, upon hearing the noise, immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Someone seems to be smashing the wall on the 17th floor. Hao Wujiao, who would be smashing the wall when everyone's trying to escape? Jiang Yumian, what if it's coming from the inside of the 17th floor? Everyone fell silent almost simultaneously, then suddenly said in unison, All 300 players are on the 17th floor. Jiang Yumian, I always thought the 17th floor might have a shelter or something, but I didn't expect it to be a resting base for the high-stakes players. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Teams of candidates gradually emerged from the security gates on each floor. Some ran so fast that they even left them several floors behind. Now, Jiang Yumian was the only candidate left with a large group in the security passage. Yin Chungyun also quickly opened a security gate and let everyone in. Yin Chungyun, shouldn't we discuss where to run? Lu Shiyin, the bells under her feet will ring when she moves, so we just have to find a place to hide. Jiang Yumian nodded breathlessly in agreement. It's okay. I can hide for 8 hours. Lu Shiyin, I'm worried. If the daily manhunt will increase. Jiang Yumian, Yin Chungyun, then let's split up. Lu Shiyin, you Wu Zhao Xingwen, take Xiaobai to find the location. I take Li Xuan to find weapons. I meet you later. As for them, one of the 5 foreign servants suddenly raised his hand and spoke in English. Let's go find weapons too. Yin Chungyun, okay. Jiang Yumian watched quietly as Yin Chungyun and his men returned to the safe corridor and closed the door. Lu Shiyin, did you already know they wouldn't come back after they left? Jiang Yumian, well, I have a pretty good idea of my own importance. I'm not stupid. Lu Shiyin, you didn't try to stop them? If stopping them works. Jiang Yumian said this self-deprecatingly, then turned to the 3 of them and kindly reminded them, if you want to go to the 5th floor, hurry up now. Otherwise, when the players from the 17th floor come down, you have a hard time getting there. Hao Wuzhou, Xiaobai, what are you talking about? We're all friends. Hao Wuzhou, come on, I take you to a good spot to hide. Jiang Yumian was so moved that she almost peed her eyes. Brother Hao is so kind. I really. Jiang Yumian hadn't finished her words when a loud rumbling sound came from the hallway. It sounded like a piece of wall had fallen, tumbling down the stairs and rattling. Go, go! Jiang Yumian was about to turn around when Yu Xingwen squatted down in front of her and turned to look at her, his eyes seeming to signal her to come up. Jiang Yumian knew he wanted to carry her on his back, so that she wouldn't run and the bell wouldn't shake too noticeably. But, little mute, I know you're anxious, but wait. Even if she shouted in his ear, he couldn't hear her thoughts. Jiang Yumian was about to sign to reject him, but the next second, someone beside her quickly grabbed her by the waist and scooped her up like a princess. Jiang Yumian, shock. Hao Wuzhou, shock. Woohoo! Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment. Boss Lu Yu. A certain man, striding forward with a deadpan expression, said, Don't call me boss anymore. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Jiang Yumian, why? Weren't we used to hearing that? Lu Shiyin, would you date your boss? Jiang Yumian immediately thought of all the bizarre and wicked capitalists she encountered in her part-time job and shook her head in horror. Who would want to date their boss? I'm lucky I didn't curse him behind his back, but how could I date him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I never date a dog, I never date my boss. Lu Shiyin's face darkened. Then stopped yelling. Jiang Yumian suddenly realized something and joked, Boss, what you're saying is really suggestive. You're definitely not interested in me, are you? Lu Shiyin suddenly stopped, his expression a little uneasy. Being interested in you. Isn't that good? Jiang Yumian, question mark. At the same time, Hao Wuzhou, not far ahead, suddenly called out, Brother Lu. Here, there's a dressing room where we can hide. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked away and quickly changed the subject, saying, Hurry, hurry. I'm coming. The moment Jiang Yumian landed, the bell rang again. Jiang Yumian could only cover the bell with her hand and limped into the closet. The closet was large, easily enough for 2 people. Hao Wuzhou instinctively wanted Lu Shiyin to go in, but unexpectedly, Lu Shiyin shoved him in as well. Brother Lu Yu. As Lu Shiyin closed the closet door, he said sternly, You look a little pale. Rest first. We stay nearby the same. Okay. Hao Wuzhou was so moved that he almost peed himself. The moment the closet door closed, Hao Wuzhou suddenly said, bewildered, Xiaobai, did you notice just now? Brother Lu's ears suddenly turned red. No, his face seemed red too. Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. Did he? No. Hao Wuzhou, yes. Chapter 227. Jiang Yumian felt strangely guilty. Maybe I'm too heavy, and he's too weak. He's too tired to hold me for a while? Hao Wuzhou, How is that possible? Although Lu Shiyin wasn't as much of a fitness fanatic as him, spending time at the gym, his actual strength was no less than his. Hao Wuzhou patted his chest and said, I'm not exaggerating. Someone like you, Xiaobai, can carry 4 or 5 with one hand, and Brother Lu can at least carry 4 with one hand. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian, wow, you guys are awesome. Is she a little chicken? She just picked it up. Over the shit. In the pitch darkness, Jiang Yumian carefully groped for the clothes around her. She even found many clothes still in their packaging behind her. While Hao Wuja wasn't looking, she quietly stored them all away. This storage instantly freed up a lot of space in the closet, giving Jiang Yumian more room to move around and stretch her legs a little more. An hour later, there was no movement outside the closet, and Jiang Yumian felt like she was almost asleep. Just as she was about to doze off, there was a sudden movement outside. The bell outside rang loudly enough for Jiang Yumian to hear from a great distance. The two people inside the closet sat up straight, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyan, hiding in a wooden box not far from the door, peered out through the narrow crack in the box. Dozens of gambling players, having already changed out of their servant uniforms and donned pure black night clothes, all with fierce expressions, hurriedly pursued the people ahead. Lu Shiyan remembered this candidate, the blonde, blue-eyed little Lillian, who had stopped on the 14th floor when she escaped. Now that they tracked down the gambling players here, the upper floors must have been completely occupied by them. This clearly wasn't good news. Little Lillian had already reached the elevator door, protected by 4 or 5 LA men fighting desperately. Lu Shiyan frowned slightly. At this point, the safe passage was clearly the most time-efficient way to escape. But now, she could only wait in front of the 2 elevator doors. If nothing unexpected happened, the escape route would likely have been occupied by the gambling players. Lu Shiyan felt the situation was becoming increasingly dire, especially when he noticed that the weapons wielded by the candidate's valet men would quickly heal even the most severe wounds on the gambling players. It was as if they possessed an extremely strong healing ability. They couldn't be killed, and the escape route was limited. If all the escape routes were occupied by the betting players, the game would truly be over. As expected, the moment the elevator Lillian was waiting for arrived and opened, all 20 players in the 2 elevators rushed out. The unprotected foreigner was now a lamb to be slaughtered by wolves. At this moment, many other players also rushed out of the corridor's emergency exit door, blocking her last escape route. The consequences were predictable. But these foreigners' punishment for the female players went beyond killing them. The following scene was disgusting and unsightly, truly nauseating. These foreigners even came up with a new tactic: no internal competition, but a selection. Whoever could kill her would be the candidate. Lu Shiyan frowned instantly and looked away, his gaze fixed on the doorway to the dressing room. Another hour later, the cruise ship's public address system began to broadcast. Candidate Little Lillian and her 5 servants have all been killed. Player number 17 becomes the new candidate and can freely choose 5 of her servants to serve as valets. They will also receive a 1-day shield, protecting them from attack for a day. At this moment, player number 17 suddenly sighed, put his pants back on, and helplessly spoke to the others in a foreign language. What bad luck. I haven't had enough fun yet. Does anyone want to be a valet? The other players shook their heads. I think chasing people is more fun than being chased. Player number 17, alright, I find a valet somewhere else. The other players also prepared to disperse. Alright, let's continue the search from this floor down. Lu Shiyan's eyes darkened, and suddenly he saw a blazing fire erupting from the spot where little Lillian and the others' bodies lay. The gamblers still lingering nearby seemed to notice it as well, and hurriedly and cautiously moved toward the flames. The flames quickly faded, and the bodies of the several men vanished, leaving only 6 bone tools of varying shapes. The fire seemed to have burned only the bodies, leaving not even a speck of black ash on the smooth ground. Lu Shiyan? The gamblers were also deeply puzzled and gathered around to discuss. What is this? I don't know. It doesn't look like anything good. How about we hide it? Okay. Lu Shiyan watched as one of the gamblers reached for the weapon, and the next second, ah! A scream erupted. The player clutched his wrist in pain, groaning on the ground. What Lu Shiyan was most curious about was the wound on his palm, which looked like a severe burn and showed no signs of healing. The players, once incredibly arrogant, suddenly felt wary of the 6 bone weapons. Lu Shiyan watched as several other players began to search for cloth. He had a testing player wrap their weapons with cloth, and then began searching for a suitable hiding place. As they searched, what a coincidence! The player holding the weapon trotted directly towards the wooden box where Lu Shiyan was hiding. The others began to work together, searching the rooms on this floor for the candidate. As soon as the player opened the box, the next second, he and his weapon were dragged directly into the box, head first. Lu Shiyan casually grabbed the cloth through the other end of his weapon and stabbed it into the player's head. Before he could even scream, he died in agony. Lu Shiyan quickly stripped the player's clothes, then, wrapped in his weapon, dug himself out of the wooden box. He carefully closed the box and the corpse, then returned to the dressing room. Meanwhile, Hao Wuzhao, hiding in the closet, swallowed twice upon hearing the door open. Jiang Yumian, holding a long scarf, poised for action. As the door opened, Hao Wuzhao immediately threw a punch. Jiang Yumian, not to be outdone, threw the heavy scarf outward, blocking the player's view, and then delivered a kick. The key was to catch the player by surprise. Hao Wuzhao, oh wow! Take this incredible Wing Chun punch from me. Jiang Yumian, Ada. Look at me kicking you to death. And then? Lu Shiyan caught Hao Wuzhao's punch, but couldn't dodge the scarf covering his face. Just as he was about to pull it off with his other hand, Jiang Yumian kicked him square in the face. Lu Shiyan, Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian. Chapter 228. Hao Wuzhao, feeling the pain, rushed out of the closet to support Lu Shiyan, saying with concern, "Brother Lu, are you dead?" Jiang Yumian had actually recognized Lu Shiyan the moment she kicked him, but her leg had already struck out. Although the kick was restrained, it struck a vulnerable part. The blow was a real one. Jiang Yumian was so frightened, she nearly fell to her knees. I'm sorry. Lu Shiyan's weapons had already fallen to the ground, and he couldn't help them. He leaned against the wall, and said with a look of despair, "Well done." Jiang Yumian, ? Hao Wuzhao, ? Hao Wuzhao, Brother Lu, did you get kicked silly? Lu Shiyan endured the pain and took 2 deep breaths. I'm fine. The bell ringing is so obvious. I discovered that gambling players have a special sensitivity to the bell ringing. They can even pinpoint which floor the bell rings from. Don't move unless absolutely necessary. There are about 32 betting players outside right now, which isn't a lot. Yu Xingwen and I will be responsible for leading them away. Wu Xiao, you protect her. Lu Shiyan said this, turning to stare at Jiang Yumian with a resentful look, gnashing his teeth and praising her. That was great just now. If someone opens the cabinet door later, treat them the same way you did just now, understand? How could Jiang Yumian dare to object? She simply nodded, okay. Lu Shiyan was about to bend down to pick up his weapon, but then seemed to freeze. Hao Wuzhao immediately understood his painful stubbornness and, understandingly, picked up the equipment scattered on the floor. Lu Shiyan was just about to tell him not to touch it directly, but Hao Wuzhao not only picked up the weapon, but also examined it carefully. Brother Lu, what kind of weapon is this? It looks like it's made of bone. How strange. Lu Shiyan, it's made of human bones. It was developed by the recently eliminated foreigners. It's the only weapon currently capable of harming the gambling players. Each of you pick 2 for self-defense. Yu Xingwen and I will take the other 2. Hao Wuzhao, surprise. Jiang Yumian, surprise. Human bones. Jiang Yumian swallowed hard, but mustered the courage to select 2 similar short knives from the weapons. Hao Wuzhao picked up a set of bone braces that could be worn on the knuckles. Lu Shiyan picked up the other 2 spears and daggers and handed the spear to Yu Xingwen, indicating that he should follow him. Hao Wuzhao said worriedly, Brother Lu, why don't I go with you? This guy doesn't look like he's any good at fighting. Yu Xingwen excitedly gestured with his hands, I already started learning Kung Fu. Lu Shiyan simply ignored him and replied to Hao Wuzhao, that's why he's being taken away because he can't fight. Yu Xingwen, Hao Wuzhao understood what he meant. In this situation, Xiaobai's safety was paramount. As the 2 were about to open the door and leave, Lu Shiyan stopped and warned, still concerned, don't run around. Those people are going crazy right now. You're in danger. Jiang Yumian, seeing Lu Shiyan's grave expression, also grew serious. Throughout the previous rounds, Lu Shiyan had maintained a nonchalant, confident demeanor. Now, his impending demeanor made Jiang Yumian realize the seriousness of the situation. Jiang Yumian, I understand. After Lu Shiyan closed the door and left, Jiang Yumian and Hao Wuzhao quickly closed the closet door as well. The 2 of them remained as quiet as possible until the announcement signaled the end of the 8-hour countdown. The usurpation period is over. All betting players will stop where they are and lose control of their bodies. Attention all candidates, at 12 o'clock tonight, a 10-hour usurpation period will begin. Candidates lacking a valet to protect them may proceed to the 10th floor as soon as possible to participate in the betting game and compete for the other candidates' valet for their own use. Jiang Yumian and Hao Wuzhao's tense emotions finally relaxed at this moment. Forget the fight over the valet. After a sleepless night, she just wanted to get some rest. Otherwise, she would have to face another round tonight. 8 hours, 10 hours. If the time increases by 2 hours every day, by 13 days, it will be 24 hours. This is too much. No one will need to sleep. Hao Wujiao remained silent. The two of them leaned against the wardrobe, their eyes closing as they quickly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Mei and her team, who had been hiding on the 11th floor, emerged from their rooms and saw two betting players frozen in place. Jiang Shaoling, without hesitation, stepped forward with a dagger and stabbed the two players twice. Even Jiang Mei herself was too slow to react. Shaoling, you. Jiang Shaoling stabbed the other betting player 2, 3, or 4 more times with a bone sword. Sister, if we don't take care of them now, they take care of us tonight. The system is freezing them, so we can counterattack. Jiang Mei didn't deny it, and tacitly approved of Jiang Shaoling's actions. Blood flowed from the mouths of the two betting players. They had been stabbed several times in the abdomen, but not a single drop of blood flowed. The wounds looked as if they had been burned, and a faint aroma of barbecue emanated from them. Jiang Shaoling's new recruit stepped forward to check the two men's breath. After confirming they were completely dead, he nodded to Jiang Shaoling. Jiang Shaoling carefully wiped the stains off her bone sword with a cloth and sarcastically said, "If you ask me, the reason we're being hunted by so many people and in such a mess is all thanks to that Jiang Yumian. Originally, those people were doomed to die in that Mei's redemption game, but she had a sudden burst of compassion and saved all 300 of them. Now, we're all left to clean up her mess." Jiang Mei frowned slightly. "That's only because we're the only mid-level or high-level players on the team. You don't have to say that about her. If anyone on our team were among the betting players, and she saved them, we have to thank her. Honestly, she did nothing wrong." Jiang Shaoling, walking ahead, listened to Jiang Mei's constant defense of outsiders, and the disgust in her eyes deepened. As the woman handed the bone sword to her younger brother, she said coldly, "From now on, kill any gambling players you encounter. Sister, I don't have her kindness. Anyone who stands in my way will die. In this apocalyptic game, kindness is useless. You taught me that." As Jiang Mei watched Jiang Shaoling and her newfound brothers quickly depart, she felt more and more that her sister, whom she had protected so well since childhood, had grown up. But she seemed to find her increasingly difficult to understand. Shin Qiran also found Jiang Shaoling's sarcastic tone towards Jiang Yumian unpleasant, but before he could offer a retort, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something unusual and abruptly stopped. Because the two gambling players' bodies, which should have remained standing in their original positions, had completely vanished, disappeared before everyone's eyes. Shin Qiran quickly ran back to where he had come from, only to find two pools of still dry black water. Shin Qiran thought of the strange water tentacle that had first appeared in the room, and a sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He shouted to Jiang Mei and the others, "These gambling players cannot be killed." Jiang Mei, huh? Chapter 229. Jiang Mei led everyone back to Shin Qiran. "Well, we clearly killed 3 or 4 last night." Shin Qiran shook his head. "I know, but the bodies killed with bone tools last night didn't turn into a pool of black water. Or, bettors can't be killed during the day. I always been puzzled by the labyrinth redemption system. Why would it create a game that could wipe out all the bettors? Many of them are even more powerful than the male servants. Unless, from the very beginning, the system never intended to kill the bettors. And where did the bodies of those bettors who died in the first round of the beast fight go? We haven't seen them at all. Even now, the total number of surviving players is still limited to 383. Even in the first round of the beast fight, they died. Over 40 players. That number doesn't add up at all. Unless, at the beginning, those dead players were faking their deaths. I seriously suspect those players have all turned to black water. Could the black tentacles that attacked us at midnight last night be those very people? If that's the case, and we didn't save a single player in the maze game, will we be able to easily survive for 30 days without any threat?" Jiang Mei, shock. "Jiang Mei, are you saying that if all of us abandon a player in the maze game, they will transform into a shapeless black water monster?" Yan Chengyun and Qi Xinghui, who were in the 9th floor restaurant, also realized this and spoke almost simultaneously. Yan Chengyun, the completely abandoned male servant players include those who died in the bees fighting game and those left unrescued in the maze game. Qi Xinghui, and these 300 bettors rescued by Jiang Xiaobai aren't completely abandoned. While they possess the power to usurp power, they also possess a fatal weakness that can be completely destroyed by the bone weapon. Shin Qiran, after the 8-hour usurpation period, they will be just ordinary bettors. If they are killed by the candidate, they will become completely abandoned servant players. A completely abandoned servant player has no natural enemies, no weaknesses, and even the bone weapon cannot destroy them. The fate that awaits all of us is. The 3 of them met without a promise. They all said in unison, "Escape." Shinchiron looked up at the ceiling and walls, gradually soaked by the black water. If the entire cruise ship is soaked, then where can we escape to? The life or death battle of this round has only officially begun. Jiang Mei felt a surge of goosebumps all over her body as she listened to Shinchiron's analysis. She turned and ran towards Jiang Shaoling. But Jiang Shaoling wasn't the only candidate who felt this way. Jiang Mei could stop Jiang Shaoling, but not the others. When Jiang Yumian woke up, she didn't know how much time had passed. She felt she had slept quite well, but she hadn't expected Hao Wujiao to sleep even longer than her. Jiang Yumian whispered, "Brother Hao?" But all she got in response was silence. "Jiang Yumian, Brother Hao?" The girl subconsciously sensed something was wrong and quickly reached out toward Hao Wujiao. Just as her hand touched his arm, Jiang Yumian reflexively withdrew her hand, feeling the heat. "Shit, I have a fever." Could it be that he was too frightened last night, nearly drowned in that strange water, and then spent the entire night in wet clothes? Jiang Yumian's eyes darkened instantly. She quickly scooped a bowl of spiritual spring water from the space and dug out a box of fever-reducing medicine she had hidden for a long time from a patch of black soil where no seeds had been planted. Luckily, fortunately, she was clever. She had secretly buried some common medicines in the black soil, not daring to bury too many at once. But it should be enough for now. After forcing the medicine down her throat, Jiang Yumian quickly pulled out the nightgown Lu Shiyan had recently given her, preparing to change Hao Wujiao into it. However, the space was so small that changing clothes would be difficult, so she simply swish. Hao Wujiao opened his eyes, his head dazed, and was nearly frightened to death by Jiang Yumian. Her weak, hoarse voice called out, "Xiao Bai. Don't be impulsive. Half-wet clothes are the easiest to catch a cold. You're awake just in time. Change yourself." Hao Wujiao finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out of the closet, clothes in hand. "I can do it myself." Jiang Yumian, while Hao Wujiao was gone, quietly pulled 2 bunches of grapes from her space and stuffed them into her mouth. She was so hungry, so hungry. Keeping away like this wasn't a solution. Food is the most important thing for people. If it really was 24 hours, she wouldn't be able to eat for over 10 days. No, absolutely not. Jiang Yumian carefully opened the door a tiny crack and whispered to Brother Hao, "Brother Hao, do you have any money?" Hao Wujiao, Jiang Yumian, 20 gold coins will do. You're sick now, and we can't run around. I have to use the scrap to treasure item to make you some delicious food, so you can recover. As Hao Wujiao put on the last of his nightgown, he whispered, "Sure." 20 gold coins arrived instantly. So Jiang Yumian suddenly seized the opportunity and asked, "Brother Hao, do you have any money left?" Hao Wujiao, "What else do you want?" Jiang Yumian, "I have 5 more items here. Do you want to buy them all?" Now, Hao Wujiao finally understood. Because Brother Lu was away, it was his turn to be targeted by the little scam Captain Bai. Hao Wujiao, "I'm not really that rich." Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly. "Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I was just saying that casually. Just treat it as a fart. Don't worry about my life or death." Hao Wujiao looked at the girl's dejected expression and unconsciously relaxed. "How about I buy one?" "Sure. I pick out a useful one for you. It's this one that reduces your existence. It's not expensive, only 35 gold coins." Before Hao Wujiao fell into a coma, he was forced to transfer the money. Jiang Yumian was extremely satisfied. After Hao Wujiao fell back asleep, she thoughtfully covered him with a clean sheet. Then, like a lame little girl, Jiang Yumian dragged her left foot, the bell tied to it, slowly out of the closet. After locking the dressing room, Jiang Yumian immediately got to work. The waste to treasure buff is working on me. The first item she wanted to transform wasn't a pot or pan, nor a cooking appliance, but a red bell rope. She conjured the same bell she wore on her ankle, a whole box of them, tens of thousands of them. Chapter 230. Not only that, she even used a waste paper box to conjure a box of red string. Red string could be easily cut with a sharp tool, so she needed to find another way. So conjure another box. Enhance 502 glue. Soon, the cardboard boxes in the clothing room were almost all gone, and Jiang Yumian even started thinking about the larger items in the room. She conjured the ironing machine, the garment press, and then stored them all in the space. The clothing room, once cluttered with things, gradually became more spacious. Jiang Yumian's transformations reached a point where she even considered hiding in the wardrobe. Compared to the large and easily discovered wardrobe, she might as well transform it into 2 identical 1.8-meter beds. But the beds clearly held a hidden secret. Lifting the thick quilts beneath the mattresses revealed a rectangular hiding space. Jiang Yumian even thought of the hidden space as a ventilation vent, completely invisible from the outside. The girl immediately took action, utilizing the space to her advantage, placing 2 beds in the center of the room. Feeling that wasn't enough, she also used the last 2 cardboard boxes to create a matching wardrobe. Then she opened the hidden space to the left of the large bed, and spread out the clothes already in the wardrobe before placing Hao Wuxiao inside. Jiang Yumian also placed 4 bottles of mineral water and fever medicine, and even 3 or 4 packets of instant noodles of different flavors and weapons. She didn't have time to cook, so she could only add some fruit for vitamins. A few bananas, too, to keep her full. Before closing the hidden space door, Jiang Yumian deliberately laid down on the bed to test the feel. Excellent! The wood panels of the door were thick enough, and with the room filled with things, it was impossible to tell it was empty. Only then did Jiang Yumian get back to work. When Lu Shiyan returned with his men, the 2 were stunned by the scene before them. Jiang Yumian was also a little surprised to see Hua Lishuan following them, but that was only temporary. Jiang Yumian immediately greeted everyone, saying, "You're back just in time. I'm short of help." Lu Shiyan glanced at the packed boxes on the floor. "Are you planning another big deal?" Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. "You understand me." Though the betting players couldn't move, their senses were still intact, and their consciousness was even clearer than usual, though they couldn't speak. They could see many candidates and footmen swaggering past them. Some would stab them as they passed, while others would even spit and curse at them. But they hadn't expected such a group of footmen to approach them that evening. Some people went straight to the point with a blank expression, touching them, while others, before making a move, smiled and asked, "Brother, can you take off your pants?" The betting players? ? In fact, the mastermind of this incident also wanted to take action himself, but was stopped by Lu Shiyan. He immediately voted down her impulsive move. Jiang Yumian tried to persuade them. 300 people are too many. The 3 of you can't handle it. Lu Shiyan replied coldly, "Then you don't have to take off anyone's pants." Jiang Yumian tried to argue, "What's the big deal? Everyone learned about biology class. I know the internal structure of the structure. I can get a perfect score on the biology test." Lu Shiyan, "Shut up." Jiang Yumian, "Boss, I think you're still too conservative." Lu Shiyan, "Shut up. I asked Qi Ran, Qi Xinghui, and the others to help. Just stay put." Jiang Yumian, "Boss, I think one more person." Lu Shiyan, "Do you believe I do what we did last night again?" Jiang Yumian was momentarily stunned. The next second, the man forcibly pinned her down and shoved her into the compartment under the other bed. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian pouted in anger, feeling bored as she broke off 2 bunches of grapes and started stuffing them into her mouth. Just go to bed. This job wasn't giving her any fun at all. Boring. Really boring. She was so excited at first. I had thought I could see the disparity in this world, damn it. Evil capitalists. Jiang Yumian was so angry that she fell asleep under the covers. When the system alert sounded again, she silently pulled out 2 pre-prepared alarm clocks from her space and adjusted the time. 6th day of the game, midnight. Hidden in this dark place, cut off from the outside world, the first thing to start blurring out was time. She had to remember it. After adjusting the time, Jiang Yumian drifted off to sleep again. In her dream, she was walking her dog outdoors, enjoying a barbecue, and living a perfectly comfortable life. But apparently, the first victim of this loss of comfort was the betting players. System. Attention all betting players, the movement restrictions have ended, and control of your body will be restored. From now on, the completely abandoned male servant player has 10 hours of usurpation rights. The betting players, ready to embark on a new round of chasing fun, moved. The bells on their bodies began to jingle non-stop. All betting players, ? One of them, long plagued by Qi Xinghui's smile, fell silent as he looked at the red string bells on his hands, feet, and arms, glued tightly to the metal with strong 502 glue. He instinctively tried to remove them, but the moment he pulled, the entire skin was pulled up with him. Especially his ankles, all his leg hair was trapped. The tug. Hiss. Some of the betting players, howling in pain, finally managed to rip the bells off their hands and feet, but they immediately discovered a fatal problem. Their precious possessions were all entangled in layers, and layers of 502 red string bells. Gamblers, how do I remove this ? Forget pulling it off. Even the slightest touch hurts tears, because the hardened 502 glue is so lumpy it scratches. Soon, many gamblers accepted the situation, some even skipping, removing the bells from their hands and feet and chasing the person. Even if they stopped, they could still hear the bells ringing nearby. But soon, as the gamblers chased, they realized they were chasing their own people. Some even had 2 bells dangling from each earlobe, which was infuriating. Gambler A, why don't you take them off for me? Gambler B, then why don't you take them off? Gambler A, who had also just arrived, said, fuck, can you guys just be quiet for a minute? Can you stop making noise? I can't hear you. Gambler A and Player B shouted simultaneously, isn't it that I don't want to take them off? I can't take them off. Chapter 231. At this moment, another burst of incessant bell ringing could be heard from nearby. Lu Shiyan, along with Qi Xinghui, Yan Chengyun, and several other team's personal servants, rushed towards the group, holding bone weapons. They also had bells tied to their hands and feet. It was just that their bells clearly didn't require 502 glue. Yan Chengyun, brothers. Charge. Qi Xinghui, they're all afraid of this weapon. As long as we kill them at night, we won't have to be afraid. Shinchiron, we can't die, but they can. Play with them. All the players' eyes widened. What the hell? What the hell? Several players scattered and fled. But their bells continued to ring, attracting dozens of servants with bone weapons to chase them frantically. At that moment, it was as if the roles of wolf and sheep had been reversed once again. The wolf became the sheep, and the sheep became the wolf again. This time, however, Lu Shiyan had caught a scoundrel who had infiltrated the wolf pack the previous night. Lu Shiyan patted his shoulder and said calmly, sorry. Shinchiron, caught off guard, thrust his dagger into his chest from behind. Brother, I'm short on weapons. Lend me yours. The betting player who had just killed Little Lillian last night to become a candidate was now being struck in the chest by a bone weapon that had been transformed into Little Lillian. Even the bone weapon's inherent burning function was completely ineffective. But as an ordinary person, struck directly in the heart by a sharp weapon, he could not survive. As the fire ignited, a new bone weapon was also created. Shinchiron, TSK, I hate this boy who takes pride in bullying women. If it weren't for the lack of weapons, letting him die so easily would have been a bit of a bargain. Lu Shiyan, alright, business is important. The cruise ship's radio began to broadcast. Candidate 17 and his 5 valets have all been killed. Valet player Shandas Hanran has been appointed the new candidate. He can freely choose 5 valets to be his personal valets, and will receive a 1-day protective shield, protecting him from attack for a day. Shinchiron picked up the bone implement, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. I risen. Brothers, follow me. Chaos Space. 2 systems in the game. Xian Duo. No, this game can be played like this? Hua Guangguang couldn't help but sigh. Who on earth came up with this game loophole? Wow, my idol did. Awesome. Xian Duo also hung his head and said helplessly, I have to say, this woman's thinking is really interesting. No wonder the Lord God values her so much. Hua Guangguang, my idol is the fattest. Meanwhile, Hua Lishuan watched the betting players being killed again. In a rare moment of leisure, he stood near the fence, thinking about what the woman had said to them not long ago. Tie them up somewhere, they can't remove them by force. If they really want to remove them, they can. To succeed, you must first castrate yourself. Even if you castrate yourself, you may not succeed. For men, the most important thing is their precious self-esteem. Everyone wears a bell by default. If they meet, and one person doesn't have a bell ringing, do you think they have wild thoughts? Even if they can be so cruel as to temporarily become incomplete men, it's impossible for other men to discover they're not, so there's no way they can unite. We have no chance of winning if the betting players join forces. Let them disintegrate from within, one by one. It's normal for us to lose if 1 or 200 of them join forces. 20 or 30 might still be a bit of a stretch, but if it's just one person, go one-on-one. What are you afraid of? We might be a little cautious, but if someone bullies us, they have to feel the pain. Just do it. Thinking of this, Hua Lishuan couldn't help but picture the girl's mischievous, aggressive expression, and a smile slowly curled up his lips. He thought he found the retirement team he'd been looking for. And because of Jiang Yumian's quick-acting plan, the days that followed. During their days of hiding, the betting players had to find various ways to break the deadlock. On the 7th day of the game's usurpation timer increased to 12 hours. On the 8th day of the game, the duration increased to 14 hours. On the 12th day, the duration increased to 22 hours. Just when the players thought the glue was gradually wearing off, and that things were looking more promising. Shinchiron and his team, along with a large group, added reinforced glue to all the players. The remaining players responded with, eh. Of course, the butler players didn't exterminate all the players. Instead, they tied up the remaining players from their respective teams and locked them in a room. Those wandering around were either free teams or individual players, so they didn't need to be polite. When the stackers were able to move, their already numb pride made them feel almost heartbroken. Ugh. This is abhorrent. They never experienced such humiliation before. Whose idiotic idea was this? Just when the stackers were raging with frustration and ready to unite, they were met with a new round of pursuit. After all, the male servant players hadn't been sitting around doing nothing these days. They had already dealt with most of the stackers. Even if the 20 or 30 stackers wandering around joined forces, they wouldn't be a threat. Jiang Yumian, who had been subjected to the betting players' frantic questions for days, managed to sneeze twice. When would this dark and gloomy life end? She was so bored. She really wanted to go out. Just as Jiang Yumian was thinking this, the door to the dressing room was opened from the outside. 2 crisp bells quickly made Jiang Yumian hold her breath. Jiang Yumian, haven't you found me yet? Even though the girl lowered her voice, Jiang Yumian instantly recognized it. Her beloved sister was still searching for her. At the same time, another female voice quickly caught Jiang Yumian's attention. Jiang Shaoling, what can you do if you can't find me? You can't think of a solution yourself, yet you take it out on me? Jiang Yini, you don't want the 1,000 gold coins anymore? How dare you talk to me like that? Jiang Shaoling, yes, I don't want your little money anymore. My sister wouldn't dare order me around like that. So what right do you, a thorny relative, have to order me around? The next second, a crisp slap rang out. Jiang Shaoling, you dare to hit me? Jiang Yini, I'm hitting you. Don't think I don't know. I just knocked Shou Chan unconscious, and you knocked me out with a prop right after. I just don't want to argue with you. Jiang Shaoling chuckled and said, so what? You were the one who first approached me about the plan to deal with Shou Chan, and you were the one who knocked her unconscious. Do you think Qi Xinghui and Qi Yi would let you go if they knew? Yin Chengyun is already very dissatisfied with you. How much longer do you think he can protect you? Yin Chengyun always felt that his brother died for him, and you were his brother's favorite before his death, so he took such good care of you. Just because Yin Chengyun doesn't know doesn't mean I don't know. His brother was actually killed by you. What do you think his attitude would be towards you if he knew? Jiang Yumian, shock. Wow, what a huge melon. Chapter 232. After hearing this, Jiang Yini showed no fear of being exposed. She even chuckled disdainfully, asking, do you have evidence? No. Jiang Yini's smile quickly faded, and she spoke calmly, but I have evidence against you. Evidence of you faking your loyalty to your good sister. You secretly bribed many Black Widow managers, offering them money, male models, and status, all in the hopes of one day overthrowing Jiang Mei and becoming Black Widow's captain. Jiang Shiling's eyes narrowed. How did you know this? She had clearly been very secretive. Jiang Yini, I didn't know it at first, but I happened to see you at a nightclub, treating a senior executive to dinner and hooking up with a male model, so I guessed it. You're a big star, and the vice captain of a team, and now you can't even scrape together 1,000 gold coins. That just confirms my suspicions. Isn't your sister very kind to you? Why would you do that? Jiang Shaoling said coldly, this is none of your business, and it's best if you don't get involved. Otherwise, even if I don't have direct evidence, the indirect evidence is enough for Yin Chengyun to permanently remove you from the thorns. Removed? Jiang Yini, really? That would be great. Jiang Yini stepped forward to help her straighten the collar of her shirt, smiling, you have leverage over me, and I have evidence against you. Shouldn't this kind of relationship be the most reliable? So you better be polite to me. After all, I'm at a disadvantage in this partnership, and I have to pay you 1,000 gold coins later. Jiang Shaoling, okay. Jiang Yini, let's go. Your sister will be worried if she finds you missing. I'd be out first. You can leave in 5 minutes. Jiang Yini finished speaking, then quickly opened the door and prepared to leave. Just when Jiang Yumian thought this was the end of the melon-eating incident, in the blink of an eye, a flash of cold light passed by. Jiang Yini hadn't expected. Jiang Shaoling would actually stab her from behind. You? Jiang Yumian peeked out through the narrow gap, her eyes widening at the sight. Jiang Shaoling smiled grimly, I never believe in cooperation. Only the dead can keep my secrets. Her plan was about to succeed, and she absolutely couldn't allow any uncertainty to arise at this moment. Jiang Yini had actually already dodged to the side the moment she sensed the murderous intent. But she hadn't expected Jiang Shaoling's speed to be so fast. Even though she avoided the vital points, even though she was wearing a life-saving physical prop, she couldn't withstand Jiang Xiaoling's frantic stabbing. She didn't even give Jiang Yanni a chance to react. If it weren't for the physical life-saving item that blocked the fatal blow, she would have been stabbed to death by Jiang Xiaoling today. Even though she didn't die, she was still stabbed twice in the abdomen. The last stab, despite Jiang Yanni's resistance, still pierced her shoulder blade. Jiang Yanni was also furious and slapped her backhand. Jiang Yanni was recruited by Jingji not only because of her connections, but also because of her own formidable fighting skills. The two of them grappled with each other for a while. Jiang Yumian, shock. Ouch. Fight if you want, but don't jump on her bed. Meanwhile, the male servants of Jiang Yanni and Jiang Xiaoling's teams were running along the road when they suddenly felt a headache, severe pain in their abdomen and shoulder blades. Everyone realized that their candidate was in danger and began to search for him. Jiang Yanni hadn't expected Jiang Xiaoling to be so formidable, even concealing her strength. She had actually tricked everyone. Jiang Yanni no longer held back, throwing props one after another without hesitation. Finally, she managed to stab Jiang Xiaoling in the abdomen. The entire floor was now practically drenched in the blood of the two men, and their thin socks were soaked with it. Jiang Yumian could only feel the stench of blood growing stronger in the air. The wall, already drenched in black water, now began to drip with transparent black stains, merging with the blood on the ground. As if absorbing some extraordinary nutrient, the black droplets began to rapidly split and spread. One drop split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16. The two women, locked in a fierce fight, didn't notice anything strange until the black water column began to take human form. Jiang Yumian was shocked to see through the gap as two streams of water formed into human calves and ankles. Holy crap, this is outrageous. Jiang Yanni, terrified by the sudden appearance of a black, humanoid monster behind Jiang Xiaoling, pushed Jiang Xiaoling back, quickly opened the door, and desperately ran out, clutching her wound. Before Jiang Xiaoling could react, the water figure grabbed her hair and pulled her back. At the same moment, Jiang Mei arrived. Xiaoling, sister, save me, ah! As Jiang Xiaoling finished speaking, the water figure was already dragging her by the hair, sprinting towards the wall. Jiang Mei already knew that ordinary methods would be useless against this strange body of water. All she could do now was to desperately grab Jiang Xiaoling's arm and drag her in the opposite direction. Seeing they were getting closer to the wall, Jiang Xiaoling gave up pretending and yanked Jiang Mei behind her. Already losing ground in the tug-of-war with the waterman, Jiang Mei, exhausted, was caught off guard by Jiang Xiaoling's powerful throw, sending her careening directly towards the waterman. Jiang Xiaoling took advantage of the waterman's loose grip to quickly run away. Jiang Mei, now Jiang Xiaoling's scapegoat, was pinned against the wall. The waterman had already merged into the wall, and countless black waters were rapidly enveloping Jiang Mei. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaoling, the black waterman had reappeared on the ground, rapidly pursuing her in the direction of her escape. Jiang Mei had even given up struggling, seemingly still lost in the shock of being betrayed by her loved ones. Jiang Xiaoling clutched her wound, blood dripping onto the ground, creating blood-red ripples. What she didn't realize was that, in each spot where the blood gathered, black water would soon drip from the ceiling, landing precisely in the center of the blood-red ripples. Countless black droplets began to simultaneously disperse and spread outward. Soon, the entire floor was covered in black water, and as the water columns rose, they began to transform into humanoid shapes. When Jiang Xiaoling looked back, she even noticed that among the black water figures, two seemed to be the gambling players she had stabbed to death that day. Jiang Xiaoling, Chapter 233. After running all the way, Jiang Yanni finally saw the main force of the thorns. Jiang Yanni breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran towards Yin Chengyun and the others. However, when she discovered that the rest of the thorns were injured like her, Yin Chengyun was the only one who was unharmed, as if nothing had happened. He hadn't signed the betrayal card, betraying Jiang Yumian. He was still Jiang Yumian's personal valet. Jiang Yanni's face darkened instantly, but she quickly regained her composure. Just as Jiang Yanni was about to speak, she heard Jiang Xiaoling's excited yet fragile voice from behind. Captain Yin, be careful of Jiang Yanni. Jiang Yanni was shocked to see that she had actually survived the waterman. How could this be possible? Yin Chengyun and the others were also stunned by Jiang Xiaoling's words. Before Jiang Yanni could say anything, Jiang Xiaoling was grabbed by the ankle by the pursuing waterman. As she stumbled, Jiang Xiaoling even threw a black skull necklace toward the group. When Yin Chengyun, Jingji, and the others saw the skull necklace, their faces suddenly turned cold. For this necklace was their old friend's most treasured possession. Yin Chungyun, Tianjiao, save her. Jiang Yini, brother Yin, you can't save her. As Zhuang Tianjiu passed by her, he glanced at Jiang Yini coldly. What are you afraid of? Jiang Yini, I'm not. Meanwhile, in the dressing room, the black water had already enveloped Jiang Mei's entire body, beginning to spread upwards from her neck. Just when Jiang Mei thought her life was finally over, a sudden creaking sound echoed from the plain white bed. A disheveled girl with an afro jumped out of bed. Jiang Mei was slightly startled when she saw Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian also stood by the bed, with a stern expression, not rushing to help. She watched the slowly rising column of water from the floor, carefully scooping a cup of water from the column beside the bed with her toothbrush cup. Seeing Jiang Mei completely engulfed in the black water, she hurriedly tried to collect the black water into the space. The entire cup of water was instantly absorbed into the static space. Seeing a chance, Jiang Yumian quickly knelt down and placed her hand on the water. Suction. Sucking star technique. The surrounding black water seemed to be drawn in, gushing frantically into Jiang Yumian's palm. The ground even returned to its former cleanliness and pristine condition, the black water mixture completely absorbed. At the same time, a thin layer of sweat began to form on Jiang Yumian's forehead, but she quickly got out of bed and ran towards the wall. But this time, when she touched the black water on Jiang Mei's body, preparing to absorb it, there was no reaction at all. Clearly, the black water, now in human form, was already a living being, and Jiang Yumian was at her wit's end. If living things didn't work, what if she turned a living thing into a dead thing? Jiang Yumian subconsciously pulled 3 or 4 pieces of clothing from her space, and covered the black water with them. Soon, the black water absorbed by the clothes was absorbed into Jiang Yumian's space, along with the clothes. But the waterman seemed to be malleable. No matter how many times she used the clothes to absorb the black water, and put them into the space, the gap would quickly be covered again. Jiang Yumian's face fell. The golden rescue window was short. If the clothes didn't work, what else could she do with something absorbent? She had to absorb the entire black water into the space at once to have any chance. What's more absorbent? Jiang Yumian suddenly thought of something and quickly covered the black water with both hands, pouring flour. The black water seemed to instantly turn white and sludge-like, losing its support and falling. But soon, Jiang Yumian completely sucked it into the space. Jiang Mei's figure suddenly appeared before Jiang Yumian. But by then, the woman had clearly fainted. Jiang Yumian also noticed that black water seemed to be pouring in from outside the door, and hurriedly said, Brother Hao, are you awake? Come out to work. I'm coming. Hao Wuzhao, who had been watching the whole thing, finally came out. Xiaobai, there's really no need to wade into this mess. These strange water creatures haven't even noticed us. It's too dangerous for you to just come out like this. Besides, even if you save this woman, she'd probably be soft-hearted and save that woman again next time. Saving her would be a waste of time. You're actually laying a trap here. Jiang Yumian said seriously, I know. She saved me once before, so I owe her a favor. Plus, I really can't stand seeing a villain succeed. Besides, I don't believe she'd fall for the same person a second time. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If Jiang Shaoling takes over the entire Black Widow team, I'm going to have a rough time. It's better to let them continue fighting among themselves. The more chaotic the fighting, the safer we all be. Hao Wuzhao, you have other motives, right? I feel like you're a coward. Jiang Yumian smiled slightly. Of course, I'm obsessed with looks. I like beautiful women. Besides, I like beautiful women who value affection. Hao Wuzhao, What kind of bizarre excuse is that? Jiang Yumian tossed Jiang Mei to Hao Wuzhao and quickly headed for the door, slurping up the black water as she said, Brother Hao, take her inside first. By the way, Sister Jiang probably choked on the black water just like you did. Try CPR. Hao Wuzhao, Jiang Yumian, who had been kneeling on the ground, slurping up the water with her hands, was clearly beginning to struggle. She quipped weakly, Do you have a disposable space prop? Would you come? Hao Wuzhao, I better save her. Jiang Yumian snorted proudly, I was trying to give Sister Jiang CPR. You're so lucky. Jiang Yumian didn't know why, but slurping up the black water wasn't as easy as she'd been frantically stuffing supplies into her space before. The more she slurped, the more exhausted she felt. Perhaps it was because the black water contained life force? She didn't know how to become fat. After all, her space could only accommodate inanimate objects. She was simply stuck with a bug, and if she absorbed too much, she might become weak. At this moment, Jiang Yumian didn't notice because her spiritual spring space was experiencing strange movements. A longan tree, long dormant, and standing at the center of the spiritual spring, seemed to have sensed something delicious. Its roots frantically absorbed the spiritual spring water, and its branches began to extend, climbing towards the static space. The three spaces were originally separated by an invisible spatial wall, and no living things could exist in the static space. But the little longan desperately tried to break through the spatial wall, causing a temporary and violent spatial vibration. The black water in the static space increased, and the little longan's branches and vines, trying to break through the spatial wall, became increasingly frantic. Chapter 234. Jiang Yumian's entire back was drenched in sweat, and her eyes began to wander. No one knew what was happening outside, but the black water poured in through the crack in the door like it was free. Jiang Yumian turned to look at Hao Wuzhou, who was still performing CPR, and said weakly, "Brother Hao, hurry up. I can't hold on any longer." Hao Wuzhou was also extremely anxious at this point, watching Jiang Mei choke on several mouthfuls of black water. He didn't care whether the woman was awake or not, and jumped into the bed like he was carrying a sack. Seeing that they were completely lying down, Jiang Yumian simply decided not to care about the black water anymore and hurried towards the bed. But just as Jiang Yumian stood up to leave, she discovered she couldn't even free her hands from the black water. To be more precise, even after she stood up, the black water continued to seep into the air through her palms. Jiang Yumian, shock. "Oh my god! What's going on?" Jiang Yumian thought if she raised her hand a little higher, it might stop. But things didn't go as she expected. At this moment, a branch entangled by vines in the spiritual spring space finally broke through the spatial wall and began to absorb large amounts of black water from the static space. The more it absorbed, the stronger it grew. The roots buried under the spiritual spring grew thicker and thicker. Then, the trunk, covered with scars from heavy impact, began to repair itself at a visible speed. The trunk itself began to grow and thicker. The roots continuously absorbed the spiritual spring water, and the water level in the spiritual spring pool dropped at a visible rate, then rose rapidly. However, the black water in the static space wasn't as inexhaustible as the spiritual spring water. The black water was gradually running dry. If Jiang Yumian had spared a moment to free her consciousness and examine the space, she would have discovered that the longan was growing even more rapidly than it had been when she constantly watered it with the skillful gardener buff. Especially as it absorbed the black water flower in the corner. The entire tree was instantly covered in clusters of small yellow flowers. Furthermore, as the flowers fell, miniature longan fruits emerged. The lake above the spiritual spring was covered in fields of longan flowers, and the fish at the bottom of the spring were leaping and dancing, vying to eat. At that moment, Jiang Yumian's eyes went dark, and she collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Even in her unconscious state, her body was still continuously absorbing the black water from the outside world. Meanwhile, Yin Chengyun and his men, locked in a desperate struggle with the water figures condensed from black water, watched as these invulnerable water figures, even fire itself, proved powerless. After the fire wore off, the water figures would dissolve, transforming directly into a pool of black water before recondensing into human form, repeating the cycle endlessly, immortal and indestructible. Desperate, everyone could only rely on their personal servants to hold off the attack with torches behind them, stalling for as long as possible and giving the two candidates a chance to escape. However, these water monsters, despite lacking any senses, seemed to be able to pinpoint the locations of Jiang Shaoling and the two candidates, rapidly pursuing them. The two women, who had fought each other to the death not long ago, now temporarily put aside their hatred and fled, one in front and one behind. Jiang Yanni, fleeing, suddenly remembered the message on the wooden box. "Watch your step. Don't go barefoot." The black water hadn't attacked them before because they almost all found socks and shoes. Now, blood can help the monsters take shape, and walking barefoot would help them pinpoint their location. Jiang Yanni had thought of this, and Jiang Shaoling had guessed it. The two of them abandoned their flight and quickly changed direction, leaping onto a nearby display case, one on the left and one on the right, landing barefoot on the tablecloth. Sure enough, the black water wasn't chasing them. Instead, it passed them by and continued forward. Lu Shiyan and the others, realizing something was amiss, rushed to the dressing room and saw the girl collapse lifelessly on the floor. Lu Shiyan's pupils constricted. Hao Wuzhou, kneeling beside Jiang Yumian, was completely lost. Seeing Lu Shiyan and the others arrive, he instantly felt like he had found a lifeline. "Brother Lu, come quickly. I don't know how Xiaobai suddenly fainted. I checked her heartbeat and pulse, and they're normal. She doesn't have any injuries." Lu Shiyan expressionlessly pulled him aside. Get out of the way. Hao Wuzhou was immediately forced to give up his position. As he watched Lu Shiyan recheck her, he explained, she was fine just now. I took Jiang Mei to her care, and when I came out, I found her unconscious. Shin Qiran, speaking from the side, said, and what's strange is that none of you fainted too. Don't they say that if the candidate is injured, you all get injured too? Lu Shiyan, she wasn't injured. Hao Wuzhou, yeah, I don't think she was injured either. I didn't feel any discomfort before Xiaobai passed out. Shin Qiran, then why did she suddenly faint? The man, whose expression was tense not long ago, now slowly picked up Jiang Yumian and walked towards the bed. Lu Shiyan, she just fell asleep. Hao Wuzhou, huh? Shin Qiran, Hao Wuzhou, as if remembering something, quickly said, yes, before she passed out, she told me she was a little tired. And then he fell asleep from exhaustion? Huolishuan, Shin Qiran saw how Wuzhou was being evasive, clearly trying to hide something, and immediately understood. Now that there were outsiders present, they couldn't ask any more questions. After all, Xiaobai might have overused some prop, which is why he fell asleep from exhaustion. At this moment, although Jiang Yumian had fallen into a coma, her mind was still very active. Especially after she discovered what had happened in the space. Jiang Yumian, with her ideology, walked to the edge of the spiritual spring pond, looked at the unfamiliar century-old tree, and asked uncertainly Little Longan. The Little Longan seemed to sense her approach and excitedly shook its leaves twice, sending small yellow flowers scattering to the ground. The atmosphere was incredibly romantic. Jiang Yumian felt like singing a song, or at least improvising a couple of poems like the ancients. But that wasn't the point. The point was, the Little Longan suddenly extended a pointed twig and plunged it directly into the spiritual spring, catching several fish and quickly moving them in front of Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian was confused. You want me to eat fish? No, Jiang Yumian looked at the densely packed fish on the branch. They were incredibly plump, even better than the one she scattered yesterday. When feeding, it should be twice as large. Most importantly, how could Little Longan just shove it into the pond and randomly catch a dozen fish? Jiang Yumian suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly looked towards the small, fenced-off pond surrounding Little Longan. The result? She had eaten most of the fish in her pond in the last round of the game, so she bought a few dozen this time. But they weren't enough to fill her 50-square-meter pond. Even 2 or 3 square meters would have been too much. But now, the crystal-clear spring water was teeming with fish of all sizes. Some of the newly hatched. The tiny fish that emerged were even squeezed into the cracks because of their small size, and it felt like they were about to be squeezed out and injured. Ah! Her fish pond exploded. Little Guiyuan seemed to be complaining to her, as if she felt her living environment was too harsh and too crowded, but she didn't dare kill all her fish. She could only stretch out countless branches and frantically scoop fish from the pond and throw them out. Some of the fish thrown into the outer spiritual spring pool even surfaced, munching on the small yellow flowers while cursing and spitting water at Little Guiyuan. This action left Jiang Yumian stunned. What on earth was going on? Chapter 235. Have all these fish become spirits? This is truly too much. Jiang Yumian had no idea what was happening here. She could only observe. This time, she finally noticed that a branch behind Little Longan actually stretched horizontally, leading directly towards the static space. The trunk was thick, spanning the water like a natural tree bridge, allowing direct access from the shore to Little Longan, who was at the center of the spiritual spring. But that wasn't the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was, in the static space, near the top of the branch, the black water that had drained her energy not long ago was now completely gone. Not a drop left. Jiang Yumian, ? The evidence of the crime was still there. Jiang Yumian quickly linked the issue to the culprit behind all this, and turned to Little Longan. You did all this? Little Longan proudly waved its branches, as if hoping for the girl's praise. Jiang Yumian was at a loss for words. You like drinking this dirty water? The Little Longan quickly shook its branches twice, rustling in response, a delightful rustle. Jiang Yumian even noticed countless clusters of tiny, not yet fully ripened longans growing on the lush branches. These tiny longans looked different from the ones she eaten before. Their skin was still golden. Could they be golden longans? It couldn't be that outrageous, could it? Although Jiang Yumian wasn't sure, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed to see her Little Longan not only fully recovered from its injuries, but also flourishing and bearing fruit. Wait! I go get you some more black water. Lu Shiyan had just settled Jiang Yumian into the small compartment under the bed, and turned to leave. Shin Qiran, Brother Lu, aren't you planning on staying? Lu Shiyan shook his head, subconsciously directing everyone's gaze upwards. There's something fishy going on inside this wall. It seems to be able to sense the movement of living creatures. Hualishuan also spoke slowly. They didn't attack us because we weren't their target. The more living creatures there are in this room, the longer they linger and spy. Lu Shiyan, I guard the door. You continue to look for shelter. As Lu Shiyan led everyone toward the door, he was about to apply a protective gear to Jiang Yumian. But before he could do so, a sudden, violent noise erupted from the bed behind him. Lu Shiyan and the others instinctively turned their heads. Jiang Yumian lifted the quilt and crawled out of the dark compartment. Seeing everyone startled for a moment, she then revealed a creepy smile. Oh, you're all here. Lu Shiyan, Shin Qiran and the others, Xiaobai, I know you want to laugh, but please stop. Jiang Yumian quickly pulled out walkie-talkies from the cubicle one after another, her eyes sparkling as she addressed the group. Come on, one for each person, one for each person. Let's just use the walkie-talkies. Jiang Yumian passed one to Yu Xingwen, ignoring him. Forget about you, little mute. You won't be able to use it. Just come with me. Yu Xingwen nodded twice obediently. Lu Shiyan, As Jiang Yumian handed the last walkie-talkie to Lu Shiyan, she reminded him, Boss, come with me too. Lu Shiyan, are you coming up with another idea? Jiang Yumian nodded. Yeah, this is super exciting. Will you come with me? She wasn't sure if she'd run into any more danger. What if she fainted from exhaustion? Having multiple people and multiple layers of protection would be much safer. After all, she was carrying several lives on her shoulders, so she couldn't be too reckless. But with more people, exposing both her actions and her hidden cards wouldn't be a good idea. Jiang Yumian thought, and quickly fell back in front of Yu Xingwen, explaining with sign language, Don't follow me for now. It's safer here. Help me keep an eye on my kennel. Brother Hao is nearby, and he'll let you know if anything happens. Yu Xingwen hesitated for a moment, subconsciously turning to glance at Lu Shiyan, but finally, reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Lu Shiyan was indeed better at protecting her than he was. After everyone had left, Jiang Yumian helped Yu Xingwen, who had retreated to the mezzanine, spread the sheets. Then, she stepped onto the bed and called out to Lu Shiyan, Boss, come here, can you carry me? Although a princess carry is romantic, it's still embarrassing. Lu Shiyan, clearly in a good mood, teased, Sure, but it cost extra. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian immediately tried to get out of bed, but Lu Shiyan had already beaten her to it, half crouching with his back to her. The expression of consent was completely obvious. Jiang Yumian immediately jumped up to him, and even as she was being carried on Lu Shiyan's back, she retorted, Who? Lu Shiyan was immediately irritated and laughed. Do you think I'm a horse? From behind him, Jiang Yumian replied innocently and earnestly, Boss, how can you think that? Being treated like a slave is our job. How dare we be so sarcastic? Lu Shiyan, Lu Shiyan, are you sure? Jiang Yumian was about to continue her argument when Lu Shiyan suddenly tossed her upwards. Jiang Yumian, who had been trying to maintain a safe distance, suddenly lost her balance and instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's slender neck. Boss, let's have some fun, but don't play with your life. Lu Shiyan finally felt a slight warmth coming from behind him, and even without noticing, the girl was nagging him so close that she could practically whisper in his ear. Even Lu Shiyan himself was a little nervous, his clenched fists numb. But, Lu Shiyan, I think you're still a little too thin. Jiang Yumian, I'm just too poor to afford good food. Lu Shiyan stared straight ahead, still trying to find a topic. What? Do you like to eat? Jiang Yumian, I'm easy to feed. I eat anything I like. I'm not picky at all. I love everything. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh, teasing, Do you like the pig food? Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian also smiled and replied, Boss, do you think the pig food tastes good? If you do, then have at it. Chapter 236. Lu Shiyan's smile widened as he listened to the girl's unfazed words. But Jiang Yumian felt something was increasingly off. That's not right, boss. Aren't you socially anxious and quiet? Why do I feel like you're becoming more and more talkative? You even learned to crack jokes and tease people. Lu Shiyan didn't deny it. I just don't like interacting with strangers. I'm not mute. Besides, do you know how a peacock spreads its feathers? Jiang Yumian frowned slightly. Boss, I don't think your analogy is appropriate. Lu Shiyan, why is it inappropriate? Jiang Yumian, a peacock spreading its feathers is a courtship behavior, but also a defense mechanism. When a peacock feels threatened, It suddenly spreads its feathers to deter the enemy. Are you courting? It doesn't seem like it. Am I an enemy? Do you feel threatened by me? It doesn't seem like it either. Lu Shiyan, why can't I court? Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. Is there a mate here? Lu Shiyan, is the mate you want here? He didn't make it clear enough. Jiang Yumian had actually thought about herself, but she used the Prajna hairpin to check Lu Shiyan's favorability. Very good, still 0. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly. Boss, I think you might not really understand what love is. We're new here, so we need more practice. Let's go back and watch more romantic movies. Lu Shiyan was about to speak when Jiang Yumian pointed to the elevator nearby. Boss! 16th floor, go go go. Hurry. Lu Shiyan, While they were waiting for the elevator, Lu Shiyan couldn't help but ask, do you have a crush on someone? Jiang Yumian, yes. Lu Shiyan, who? Jiang Yumian, myself. Lu Shiyan was at a loss for words. Knowing there was still a chance, he stopped asking and turned back to ask, so what's your plan? Jiang Yumian, after we reach the 16th floor, we take the stairs to the 17th floor. Then, whenever we see any black water, we use our spacecraft to absorb it. Lu Shiyan frowned. Can we absorb it all? None of us have been to the 17th floor, and we don't know the total volume of black water. Can your small spacecraft absorb it all? Jiang Yumian blinked. I try my best. If it doesn't work, we run. Lu Shiyan, okay. If it works, I bring you dinner when I get back. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Pig food? Lu Shiyan's mouth twitched. Pig food. Jiang Yumian looked ready to die. Okay. Okay, boss, don't worry. Even if I succeed, I tell you if I fail. Lu Shiyan finally gave in and admitted, I'm kidding. I take you to a nice meal. You can choose the location and eat whatever you want. Jiang Yumian squinted and chuckled. No, I still want to eat the pig food that the boss likes. Lu Shiyan, you're never going to stop, are you? Jiang Yumian, no, eat. I want to eat at the most expensive restaurant in all of S City. As Lu Shiyan carried Jiang Yumian into the elevator, he smiled dotingly. Okay. I also want king crab and big blue dragon. I want the most expensive private room, the most expensive set menu, and the most expensive service. Okay, I want them all. Will it bankrupt you? Then you might have to work hard for a few hundred more years and see. Then I work hard. Yeah, you work hard. The man's final tone suddenly made Jiang Yumian feel the warmth of a corpse, as if it wouldn't be bad to find someone to share meals with regularly. When the elevator door stopped at number 16, the two of them stopped talking. After Jiang Yumian let Lu Shiyan down, they immediately ran towards the emergency staircase in unison. It was as if the two people who had been chatting and making plans for dinner so leisurely, not long ago, had simply ceased to exist. Jiang Yumian quite liked this feeling. He got down to business, not to dawdle and joke around. This young boss Lu is quite capable. When they reached the emergency exit on the 17th floor, the white wall that had originally sealed it had long been smashed to pieces by the gambling players. It was pitch black inside, with no view at all. Even as they approached, they could feel a biting cold wind blowing from within. They didn't rush in directly, but instead stood on either side of the emergency exit. Jiang Yumian pulled 2 flashlights from the space and handed one to him. Lu Shiyan turned on the flashlight and said, I go in first. If anything goes wrong, you run first. I can get out on my own. Jiang Yumian nodded instantly. Okay, boss. Don't worry, I run faster than anyone else if there's any danger. Don't worry, too. Lu Shiyan, who hadn't been serious for a minute, couldn't help but sneer. Okay. With that, Lu Shiyan cautiously entered, flashlight in hand. Jiang Yumian followed closely behind. As soon as she entered, she could sense the heavy humidity in the air. Surprisingly, there was no unusual musty smell. Instead, the air was tinged with a strong medicinal aroma. The medicinal aroma was identical to the one from the bathhouse. It was only stronger. This meant that the 17th floor was not only the gambling players' headquarters, but also the location of the most black water. Jiang Yumian was instantly excited, until Lu Shiyan found the main light switch and flipped it on. Both of them were shocked by the scene before them. As the incandescent lights came on, she discovered that the entire 17th floor was completely different from the 16th. There were no partitioned rooms. Everything was connected. In the center of the vast open space, a pitch-black dead tree grew, tightly entwined in equally black vines. The vines covered nearly the entire floor, with the densest concentrations near the 2 pools of water next to the dead tree. These unknown vines had even produced 2 large fruits on the dead tree. However, by this time, the fruits had been severely cut open, and black water was constantly flowing into the pools. Jiang Yumian gestured to Lu Shiyan, and the two of them cautiously approached the black pool. However, as they approached, the 2 previously silent pools of water began to stir. Deciding a decisive move, Jiang Yumian hurried to the left pool, where the water was more active. She dipped one hand into the water to test it, and upon finding it was clear, she immediately plunged both hands into the black pool and began to draw. The girl's action instantly alerted the players scattered across the floors, already transformed into black water, that something was amiss. Even the candidates were amiss, and they quickly vanished from their positions. As they vanished into the ground, they used the fluidity of the water to swiftly rush towards the 17th floor. A moment earlier, the exhausted candidates and servants watched the watermen flee in bewilderment. What's going on? I don't know. At this moment, Lu Shiyan, watching the girl suck up the entire black water pool until the water level began to drop significantly, didn't feel the expected joy. Instead, he stared at Jiang Yumian's trembling hands and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yumian, "Nothing, just a little numb." Perhaps because the little longan had broken through the static space, she didn't feel as exhausted as before while sucking water this time. She even felt quite comfortable. Even from bending over like that, her hands and feet were a little numb. As Jiang Yumian sucked, she looked up at the fruit still dripping into the pool and couldn't help but ask, "What do you think? Would it be faster if I sucked the fruit directly?" Chapter 237. Lu Shiyan, pouring flour into the right pool, hesitated for a moment as he looked at the black fruit. "I think the vines nearby are a little strange." Jiang Yumian nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Just looking at them, she felt the black vines were eerie. "Lu Shiyan, you can try. I cover you." Jiang Yumian, "Okay." But as the two of them stopped what they were doing and cautiously advanced toward the fruit, the water on either side of the black pools began to churn again. Especially, as they got closer to the fruit, the water columns in the pools began to sway from side to side, trying to form humanoid shapes in an attempt to stop them. Unfortunately, Jiang Yumian and the others had already added a large amount of flour to the pools, and the speed at which the dozens of water figures were condensing into humanoid shapes had significantly slowed. However, a humanoid figure near the fruit had already fully condensed, and was rapidly approaching Jiang Yumian and the others. At this point, Jiang Yumian stopped taking small steps forward and ran directly towards the fruit. Lu Shiyan quickly blocked the waterman beside her, buying her time. Since the fruit was suspended in midair, Jiang Yumian could only climb the wall surrounding the pool and reach for it. Behind her, countless half-formed figures were rapidly approaching her, some of them already forming fingers, striking at Jiang Yumian's back. But the next second, before the waterman could reach her, Jiang Yumian leaped back to the ground, unable to reach it. Jiang Yumian saw that the vine holding the fruit was entangled in a sturdy branch. With her weight, it shouldn't break. Climbing a tree. Who can't? When Lu Shiyan finally used flour to temporarily transform the water figure into a large, black, pink mass on the ground, the quick-witted Jiang Yumian was already halfway up, dog-crawling. Before he could even ask for props, Jiang Yumian had already thrown another large bag of flour at him. The next second. Jiang Yumian, "Oh my god." Lu Shiyan watched as Jiang Yumian, halfway up, suddenly slipped and nearly fell, and his body instinctively jumped forward. The girl steadied herself and, panting, continued to climb, shouting to Lu Shiyan, "Boss, watch out behind you. There are so many." Lu Shiyan turned around to see a dozen or so water figures, fully formed, climbing over the pool wall and rapidly heading his way. To be precise, their target was Jiang Yumian, the candidate who was panting up the tree. Lu Shiyan could only glance at Jiang Yumian helplessly, then quickly joined the fight, carrying a large bag of flour. Jiang Yumian, however, was completely unable to care for her at this moment. She was clinging to the tree as she climbed, her eyes aglow with excitement. Holy crap, sunken wood. Such a large piece of wood, it's impossible. The conditions for the formation of sunken wood are extremely demanding. It must be formed under high pressure, high temperature, and oxygen depletion over thousands of years. How could it possibly be on this cruise ship? But this uneven, black surface, still with texture, incredibly hard, and emitting a lingering fragrance, was undoubtedly the sunken wood mentioned in the book. Such a large piece, and still so well preserved. Screw it, but now wasn't the time to claim it as her own, she still needed it to climb up and down. After all, the vine's bulk stretched out in all directions, relying on the tree as a fulcrum. Jiang Yumian had actually considered storing the vine directly in her space, But vines are living things and can't be stored in a static space. If she stored it in the spirit spring or black soil space, she would have no control over it. Additionally, the soil and water quality were unique, and the vine was erratic. If anything unusual happened in her space, even if she could transfer it out, everything in her space would be destroyed. The risk outweighed the gain. She might as well pick up a fruit, it would give her a better chance. When Jiang Yumian crawled to the fruit and reached out to try to store it in the static space. No response. Jiang Yumian was slightly stunned, and tried again, unconvinced. Still no response. This fruit was alive. Seeing that Lu Shiyan was already struggling to deal with dozens of tireless watermen, and was losing ground, Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth, and tossed the fruit directly into the spirit spring space. Little Longan should be able to handle it. If not, she could just throw the fruit out again. Even if the fruit sprouted, it would be easier to deal with than a mature vine that had already blossomed and borne fruit. Inside the spiritual spring space. In the already crowded spiritual spring pond, a large creature fell from the sky and landed in the water. The fish of all generations, especially as the black juice spreading from the wound on the fruit spilled into the surrounding waters. The young fish, who had just finished feeding on the small yellow flower for generations, especially the male fish responsible for raising their young, enough, truly enough. Little Longan, still absorbing the black water in the static space, suddenly sensed something better and froze. Immediately, countless tiny tendrils sprouted from the root at the center of the spiritual spring, greedily absorbing the black substance in the water. The fruit, nourished by the spiritual spring, quickly healed its wound. But the next second, the little Longan immediately used its sharp roots to swiftly slice through the fruit, causing the wound to open again. The black fruit, Before the little Longan could absorb enough, the wound healed again. Before the little Longan could react, another black fruit fell from the sky. This time, the black fruit, its wound completely healed, seemed to sense the location of the other fruit, and a thin, long green sprout quickly emerged from its shell. A closer look revealed a small suction cup at the top of the sprout. The small sprout rapidly grew toward the injured black fruit, even piercing the fruit's wound in an instant and beginning to gulp down nutrients. As it absorbed nutrients, countless sprouts with suction cups began frantically burrowing out of the shell, greedily absorbing the surrounding life force. Even the fish weren't spared, their sprouts piercing the bodies of the surrounding fish. The other black fruit followed suit. Aside from the sucker-like sprouts poked in by its brother, which couldn't be severed, the remaining wounds quickly healed, and new sprouts began to emerge one after another. Although its growth rate was obviously much slower than the other fruit, it still quickly pierced many fish in the densely populated pond. At this point, the small Longan fruit immediately launched a counterattack, extending countless tiny root branches to join the battle. It quickly enveloped the two black fruits, and from its interior, a diamond-hard spike sprouted, piercing the two black fruits with holes. The black fruit brother clearly realized the unprecedented danger. The elder brother withdrew his initial sucker-like sprout, and instead attached himself to the root wall of the small Longan fruit. At this point, the two brothers gave up their own cannibalism and united against the outside world. The small Longan fruit seemed angry, and its spikes continued to grow. But this suction cup was strangely overbearing, as if it could absorb the Longan's vitality into itself. For every 3/10 of the Longan's thorn, the two fruits would collectively absorb a fourth of it, healing the wounds it had inflicted, each increasing in strength while the other diminished in strength. Jiang Yumian, now joining the battle against the water people outside the space, had been keeping a close eye on the movements within the spirit spring space. Immediately realizing something was amiss, she attempted to remove the two fruits. Unexpectedly, as she removed the two black fruits, the roots of the Longan, which had been wrapped around them, emerged and immediately pulled the two black fruits back into the spirit spring space. What was this? Did the Longan not want to let them go? Chapter 238. Jiang Yumian felt strange, but the situation outside the space at the moment simply didn't allow her to spare the energy to attend to the situation within the spirit spring space. She could only allow Xiao Guiyuan to rewrap the two black fruits and bury them deep within the spirit spring. At this moment, she and Lu Shiyan stood back to back, warily gazing at the surrounding water players who had tightly surrounded them. Jiang Yumian looked at the triple-layered blockade, swallowed her saliva, and asked the man behind her, "Are we confident?" Lu Shiyan asked, "Can you fight?" The girl behind him replied calmly, "Does a little kung fu count?" Lu Shiyan also replied calmly, "Well, I'm not too confident either." Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, me too. With that, the moment they turned to look at each other, they sprinted in unison, heading for the safe escape route. Even though this direction was the most crowded with water figures, It was also the shortest straight-line distance they could escape. Compared to Lu Shiyan's skillful kung fu moves, Jiang Yumian's attack seemed a bit too crude. The woman who had just claimed to possess a bit of kung fu prowess, the next, swiftly raised her hand, grabbed the water figure's hair, and pulled it back. As long as the girl's hand touched its body, it would pass right through, causing virtually no damage. But the moment Jiang Yumian touched the water, flour continuously emerged from her palm, pouring down onto the man's head. The inky water figure, whose hair she had grabbed, not only turned white at a visible rate, but its body was also gradually sucked into space, until it vanished into thin air. The surrounding watermen responded, ? The girl, her face splattered with flying flour, clutched a handful. She looked up at the waterman, baring her large white teeth and smiling, "Honey, would you like to try the flower spa?" The surrounding watermen instinctively took a half step back. They weren't afraid of flour. Its greatest benefit was to prolong their ability to form. But this woman before them could swiftly take away both the flour and the water. Natural enemy. Facing nearly 10 painless, insensitive watermen capable of infinite resurrection, Lu Shiyan's strength was clearly being drained, and he was gradually losing ground. Not to mention the people behind him he wanted to protect. As the escape door drew closer, Lu Shiyan immediately turned and reached out, trying to push Jiang Yumian out first. Only if she left first could he devise a solution without further ado. But what Lu Shiyan hadn't expected was, just as he turned around to focus his attention, he saw the scene. The girl, who knew a bit of kung fu, was now clutching 2 handfuls of flour, happily chasing after someone. The flour-covered girl was panting as she ran, and even a few drops of flour would leak out from between her fingers. As she ran at full speed, a tiny galaxy of shattered galaxies fell from the sky. Jiang Yumian's serious expression didn't seem like an act. Even as she tired herself from running, she still called out to the waterman, "Brother, let me take a little, please. Being a mother like me isn't easy either. My little Longan is waiting for me to pluck some to nourish her. Just one bite, just one bite." Jiang Yumian even saw many water creatures running toward Lu Shiyan, and she kept shouting to him, "Lu Shiyan, help me block the door. Don't let them get away." The water creatures surrounding Lu Shiyan had already stopped attacking, and upon seeing Jiang Yumian running toward them, they instinctively fled towards the emergency exit. But in the blink of an eye, bang! Lu Shiyan, standing behind the door, replied calmly and somewhat obediently, "It's blocked." The surrounding water creatures, ? So? Although it was inappropriate, Jiang Yumian really wanted to say something with a crooked smile. Awakened, hunting time. The small longan tree, struggling tenaciously against the 2 invaders, had its branches and leaves drooped lifelessly, looking sickly. But when the first black water doe entered, the little longan immediately sensed it, its tiny branches trembling with excitement as it began rapidly absorbing the nutritious food its mother had brought it. Its energy, which had been nearly drained, was gradually recovering. An hour later, exhausted, Jiang Yumian and the other girl sat by the pool. The silence was filled only by the sound of each other's breathing. Lu Shiyan was about to speak when Jiang Yumian pulled out a bottle of mineral water she had recently brought from the restaurant and handed it to him. She then immediately dipped her hand into the pool and continued sipping. Lu Shiyan raised an eyebrow. "Can you still absorb?" Jiang Yumian knew she couldn't hide it from him, so she confessed yes. She didn't know the exact situation of her little longan and the strange fruit, but she saw that the little longan had completely absorbed the black water dough she had thrown into the space. She could clearly sense that her little Guyuan desperately needed her help. The child needed nutrition. Would 2 large pools be enough? Freed from her worries, Jiang Yumian absorbed the water even faster. The water level in the left pool was dropping at a noticeable rate. Just as it was about to reach the bottom, a treasure chest inlaid with colorful pearls and gems surfaced in the center. Jiang Yumian, ? Lu Shiyan, ? Jiang Yumian, what is that? A mysterious treasure chest? It looks so beautiful, it must be very expensive. Lu Shiyan frowned subconsciously. I remember you said the candidate had a key. Seeing that she had almost absorbed enough, Jiang Yumian withdrew her hand and took the key hanging from her neck from her clothes. Yes, I didn't know what it was for, but now I know. The 2 of them climbed over the pool wall and carefully walked towards the center. As expected, a black lock with intricate patterns hung from the treasure chest, and the chest was impossible to move, as if it were glued to the ground. Above the lock, a large gold bar was inlaid, engraved with a line of Chinese and English characters with synonyms. It's lonely at the top, and as the king of a country, every choice must be made with caution. Warm reminder, each key only unlocks once, So choose the treasure chest you wish to open carefully. Lu Shiyan clearly grasped the message's meaning. There should be other treasure chests to choose from. Jiang Yumian instinctively glanced toward the pool on the right. Is it in the right pool? Let's go check it out. As Jiang Yumian followed Lu Shiyan, she didn't forget to glance at the priceless treasure chest. Wow. She's a down-to-earth person, but she just loves this. It's a shame it can't be moved. When Jiang Yumian had almost absorbed all the black water from the other pool, the treasure chest in the center of the pool also surfaced. But the treasure chest didn't look like a treasure chest. It was just a plain little wooden box, with only one side. The difference was too great. At this moment, Lu Shiyan's attention was completely focused on Jiang Yumian. Your face. Why is it so red? Jiang Yumian, feeling incredibly hot, smiled awkwardly and said, Really red? Lu Shiyan hesitated. Your whole body is red. Chapter 239. Jiang Yumian also felt incredibly hot. Looking at the pool water, which hadn't yet been completely drained, she naturally understood the reason. But she felt she could still control the effects of the drug, so she could only smile awkwardly and say, Hee, it's okay, just a small problem. With that, Jiang Yumian quickly sucked up the last bit of the black water, quickly stood up, and took out a bottle of mineral water, guzzling it down. Lu Shiyan watched her gulp down the entire bottle of mineral water in a flash. The next second, the girl had already jumped into the pool without stopping, heading towards the center. Lu Shiyan couldn't say much, so he could only follow. As expected, the wooden box also had the same black lock and the same unlocking instructions as the treasure chest, though they were obviously much more humble. The unlocking instructions were engraved directly on the wooden box. It was strange, though. Logically, the treasure chest could remain intact after being soaked in the pool water. She could understand. But this ordinary wooden box, soaked in the pool water for who knows how long, remained dry. Lu Shiyan had clearly noticed something unusual. Which one do you want to choose? Jiang Yumian asked. If it were you, which one would you choose? Lu Shiyan thought carefully, then pointed to a wooden box nearby. This one. Jiang Yumian asked. Do you also think that treasure chest is too eye-catching and might be a bit strange? Lu Shiyan nodded. Although I can't be sure, it's better to be cautious. Jiang Yumian continued his analysis. If the target group, meaning you guys, are all like me, greedy for money, and the game format is a treasure hunt, then everyone will probably choose the treasure chest without hesitation. But if the targets are all high-level players, like you who have plenty of money, in this survival game where every step counts, vigilance and suspicion are the norm. You probably all find the treasure chest strange and choose the wooden chest, right? Lu Shiyan, you want to choose the treasure chest? Jiang Yumian fanned herself vigorously with her hands, analyzing. Not really. I'm just wondering what the motivation was for giving the players this choice this round. Lu Shiyan was also reflecting deeply. Without Jiang Yumian, no one would have discovered this choice. After all, the two pools couldn't possibly be drained completely, and none of them would have discovered the two treasure chests. They might not even have made a choice until the very end. Lu Shiyan was about to speak when he noticed that Jiang Yumian, who had been keeping a distance from him, suddenly leaned her head against his side and even quietly took his hand. Lu Shiyan, shock. Lu Shiyan, you. The girl looked at him with a flushed face, her small hand gripping his wrist, waving vigorously. She gritted her teeth and smiled as she said, knock me out. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't take advantage of you. Lu Shiyan understood instantly, frightened, and immediately raised his hand and slashed at her neck. Rip. After one blow, she didn't faint, so he slashed again. Lu Shiyan, you're really cruel. Thank you. Jiang Yumian fainted before she could finish her words. Lu Shiyan quickly caught her, bending down to lift her into a princess hug. He seemed to be warmed by the girl's feverish body. His entire body flushed, and he breathed deeply and quickly walked towards the emergency exit. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard several clear and melodious bells ringing from outside. Someone was coming. And more than one. Lu Shiyan frowned subconsciously, and quickly searched the room. Then, holding Jiang Yumian, he quickly hid behind the pool wall near the dark wood. Jiang Yini and Zhuang Tianju carefully opened the door, and immediately spotted the two treasure chests in the center of the pool. Especially the messy footprints on the aisle beside the pool, which were stained with flour. Jiang Yini, someone's been here. Zhuang Tianju looked around. This place looks rather strange. Let's go back and ask the captain for instructions. Jiang Yini didn't intend to leave. Instead, she stared at the black lock on the treasure chest and instinctively pulled a key from her clothes. I think I know how to open it. I want to try it. They might have discovered these 2 treasure chests and left. I'm afraid by the time we get back from asking the captain for instructions, the treasure chests will have been opened. If we leave, we have to take the treasure chests down with us, right? Zhuang Tianji pondered for a moment, then nodded and followed Jiang Yini inside. Soon, they also discovered the unlocking instructions on the 2 treasure chests, and discovered that they couldn't be moved at all, as if they were stuck in the center of the pool. Zhuang Tianjiao, which one do you want to open? Jiang Yini walked towards the wooden chest and squatted down. Well, the more beautiful something is, the more deceptive it is. Zhuang Tianjiu, okay, I guard the door. These vines don't look right. Once you open the treasure chest, we leave immediately. Jiang Yini, okay. Soon, silence fell. Click. The black lock was unlocked. Lu Shiyan carefully wiped the sweat from the girl's forehead, keeping a careful eye on the woman beside the pool to the right. The moment Jiang Yini opened the wooden box, she was stunned. It was empty except for 2 buttons, and a note was taped to the lid. Congratulations, player, for completing the game early. The system will teleport you out in 1 minute. At the same time, you now have 2 privileges to choose from. Press the left button to receive 1,000 gold coins, and all surviving players on the cruise ship will complete the game early with you. Press the right button to deduct 100 gold coins, and all surviving players on the cruise ship will be upgraded to the Devil difficulty level. If any player dies, you will inherit all their property after the game ends. Jiang Yini's eyes narrowed instantly. Zhuang Tianjiao, standing by the door, frowned slightly when he saw Jiang Yini still standing. What's in the box? We need to hurry. Jiang Yini, okay, got it. Jiang Yini instinctively prepared to press the button on the left, but just as she was about to do so, the faces of Jiang Yumian and Jiang Shaoling suddenly flashed through her mind. She wouldn't accept letting them win without a fight. Especially when Jiang Shaoling had said to her before she backstabbed her, I never believe in cooperation. Only the dead can keep my secrets. And the suspicious looks from Yin Chengyuan and the others. If she went back like this, and Yin Chengyuan found out something, her position at Thorns would be in jeopardy. What if everyone died? Jiang Yini took a deep breath, and quickly and decisively pressed the button on the right. But the next second, a thick, long black vine pierced her chest, piercing through. Blood splattered from her back, even splashing onto Zhuang Tianjiao as he walked toward the center of the pool. The 3 people present were stunned by this sudden development. Lu Shiyan, in particular, was entangled in the gloomy wood not far from him. It rushed out so quickly that even he couldn't react. Not to mention Jiang Yini and Zhuang Tianjiao. This vine must have become a spirit. Chapter 240. Zhuang Tianji watched helplessly as Jiang Yini was pierced by the vines, her momentum propelling her into the air. She rapidly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Zhuang Tianjiao, don't you have a life-saving item the captain gave you? If it weren't for the life-saving item, capable of withstanding a single fatal blow, he wouldn't have let her open the box alone. That item had been acquired at the cost of his brother A's life. After the game ended, the captain had given it to A's beloved woman. They had protected Jiang Yini well during these past few rounds. The item shouldn't have been consumed. Zhuang Tianjiao, where's the item? Jiang Yini spat out another mouthful of blood. The item. The item had long been consumed when Jiang Shaoling backstabbed her during their conspiracy. This time, she was only minutes away from teleporting out of this awful game. Jiang Yini looked toward the end of the vines. Forced to remain suspended in midair, she caught a glimpse of Lu Shiyan, hiding by the pool wall. Especially the woman sleeping soundly in his arms. Jiang. You? Mian. Hate flared in Jiang Yini's eyes, and she felt as if the vines were sucking all her blood. She frantically cried, Tianjiao, hurry! Press the button on the right side of the wooden box. Quick! The heartbreaking cry brought Zhuang Tianjiu back to his senses. He quickly ran to the box, and was about to press the button when he realized. Jiang Yini wanted them all to die here. But now, he couldn't care less. Just as he was about to press the button, suddenly, a slightly excited shout came from not far away. Don't press it yet. Zhuang Tianjiu looked up in confusion, his fingertips already touching the button, but he couldn't apply any force. Jiang Yini was still waiting for him to press the button to save her. As long as Zhuang Tianjiu pressed the button, even if she was near death, as long as everyone cleared the level, she would be transported away as well. Once she reached the Chaos Realm, no matter how severe her in-game injuries were, they would be healed to their original state, without even a scar. Jiang Yini spat out another mouthful of blood in anger, shouting at the top of her lungs. What are you standing there for? Press it. See these vines sucking my blood? If I drain it, None of you will survive. Do you want us all to die here? Press it. Lu Shiyan, there are some words carved into this tree. A king has no regrets, for regrets will always backfire. One is choice, the other is confirmation. Hold power without regrets, and you will bear the consequences. I guess each treasure chest only has one chance to choose. The first choice is the choice, and the second press of the button should activate the first choice. If you press the other button, her first choice will be executed. Zhuang Tianju quickly retracted his hand in fear and took 2 steps back. That was a close call. At this moment, Jiang Nianyi was still being sucked by the vines. She no longer had the strength to scream, but the desire to survive forced her to continue. Why? Why do I spend all my energy scheming and trying to please everyone just to live a good life? But in the end, everything was in vain. Jiang Nianyi stared intently at Jiang Yumian, who was being held tightly in Lu Shiyan's arms. A strange flush of red was evident on her face, and she was sleeping restlessly. The man beside her, even though his ears blushed, showed no sign of taking advantage of her. Jiang Nianyi, a woman of countless experiences, could clearly see that this man was interested in Jiang Yumian. But she, ever since she was dragged into this survival game, had been playing along with a host of men just to survive. She finally found a big, stupid guy to take her place, but was once again unexpectedly forced upon him. Upon waking, the man only promised to be his woman and protect her forever. But was it wrong for her to not want to be anyone's accessory? Was it wrong for her to dislike the big, stupid guy? Was it wrong for him to die for her scheme? The memories of her life kept flashing through her mind like a revolving lantern. Her dead girl had been right. Once upon a time, she had a perfect, happy family, but this sister, who was only vaguely related to her, had hit the nail on the head. Her father, displeased with her mother's inability to bear a son, took sole control of the company after her grandfather's death and even hired mistresses. Even if my grandfather passed all his shares to my mother after his death, what good would a company long since coveted by corrupt officials, ultimately stripped of its shell, do? From college onward, the family had been plagued by endless arguments, my mother's tears, and finally, even she was sent abroad to study. She had studied so hard, won numerous awards abroad, and even graduated a year early, but her graduation ceremony was less important than the full-month celebration for her father, whose only concern was his 1-month-old son. She was clearly versatile, so cautious and calculated, yet in the end, even the man she found was not even a fraction as good as Jiang Yumian. Is there something wrong with being selfish? Is there something wrong with being selfish? Why? Jiang Yanyi's hands fell helplessly, her head drooping forward. Tears trickled down her cheeks, and she murmured a question as tinny as a mosquito. Mom, am I wrong? In less than half a minute, the once snow-white woman had been sucked by the vines into a shriveled skeleton. Zhuang Tianju remained silent, staring at the skeletal remains before him, a mixture of emotions. What was her choice? Zhuang Tianju answered truthfully, it says on the box that whoever opens it will be able to clear the game 5 minutes early and receive 2 privileges. She chose to increase the difficulty for everyone, and if anyone died, all the gold would be hers. Lu Shiyan remained calm, as if he had already guessed what was going on. He didn't say another word, but instead, carrying Jiang Yumian, he quickly slid into the other side of the pool and strode towards the golden treasure chest in the center. Seeing his anxiety, Zhuang Tianjiao instinctively followed. However, Lu Shiyan's anxiety wasn't entirely about opening the treasure chest, but rather because the woman in his arms seemed uncomfortable, constantly rubbing her head against his chest. It was making it impossible for him to maintain his composure. He had to get her out of here first. Seeing Zhuang Tianjiao approach, Lu Shiyan didn't hesitate. Take off your shirt and throw it on the ground. Zhuang Tianjiao? ? Although Zhuang Tianjiao was deeply puzzled, he silently took it off, leaving only a small vest. He had even taken this shirt from the bodyguard. Just when Zhuang Tianjiao thought Lu Shiyan was about to let out a tantrum, he actually did. Lu Shiyan simply placed Jiang Yumian on his shirt. Zhuang Tianjiao? ? Chapter 241. Lu Shiyan said nothing. Instead, he removed the key from Jiang Yumian's neck and conjured a white vest from thin air. He clumsily put it on the unconscious Jiang Yumian, as if dressing a doll for the first time. Zhuang Tianjiao knew that the vest was a physical protective item, capable of withstanding a single fatal blow. Once applied, it would instantly become invisible, unable to be removed until fatal damage was inflicted. Lu Shiyan thrust the key into the girl's hand and grasped her arm, attempting to unlock it. Zhuang Tianjiao instinctively took 2 steps back. There was no other way. The previous experience was right next to him, and his fear of this treasure chest was almost overshadowed. With a click, the black lock opened again. Like the wooden box, the lid also bore a message. But the content was completely different from the one engraved on the wooden box. Congratulations, player. You have 10 minutes to choose one treasure to take home. There's no button for selection, as Zhuang Tianjiao mentioned. The treasure chest only contains a dazzling assortment of gold, silver, and jewelry, piled high and overflowing. At the very top of the treasure chest, a dazzling diamond crown. Zhuang Tianjiao, this? Lu Shiyan was silent for a moment, completely at a loss for words. I thought he and the wooden box would send her out early. Zhuang Tianjiao, how about the crown? The diamonds on it look very valuable. Lu Shiyan said helplessly, I think she should want them all. Zhuang Tianjiao, huh? Lu Shiyan subconsciously wanted to seek Jiang Yumian's opinion, but he could only whisper in her ear, desperately trying to save her. Pearls, blood coral, crowns, large gold bars, rubies, green jade. Which one do you want? Jiang Yumian, in her coma, remained completely unmoved, as if she hadn't heard anything. Zhuang Tianjiao, will this work? Lu Shiyan thought for a moment and whispered in her ear, Jiang Yumian, if money were falling from the sky, 1 million, 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, which one would you pick up first? After a brief silence, the girl suddenly reached out excitedly, still dazed, shouting, Lu Shiyan. Quick! Find me a cart. Grandma. Money is falling from the sky, get a sack to put it in. Pick up as many as you can. Although it was inappropriate, Zhuang Tianjiao couldn't help but laugh. Lu Shiyan was also at a loss for words, and tentatively said, you could only pick one. Jiang Yumian, what's an adult to choose? I want them all. Lu Shiyan subconsciously glanced up at Zhuang Tianjiao, his slightly cocky expression as if to say, see? She wants them all. Zhuang Tianjiao, Zhuang Tianji wanted to sarcastically say, wow, you're so good. You really understand her. But he didn't dare. Lu Shiyan, move it. Be careful with the vines. Zhuang Tianjiao didn't understand. What was the point of having so much gold, silver, and jewelry in this crappy game? You couldn't take it with you. Maybe Lu Shiyan had space to take it away, but to him, these jewels were like wasteland. He had no interest at all. He stayed because of curiosity, and because he owed Lu Shiyan a favor, which he wanted to repay quickly before reuniting with the captain. So, he tirelessly helped carry them. One by one, 2 pieces were taken from the treasure chest. The vine showed no reaction, presumably safe. One was responsible for placing various pieces of jewelry on Jiang Yumian's hands and neck, stuffing any that didn't fit into her pockets. The other was simply nature's ruthless transporter. Soon, the treasure chest was empty. As the final pearl necklace was placed around Jiang Yumian's neck, a system notification rang out in everyone's ears. Greed, a manifestation of ambition, is also a necessary quality for a king to expand his territory. Congratulations to the king candidate, a man with a penchant for digging, who led his Chinese servants to find the treasure chest left by the previous king, completed the test, inherited the throne, and became king. At the end of this round, the king's loyal servants will receive an additional 1,000 gold coins as a reward, and the remaining surviving players will be teleported away. Everyone, Jiang Yumian, gradually regaining consciousness, was also confused. What? What did the system just say she became? When Jiang Yumian opened her eyes, she was lying on the cold ground, with no one around. Didn't they say the game ended early? Why hadn't she returned to the Chaos Realm to settle the account yet? Jiang Yumian had just sat up when she was startled by the weight of treasure all over her body. Holy crap! So much money! Without a second's thought, Jiang Yumian quickly put all the gold, silver, and jewelry into her space. You're kidding. 1 second later, she wouldn't be able to take anything with her. Hua Guangguang suddenly appeared before her. As usual, Jiang Yumian calmly stood up, not forgetting to ask Run, Guang, didn't the game end early? Why am I still here? Hua Guangguang coughed softly. Wait a moment. As king, you still have 2 privileges you haven't chosen yet. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. There's a hidden reward? Hua Guangguang nodded. Yes, this time you have the privilege of choosing the next dungeon. Warm reminder, in the next game, all the intermediate and advanced players from this round will join you. 1. Heroes clash. 2. Sparks spread across the land. Jiang Yumian waited for a long time, but nothing came of it. That's it? Hua Guangguang nodded. Yes, that's it. Jiang Yumian feigned grievance and said, can you tell me a little more? I don't know how to choose anything. Hua Guangguang shook his head seriously. I can't reveal the specifics, but I can give you a small hint. Jiang Yumian, come on, tell me. Wug Wong Wong, many people will die in the first dungeon. Jiang Yumian, question mark, isn't that obvious? Huh? Wug Wong Wong shook his head. But the second instance will kill a ton of people. Jiang Yumian looked at him speechlessly. And then? Wug Wong Wong, the more people die, the richer your rewards will be. Jiang Yumian was even more speechless. What? Can I still be Thanos? Wug Wong Wong was about to keep it a secret when Jiang Yumian ruthlessly interrupted him. Stop, stop. Just tell me which instance is easiest to survive. Wug Wong Wong nodded and said, the hero's battle. Jiang Yumian, then the hero's battle. Wug Wong Wong, okay. The hero's battle instance will open in 10 days. Be sure to be prepared. Jiang Yumian, why are you so serious? Wug Wong Wong smiled. Because this time you're about to embark on a very unforgettable journey. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Chapter 242. How unforgettable? Jiang Yumian was about to say something when Wug Wong Wong coughed lightly and said, somewhat helplessly, the reason I'm keeping you here is because I have something else to trouble you with. Jiang Yumian, go ahead. Wug Wong Wong silently took a step aside. My idol, you kidnapped the Bloodvine's son. You must return him first. Jiang Yumian, huh? Son? What son? Jiang Yumian was visibly stunned for a second, then instantly understood what Wug Wong Wong meant. You mean those 2 fruits? Wug Wong Wong nodded. Yes. The Bloodvine is the key biological item in this round of the game, and its fruits have been nurtured for countless years before they are born. You came, and you took the most important fruit. Jiang Yumian understood, but... Jiang Yumian said, slightly embarrassed, what if? What if? The fruit was absorbed by my little Longan? Wug Wong Wong, question mark. Jiang Yumian nodded innocently. We don't know what happened. Maybe the little Longan just used it as nutrition? Wug Wong Wong, question mark. Jiang Yumian even pulled out the black fruit peels, pierced by the little Longan, from the spiritual spring space to prove her point. She said apologetically, I searched the spiritual spring pool and found these. It seems the little Longan found the fruit peels difficult to absorb. That's why they're left behind. Just as Jiang Yumian was taking the fruit peels out of the space, the blood vine, that had been quietly hanging on the tree, suddenly extended countless branches and attacked Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian instinctively ran behind Wug Wong Wong, half bending and howling, Guang, save me. I won the game, I won the game. I shouldn't die, right? Wug Wong Wong waved his hand helplessly, and the blood vine branches instantly drooped to the ground, as if bearing a weight of tens of thousands of pounds. Wug Wong Wong said, now that things have come to this, my idol, you are the owner of this cruise ship. You can do whatever you want with these vines. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Jiang Yumian, owner of this cruise ship? Me? Wug Wong Wong smiled and said, I haven't explained yet. Since this round is the first for mid-level and high-level players worldwide on Blue Star, the rewards are naturally more generous than in other games. The king's loyal servants will each receive a 1,000 gold coin reward, and the rewards for being the king are naturally even greater. This entire cruise ship will be yours. If other high-level players had won, the cruise ship would have become a permanent space item for them. Now that you have it, it's even more easy. You can place it directly into the spiritual spring pool. The appearance and structure of this cruise ship will change according to your wishes. Note, the cruise ship can be shrunk infinitely, but its area cannot be expanded. Each floor of the cruise ship is limited to 10,000 square meters. Jiang Yumian, shock. There are 17 floors in total, so doesn't that mean her storage space has increased by 170,000 square meters? That's about 255 mu of farmland, 23.85 standard football fields. Jiang Yumian was incredulous. Then if I put the supplies in the cruise ship, and then put the cruise ship in the spiritual spring space, will it be? Wug Wong Wong smiled and replied, it won't be cleared. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you serious? That's 170,000 square kilometers. She now had over 3,000 space items across the 3 space props combined. Jiang Yumian clearly sensed something was amiss and subconsciously asked, why didn't you consider maintaining game balance this time? Wug Wong Wong, it doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Yumian, the question mark isn't important anymore? Why isn't it important? For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt something was amiss. Jiang Yumian, can living things be stored there? Wug Wong Wong smiled. No, that's why we need to reclaim the blood vine and its fruit. Of course, when the game ends later, the cruise ship will be yours, and all items currently aboard will be cleared. Jiang Yumian wasn't discouraged. The cheat was already so powerful, what else could she ask for? Seeing that Jiang Yumian didn't raise any further questions, Hua Guangguang continued, okay, now I teleport you back. Jiang Yumian, wait a minute. Hua Guangguang, do you have any further questions? Jiang Yumian suddenly smiled innocently. Guang, you said this entire cruise ship is mine, right? Hua Guangguang, yes. Jiang Yumian, then logically, this blood vine should also be mine now, right? Hua Guangguang, question mark. Jiang Yumian, look, isn't this blood vine still on my cruise ship? Hua Guangguang couldn't help but sweat. It was coming again, the idol was about to start again. Hua Guangguang quickly stopped, idol. It's like this blood vine is bloodthirsty by nature, and its vitality is extremely overbearing. While the fruit's juice can revive the dead, it also has significant side effects. Even the dead can become monsters controlled by it. Furthermore, where it's planted, no grass grows, making it useless even if you want it. If you want to cultivate it in the black soil spirit spring, that's absolutely not allowed. It will destroy the surrounding vegetation. Jiang Yumian nodded and smiled. Yeah, I know. I don't plan to plant it. Hua Guangguang, so you want. Jiang Yumian, Guang, let's not waste time on this. Just tell me if this blood vine is mine. Hua Guangguang's forehead was sweating. Yes. Jiang Yumian pulled a kitchen knife from the space, bent down, picked up the vine that was about to attack her, and chopped it, then mercilessly tossed it into the static space. Little Longan. Suck it. Hua Guangguang, Jiang Yumian, at this moment, was like a farmer harvesting wheat in a rice field. Her movements were quick and skillful, and she quickly cut down to the main vine. The blood vine seemed to be furious, and countless vines attacked Jiang Yumian. But the next second, smash it. Hua Guangguang could only wave his hand helplessly, applying gravity once again to pin the countless vines down firmly. In a flash, Jiang Yumian began to chop again. Hua Guangguang instinctively held his forehead. This blood vine is the Lord God's masterpiece, the only one of its kind. It has already proven effective in high-end games on dozens of planets, sucking countless lives, but now, until Jiang Yumian ruthlessly severed the vine's main trunk, Hua Guangguang instinctively took a step back. Wow, the first generation is truly terrifying. Don't mess with him. As Jiang Yumian gathered the countless vines into his space, he also uprooted the entire dark wood and took it in with him. Oh, what a convenient thing. Chapter 243. By the time Hua Guangguang brought Jiang Yumian back to the chaos space, he couldn't wait to say, we settle your supplies now. System, dear player Jiang Yumian, your supplies settlement has been completed. The total market value of all supplies in the space is 1.53 million renminbi. Based on the ratio of 1 gold coin equals 10,000 renminbi, should we exchange it for 1.53 gold coins and deposit it into our account now, Jiang Yumian? Question mark. While she certainly didn't loot much this round, she just placed a whole piece of sunken wood. And it's only worth 1.53 million? Jiang Yumian, is sunken wood that cheap? Hua Guangguang smiled and said, that's right. The sunken wood hasn't been processed or forged, so the raw material is indeed worth this much. Jiang Yumian nodded in understanding, but then I won't settle. In a flash, Jiang Yumian tossed the sunken wood directly into the spiritual spring pool. The fish? Question mark. Hua Guangguang? Question mark. Before Hua Guangguang could react, Jiang Yumian fished out several of her pearl treasures and several pigeon egg-sized ruby rings from the spirit spring pond and placed them in the static space. Jiang Yumian, how about this? How many gold coins are these worth? Hua Guangguang's mouth twitched. 46 million yuan, or about 2,300 gold coins in half. Jiang Yumian felt it wasn't enough and subconsciously stuffed several more pieces of jewelry in. How about this? Hua Guangguang, Hua Guangguang took a deep breath and said, idol, just tell me how many gold coins you need. Jiang Yumian chuckled and said, no more no less. I need 98 million gold coins, hee. I mainly want to buy a villa. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't wait to auction off these jewels, and that she couldn't explain their origins, and that she'd be taken away by the police for questioning, she really wouldn't want to sell any of them. Just kidding, 50-50, whatever profit she makes is also whatever loss she makes. With a wave of her hand, Hua Guangguang dumped the jewels that Jiang Yumian had thrown into the spiritual spring pool, and pulled out dozens of gemstone rings. The total market value of these is around 200 million yuan. 50-50 is 10,000 gold coins. Is that okay with you? Jiang Yumian nodded tearfully yes. Player Jiang Yumian's current total assets are as follows. Assets: 12,291.61 gold coins. Items: Lucky Buff Item, 100% chance for 1 hour, asterisk 17. Chef Buff Item, 100% chance for 5 hours, asterisk 9. Coward Buff Item, 100% chance for 24 hours, asterisk 1. Voice of My Heart Buff Item, 50% chance for 5 minutes, asterisk 1. Infatuated Buff Item, 50% chance for 4 hours, asterisk 1. Broken Trash Can Buff Item, 50% chance for 5 hours, asterisk 1. Ultra High Filter Buff Item, 99% chance for 24 hours, asterisk 1. I Have a Small Rubber Band, Item Level, 3. Storage Space, 1112 cubic meters. Spiritual Spring Space, 1110 square meters. Black Soil Space, 1110 square meters. King's Cruise, 17*10,000 square meters. I Have a Prajna Hairpin, Item Level, 1. Identify Everything. Jiang Yumian looked at the self-produced and self-sold items and felt a pang of pain in her heart. TSK, what a pity. In order to trick Sister Jiang, she even hid the props and didn't sell them to Boss Lu. Oh, when will Miss Jiang come to buy props? Jiang Yumian's heart ached briefly, then she quickly collected her thoughts. After all, she was a billionaire now. Let's buy a big villa. Jiang Yumian changed her clothes and happily headed out, bag on her shoulder. On the way to the hospital, Jiang Yumian found the real estate agent's number and called her. The call was quickly connected. Jiang Yumian didn't say much, but got straight to the point. Hello, I'm Jiang Yumian, the one who showed you houses before. Yes, Miss Jiang, I know. I was wondering if that Chinese-style villa you liked was still available. The one at the foot of Xiangming Mountain. Is it still there? Yes, it is. Then I take it. Can you take me to see it this afternoon? And please prepare the contract and everything. If there are no problems, we can sign it right then and there. Wu Rou excitedly stood up from her workstation. Really? Okay. Look, as for the real estate loan, we need to first assess your qualifications and determine your purchasing power. Is that okay with you? Jiang Yumian, no need for a loan. Can I pay in full? Wu Rou's jaw dropped. Full. Okay. Jiang Yumian smiled. Okay, then I meet you at the office after lunch? Wu Rou, okay. When Jiang Yumian hung up the phone, her smile almost reached the sky. So being rich can feel so good. Wow, so touching. The driver in the front couldn't help but say, girl, buying a villa in full. In a good mood, Jiang Yumian smiled and said, well, I just made a little money from a deal. The driver said sincerely, buying a house outright is a huge loss, and buying a villa is even worse. You can take out a loan and then put the money you paid for the villa into a bank account. The interest you earn will be enough to pay off the mortgage. You might even earn a lot more. Jiang Yumian smiled calmly, not wanting to argue. You have a point. But she wouldn't listen. She didn't have big dreams, nor did she have a keen eye for investment, nor did she aspire to a life of luxury. All she wanted in life was a house, a car, a cat, a dog, and a carefree life with her grandmother. Now that she had a large villa in a scenic area, paid for outright, she was perfectly content. After graduation, she'd find a stable and leisurely job near home and save for her retirement. This guy was simply too good to be true. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Yumian went straight to the ward. However, before she even reached the ward door, she saw a woman standing there, crying and wailing. Luckily, 2 bodyguards stopped her from entering. Jiang Linghua. Where's that Jiang Yumian? Where did you hide her? Jiang Yumian, come out. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding. Jiang Yumian frowned and trotted over. She didn't recognize the woman, but her voice sounded familiar. Jiang Yumian asked, puzzled, who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, the previously irritable woman suddenly quieted down and turned to look at Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian? It's me. The next second, the previously quiet woman suddenly pulled a fruit knife from her pocket. Chapter 244. Before the woman could stab Jiang Yumian with her knife, she was quickly grabbed by the bodyguards beside her. With a clang, the fruit knife fell to the ground. If the bodyguards had been somewhat polite not long ago, they showed no mercy after the woman's attempt to injure her. 2 bodyguards, one on each side, pinned the woman's hands firmly behind her back. The nurses who rushed over upon hearing the noise also hurriedly called the head nurse. Jiang Yumian, the person involved, was much more indifferent. In her eyes, the woman's harmless action was truly foolish. Jiang Yumian slowly approached the woman, examining her with extreme care. But the woman's face, so artificially stained, was completely unrecognizable. Jiang Yumian subconsciously asked, "Who are you?" "Jiang Yumian. Give me back my daughter." "What did you say to my daughter, Niani? Why did she keep saying your name before she committed suicide? If you have any questions, come to me. Give me back my daughter." Now Jiang Yumian understood. Jiang Niani had committed suicide, and the woman before her was actually. Even Jiang Yumian found it hard to believe. "Are you Pei?" Pei's eyes, already swollen from crying, stared at Jiang Yumian. "What on earth did you do to Niani?" Jiang Yumian sighed. In her memory, Pei had a gentle appearance, with no signs of surgery. Weren't their family wealthy? With proper care, even after 5 or 20 years, her appearance wouldn't look this bad. How could she have been so desperate as to have plastic surgery? She couldn't understand. As for Jiang Niani, she was even more baffled. Perhaps something happened in the game, and now she's dead? Jiang Yumian, I didn't do anything to Jiang Niani. Can you please stop throwing a tantrum? Inside the ward, Jiang Linghua, no longer hearing the knocks on the door, instinctively reached for her phone to text Jiang Yumian. Aunt Jiang, who had been listening behind the door, hurriedly said, "Grandma Jiang, it seems she's back again. That crazy woman is cursing at you." Grandma Jiang reacted instantly, throwing off the covers and getting out of bed. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed to the ward door. "Grandma Jiang, Xiao Zhang, get me the rolling pin from the kitchen." "Aunt Jiang, okay." Meanwhile, the head nurse and a group of people were rushing to the VIP ward. "How could you not know? Niani kept calling your name before she jumped from the building. How dare you say you didn't do anything to her? You must be jealous of Niani. Give me back my daughter's life. Give me back." The crazy woman was about to throw a tantrum when she heard a man scolding from a distance. "Pei, have you had enough of your madness?" Jiang Yumian instinctively turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a middle-aged man in a suit holding a baby in his arms, flanked by a delicate young girl and a group of well-trained bodyguards. She had to admit, her nominal father was quite good-looking. Even at his age, he looked incredibly well-maintained, even possessing a mature, handsome air that only comes with age. No wonder he could charm such a group of women. Jiang Yumian said nothing, but quietly observed the protagonist of this farce, as if she were an outsider. Jiang Cheng was also stunned when he saw the girl whose features bore a passing resemblance to his own. He immediately ordered his bodyguards to bring Pei to Jiang Cheng. Pei thought help had arrived. "Ah Cheng. She's the one who killed our daughter. Kill her now." Jiang Cheng didn't even spare her a glance. He simply handed his son to the girl nearby and slowly walked over to the girl. "Are you Mian?" Jiang Yumian half smiled and calmly took a step back. "Sir, I suppose we're not familiar with each other. Don't call me that, or I think you're trying to harass me." Jiang Cheng sighed helplessly and said patiently, "I know you resent us, but now your father has the power and can take you home to enjoy a good life. Are you willing?" "No," Jiang Yumian interrupted firmly. Jiang Cheng, Jiang Yumian half lowered her eyes, glanced at Pei, who looked stunned, and sneered. "You didn't expect that? Didn't your good husband help your daughter with her revenge? He even wants to take me home to live happily ever after." Jiang Cheng, stop it. I know Niani has had some mental issues since she went abroad to study. It's our fault as parents for neglecting her. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yumian, and then what? Jiang Yumian, a daughter dies, and another woman takes her place. That's quite a nice thought, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Cheng was about to speak when Jiang Yumian interrupted with amusement. I finally understand how Pei became like this. Mr. Jiang has been quite extravagant these days, hasn't he? He's forced a daughter of a wealthy family to undergo constant plastic surgery, fearing that she age and lose her beauty and become unable to keep you. It seems I was right. Jiang Yumian found it amusing and instinctively glanced at the girl behind Jiang Cheng, who was about her own age. Curiously, she asked, "Girl, what's your age?" 7th or 8th. The girl clearly understood the importance of knowing 3 things and didn't dare to object. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but think more highly of her. She even knew how to avoid the spotlight. No wonder she was able to bring Pei down, and even bear children for her nominal father. Pei had driven Songwon mad, and now she was being driven like a psycho by these little 3s and 4s. Retribution. Having understood the whole drama, Jiang Yumian suddenly felt bored. "Alright, all of you go away. I don't want to see you again. Your drama is none of my business. Stop annoying me." Jiang Chung was about to say something, but Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. Especially you. Get lost. The girl's eyes held a chilling coldness, a warning so strong that even the seasoned businessman Jiang Chung felt a little intimidated. His daughter had truly grown up. Jiang Chung, humiliated, naturally felt no fondness for this emotionless daughter. If she had been more obedient, he might have rewarded her with wealth and honor, and found her a good husband. But now? Don't regret it. Jiang Chung simply uttered a harsh, cold remark before turning and leading the group away. Jiang Yumian simply stared at the group's departing backs, without replying. Was Pei Yi, the one who had caused her family's destruction, at fault? She was, and she had received the due retribution. But the culprit behind all this was clearly her father, a man with no self-control and a love for vanity. But he's now thriving. Not only is his career successful, but he also has a beautiful wife, a son, and a daughter, the pinnacle of his life. It really irritated her. Jiang Yumian suddenly said, "Stop." Jiang Chung heard this, a confident smile playing across his lips as he turned to look at Jiang Yumian. What? Regret it? But the next moment, his daughter ignored him and walked towards Pei Yi, who was surrounded by bodyguards. I have something to say to her. Can you please be flexible? The bodyguard instinctively glanced at Jiang Chung, and when he saw him nod, he released his grip. Pei Yi, realizing she was free to move, immediately slapped Jiang Yumian hard. Chapter 245. Jiang Yumian instantly grabbed her wrist, and even stuffed something into her other hand. Jiang Yumian whispered in her ear, her lips parted, "Return the item to its rightful owner." Pei Yi had no idea what she was trying to do. Just as she was wondering, she saw Jiang Yumian diligently straightening her wrinkled collar and skirt. He continued casually, "If I were you, I'd think carefully about who caused this situation. They say a mother is strong. I understand how you feel about losing your precious daughter. But why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Whoever caused your family's ruin, and your family's troubles should be blamed." Jiang Chung frowned and was about to signal his bodyguard to stop him when Jiang Yumian added, "Now that things have come to an end, throwing a tantrum is the most useless and annoying thing to do. You should know that. After all, that's how someone lost Jiang Chung. Do you want to lose Jiang Chung too? I think the most important thing you should do now is to be a good head of household." "Madam," served Jiang Chung well. "Since Niani is dead, it's pointless to dwell on this. It's better to forget about her. With advanced technology these days, you might even be able to have another child through IVF. Isn't that right, Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Chung raised an eyebrow at this, but didn't deny it. He softened his tone and joined in the council, saying, "Yes, the dead are gone. It's most important that we live our lives well. Niani certainly wouldn't want us to continue arguing like this." Jiang Yumian, noticing Pei Yi's silence, let a playful expression cross his lips. Without saying anything more, he slowly stood up and left. "Then I wish you two a long and happy marriage, and a son soon." Seeing her determined to leave, Jiang Chung made no effort to persuade her to stay, and quickly left with a large group. Thanks to Jiang Yumian's words, Pei Yi seemed to have regained her composure, and the bodyguard stopped forcibly detaining her. At this point, she acted as if she had taken Jiang Yumian's words to heart, and obediently followed Jiang Chung. Perhaps Jiang Chung, seeing Pei Yi's obedient demeanor, understood her recent loss of a beloved daughter, and naturally softened his heart. He even took her hand, as if trying to comfort her. Jiang Yumian sneered at this fool. At this moment, Grandma Jiang also approached her. "Yu, don't you regret doing this?" Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh at Grandma Jiang, seeing her roll up her sleeves, holding a rolling pin, as if ready for a fight. Jiang Yumian feigned innocence. "Grandma, what are you talking about?" Grandma Jiang worriedly replied, "I'm afraid you regret having nightmares later." She's seen it all clearly, even the scattered fruit knife and handle Jiang Yumian handed back to Pei Yi. Even her words to Pei Yi, ostensibly persuasive, pierced her heart. People inside and outside the industry were accusing Jiang Chung of being the culprit for her tragic fate. As a mother, still grieving the loss of her daughter, listening to her husband's callous words, telling her to forget the daughter she painstakingly raised for over 20 years, and to have another to replace her, no mother could bear it. Grandma Jiang didn't care what would happen to their family. She was concerned that her precious daughter, Yu, might feel relieved for a moment, but Jiang Chung was still her father. If Pei Yi really did something extreme to Jiang Chung, she was afraid she would regret it later, her conscience would bother her, and she would have nightmares in the future. Jiang Yumian, aware of her grandmother's concern, smiled innocently at her, saying, "Grandma, don't worry about it. The fruit knife was brought by someone, and I'm just returning it." As for what I said, I only spoke from the bottom of my heart. There's nothing to worry about. Look, they all gone back to live their lives well, haven't they? Besides, I don't plan to report them to the police for harassing us today. I'm already being very generous. By the way, how did Pei and the others know we were here? Aunt Zhang apologized. I ran into them today when I was pushing Grandma Jiang downstairs to watch other elderly people do radio calisthenics. She had just come out of the funeral home and was like crazy when she saw Grandma Jiang. Luckily, she had bodyguards escorting her all the way back. That woman is very wealthy and even booked a VIP room to get in. Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes slightly but didn't say anything more. After all, they were moving out soon. The thought of the new villa instantly cheered Jiang Yumian up again. Like a child, she boasted to Grandma Jiang, "Grandma, let's go in. I have some great news to tell you." Grandma Jiang, "What great news? Look how happy you are." Jiang Yumian, "We're buying a big villa. And a large plot of land for you to grow vegetables." Grandma Jiang, "Really?" Jiang Yumian, "Really. I go look at the house this afternoon. I record a video for you when we get there." Grandma Jiang, "Where's the money for that?" Jiang Yumian, "I'm going to sell my kidney." Grandma Jiang and Aunt Zhang, question mark. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere in the ward, the atmosphere in the RV in the hospital's basement garage was eerie. Especially the little girl by the window, holding her son, while the middle-aged man in the middle was being comforted by a sobbing woman in his arms. The little girl, seemingly composed, was furious, even reaching out to twist the baby's back. The baby, having just finished feeding, was startled awake from a sweet sleep. Wow! The baby suddenly began to cry. The man, overwhelmed with concern, instantly pulled the woman away and reached for the child. "What's wrong, Xiaobao?" The little girl shook her head innocently. "I don't know. I started crying all of a sudden." "Did you get caught up in my sister's emotions?" Pei, who had just felt a brief moment of warmth, now stared at the little girl with tears in her eyes. How could she not know these tactics? They were all part of a plan to keep Jiang Cheng and prevent him from returning to Songwen. By this point, Pei completely understood the feelings of Songwen and her daughter. Her hatred for them had shifted to the two people in front of her. When she received the man's occasional attention, her hatred briefly subsided. She tried to control her emotions and be more understanding. It seemed as if she wanted to give the man one last chance. "Ah Chung, I know you like this child. Why don't you adopt him under my name? I raise him well." "No!" The little girl next to her instantly became restless, her eyes red with grievance as she said, "Brother Chung, you promise me?" Jiang Chung subconsciously patted the back of her hand, urging her to relax. "Xiaoyi, I know you feel bad about losing Niani, but you can't deprive Kiki of her right to be a mother. Besides, isn't your parenting style wrong for Niani's condition?" The last sentence completely overwhelmed the woman. This time, she wasn't as reckless as before. Instead, she took advantage of the car passing under the overpass and stabbed the man in the abdomen. Pei's eyes were filled with determination and madness, but she couldn't stop her tears. "Really? Then all of you go die. Niani's all alone down there, lonely. If our family goes to be with her, she won't be unhappy. Isn't that right, Ah Chung?" Chapter 246. Jiang Yumian waited until Grandma Jiang finished her nap before packing up and preparing to leave. "By the way, Aunt Zhang, is your job stable?" Aunt Zhang was slightly taken aback. Jiang Yumian quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong. I gotten used to your cooking these days, and I can see that Grandma really likes you. I just wanted to ask if you'd be interested in being a live-in nanny besides nursing. Salary is negotiable. After all, a villa that large would need someone to take care of it, and she couldn't let Grandma run it all by herself. Finding a caring and reliable nanny was imperative." She thought Aunt Zhang was a good choice. The director had told her that Aunt Zhang's son and daughter-in-law died in a landslide while on a business trip, leaving behind only twin babies. Aunt Zhang's husband died early, leaving her alone to raise the children and earn money. She had no ill intentions, and she was diligent and hardworking. When she wasn't working, there would be someone to chat with Grandma. Aunt Zhang was visibly stunned for a moment. In her line of work, not only was she diligent, but it was also common to endure humiliation. Besides, she joined a professional care agency, where the company's commission was high, so she always worked on her own. She'd basically only get work when a patient's family came to her. She'd work a week or two, or a month, and then have to take a break for the better part of half a year. To make extra money, she even hired someone else as a cleaner during her downtime, but raising two children alone was incredibly difficult. And now? Aunt Zhang couldn't believe it and quickly asked, does a home nanny work every day? Jiang Yumian assumed she was too exhausted to juggle both, so she smiled and continued, if you're feeling too tired, you could work part-time. 2 or 3 hours would be fine. And Zhang shook her head, I can be a home nanny. She desperately needs a stable job, but she has no professional qualifications. Having only graduated from elementary school, she wouldn't even be able to pass any nutrition certification exams. She considered being a nanny, but no one wanted her. Jiang Yumian, okay, I double your current salary, which is 26,000 yuan a month. But can you handle the basic cleaning of the villa? Don't worry, once the villa is finished, it'd be equipped with many smart devices, like dishwashers and vacuum cleaners. It shouldn't be too tiring. And I provide food and accommodation. I also arrange a nanny's room for you. You could also bring Xiaoping and Xiaoan over to live with us later, as long as they don't disturb my grandmother. She even thought her grandmother would enjoy playing with children. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, I help you pay for them. Jiang Yumian said, then, as if something had occurred to her, do you have a driver's license? Aunt Zhang nodded. Yes. Jiang Yumian said simply, that's great. The villa is in a scenic area, probably a bit out of town. I get you a small electric scooter so you can pick up the kids and go grocery shopping. Aunt Zhang, shock. Aunt Zhang was completely taken aback by the sudden and unexpected joy. Jiang Yumian, is it okay? Yes. Absolutely. Aunt Zhang nodded rapidly, but then hesitated. Although she desperately wanted the job, she confessed, but I don't have any diplomas or professional qualifications. Jiang Yumian, these certificates are just a measure. I'm not blind to your performance these days. You're doing quite well. Getting a certificate requires a lot of time and effort. You can take your time. Take good care of my grandmother. Your future benefits will be good. When I make a lot of money, I even give you a raise. And Zhang was so moved she almost peed herself. She quickly waved her hand, saying, no, that's all I need. I definitely take good care of Grandma Jiang. Jiang Yumian saw the burning determination in the woman's eyes, and was at a loss for words. But she still jokingly said, but Aunt Zhang, if you become a bit of a shrewd person over time and try to cheat. Aunt Zhang immediately shook her head. I definitely do my best. Then I leave Grandma in your care. Jiang Yumian smiled, picked up her school bag, and walked out. She wasn't worried about Aunt Zhang cheating. People with weaknesses are easy to exploit. Like Aunt Zhang and like her. But she didn't think of her grandmother as a weakness. In fact, it was her strongest motivation to strive for a better life. Jiang Yumian took a taxi to the agency, taking a few naps in the car to check on the small longan in the spiritual spring space. For some reason, after the small longan had completely absorbed the blood vines in the space, it had become remarkably quiet. Even the branches and leaves, which best indicated its state, remained half-drooped. But once her consciousness appeared beside it, she could still sense its immense vitality. Could it have eaten too much and was struggling to digest it? Jiang Yumian wasn't sure, but she could only wait. As Jiang Yumian exited the space, she checked the countdown Hua Guangguang had left in her consciousness. In less than 10 days, the next round of the game would begin. Could the war between heroes have something to do with history? Jiang Yumian wasn't sure what this awful game had done. After thinking for a moment, she pulled a notebook from her bag and began jotting down her plans. After securing a villa, she had to go to the suburban farm again. No, this time. She was going back to her hometown, near her mountain home. There was abundant vegetation there, and the crops and poultry were more diverse than those at the small-scale farms in the suburbs, and the prices were cheaper. Hua Guangguang had said that if the cruise ship was placed in space, the supplies stored on it would be the same as those stored in a static space. What went in was what came out. The speed of time on the cruise ship would change only if the cruise ship was moved out. That meant she could stockpile a large amount of food and produce dozens of football fields. She had to stockpile a ton. The entire way, Jiang Yumian was writing down what supplies she needed, and soon the car stopped in front of the real estate agency. Wu Rou was nowhere to be seen. But she'd clearly been arriving soon and had even told her in advance. Wu Rou had replied with a yes, saying she was waiting for her at the door. But now? Wu Rou hadn't seen anything, but she did see a woman in a smart suit, accompanied by the 2 men she recently tricked into spreading adultery. Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes slightly, and calmly walked towards them. When the woman saw her get out of the car, she hurried over with the 2 men. Miss Jiang, right? I'm the duty manager here. My last name is Yao. You can call me Xiao Yao. Jiang Yumian smiled calmly. Hello. Where's Wu Rou? Chapter 247. News. Manager Yao said calmly, the thing is, Xiao Wu is a recent intern, and we're worried we won't be able to properly accommodate her. From now on, we be responsible for the property viewing and contract signing. Jiang Yumian, having endured many harsh experiences in society, couldn't possibly understand the intricacies of this situation. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. You? Manager Yao followed her gaze, and glanced at the two people behind her. He quickly smiled and said, I heard they had an unpleasant experience with Miss Jiang, so I asked them to apologize to you this time. We promise to provide you with the best service. Jiang Yumian was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was an unfamiliar number, Jiang Yumian instinctively hung up. But not long after Jiang Yumian hung up, the phone rang again. Jiang Yumian frowned slightly. As she answered the call, she said to the three people, Excuse me, I need to take a call. Hello? Excuse me, Miss Jiang. This is Li Wenshi, the chief lawyer of the Jiang Group. I have several very important contracts for your signature. Jiang Yumian frowned. Jiang Bachwan's company? Li Wenshi, yes, the Jiang Group, founded by your father Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yumian, oh, he's not my father. Li Wenshi, don't be ridiculous. I have a reputable paternity test certificate. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Yumian was already impatient. Excuse me, Jiang Cheng should handle family matters with Jiang Cheng. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Yumian said, and immediately prepared to hang up. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line said, the chairman and his wife were killed in a car accident yesterday. Jiang Yumian paused, about to hang up. Where's his son? Li Wenshi, none of the 5 people in the car survived. Jiang Yumian, shock. Oh my. Manager Yao noticed Jiang Yumian's momentary loss of consciousness, and quickly whispered to her, It's hot outside. Please come in and sit for a while. Jiang Yumian nodded. After Jiang Yumian gave Lawyer Li the address of the real estate agency, she followed Manager Yao inside. Manager Yao was about to take Jiang Yumian to her private reception room on the 2nd floor when she stopped in the lobby. Wu Rou, come here. Wu Rou, still secretly wiping away tears at her workstation, froze when she heard Jiang Yumian call her. Manager Yao was also confused. Ms. Jiang, what are you saying? Jiang Yumian found a couch and sat down. She smiled and said, Excuse me, Manager Yao. I'm a nostalgic person, and I value loyalty. Don't bother with all of you surrounding me. Wu Rou will be fine. Manager Yao, she's just an intern. I'm worried I won't treat her well enough. Jiang Yumian, are you worried about not treating her well enough, or about losing the high commission? Manager Yao, you're saying? Jiang Yumian, excuse me, I'm a very blunt person, especially to those who try to take credit for others' work and reap the benefits. Manager Yao's face paled. I just want to serve every customer who needs a room. Why make it so awkward? Jiang Yumian leaned back on the couch, folded his arms over his chest, crossed his legs, and said slowly, Is that so? I remember when I stopped by from the farm, right here in the lobby, no one greeted me. I told the front desk I wanted to see the villa, and you were there too. The front desk even asked about it, but you glanced at me briefly, gave me a number, and told me to wait in the waiting area. It was the intern you're talking about who took the initiative to greet me, left me a WeChat message, asked about my requirements, and spent several days compiling the listings I wanted before letting me in. Wu Rou greeted me, and she spent the entire afternoon working with me on the listings. Now all I have to do is see the property in person. The landlord just needs to sign the transfer agreement, and that's it. And you all came over here now. If this is what you call a customer-friendly attitude, then I have to think about it. I think I saw a direct complaint channel on a wall somewhere last time. Manager Yao suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying seriously, I know you're particularly fond of this villa. To be honest, I personally approached the owners of these Xiangmingshan villas from the very beginning, and they trust me deeply. Besides our agency, no other agencies have these Xiangmingshan properties. Jiang Yumian understood. The implication was that since she offended her, she wouldn't sell these properties to her, and even if she went out and bought them from another agency now, she wouldn't be able to. He was threatening her. Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes, and retorted sarcastically, You're making it sound like the house is yours. The money's in my hands. I can spend it however I want. If I can't buy this villa, I buy another one. I need a villa worth 100 million yuan. Some real estate companies will help me find one. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Yumian picked up her school bag and prepared to leave. Manager Yao was instantly anxious. If she knew she lost such a big deal, she'd probably pack up and leave immediately. Please wait a moment. Ms. Jiang. Manager Yao spoke at the same time as Li Wenshi, who had hurried over from the office building next door. Li Wenshi sat down next to Jiang Yumian, briefcase in hand. Ms. Jiang, I just take up a few minutes of your time. Just a few minutes. Seeing this, Jiang Yumian put her school bag down again and sat back on the sofa. Li Wenshi put down his briefcase, took out his computer and documents, and placed them on the table in front of him. He said, Ms. Jiang, Chairman Jiang Chung holds 65% of the group's shares. He passed away before his will was drawn up. Since Director Jiang Chung has no siblings, his spouse, son, and daughter have all passed away. According to the relevant laws on inheritance, as Chairman Jiang Cheng's only surviving direct relative, you will inherit 65% of the Jiang Group's shares, becoming the current chairman of the Jiang Group and inheriting certain assets. Jiang Yumian, what's the question mark? What did you say? Even Manager Yao, standing across from him, was stunned. Jiang. Chairman Jiang Chung? Li Wenshi, fearing Jiang Yumian would relinquish her inheritance and lose her job, quickly continued, I understand you're here at the real estate agency to rent or buy a house. As long as you sign these inheritance contracts, all the properties under Chairman Jiang Cheng's name will be yours. The most expensive properties are these. Their villas worth 100 to 200 million yuan at the foot of Xiangming Mountain, a 5A scenic area. You have unconditional control over them. Manager Yao, The two men behind Manager Yao, who were spreading rumors about pornography, said, Chapter 248. Jiang Yumian burst into laughter upon hearing this. She didn't respond directly to Lawyerly, but instead raised an eyebrow at the stunned Manager Yao. Could it be Jiang Chung, the owner of the property that Manager Yao is so proud of? Manager Yao, so arrogant not long ago, was now speechless. Jiang Yumian was actually Jiang Cheng's illegitimate daughter. And now, she could legitimately inherit everything Chairman Jiang had. Chairman Jiang died yesterday. This wouldn't even be filmed like that in a TV series. Lawyerly quickly corrected her, Miss Jiang, these 3 properties in Xiangming Mountain were actually Mr. Pei's dowry to Pei Yi. Later, Mrs. Pei transferred full authority to Jiang Chung to manage. Chairman Jiang urgently sold these 3 properties for personal reasons over the past 2 years. However, the current ownership is still in the hands of Mrs. Pei. However, now that she's dead, the Pei family has no heirs, so you will inherit. Jiang Yumian found it even more amusing. What do you mean by for personal reasons? Jiang Chung isn't short of money at all. Why is he rushing to sell these 3 properties? He simply wants to convert Pei Yi's remaining premarital assets into joint marital assets. When the divorce breaks out, giving Pei Yi half will be considered a good deal. The worst case scenario is that they fake losses with these investments, so Pei Yi won't have to leave the house without debt. Jiang Yumian now feels a little sorry for this love-brained mistress. Jiang Yumian shook her head speechlessly. She felt ashamed to have such a blood-sucking father. Jiang Yumian said, these properties have nothing to do with me. I don't know how to sign an inheritance agreement, and I won't sign one. Lawyerly, please don't waste your time on me. Seeing Wu Rou standing there idiotically, Jiang Yumian waved at her. Wu Rou, please help me find another villa. I can pay for it in full, up to 100 million. This time, I want you to take the responsibility, and I won't acknowledge anyone else. With that, Jiang Yumian immediately prepared to pack up and leave. But the next moment, Lawyerly blocked her path and said seriously, Ms. Jiang, I come to you because I'm truly at my wit's end. News of Chairman Jiang's death will soon spread throughout the entire group. The group is just now on the rise. Once word gets out, the stock price will plummet, the group's market value will quickly evaporate, and the group will be leaderless and in turmoil. Jiang Yumian looked indifferent. Oh, it's none of my business. Lawyerly was practically in tears. If the stock price hits the limit down, won't the losses be irreversible? Jianshe Group has so many factories, plus tens of thousands of employees at its branch headquarters. They all be out of work overnight. Jiang Yumian was confused and said helplessly, if it weren't for Lawyerly, how could you still come chasing people for money these days? I already said I don't want it. Besides, when I was 18, Pei Yi and I signed a waiver of inheritance agreement, so I can't inherit it now. The next moment, Lawyerly quickly pulled out an agreement from his briefcase. Lawyerly, is this the one you're talking about? Jiang Yumian, oh my, you even have this? Lawyerly shook his head. That's not important. With that, Lawyerly tore the agreement in half in front of everyone in the hall. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Although Jiang Yumian wasn't well versed in law, she was stunned. Lawyerly, is this illegal? Lawyerly smiled and said, the property relinquishment agreement you sign needs to be notarized at a notary office to be legally binding. Since the property you are relinquishing belongs to Chairman Jiang must be present in person. Neither you nor Chairman Jiang were able to arrive, and someone else was required to provide a power of attorney to handle the matter on your behalf. Chairman Jiang disagreed at the time, so the agreement is invalid. This agreement has been in Chairman Jiang's hands ever since. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly. So you should still sign it. It's a lot of money. There's no need to be soured on it. Jiang Yumian finally understood and asked curiously, so if I don't sign, will you be out of a job? Lawyer Li wiped the unnecessary sweat from his brow. Yes. Over the years, he had worked alongside Jiang Chung from a small lawyer to his current position, having only been chief counsel for a year. He offended many people over the years. No matter how capable he was, if he lost his job and moved elsewhere, he'd have to start all over again. He finally bought a luxurious apartment, and he still had to pay off the exorbitant mortgage and car loans. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose this job. Jiang Yumian's interest was rare. How much is your salary now? Lawyer Li coughed softly. 200 yuan a year, not including the 6 social insurances and 1 housing fund, year-end bonus, and other holiday benefits. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian understood, truly understood. If it were the past, if anyone had caused her to lose her 2 million yuan job, she'd have gone mad and fought them. She was just a worker, so she didn't give them a hard time. Jiang Yumian, okay, I sign. You said that if I sign, I have full control over all of Jiang Cheng's assets, right? Lawyer Li, that's right. Jiang Yumian, okay, then sell them all for me, and donate the proceeds. Lawyer Li, not a cent. Jiang Yumian insisted, calmly saying, not a cent. You're kidding. Where did Jiang Chung get all that money? Most of it was sucked from the Pei family, but it's not ruled out that he could have built the company bigger and stronger on his own. But she truly hated these two people. It wasn't that she was so high-minded, but if she used Jiang Cheng's money, she felt she'd never be able to hold her head up high again, and she'd never be able to shake off her identity as Jiang Cheng's daughter. And using his dirty money, obtained through human exploitation, was disgusting to her. Lawyer Li handed Jiang Yumian a black pen and the contract, patting his chest and assuring her, don't worry, I do my best to convert all these assets into cash. Jiang Yumian glanced over the contract before signing. Jiang Yumian, by the way, if you can sell any company shares, please help me sell them and donate them to orphanages. I don't have the financial management skills, and it's terrifying to think you're asking a little girl like me to take on this. Although she had a good academic record, who would want to work so hard to expand and strengthen her late, scumbag father's business empire? She's got her own leisurely days, so why would she go looking for trouble? She's not stupid. Lawyer Li lost his composure upon hearing this, and quickly said seriously, actually, there's a better way. We can hire a reliable acting CEO at a high salary, have him oversee the group's daily operations, and you can just sit back and relax as chairman. If you don't want any of the company's annual dividends, we can establish a dedicated social welfare foundation. From now on, each share of your dividend will contribute to the foundation's startup capital. This will not only be more valuable than selling all your shares at a low price all at once, but will also help families in need better. Jiang Yumian's suggestion sounded quite plausible. However, Jiang Yumian rubbed her chin and said, don't you think if I don't care about anything, there won't be another Jiang Chung? Chapter 249. Lawyer Li smiled. Chairman Zhang's record isn't something everyone can achieve. After all, you're not someone like Madame Pei, who sacrifices everything for love. You have every right to refuse to overturn the acting CEO's decisions. Multinational corporations, like Shinsher, operate similarly. They had an acting CEO oversee the company's daily operations since the young master was a child, and there have been virtually no problems to date. It makes sense. Jiang Chung has been scheming to leech money for decades. Over those decades, she's likely replaced 7 or 8 acting CEOs. Lawyer Li was being reserved. After all, a father with limited resources, a love-obsessed daughter, and a devoted son-in-law and daughter-in-law, these buffs couldn't bring the company down without fully stacking them. Jiang Yumian didn't mind these shares. Okay, I have only one request. After establishing the Social Welfare Foundation, the detailed annual fund flows must be made public, and I follow up. Of course. Lawyer Li nodded decisively. Then in whose name should it be established? Will all future donations be made in the company's name, or? Jiang Yumian smiled. In my name? Just kidding. How could she be left out of such a virtuous act? Jiang Yumian said, then subconsciously added, "Forget it," in Jiang Linghua's name. If it weren't for Grandma, she wouldn't be alive today, let alone inherit the Jiang Chung family's wealth. Grandma's contributions are the greatest. Lawyer Li nodded and said, "Okay, then there's no problem on my end. Please sign all these contracts, and I help you complete them one by one." But these properties in Xiangming Mountain. Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes, looking at the villa she coveted, and sighed helplessly. Since it's Pei Yi's dowry, I might as well donate it. She really wanted a villa like this, but even if she bought it herself, even if she demolished the furnishings and rebuilt it, she couldn't erase the traces of the Pei family's presence. Forget it, she didn't want it. Jiang Yumian, let's make the donation for these 3 houses Pei Yi. Lawyer Li, okay. After Jiang Yumian signed all the contracts, Lawyer Li prepared to leave. But before he left, he made a phone call. Soon, a burly, middle-aged man came running out of the elevator. "Hello, Chairman Jiang. I'm the general manager of the real estate agency. You can just call me Xiao Shu." Jiang Yumian looked at Lawyer Li with confusion. Lawyer Li nodded and smiled. This real estate agency headquarters is also part of the Jiang Group. Chairman, you can contact him directly for any housing needs. Jiang Yumian's lips twitched. Look, what a dramatic scene. Okay, I'm going to give her a good time today, huh? Then she really have to indulge her bullying addiction. Jiang Yumian looked at Deputy Manager Yao, whose face turned pale, standing there, not daring to look at her. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Manager Zhu, I'd like to ask how you punish agents who are rude to customers and threaten them after a deal doesn't go through. Manager Zhu's sweat dropped. For minor offenses, their performance bonuses for this quarter will be deducted. For serious offenses, they will be fired. Jiang Yumian nodded, half smiled. What about agents who make jokes, make obscene comments, look down on customers, and treat them with contempt? Manager Zhu instinctively said, treat them all as dismissals. Jiang Yumian, does this punishment apply to management as well? Manager Zhu smiled, but his feet shook uncontrollably, fearing that the vindictive woman would vent her anger on him and accuse him of poor discipline. Manager Zhu quickly replied, of course. We treat everyone equally. Jiang Yumian glanced at Manager Yao and the other two with a careless look. Then they can get out. Manager Zhu, get out. Deputy Manager Yao's eyes flushed. Manager Zhu, Before Manager Zhu could finish her sentence, she winked at the 2 employees nearby and whispered to Manager Yao, hurry up and leave. Have some dignity. If you offend the Jiang family too much, none of us will be spared. Manager Yao's resistance ceased immediately. The other 2 men, who only knew how to spread rumors, had already been convinced after hearing Jiang Yumian's background and didn't dare to object. In just 2 or 3 minutes, this major problem was easily resolved. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sigh, it feels so good to have power. No wonder Jiang Chung worked so hard. Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes, instantly losing her previous arrogance. Now, she looked like an ordinary customer looking at a house, nodding slightly to Manager Zhu. I won't take up your time. I talked to Wu Rou about the other properties. Manager Zhu was flattered, but he didn't dare slack off. He nodded and said, that's not right. These are our responsibilities. I just heard from Wu Rou that you seem to like the villa near Xiangming Mountain. Well, although we don't have any properties available, I do have the business card of the owner of Xiangming Mountain. If you really want it, why not give it a call? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but wonder, owner? Manager Zhu smiled. Yes, you might not know that Xiangming Mountain may appear to be a national 5A scenic spot, but it's actually privately owned, and the villas surrounding Xiangming Mountain are all properties owned by the Shinshu Group. About 2/3 of the properties were sold publicly a while ago. You know, who could possibly own a property like this without money? Instead of waiting for the next owner to urgently sell their villa due to financial constraints, why not contact the head of the Shinshu Group directly? They still have 1/3 of their properties unsold. Perhaps you could try your luck. Manager Zhu added quietly, and those third properties are much better than those for sale. I had the pleasure of visiting them before, and every one of them has a fantastic location. This made Jiang Yumian start to get tempted again. How amazing is it? Incredible. Let me tell you. It's completely resistant to natural disasters. The materials are exquisite, and the feng shui is superb. Xiangming Mountain even has an air raid shelter from the anti-Japanese war. But, Jiang Yumian's eyes sparkled. But what? Manager Zhu, you better call first. Jiang Yumian, ? Manager Zhu apologized. To be honest, this business card is a few years old. There have been people interested in the villas in Xiangming Mountain over the years, but none of them have been successful. I couldn't even get through to the person in charge. I think they might have changed their phone number. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian looked at the landline number printed on the business card and felt a little discouraged. But you could try your luck at Xiangming Mountain. I heard the chairman of Shinsher Group lives there. Jiang Yumian, ? How could she try her luck on such a huge mountain? Besides, even if she were lucky enough to find it, she might not be able to afford it, and the seller might not even sell it. She couldn't just come across it and... Boss, give me a chance. I pay full price, and you can sell it to me at a discount. If she did, she might just get kicked out by the chairman. Chapter 250. Wu Rou continued to introduce her to several single-family villas, but Jiang Yumian's mind kept turning to what manager Zhu had said earlier. The villa was made of exquisite materials, resistant to natural disasters, and in the event of a real war, there was an air raid shelter nearby. It was a surviving air raid shelter from the anti-Japanese war, and its quality was impeccable. Jiang Yumian said goodbye to Wu Rou and the others, and took a taxi to Xiangming Mountain alone. In the car, Jiang Yumian called the landline number on the business card several times. Just as manager Zhu had said, the call never connected. A missed call was better than a dialed number that was unavailable. Jiang Yumian put the business card back in her pocket, and opened the Mayo forum to browse. As usual, it was mostly filled with posts complaining about games and seeking guides. But this time, Jiang Yumian came across a post about the Three Kingdoms. Perhaps because so few people saw this post, it's quite low profile, with only a few comments and replies. Lovely ghost, I have something to say about the Heroes of Heroes event in 10 days. Everyone, to save your lives, hurry up and brush up on your Three Kingdoms knowledge. I have a feeling this dungeon for intermediate and advanced players is definitely about the end of war. Comment 1, I think so too. I'm still in the library. Comment 2, really? I think it might be an ancient dungeon. Comment 3, it's over. History is my worst subject. I completely forgotten everything I learned in school. Jiang Yumian had considered the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. After all, it's such a classic. But she always felt something was off. What could they possibly do with a familiar historical period? Wasn't the outcome already determined? Were they supposed to cosplay various heroes? Let history repeat itself? Or perhaps reverse engineer their tactics based on historical events? But that didn't make sense. While she understood that war was a form of apocalypse, there were so many heroes that the remaining mid-level and high-level players simply couldn't cosplay them all. What's more, the foreigners who were mid-level and high-level players around the world weren't very familiar with their history. The game couldn't possibly favor them so much. Jiang Yumian didn't reply, simply exiting the post indifferently and continuing to scroll. But before she scrolled 2 times, a message popped up on WeChat. Lu Shiyan, when are you free? Seeing his message, Jiang Yumian immediately thought of the boss in the game saying he'd treat her to dinner. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a luxurious meal. Besides, she was curious about how she somehow managed to win the game without much effort. Thinking, Jiang Yumian quickly exited the forum and typed a reply. Jiang Yumian, tonight. Lu Shiyan, what time? Jiang Yumian, not sure yet. Can you wait until I finish climbing the mountain before I reply? Lu Shiyan, climbing a mountain? Which mountain? Jiang Yumian, Xiangming Mountain. Lu Shiyan, got it. Jiang Yumian, ? What does no mean? How can she respond? Oh, chatting with social anxiety is so tiring. I won't reply. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to put her phone down, Lu Shiyan's WeChat message popped up again. Lu Shiyan, where are you in Xiangming Mountain now? Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian was confused, but she replied immediately. I'm not there yet. Lu Shiyan, oh. Jiang Yumian, No. Whoever replies is a fool. Although she was here to try her luck at villas, she still had to prepare a guide. Jiang Yumian reviewed the guide while planning her route. Most of the villas in Xiangming Mountain are located near the highway, which also provides the longest route to the mountaintop. The Guangguan cable car in the Xiangming Mountain scenic area costs 20 yuan a day for unlimited rides. You can ride it anytime from the highway, but there's always a 10-minute wait. Jiang Yumian bought a package ticket online and bought some snacks and water at a convenience store near Xiangming Mountain, stuffing them into her pocket and into her backpack. When the taxi arrived near the Xiangming Mountain parking lot, even before she got out, Jiang Yumian was already captivated by the ancient charm and grandeur of Xiangming Mountain's gatehouse. Love at first sight. The moment Jiang Yumian got out of the car, she made another desperate phone call. As usual, No one answered. But why did she see a familiar figure at the distant door? Lu Shiyan? Jiang Yumian wasn't sure, until she actually reached the ticket gate. It was really him. At that moment, Lu Shiyan was wearing a white hat, Bluetooth headphones, a loose-fitting, light pink, multicolored graffiti t-shirt, paired with equally wide-leg apricot-colored graffiti shorts, and a pair of pure white sneakers. It was a combination of these things. If he were darker, shorter, he could pass for a dashing young man. But his already tall stature was perfectly balanced with this outfit, making him look youthful. A walking clothes hanger. She didn't want to say it again. It was just that she had never seen Lu Shiyan in anything other than black, white, and gray. Wow, a sudden change of style? At this moment, Lu Shiyan was clutching 2 bottles of iced drinks. Upon seeing Jiang Yumian, he immediately turned his back to her and, through gritted teeth, said to the man on the other end of the phone, "Is this outfit really okay? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Shinchiron, crouching in the bushes not far from the scenic area with a telescope, said, "Brother Lu, be more confident. This is the style this year. So trendy and so cool." Hearing Shinchiron's almost overly boastful tone, Lu Shiyan regretted it deeply. I should have known better than to ask him for advice. Lu Shiyan looked down at the colorful graffiti on his clothes and wanted to leave. But someone suddenly called him from behind. "Boss Lu." Lu Shiyan's heart tightened, and he could only turn around. "You're here." Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. "Yeah, what are you doing here? You're not going hiking with me, are you?" Jiang Yumian lowered her gaze to the 2 specially blended iced drinks in his hands, each with a straw and umbrella. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "For me?" Lu Shiyan took off his headphones and nodded. "Yes." Jiang Yumian took them graciously. "Thanks. Let's go in." Jiang Yumian lowered her head and pulled out her phone, about to click on the QR code for the ticket. To her surprise, Lu Shiyan pulled out an access card and swiped it at the gate next to the ticket entrance. The door swung open. Jiang Yumian, who was about to swipe the QR code to enter, said, ? Chapter 251. Lu Shiyan, enter this way. Jiang Yumian suddenly had an immature thought and said with a forced smile, "Boss, do you live here?" Lu Shiyan nodded obediently yes. Jiang Yumian took a deep breath, immediately put her phone away, and followed after him, drink in hand. As soon as Jiang Yumian followed Lu Shiyan into the house, she quickly asked, "Boss, when did you buy this house? How much did you pay for it? How's the location?" Lu Shiyan didn't know how to answer. "When I was a kid, everything was fine." Jiang Yumian, do you have the contact information for this real estate developer? At this moment, Lu Shiyan suddenly stopped and looked at her in confusion. Jiang Yumian, I want to buy a villa here, but the real estate agency doesn't have any units here. I heard the developer still has a third of the units available, so I decided to try my luck here today. Shinchiron, hiding not far away, twitched his lips. No, weren't you supposed to go on a date today? How did it turn into a house viewing? Lu Shiyan woke him up from a deep sleep, and he spent ages putting together his outfit. I was saying, who would choose a mountain hike for their first date? Wait. Buy a house. Buy a house? Shinchiron suddenly thought of something and carefully crawled off the lawn, heading towards the parking lot inside the complex. Lu Shiyan hadn't expected this turn of events and coughed awkwardly. So, are we still going to hike up the mountain? Jiang Yumian, why don't you go ahead and do it yourself? I still have to try my luck in the villa area. Jiang Yumian said, instinctively taking a step forward to say goodbye to Lu Shiyan. But the next second, Lu Shiyan grabbed her wrist. Jiang Yumian turned to look at him in confusion. Lu Shiyan quickly released her hand. All the villas over there are sold. Why don't you come back to my house first? Jiang Yumian, Before Lu Shiyan could say anything, the roar of a supercar suddenly rang out from not far behind them. The two turned to see a bright red convertible speeding toward the road beside them. As the convertible stopped beside them, Shinchiron's whistle rang out. Handsome guy Meilu, where are you going? I'm giving you a ride. Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched as she saw Shinchiron. You live here too? Shinchiron, just temporarily. He always chases me away. Jiang Yumian subconsciously turned to look at the man Shinchiron was referring to. Lu Shiyan explained, slightly embarrassed, he's too noisy. Shinchiron, come on, Sister Mian, get in the car. Aren't you looking for a house? I take you straight to see some. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. Do you have any properties? Shinchiron winked at Jiang Yumian. Yes, we have everything you want. Before Lu Shiyan could say anything, Jiang Yumian had already scrambled into the passenger seat. Come on. Lu Shiyan? Question mark. Finally, Lu Shiyan sat alone in the back seat, listening in silence as the two people before him engaged in a lively conversation. Shinchiron, what kind do you want, Sister Mion? Jiang Yumian, about 100 million. That's all I have on hand. Shinchiron subconsciously glanced at Lu Shiyan in the rearview mirror. 100 million, that might be a bit difficult. Jiang Yumian wasn't discouraged. Don't worry, I can still make a little more in the next round. Shinchiron smiled, but said nothing. What's there to make? If you're dating our brother Lu, he'd buy you a ton of stars, not to mention a villa. But Shinchiron didn't dare say anything, fearing they beat him to death. All the way, Shinchiron and Lu Shiyan listened to Jiang Yumian's request for a villa, until the car stopped outside the only Chinese-style villa halfway up the mountain. Jiang Yumian fell silent. Chiron, isn't Shinshir Group yours? Shinchiron, no. My mom is the acting CEO, but the group belongs to Brother Lu. This mountain and this villa are all Brother Lu's. Jiang Yumian, so your relationship is? Shinchiron, I'm Brother Lu's cousin. Now Jiang Yumian understood again. No wonder they're so close. Shinchiron frantically hinted at Lu Shiyan to speak, but Lu Shiyan remained silent for a long time, only saying one word. Come in first. As the two of them, accompanied by Jiang Yumian, entered the room, Shinchiron, while changing his shoes, couldn't help but pull Lu Shiyan aside and whisper, Brother, take the initiative. Don't you want to pursue her? Love won't find you if you don't take the initiative. Lu Shiyan, Lu Shiyan, a little nervous. Shinchiron looked disappointed. Didn't you get along well with her before? Why are you nervous now? Lu Shiyan, different. Shinchiron, why is it different? Before Lu Shiyan could say anything, Jiang Yumian turned to look at the two still standing at the door, puzzled. What are you whispering about? Shinchiron smiled and said, No, it's that Sister Mion. I have something to do, so I'd be leaving now. You guys can talk about the house later. Shinchiron pushed Lu Shiyan forward 2 steps. Take your time. Come on. By the time the door was shut from the outside, Lu Shiyan had already taken 2 deep breaths and asked Jiang Yumian, Would you like something to drink? Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and raised the glass of cold drink in her hand. Lu Shiyan gave a quick, awkward laugh and turned to turn on the light. You sit down first. I get you some information. With a thud, Jiang Yumian watched as Lu Shiyan nearly tripped over his own steps. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but say, Lu Shiyan, I feel like you. You're not quite right today. Lu Shiyan, no, you sit down first. Then he left Jiang Yumian with a back that could almost be described as a runaway. Jiang Yumian, Boss Lu is definitely not right today. Shinchiron, Sister Mion. Please be patient. Shinchiron, this is the first time Brother Lu has been so close to a woman in real life. Jiang Yumian understood instantly, and couldn't help but find it a little amusing. No big deal. Leave it to her. Jiang Yumian took in her surroundings. The place had an antique Chinese style, yet was interspersed with smart, high-tech furniture. Especially the transparent wall shelf, filled with Lego models, the kind men love. And the balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling windows had a natural waterfall cascading down, and the edges of the balcony were filled with plants and flowers. Most importantly, there was a round rocking chair and table on the balcony. Jiang Yumian couldn't imagine Lu Shiyan lounging in that rocking chair in the summer, a fruit platter on the table, half a seedless watermelon, and a small fan in hand, taking a leisurely nap. How comfortable would that be? Built into the mountains, surrounded by water, far from the hustle and bustle, peaceful and comfortable. Jiang Yumian felt like she was going crazy with jealousy. Is the life of the rich always this good? Chapter 252. At this moment, a wealthy tycoon was hiding behind a wall, taking a deep breath. She kept repeating the words Shinchiron had said to her on the phone. Brother, can you be more confident? No girl likes a shy guy. Especially someone like Sister Mion. If you really want her, you have to be direct. Come on. You're rich. She loves money too. You two are a match made in heaven. Come on. Spend your fortune, and take her to the treasure room in your second-floor study. You be completely captivated, okay? Be calm and talk more. Don't always make her awkwardly find topics to talk about. Huh? Lu Shiyan regained his composure, and, with a look of self-sacrifice, turned and walked towards the living room. Not only that, the wealthy tycoon looked at her with some embarrassment. Come with me to the utility room. We have a lot of listings and keys, so we can't move them all here for you to choose from. Look at that. That's a bit too Versailles. But Jiang Yumian still nodded rather spinelessly. Okay, I'd be right there. Until Jiang Yumian followed Lu Shiyan to the utility room on the first floor below ground. Is this a utility room? This is clearly a vast treasure trove. Besides the pile of paintings of unknown origin in the corner, the shelves on all sides were filled with antique jades that even Iwu Mall wouldn't dare to wholesale. And next to the long, small-leaf rosewood table next to the bookshelf was filled with several safes of various sizes. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but joke, "Boss, why don't I go in? I can't afford the compensation if anything gets lost in here." Lu Shiyan laughed helplessly. "It's okay, the valuables aren't here." Jiang Yumian, Seeing her awkwardness, Lu Shiyan subconsciously livened up the atmosphere, saying, "Some of them are fake. I don't buy anything casually. The paintings aren't valuable either. I painted them myself." Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief and followed Lu Shiyan to the long table. Lu Shiyan pointed to a neatly arranged row of catalogs on the shelf. "These are all properties. The design layout and final product of each villa are bound together in a book, each numbered. You can pick your own." As Lu Shiyan spoke, he opened the lower cabinet door beneath the bookshelf and pulled out a cardboard box. As soon as he opened it, Jiang Yumian almost lost consciousness. A box full of keychains. Can you believe it? He had a box full of those big round keychains you only see online as landladies. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched unconsciously, then she quickly calmed herself down. Seeing Jiang Yumian motionless, Lu Shiyan simply pulled 3 informational brochures from the bookshelf and placed them on the desk next to her. Just now I heard you say you wanted the type of building you wanted. I personally recommend these buildings. Take a seat and see if there's anything you like." After Lu Shiyan finished speaking, he quickly pulled over another bench and sat down next to her. Jiang Yumian, upon hearing this, stopped being obsessed with money and immediately got straight to the point, starting to browse the information. The brochures were very comprehensive, with not only 3D images and photos, but also pre-renovation plumbing and electrical wiring diagrams, clearly labeled with the number of layers of waterproofing applied to the building and the materials used. The design inspiration and the home's functionality are fully covered, and the materials used for the soft and hard furnishings are clearly marked and priced. Since the real estate developer dared to record this directly in the brochure, they must have used genuine materials, so there's no need to worry about cutting corners. Jiang Yumian liked the villas more and more, and she loved all 3. Not only were they move-in ready, but there was also a large lawn and fish pond in front, and a spacious back garden behind the villas, not to mention the standard swimming pool. And most importantly, the double-story basement. Jiang Yumian was shocked. "There's a direct access from the basement to the air raid shelter?" Lu Shiyan, "Well, don't worry. While the Xiangming Mountain air raid shelter is famous, only half of it is open to the public. The other half is not open to the public." Jiang Yumian swallowed hard. Each of these 3 villas had 2 more floors than Jiang Cheng's villa she had previously viewed. Both the property area and the actual usable area were significantly larger, and there was even a dedicated road connecting to the air raid shelter. Jiang Yumian was a little hesitant to think about it, but she still asked persistently, "How much are these houses?" Lu Shiyan, 100 million? Jiang Yumian, "That's cheap." Lu Shiyan knew her personality. While she was good at getting a little bargain, if she were offered a house for free, she'd probably walk away. Lu Shiyan, "Just 100 million. Although Jiang Yumian was ecstatic, she couldn't help but say, "You don't have to save me money for my sake." She had plenty of money now, and she didn't want to owe anyone a favor for something that could be solved with money. Lu Shiyan, "I didn't save you any money. When it was first put on the market, it was only around 100 million. But now the prices are going up, so there's a bit of a premium. I'm still making a profit selling it to you for 100 million. Jiang Yumian, come on. Bring me a pen and the contract. I want to sign it now." Lu Shiyan saw her eagerness and couldn't help but laugh. Won't you go see it in person?" Jiang Yumian, "It'd be the same after you buy it." After all, the album had photos of the property, and she already seen enough. Besides, at 100 million, she felt like she made a killing. Fearing Lu Shiyan would change his mind, Jiang Yumian wanted to sign right away. Lu Shiyan, "Okay, which one?" Jiang Yumian, "This one." Jiang Yumian pointed to the largest one. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, then you wait a moment while I go upstairs to print out the contract." Jiang Yumian nodded. "Okay. Can I take a look?" Lu Shiyan, "Yes, you can take anything you like." Jiang Yumian stared at him, eyes wide. As soon as Lu Shiyan's eyes met the girl's, his heart instantly sank. He quickly tried to make amends. They're all fake. They're worthless, so why bother playing with them? Jiang Yumian finally nodded. Okay. What Jiang Yumian didn't know was that as Lu Shiyan turned to leave, he felt like slapping himself twice. After leaving the utility room, Lu Shiyan called Shinchiron and asked him to send him a copy of the purchase agreement. Shinchiron, brother Lu, what's going on? Lu Shiyan recounted the situation. Shinchiron, who was eating ice cream on the other end of the phone, was stunned. Shinchiron complained feebly, brother, if you can't talk, just keep quiet. Lu Shiyan, didn't you ask me to say more? Don't let anything slip. Shinchiron slammed the table and stood up. Then why do you keep saying they're all fake? Even if they're small, 6 or 7-figure items, you can't just generalize them as fake. Lu Shiyan, will she think I'm stingy? Shinchiron nodded, confirming his words. Yes, she think you're stingy, and she think you're so rich, but only give people fake stuff. Lu Shiyan, Shinchiron, forget it, I come over to help you out. Lu Shiyan decisively refused. No need. If you come, I can't even talk to her. Send the contract quickly. Hang up. Chapter 253. Before Shinchiron could finish, Lu Shiyan quickly hung up the phone and headed for the second-floor study. Shinchiron, brother, you haven't told me which house purchase contract you want yet. Lu Shiyan, Xiangming, 298. The price is 100 million. I pay the purchase tax. Remember to change the parties. Shinchiron, brother, that foreigner offered 380 million for this house, and you wouldn't sell it now. Now you're selling it to Sister Mian for 100 million? And you're paying tens of millions in purchase tax yourself? Shinchiron, you might as well just give it away for free. Lu Shiyan, I'd like to give it away for free. Shinchiron, you're so bold. Shinchiron, I'm going to make a scene. Lu Shiyan, hurry up. Shinchiron, Humph, I'm going to buy a car today to comfort my weak heart. Pay first. Lu Shiyan, how much? Shinchiron, not much, maybe 700. Lu Shiyan, get lost. Shinchiron, Shinchiron, I'm going to make a scene. Shinchiron, trouble, or I make trouble if you don't pay me. Immediately following, Shinchiron's screen was flooded with emojis. Lu Shiyan closed his eyes helplessly, and silently transferred him 5 million. The next second. Shinchiron, thank you, brother Lu. I love you. Shinchiron, brother Lu's Mian 397 contract PDF. Lu Shiyan, what a ridiculous file name. Meanwhile, in the utility room, Jiang Yumian was actually casually looking at the paintings. She didn't dare touch the other fake antique jewelry, but when Lu Shiyan said he painted them himself, she really got interested. The man's painting skills were amazing, and his use of colors was bold. It is said that paintings reflect a person's current state of mind. Although Jiang Yumian cannot understand many abstract paintings, judging by the colors alone, some are depressing, some are bright, and some even make people feel sad. As Jiang Yumian was moving paintings in and out, she suddenly discovered a piece of drawing paper, merely clipped to a wooden frame, unframed. The drawing itself was just a plain sketch. But it caught Jiang Yumian's eye because the girl in the painting, wearing a halter top, standing on a balcony nibbling on a pig's trotter. Is it her? Jiang Yumian wasn't sure. Just as she bent down to pick up the wooden frame, she realized it held not just one painting, but a thick stack. Oh, could this guy be in love with her? Is he secretly painting her? No, how did he know she was standing on the balcony nibbling on a pig's trotter while watching a show? Was he spying on her? Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and scrolled down. Great, that narcissistic thought was crushed by her. Because the second drawing, while still of her, was a picture of her sleeping on the balcony with him during a typhoon, secretly drooling. The third one, a complete replica of her wearing a little yellow duck swim ring and sitting on an inflatable boat, being blown away by the typhoon. Lu Shiyan even drew a parabola and wrote a word on it. Jiang Yumian, that's not called love, that's called anti-fandom. The biggest anti-fan of the century. Jiang Yumian laughed out loud, then continued to scroll. Great, this one's even more outrageous. She was drawn as a demon, threatening a male mermaid to take off her clothes. No, I can't stand it. Meanwhile, Lu Shiyan, who had just reached the door with the contract in hand, saw Jiang Yumian flipping through the pages with the secret drawing he had hidden in the corner to keep Shinchiron away. Lu Shiyan, shock. Lu Shiyan, wait a minute. Jiang Yumian had just turned to the penultimate page, her hand still unconsciously flipping upwards. Frightened, Lu Shiyan rushed towards Jiang Yumian. Don't look. Confused, Jiang Yumian instinctively turned back to take a look, but the next second, Lu Shiyan quickly blocked the painting with a contract. Already anxious, Lu Shiyan stepped on the dust-proof blanket on the floor and reflexively lunged at Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, shock. The two of them crashed into the bookshelf behind them. Lu Shiyan instinctively reached out to protect Jiang Yumian. Meanwhile, the various decorative items on the bookshelf had been secured, but a small box of uncut gemstones at the top instantly tumbled down. Instantly, everything was in tatters. But Jiang Yumian was unharmed, save for her butt, which had been crushed by the weight of the two men. Jiang Yumian was practically trapped in a corner by Lu Shiyan, a half-walled-on situation. She watched helplessly as dozens of gems, both large and small, rained down upon him. When their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. Lu Shiyan instinctively lowered his gaze, as if trying to avoid the girl's blazing gaze, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on her rosy, moist lips. As Lu Shiyan hurried to stand, he heard the girl suddenly call out his name. Not boss, or anything else. Lu Shiyan. When the man looked up at her, the panic in his eyes, and the reddening of his ears made Jiang Yumian even more certain. Do you really like me? Chapter 254. Lu Shiyan paused briefly, then struggled to speak. Jiang Yumian saw the seriousness in Lu Shiyan's eyes and understood. It wasn't like she hadn't been confessed to before, and she even had many suitors. She easily rejected them with a few simple sentences. You're nice, but I'm not interested in a relationship right now, or you're nice, but we're not attracted to each other. In her eyes, if she liked someone, she liked them, but she couldn't force them to like her. So, every time she rejected someone, she did so without hesitation, without feeling the slightest bit of guilt. But for some reason, seeing Lu Shiyan's serious expression at this moment, she felt a little nervous. Jiang Yumian interrupted with an awkward laugh. Haha, I was just kidding. After that, Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to push Lu Shiyan away and stand up, but he remained motionless. He even summoned up the courage to speak with unwavering sincerity. Yes, I like you. Jiang Yumian's heart skipped a beat, but then she saw Lu Shiyan's handsome face, flushed so red it seemed to be steaming, which only made his increasingly serious expression seem comical. Jiang Yumian found it strangely amusing. It's not this person. Why does his face always blush so easily? Jiang Yumian spoke slowly, and what should have been a ruthless rejection like before suddenly changed direction. You want to marry me? Lu Shiyan was stunned. Marry? Jiang Yumian teased. Don't you rich people just like to have a relationship for fun, without the goal of marriage? Lu Shiyan was about to speak when Jiang Yumian replied with equal seriousness. My view on relationships is different from yours. Dating without the goal of marriage is pure hooliganism. While marriage still carries the possibility of divorce, it's better than being like her adopted parents. They already dumped their child in the trash before they even got married, each pursuing another love. Jiang Yumian saw Lu Shiyan's silence and smiled. Alright, I just pretend I didn't hear you. Lu Shiyan. No, I mean, are we getting married today? Now it was Jiang Yumian's turn to be confused, and she uttered a doubtful Lu Shiyan, didn't you say I wanted to marry you? Jiang Yumian. Lu Shiyan, my answer is yes. Jiang Yumian was at a loss for words. Wait. We're not even dating yet, and you want to marry me? Are you flattered? Lu Shiyan couldn't help but curl his lips. So you agree? The usually talkative girl was now speechless. Look at this scheming man. His social anxiety and innocence are all fake. Isn't he quite the talker? Furious, Jiang Yumian quickly reached out and pushed him away, hastily standing up. Jiang Yumian, I didn't agree. Jiang Yumian, you're nice, but you're not my type. Lu Shiyan lowered his eyes slightly. So, what type do you like? This question stumped Jiang Yumian again. She likes men who are rich, tall, handsome, and who meet her tastes. She also wants men who have never been in a relationship, who are principled and gentlemanly, and who have a high IQ. Lu Shiyan. Don't say it. Jiang Yumian struggled to speak, finally uttering only a few words. We're not really attracted to each other. The answer was ambiguous and abstract. Lu Shiyan. So, what does it mean to be a call? Jiang Yumian. I can't explain it to you clearly, okay? Well, I have something to do, so I leave first. With that, the girl sprinted out the door. But once she reached the door, she stopped and cautiously asked, Can I still buy the house? Lu Shiyan couldn't help but chuckle. Come over and sign the contract. Jiang Yumian, seeing a chance, immediately turned around and walked back. She signed the contract quickly, put down a card, grabbed a bunch of keys, and prepared to leave. Or rather, to run. Lu Shiyin, wait a minute. Jiang Yumian turned around, confused. Huh? Lu Shiyin walked towards her slowly, pulling a watch from his pocket and placing it on her left wrist. Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to pull her hand away. Don't move. What is this? A love confession gift. Jiang Yumian was shocked. I already rejected you, and I'm still getting a gift? Perhaps because she'd been rejected by so many defenseless men before, and the trauma of Hu Yingjun giving her a three-piece set that went viral on the forum after she rejected him left a deep impression on her, so Jiang Yumian didn't know how to react now. The watch, already attached to her wrist, was obviously worth a fortune. Jiang Yumian hurriedly tried to pull her hand away, but this time, Lu Shiyin didn't offer any verbal warnings and simply grabbed her wrist. Jiang Yumian, this looks very expensive. I can't accept it. Lu Shiyin, then throw it away somewhere you can when you get out. Jiang Yumian, huh? Isn't that bad? The man before her lowered his head, making it difficult for her to discern his emotions, but she could see his bony hands trembling slightly. This. Jiang Yumian said inappropriately, your hands are shaking. Lu Shiyin choked, I know. Jiang Yumian wanted to say something else, but the man in front of her was concentrating on putting on his watch. I'm only admitting this because I want you to know how I feel, that's all. You don't have to feel embarrassed. I don't expect you to give me an answer right now, and you don't have to avoid me in the future. This is the first time I like someone, and I don't know how to pursue you, but please give me a chance to show my feelings. If you don't want to respond, then don't respond. This is all my own free will, so you don't avoid me. Don't ignore me either. Okay? Lu Shiyin finished, slowly raising his head. The man's sincere, burning gaze met Jiang Yumian's. Jiang Yumian felt her heart scorch, and her gaze unconsciously shifted. Who said I was avoiding you? I just have a real family emergency. Lu Shiyin, well, let's have dinner together another day. Jiang Yumian, okay. Okay. Lu Shiyin, then I take you home. Jiang Yumian was about to refuse when Lu Shiyin said, it's hard to get a taxi up here. You haven't bought your sightseeing bus ticket yet, or are you in a real hurry? Jiang Yumian nodded resignedly, okay, take me back to the hospital. Lu Shiyin, okay. Just as Lu Shiyin had said, he seemed to have returned to his usual quiet self. Their communication along the way was practically non-existent. This made Jiang Yumian, who had always been prepared to deal with Lu Shiyin's questions, so embarrassed that she almost dug her feet into the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Isn't that how he pursues people? Not asking her what she likes to eat, what color she likes, what she likes to do, and so on? Chapter 255. But even this taciturn person has its advantages. Jiang Yumian, who had been as cautious as a hedgehog, soon relaxed. She nap, look at listings, and then open her shopping app to buy everything. There were so many things to buy for the move, and with the recent group buying promotion, Jiang Yumian quickly immersed herself in a world of shopping. Even after getting off the car at the hospital, she simply said hello to the man and, as she turned and went upstairs, she was still buying everything. Lu Shiyin watched the girls back quietly from the car as she moved slowly, step by step. When she reached the door, she even stopped and whispered frantically, oh my god, why are we still 90 cents short of another 50 off? 90 cents, 90 cents, what kind of thing is 90 cents and has free shipping? Lu Shiyin shook his head with a helpless smile, and drove away only after the girl completely disappeared from the entrance. Grandma Jiang, who was preparing dinner in the VIP ward, saw Jiang Yumian walk in, scrolling through her phone. Grandma Jiang, didn't you say you were going out tonight? Jiang Yumian, you want to come back for dinner again? Aunt Jiang, then I go make you another bowl of noodle soup? Okay. After Jiang Yumian finished speaking, she slid her phone back into her pocket, quickly took off her school bag, and opened it, smirking at Grandma. Hee hee, Grandma. Thumbs up, thumps. I bought our luxurious villa. Jiang Yumian said, handing Grandma a thick catalog of listings. She also pulled a bunch of keys from her school bag, clinking them together. The old woman in bed was grinning so hard she could barely stop. She dropped her meal, took the album, and began flipping through it. Great, this is great. This yard is big. We can even plant some grapevines. Great. This fish pond is big too. But since you don't like fish, let's raise some koi. Keep them plump. Great. Jiang Yumian sat by the bed, listening to Grandma Jiang's ramblings, a smile on her face. Grandma Jiang, by the way, I haven't seen Lala these past few days. Did something happen to her? Jiang Yumian smiled and shook her head, lying calmly. No, she's been busy with schoolwork lately. She has to go to the county with me tomorrow morning. You see her making a fuss tomorrow morning. Grandma Jiang was relieved. That's good. Grandma Jiang was already able to walk slowly. Although she had a strong heart and no risk of organ rejection, the superficial wound still needed to heal. The old woman went to bed early. After finishing her meal, she wiped herself down and quickly prepared for bed. Jiang Yumian, as usual, laid down on the couch beside her bed to sleep with her. But this time, Jiang Yumian tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The subtle sounds quickly made Grandma Jiang lose her sleep. In the pitch-black ward, only a few machines beside the bed flickered faintly. Grandma Jiang closed her eyes, a helpless smile playing on her lips. Are you worried? Suddenly called, Jiang Yumian blinked unconsciously, her right hand tapping on her watch as she whispered, No, nothing. I'm just a little excited about buying a house. Grandma Jiang smiled, but didn't press her further. Soon Jiang Yumian couldn't hold it in any longer. Grandma? Jiang Yumian, what if, you had a machine that could measure someone's favorability towards you, but that person's favorability was always at zero, with no fluctuations at all. Grandma Jiang, then what? Jiang Yumian, and then he confessed his feelings to you, and he seemed so serious about it. Was he lying? The girl had barely finished speaking when the old man in the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Who confessed to you? Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian, no, I was just asking. Grandma Jiang couldn't help but smile, and remained silent for a long moment. Seeing she didn't speak again, Jiang Yumian assumed Grandma had fallen asleep. Then the old man's slightly serious voice rang out from the bed. Again. Don't let your parents influence you. Love is actually a beautiful thing. Sometimes, even people themselves can't understand human emotions, let alone cold props. Grandma, I don't know what you mean by favorability, but when it comes to relationships, whether it's love, family, or friendship, you can't just listen to what someone says, you have to look at what they do. Sometimes, you can't even use your eyes, you have to use your heart. Jiang Yumian was puzzled. With your heart? Grandma Jiang, yes, feel with your heart. Sometimes machines can deceive, and people can deceive, but the heart can't. Grandma Jiang, do you know what the fundamental difference between us and machines is? Humans have the 5 cardinal principles, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the most complex and difficult emotions in the world. Thoughts change in an instant, and until the very last moment, you can't even guess what decision you make. But machines don't. They only have set values, measured according to a set standard. While they're accurate most of the time, there are always exceptions. Grandma Jiang finished, turning to face Jiang Yumian. You're so conflicted because you think he's sincere, right? Jiang Yumian was silent. Grandma, as much as I hate to admit it, I feel I'm not worthy of him. If it weren't for this game, she wouldn't have ever met people of their class, whether it was Lu Shurian or anyone else. Perhaps she would still be an ordinary office worker, holed up in a small rented apartment, burning the midnight oil to finish a manuscript for a few hundred yuan. Grandma Jiang, what's the standard by which you feel you're not worthy of him? Jiang Yumian instinctively wanted to speak, but Grandma Jiang slowly said, Is it money? Or maybe it's social status, right? Jiang Yumian didn't deny it. After all, she had already talked about her envy, jealousy, and resentment to the point of being numb. Grandma Jiang, you're using the social class standards set by ordinary people to measure his sincerity toward you, to gauge the distance between you. Have you ever thought about why he likes you in particular? Grandma Jiang, anyway, I feel like there aren't many people in this world worthy of you. They're all marrying down. Jiang Yumian's lips curled up subconsciously, as she listened to Grandma Jiang's words. Grandma, I'm not that good. Grandma Jiang slowly closed her eyes. Being rich in spirit is also a kind of wealth. You, don't underestimate yourself, and don't deny your own value. In Grandma's eyes, my Yu is amazing. Jiang Yumian's eyes reddened slightly. I understand, Grandma. Do you like him? I can't really say. I don't dislike him, I just think he's quite sincere. Sincerity, sincere children are wonderful. Chapter 256. The next morning, when Jiang Yumian got up and washed, Lala had already arrived in the ward, hugging Grandma Jiang and arguing over a long list of recent hardships. After hearing that Jiang Yumian had successfully secured a luxurious villa, she grabbed a picture album and started planning with Grandma Jiang. As Jiang Yumian was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, Lala's voice called out from the doorway. Shu Yu, can you spare me one of these rooms? Jiang Yumian, not just one, but two. One will be your own gym. Lala, wow. Lala, oh my god, can I really have one? Jiang Yumian, annoyed by her noise, quickly washed her face, grabbed her bag, and carried her out. Lala was still acting out a fading farewell scene. Grandma, wait for me. Grandma Jiang, sipping soy milk, replied, okay, I'll be back soon. As they headed to the airport, Lala, sitting in the passenger seat, chattered non-stop about her game dungeon. Unfortunately, Jiang Yumian heard only a string of gibberish. Until Lala's urge to share had almost died down, Jiang Yumian said, I got a space item in the last round of the game, so don't be surprised when you come with me to buy it this time. Lala, oh my gosh. Is it one of those space items only found in novels? Jiang Yumian, yes. Just when Jiang Yumian expected Lala to pepper her with questions about space items, Lala suddenly changed the subject. It doesn't matter whether it's a space item or not. Can you tell me where you got this watch? Jiang Yumian then glanced down at the watch on her left wrist, and said, a little guilty, it was a gift from someone. Lala's ears perked up. Male or female? Jiang Yumian, male. Lala was silent for a moment, and Jiang Yumian glanced at her out of the corner of her eye. Someone in the passenger seat quickly pulled out their phone and searched. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Lala, I'm looking for curse words. Jiang Yumian, huh? Lala, what stinking man dared to give you a fake thing? I curse him to death. Was it that idiot Huing Jun? Jiang Yumian, fake? Lala, oh, this is infuriating. How can you be so outrageous? You're pretending to be rich, but don't even try to be a little more modest. What's the point of trying to show off by giving a watch like this? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but twitch her lips at Lala's indignant tone. Jiang Yumian, this watch. How expensive is it? When the car stopped at a traffic light, Lala said nothing and simply handed her the picture. Lala, Patek Philippe Master Chime. Lala, there are only 7 in the world, and they're worth 210 million yuan. Don't you think it's expensive? Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. So expensive. It's twice as expensive as the villa she bought him. Lala, that's why. That's outrageous. Who gave it to you? Stop the purchase. I'm going to confront him. Jiang Yumian, maybe. It's not fake. Lala, question mark. Jiang Yumian, this was given to me by the guy who sold me the house. He said it was a love gift. I thought it was around 100 or 200,000 yuan. Lala, shock. The shock in Lala's eyes was indescribable. Oh, my god. At the same moment, Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to take off her watch. Lala quickly reached out to stop her. The moment she was about to draw her knife and curse, it was as if she had never appeared before. She looked at her with a look of relief. Baby, don't pick it. It's a gift from someone, don't ruin it. Jiang Yumian saw the light turn green and couldn't stop. She stepped on the accelerator and teased, your attitude changes a little too quickly. Lala, wow, how could it not be? Lala's mind was already conjuring up beautiful romantic images. You spent 100 million to buy him a villa. He could have just given it to you, but he didn't. He even took great care of your pride and showed his sincerity by giving you a gift worth twice as much. Wow, so touching. Lala, how does he look? Jiang Yumian, handsome. Lala, how many relationships has he had? Jiang Yumian, he's never been in a relationship. He's a severe social anxiety patient. Lala breathed a sigh of relief and settled back into her seat. Alright. Marry me. I agree. Jiang Yumian chuckled. Look at you. Lala, baby, you have to choose between love and bread. You're such a big bread, so love is a no-brainer. You said he's handsome, so it's only a matter of time before he falls for you. It doesn't matter if he doesn't. You see, there won't be the worries of daily life. A socially anxious person paired with a socially adept person, what a treat. Take him out to play. Believe it or not, he treats you like his life. Where can you find a man who's obedient, wealthy, emotionally valuable, handsome, has no romantic history, and is clean? Jiang Yumian listened to her nagging. Your words make sense, don't you? Lala, of course they do. Lala, give him a chance. Don't reject him so bluntly like you did before. Give the child some hope and self-respect. Jiang Yumian was about to argue when Lala quickly changed the subject. Come on, honey, how big is your space? How much should we buy? Do you have a shopping list? Jiang Yumian, yes, I got a notebook in my bag. Du Lala pulled out a notebook and opened to the first page. The next second. What? 20,000 pigs? And they have to be slaughtered? Jiang Yumian, you're going to go crazy. Jiang Yumian's head unconsciously jerked to the side at Du Lala's blaring voice, and she smiled awkwardly. If not 20,000, 10,000 will do. Du Lala, where are we going to find 1,000 fresh pigs to slaughter? Oh my god, and with all the cattle, sheep, and chickens, you're going to have to clean out the entire slaughterhouse. Jiang Yumian smiled innocently. That's why I asked you. Please keep an eye on them for the next few days. Du Lala, In the afternoon, when the plane arrived in Qintu County, the two sisters rented two cars costing just over 100,000 yuan, a refrigerated truck, and a large truck, hiring two truck drivers to help load the goods. Jiang Yumian also rented a large warehouse on the outskirts of the county town for temporary storage. The two sisters claimed to be buyers from City A, planning to open a chain of restaurants, and in need of large quantities of fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat and poultry. Jiang Yumian returned to Qintu County to purchase grain, because it's a nationally renowned large-scale grain wholesale and purchasing base. Grain merchants here enjoy a large supply and demand, and the products are high quality and affordable. Many wealthy grain farmers from neighboring counties also ship their grain here to sell. Buying in large quantities won't draw too much attention. However, the two were still a bit overly ostentatious, after all. Do we have to slaughter all 10,000 pigs within 3 days? If the pork is frozen in large quantities after slaughter, it won't be fresh. If you don't mind, we can ship it in small batches to your chain's kitchen. At this point, even the fully armed Du Lala felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Yumian coughed awkwardly and said, No, just slaughter them. Delivery in 5 days at most is okay? We pay in full. Of course, of course. Du Lala pushed her glasses and whispered to Jiang Yumian. Old pig said, This is a life or death game. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Okay, let's go back to the hotel and continue tomorrow. Chapter 257. 10 o'clock in the evening. Shinchiran, curled up on the sofa playing games, said helplessly to Lu Shiyan, who was staring blankly at a pile of Lego not far away, Brother Lu, you've been staring at Lego all day. Hearing someone call him, Lu Shiyan quickly came to his senses and continued to put the Lego together. And then, he made a mistake. Shinchiran, brother, this is a new limited edition. You've been sitting there all day and still haven't put the legs together. You used to be able to put it together in hours. Lu Shiyan said calmly, This time, it might be more difficult. Shinchiran sneered unconsciously. Hey, if you want to chat with someone, just go find them. What's the point of just staring at your phone waiting for messages? Shinchiran, there's a saying that goes, why do latecomers get ahead? It's because the early comers don't fight or compete. If you don't take the initiative, you might be robbed. You know Sister Mian is popular with men, and even I can't tell, several of them have ulterior motives for her. Lu Shiyan, she didn't reply. Shinchiran narrowed his eyes for a moment. Oh. So then send it again. Lu Shiyan, she replied when she sees it. Shinchiran, what did you send her? At the same time, a message of special concern suddenly popped up on Lu Shiyan's phone. The man quickly picked up his phone and opened it, logging into WeChat. Shinchiran immediately leaned over curiously. 10:01 a.m. Lu Shiyan, good morning. 10:59 p.m. Jiang Yumian, hello. Lu Shiyan, Shinchiran, question mark. The next second, Shinchiran let out a sharp, explosive laugh. Haha, I can't help it, I'm dying of laughter. Perhaps Lu Shiyan found Shinchiran's laughter too jarring, so he couldn't even spare him a glance. With a sullen face, he stood up and headed for the bedroom. Shinchiran leaned back on the sofa and hurriedly called out to Lu Shiyan's back, brother, you're never going to get her like this. Take the initiative. What's the point of chatting online? Ask her out for dinner or some fun. If you keep chatting like this, Sister Mian might be married and have kids by the time you get to know her, and you're still texting her good morning messages without even knowing. No, you haven't even bothered to send them. Haha, I can't help it. When I think about you texting good morning, and she replying, it's late, the kids need to go to bed, I find it hilarious. Bang. The master bedroom door was slammed shut by the man. Shinchiran couldn't help but laugh, and couldn't help but post a message on his WeChat moments. Shinzi, you said good morning, I said good morning. You said you just woke up, I said I was asleep. You asked what you were doing, I said getting married. You asked how everything was going, I said fine, I just got out of the delivery room. 2 minutes later, the comments below were quite interesting. Brother How, I take that. You asked if we could go out for dinner together? I said, can I bring my boyfriend? Lution, I get it. You said the latest movie was great. I said yes, I just saw it with my husband this weekend. Brother Jiao, got it. You said your niece in your friend circle is so cute and looks just like you. I said, how could she not be? She's my biological daughter. And then half an hour later, Lu Shiyan also sent a WeChat message. Brother Lu, godly gold. Brother Lu, deleted. The next day, after waking up, Jiang Yumian and Du Lala rushed to their next destination without stopping. To save time, they split up. Jiang Yumian was in charge of shopping near the warehouse. She had already counted the goods and, while no one was around, stored them in the cruise ship's cabin. Du Lala, on the other hand, was running around with the shopping list Jiang Yumian had given her. The two of them were incredibly busy, but thankfully, the day was quite fruitful. Jiang Yumian rewarded them with a foot spa treatment that evening. It was truly wonderful. Whenever she had some free time, Du Lala's gossipy nature began to ignite. How are you guys? Jiang Yumian half slumped in a chair, drowsy. What's going on? Du Lala, just chatting. How's it going? Jiang Yumian closed her eyes. That's all. Du Lala, what? Jiang Yumian, he asked me if I was free today, and I said no. Then he asked me if I was free tomorrow, and I said I was busy and had no time either. Du Lala, and then what? Jiang Yumian, then he asked me about the day after tomorrow, and I said I was out of town and we don't have time to eat together, and then he didn't reply. He must be busy too. Du Lala then closed her eyes speechlessly, sighing helplessly. It's not easy for him to persist in pursuing you. Oh my god, I can't imagine how long he can hold out. Jiang Yumian, isn't this just a normal chat? You're sighing like it's going to end at any moment. Du Lala, how can it not end? If my crush said that to me, I'd be heartbroken, let alone persist. I bet a bag of spicy noodles he's probably sulking right now. Jiang Yumian, I'm really busy, not trying to avoid him. Du Lala, but he doesn't know. Please share your daily life. Who can stand being constantly asked if you're free? Jiang Yumian slowly opened her eyes, curled her lips, and took out her phone. Du Lala, are you going to send him a message? Jiang Yumian, no, Grandma asked if we had dinner, so I reply. Du Lala sighed helplessly, shaking her head. Okay, I take a nap. This fish massage is so comfortable. Jiang Yumian secretly glanced at Du Lala, replied to Grandma's WeChat, and subconsciously clicked on Lu Shiyan's WeChat. Jiang Yumian, I've been out of town shopping these days, so I've been really busy. I'm not avoiding you. Jiang Yumian, I'm tired after a day. I'm getting a fish massage at the foot massage parlor. After sending the message, Jiang Yumian even took a picture of her feet surrounded by fish. At the same time, another sharp explosion echoed from the villa. Shinchiron, there's a story, there's a story, there's a story. Shinchiron, brother. There's a story. She's probably explaining it to you, because she's afraid you'd be angry. Shinchiron, look. She even sent you a picture sharing her daily life. Lu Shiyan, who was eating next to him, couldn't help but smile, but he tried hard to suppress it. I'm not angry. Then, Shinchiron, still excited, rolled his eyes at him and chuckled, yeah, you're not angry. I almost broke my computer typing code just now. Lu Shiyan, I wasn't angry in the first place. Shinchiron, seeing Lu Shiyan's renewed spirit, jokingly leaned over. Come on, what's your reply? How about taking a picture of the meal, and sending it over to show how virtuous you are? Boys who can cook are a plus. Lu Shiyan, you made this meal, not me. Shinchiron, just pretend you did it, silly. Chapter 258. Seeing Lu Shiyan frown, Shinchiron quickly explained, we're not lying to her. Think about it from another perspective. We're just doing it first. You can learn later. It's not like we're unwilling to learn. That's not lying. That's letting the other person get to know you quickly. Get it? Lu Shiyan, nonsense. Hurry and eat. Seeing Lu Shiyan's indifference, Shinchiron shook his head helplessly, sighed silently, and walked back to his seat, not forgetting to complain, you're usually more flexible than me, and even more ruthless at deceiving people, but at times like this, you're so stubborn. I can't even bother with you. Then the two of them finished their meal in silence, each doing their own thing, not disturbing each other. Just as Shinchiron was about to leave, the man sitting on the sofa, still building Lego blocks, suddenly called out to him. Shinchiron, what's wrong? Can't bear to leave me? Lu Shiyan said calmly. Come over early tomorrow. Shinchiron, what for? Lu Shiyan, teach me how to cook. Back at the hotel, Jiang Yumian noticed someone still hadn't replied. Really angry? Jiang Yumian instinctively opened the chat box, thinking of sending another message, but then thought better of it. If the other person gave up like that, that would be great. She wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. It was a tangled mess. By then, Du Lala had already expertly opened the game, and sat on the sofa. Zhu, you go shower first. I play a couple of games first. Okay. Jiang Yumian simply grabbed a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom to shower. But just as she was about to undress, something suddenly struck her, and she hurriedly pushed open the bathroom door and left. As soon as the door opened, Du Lala's voice, cursing, could be heard from the sofa. No, why did that noob add me again? I'm so impressed. Jiang Yumian hurriedly shouted, don't refuse. Du Lala was startled by Jiang Yumian's high-pitched voice, and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Yumian, what's the name of the noob who just added you? Du Lala couldn't help but wonder, one of those noobs I bullied earlier? Jiang Yumian asked again, emphasizing, what's his name? Du Lala, I'm not taking a nap today. Jiang Yumian suddenly smiled bitterly. I forgot to tell you, I met your idol in the last survival game, and I even asked him for a signature for you. Du Lala suddenly stood up, her eyes shining. Really? Really? I just kept it in my profile and forgot about it. Jiang Yumian said, quickly digging out a bag of notebooks and handing them to her. You? Take a look for yourself. As he handed it to her, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but glance at her with a pang of heartache. Du Lala, what's with that expression? Jiang Yumian, you? Take care of yourself. I'm going to shower first. As the bathroom door closed again, Du Lala scratched her head in confusion. Why does she look like I'm going to be tortured to death? Isn't this a good thing? Hey, idol. Just as Jiang Yumian turned on the shower, as expected, the shrill screams of female college students could be heard from outside. The splashing water couldn't drown out the girl's sorrow. Idol, oh no. You're such a bad idol, I'm sorry. Oh my god, why is my idol so bad at gaming? And if she's such a badass, why did I have to run into her? I don't. Jiang Yumian teased, feeling both amused and helpless. Stop yelling, I find a way to make amends. Du Lala, I don't. So, Jiang Yumian spent the entire evening listening to Du Lala's sad stories of abuse. The next morning, with dark circles darker than those of a vengeful ghost, the two of them got up, washed, and went back to work. Only by shopping could they numb their broken hearts. Rice, oil, salt, fruits, vegetables, and even seeds were bought. The two sisters bought everything. A little after 8 in the morning, squatting outside the warehouse waiting for the harvest, eating a vegetable bun, Jiang Yumian was surprised to receive a message from someone who had been missing for a while. Lu Shiyan, good morning. Lu Shiyan, sharing a JPG picture. Confused, Jiang Yumian clicked on it, only to find a large breakfast spread on the round wooden table, resembling a full-scale Han-style banquet. There were Chinese-style pumpkin and millet porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, steamed buns, shrimp dumplings, and siamai. There were even 3 or 4 different flavors of Western sandwiches, along with soy milk, hot milk, and fresh fruit juice. The most exquisite of all was. Even the fruit was beautifully presented, and the knife skills looked impressive. Ah, this? Jiang Yumian, your chef is amazing. Lu Shiyan, I made it. Jiang Yumian, wow. Oh my, bosses still have to get up early to show off their cooking these days? Jiang Yumian sent him an emoji. Jiang Yumian, thumbs up, JPG. After sending the emoji, the delivery truck arrived. Jiang Yumian quickly finished her buns, and quickly stood up to meet them. Meanwhile, in the villa, Lu Shiyan, looking at the girl's thumbs up, almost smiled. But when Lu Shiyan looked at Shinchiron, who was smiling like an ant, his expression suddenly changed. He said expressionlessly, what? Shinchiron, did Sister Mian praise you? Lu Shiyan's expression faltered in a split second, the smile on his lips barely suppressed. Yeah, she gave me a thumbs up. Shinchiron, great. So what are we having for lunch? Lu Shiyan, breakfast. Shinchiron, The third day of the game countdown began. Thanks to the sisters' tireless efforts, Jiang Yumian's small stash was reduced to just 2 gold coins. They checked out of their room and car, and successfully embarked on their journey home. Du Lala, who had been with Jiang Yumian for 5 or 6 days, hurried home, and the two parted ways as soon as they got off the plane. It was already late at night when Jiang Yumian returned to the ward. After secretly looking at Grandma Jiang for a moment, Jiang Yumian took a taxi back to her rental apartment to pack her things. The villa didn't need any renovations, and there wasn't a shortage of furniture, so Jiang Yumian packed quickly. She even cleaned the entire rental apartment before going to bed. The next morning, Jiang Yumian was ready to leave, carrying a box of books. As she left, she heard the familiar, fleeting sound of simmering rice next door. This time, Jiang Yumian didn't seem irritated, she even felt a hint of reluctance. Goodbye, old, run-down apartment. Goodbye, premature ejaculation. Goodbye, my youth. Goodbye. Jiang Yumian turned around and was about to leave when she was startled by a woman standing nearby, covered in blood. Oh my! Why are you here? The next moment, Jiang Mei, bloodied after struggling to climb the stairs, collapsed in the hallway. Very well, the moving was on hold. Chapter 259. Very good, the move is on hold. Jiang Yumian quickly put the cardboard box into her space and ran to Jiang Mei. Sister Mei? Sister Mei? Jiang Yumian tried to call an ambulance, but the next second, Jiang Mei, who should have fainted, grabbed her wrist. Jiang Mei's dying breath. Hurry up. They want to hurt you. Who else could be connected to Jiang Mei? Jiang Yumian quickly picked Jiang Mei up by the waist and carried her downstairs when she heard hurried footsteps. Jiang Yumian made a quick decision and immediately prepared to run back upstairs. But before she left, she quickly reached out and wiped the blood from Jiang Mei's injured shoulder, smearing it around her door, even the doorknob. She didn't even have time to ask Jiang Mei why Jiang Shaoling had injured her so badly, since the real world had its own protection mechanisms. She could only rush upstairs without stopping. Luckily, old neighborhoods like this one all have corridors, which she had visited before while drying her sheets. She could go directly from the rooftop corridor to the next floor. Jiang Yumian was halfway up when she heard several violent bangings on the door. Taking a break, Jiang Yumian freed one hand and hurriedly called the landlord. Placing the phone on Jiang Mei, she whispered, Aunt Pan, I checked out. Jiang Yumian, okay. Aunt Pan was about to speak when she heard a whisper from Jiang Yumian. Aunt Pan, is the man next door having an affair? Aunt Pan, huh? Jiang Yumian, I just saw a bunch of women coming to look for him aggressively. I don't know why, but they were banging on the door so hard, there was blood, and it looked like it was about to break. Aunt Pan, what? Aunt Pan, still lying in bed, jumped up instantly. I'll be right there. Before hanging up, Jiang Yumian reminded him, remember to call the police, or the man might refuse to pay the compensation. Yes, I'm hanging up. Hearing the beep, Jiang Yumian rushed to the top floor. At the same time, Jiang Shaoling and her companions broke open the door of the rental apartment. It was empty, no one was there. Jiang Shaoling's face darkened, and the people around her rushed into the bathroom to check. Sister Jiang, no one's here. Jiang Shaoling turned with a cold expression, looking at the still unwiped bloodstains at the stairwell, then up the stairs. Chase. Yes. At the same time, the door to the rental apartment next door opened. A portly man, with a big head and thick ears came out, cursing, his pants held up. Who's making such a commotion so early in the morning? As he left, he saw a slim, beautiful woman standing at the next door. The man's eyes lit up instantly, and his demeanor drastically changed. So many people? Are you here looking for Mian Mian? Jiang Shaoling turned to look at him and asked meaningfully, Are you familiar with Jiang Yumian? The man's smile grew even more amiable. Yes, she always treated me like a neighbor. Jiang Shaoling, do you know where she went? The man, Auntie Pang said her grandmother is in the hospital. I guess she's gone. Why don't you come to my house for a while and wait for her to arrive? Jiang Shaoling narrowed her eyes slightly. Okay. Jiang Shaoling raised her hand, and three incredibly strong women emerged from Jiang Yumian's home. Give him a treat. Don't worry, Sister Jiang. We're the best at dealing with stinking men like this. At this moment, the woman in the room, who had just finished getting dressed, heard a pig-slaughtering scream from the other side. Wife! Save me! The woman, fresh from the countryside, watched her husband being pinned to the ground and beaten by several women. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and shouted at the crowd, What are you doing? Jiang Shaoling glanced at her with disdain. He invited me to your house. What are you talking about? The woman said, If you don't want to come, then don't come. Why are you hitting me? The woman said, You bastards. I fight you. The woman went straight for the most beautiful Jiang Shaoling. Years of hard work had given her incredible strength. She grabbed Jiang Shaoling's beautiful straight hair and pulled it back. Jiang Shaoling, You're being unreasonable. The woman, it's seductive bastards like you that make my man cheat. Jiang Shaoling immediately retorted, idiot. 5 minutes later, Aunt Pan and the police arrived to see a man and a woman being pinned to the ground and beaten profusely by a muscular woman. The woman had heard the sirens and was about to follow Jiang Shaoling and the others upstairs. But the woman had a tight grip on her hair, causing her every movement to ache. In her anxiety, she beat her with increasing ferocity. Let go of my hair. As Aunt Pan came up, she saw the doors of both rental apartments had been smashed to pieces. Even the partition wall between them had been punched through and twisted. There was blood everywhere. Aunt Pan excitedly shouted, my house. The police. Don't touch a thing. Jiang Shaoling and the others followed the scattered bloodstains on the stairs all the way to the next building. Not far away, Jiang Yumian opened the driver's door of her newly purchased Wuling Mini and smiled and winked at her. I be leaving first, bye. Jiang Shaoling and the others responded, eh. Jiang Shaoling and the others tried to chase after them, but the police cars and ambulances that had arrived blocked their path. Jiang Jia, what should we do now? Jiang Shaoling's face darkened, her cap pulled down low on her head. Through gritted teeth, she said, go to the hospital. Which hospital? Jiang Shaoling responded, eh. What they didn't know was that Jiang Yumian had no intention of taking them to the hospital. At this moment, Jiang Yumian called Du Lala on her phone. Lala, where is that famous B&B near the school you mentioned last time? It doesn't require ID for a tryst. Huh? You're taking the big boss there for a date? No, don't be ridiculous. I'm in a hurry. Du Lala immediately became serious and sent a location. Jiang Yumian rushed to school without stopping. When she arrived at the B&B entrance, she circled several times, making sure no one was following her. She then pulled out a small blanket she had just bought from her space and wrapped Jiang Mei completely in it. She herself donned a mask and a hat and entered the B&B. As expected, the receptionist was a rather nonchalant woman, her game blasting loudly. She barely even bothered to look up when someone entered. Name? Jiang Bai. 200 a day. How many days will it take? 1 day. After Jiang Yumian finished speaking, she quickly pulled out 2 Mao Zedong notes and handed them to him. 207. Go inside and turn right. Chapter 260. Jiang Yumian took the room card and, sweating profusely, immediately carried Jiang Mei to room 207. After entering, Jiang Yumian laid Jiang Mei on the bed. She pulled out her newly purchased kettle from her space, filled it with spiritual spring water, and plugged it into boil. As she waited, Jiang Yumian let out a long sigh, her brow tinged with nervousness. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or good luck. Good luck. She was moving and had a ton of stuff, so she bought a lot for her new home. She also picked up a lot of emergency supplies, like disinfectant alcohol, iodine, and bandages on this trip. It wasn't just her, she actually had a few friends with a favorability rating over 40. Jiang Yumian thought, I'm going to activate the Prajna hairpin replica. Please select your target for replication. Please note that your current Prajna hairpin is at level 1. You can only gain the skills of 3 target characters with a favorability of over 40 at a time. This skill is limited to 24 hours, and you will not be able to replicate it again until 5 days after this replication. Jiang Yumian pressed a hemostatic pad against Jiang Mei's wound and said seriously, I want to replicate the skills of Dean Li Yongda, head nurse Cheng Laning, and Lin Jiayu, a top surgical student. Okay, I replicate the skills of 3 target characters for you. Successfully replicated a random skill for Li Yongda, surgeon, 25% replication. Successfully replicated a random skill for Cheng Laning, gossip master, 25% replication. I thought you could replicate Lin Jiayu's chemistry reserve knowledge talent, 25% replication. Jiang Yumian was almost moved to tears. Head nurse, you're so awesome. You almost scared her to death. Our dean is still the most reliable, but Lin Jiayu's chemistry knowledge sounds so impressive. Can she make a bomb? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Jiang Yumian thought to herself, and instantly ran through the process of making a simple bomb in her mind. Jiang Yumian muttered a dumbfounded oh my god. If the current situation hadn't prevented her from going through it more than once, Jiang Yumian would have felt like she was going to die. Jiang Yumian had no time to rejoice. She quickly took up her scissors and began to cut the clothing around Jiang Mei's wounds. To be precise, she had almost completely cut off all of Jiang Mei's clothing. She had dozens of wounds, large and small, with the most serious being the ones on her right shoulder blade and left side of her waist, which were still bleeding profusely. Jiang Yumian's face was cold as she quickly and efficiently treated the wounds. She couldn't maintain a sterile environment, but she had no choice but to go ahead. Judging from Jiang Mei's expression, it was clear that the entire Black Widow team had likely been taken over by Jiang Shaoling. She had no idea how many Black Widow members there were, or how many Black Widow spies were watching the hospital. Perhaps there were even Black Widow members among the doctors and nurses. Going to the hospital now would undoubtedly be like walking into a dangerous trap. She couldn't be by Jiang Mei's side constantly. After all, they weren't close enough for her to risk her life for her. She had only saved her now because of their chance encounter a few games ago and her kind tip today. But wasn't today's tip also a request for her protection? Jiang Yumian had a clear view of the situation and a clear understanding of her own importance in Jiang Mei's heart. Time ticked by, and the surgeon's forehead was already drenched in sweat. At this moment, a small tree tendril emerged from her palm. Jiang Yumian had no time to play around with her, so she instinctively said, "Little Guiyuan, stop messing around. I'm busy right now." The tree tendril still swirled in front of her, obstructing her view. Jiang Yumian frowned slightly, and was about to speak when another small tree tendril emerged from space, wielding a black gold fruit the size of a mangosteen and dangling it in front of her. Jiang Yumian was about to say stop it when the small tree tendril pointed at Jiang Mei, who lay before them, and then at the black gold fruit. Jiang Yumian asked, "Are you saying give her this?" Little Guiyuan's tree tendril trembled with excitement. Jiang Yumian thought of the blood vine fruit that little Guiyuan had previously sucked clean, and a particularly bold idea suddenly occurred to her. Jiang Yumian quickly took the fruit, peeled it, and immediately wanted to stuff the crystal-clear Longan flesh into Jiang Mei's mouth. The blood vine fruit juice can heal wounds, so perhaps the fruit produced by the small Longan that absorbed the blood vine would also have this effect, but there was nothing she could do. The fruit was too large, so Jiang Yumian could only break it into small pieces with her bare hands and stuff them into Jiang Mei's mouth. The plump flesh dripped onto the small wound on Jiang Mei's chest as she moved. The small cut healed instantly, and the surrounding wounds were also gradually healing. Jiang Yumian, surprise! What a treasure! It really is her treasure. Before Jiang Yumian could take a closer look at the wound, the unconscious Jiang Mei slowly opened her eyes, and saw Jiang Yumian standing beside her, the sweet taste of Longan flesh still in her mouth. Jiang Mei chewed the fruit subconsciously, swallowing it. Several wounds that had been agonizingly painful just a moment before suddenly felt less painful, as if numbed by an anesthetic. Jiang Mei was stunned. Jiang Yumian was also stunned when she saw her awake. So soon? The fruit of these small Longans must have miraculous properties. The next second, Jiang Yumian whipped out a wooden stick and knocked the girl unconscious with it. Jiang Mei? ? The two figures observing from within the space were marveling at how this mutated plant had the same effect as the blood vine fruit one moment, and then, Wang, why did the idol knock her out? Qian Duoduo rested her chin on her hands, pouting, maybe it's because this woman knows too many secrets, and they're going to kill her to silence her. Wang wasn't quite understanding. Then why did the idol save her and then kill her? Qian Duoduo, maybe she just realized for the first time that she's carrying a treasure, and she's afraid of being targeted. Qian Duoduo's guess was pretty much right, and Jiang Yumian's heart rate was practically exploding. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, with little Longan's fruit, wouldn't that mean she have multiple lives in the future? What should I do? Compared to the space item that could store more supplies, little Longan's current abilities were clearly more of a concern. I'm rich. But Jiang Yumian looked at Jiang Mei, who had fainted again, and began to reflect seriously. How about killing her with a killer? No, she's too beautiful to do it. I had to find a way to fool her, and make Sister Jiang feel guilty about her. Chapter 261. There was a knock on the door, and the woman lying unconscious in bed slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Mei clutched her aching head, and when she stood up, she realized she'd been dressed in a clean, slightly too small outfit. She looked around, but didn't see Jiang Yumian. It seemed she already left. And her wounds? Not even a tiny scar, let alone a wound. Jiang Mei was startled, and her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a note left on the bedside table. The girl seemed to have written it with particular haste, her once neat and elegant handwriting now a bit sloppier. Sister Jiang, I'm sorry to tell you this in this way. Time was really tight, and Jiang Shaoling and the others were relentless in pursuit, so I could only briefly escape them. Don't worry, the wound should heal quickly. After all, it's a life-saving item I got from my newbie gift pack. I only have one, and I've been reluctant to sell it. Considering your current situation, I won't charge you more. 200 gold coins flat price. Jiang Shaoling and the others should be chasing us soon. I distract them. When you wake up, check out immediately. I already paid for the room. Wow, it's okay if you don't pay for the 200 gold coins for the props. But I cry for you. Wow, I'm saving my life with this last trump card. Jiang Mei couldn't help but laugh at this last sentence. She made a killing by buying her life with 200 gold coins, and she even owed Jiang Yumian a huge favor. If it weren't for Jiang Yumian, she might have been killed by her beloved sister by now. Seeing the girl's sympathy for the props, Jiang Mei shook her head helplessly and laughed indulgently. A little girl, a chance encounter, and a few interactions would risk everything to save her, even going off alone to distract them so she could rest. And yet, the sister she had doted on since childhood would resort to such cruelty. Jiang Mei clenched her fists tightly, a cold glint flashing across her foxy eyes. This time, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. Jiang Shaoling, do you think relationships forged with money are truly strong? She single-handedly created and expanded the Black Widow. It had nothing to do with her sister, who only knew how to hide under her wings and cry out in pain and exhaustion. Those weak-minded, betraying parasites could be eliminated once and for all. Half an hour later, Jiang Mei left the room with her room card, ready to return and take everything that belonged to her. What she didn't realize was, not far away, another security door, half open a crack, quietly opened. The girl glanced at the 500 gold coins Jiang Mei had deposited into her virtual account, and the corners of her lips curled slightly. Jiang Shaoling had deployed men to stake out the entrances of the nearby hospitals for 2 days. Not even a dog could escape their sight, let alone Jiang Yumian. But unfortunately, they were squatting in vain. Jiang Shaoling, currently busy with a press conference, said sternly to the woman on the other end of the phone, "Keep squatting." "Yes." Before Jiang Shaoling could hang up, her personal assistant suddenly rushed towards her. "Sister Ling, this is bad. Jiang Mei has appeared. Isn't this a good thing? Why rush? She's seriously injured now. Let those people." Before she could finish her words, her hair was pulled high up by the person behind her. The personal assistant had no time to stop her. "She's already here." Jiang Mei was followed by a swarm of women, reporters, and bodyguards. "My dear sister, are you happy to see me?" Jiang Shaoling saw that she had no signs of injury at all, and her already large eyes nearly popped out in shock. "How could you possibly?" The next second, Jiang Mei slapped her face left and right, nearly 10 times. The entire set was stunned by the scene, almost in chaos. Jiang Mei's men had even started a live broadcast. The Jiang Yumian sisters, who had been cleaning the Xiangming Villa complex for 2 days, collapsed on the freshly cleaned floor, panting heavily. Dulala briefly began to doubt her life. This house is too big, and it's such a pain to clean. Jiang Yumian stared blankly at the high ceiling. "I mean, I should have hired a housekeeper earlier." Jiang Yumian had initially considered hiring a housekeeper for the initial cleaning, but upon asking, she discovered. At 45 yuan per square meter, a house cleaning session for a large villa would cost around 30,000 yuan after discounts. Dulala, upon hearing this, patted her chest and boasted, "Come to me. I'm a college student, hard-working, and only need 100 yuan a day." Then the two of them toiled tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights. Suddenly, the phone on Dulala's apron started ringing non-stop, as if bombarded with messages. Dulala instinctively pulled out her phone and saw her fan group was buzzing. "Oh my god! Zuzwiu, that woman has collapsed." "What?" "Jiang Shiling's reputation has collapsed, hugely. Her sister has come forward to expose her. Not only did she evade taxes, she also occupied her sister's house, bought her sister a huge insurance policy, and then staged an accident to kill her sister. Now her sister has revealed everything. The police have arrested her and are investigating. If the facts are true, she might face jail time." Jiang Yumian's lips curled slightly, clearly expecting everything. At the same moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of her and blinked at her with its innocent, large eyes. Jiang Yumian looked closely and realized it was Shinchiron. She practically jumped up on the spot. Sure enough, Shinchiron was followed by Chef Lu, who had been showing off his cooking skills to her daily. Even Brother Hao and the others had arrived. Jiang Yumian smiled awkwardly. "How did you get in?" Dulala also looked over at the sound, and was stunned to see 4 different handsome men and a chubby little boy. Shinchiron chuckled. "I saw you guys came in without even closing the door. Do you need any help?" Jiang Yumian was about to say no, but Dulala beside her instantly replied, "Yes." Jiang Yumian turned around and saw Dulala holding her arm, slightly facing away from the others, whispering to her, "That tallest and most handsome guy is your cousin Lu, right?" "Cousin Lu?" Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. Although she hated to admit it, the girl winked and said yes. Du Lala seemed to understand, and hinted at Jiang Yumian with an okay sign. Before Jiang Yumian could react, she realized what Du Lala's squinting expression, which was so obscene it bordered on perverse, meant. Du Lala was already earnestly directing everyone's work. "That strong, handsome guy. Hao Wuzhou, Hao Wuzhou." Du Lala instinctively raised her hands and clasped them in a fist. "My name is Du Lala. Nice to meet you all." After a brief acquaintance, Du Lala immediately summoned Hao Wuzhou and the other two, dragging them away with her. She politely said, "There's still a lot of land outside that hasn't been plowed yet. Let's go together." Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan were left alone in the first-floor living room. Chapter 262. Jiang Yumian had never thought being alone with her was awkward before, but now she felt like her toes were about to touch the floor, especially with her tattered work apron and disheveled hair. Why are Brother Hao and the others here too?" "Lu Shiyan, they're logging into the game tomorrow night, so they're all coming to my house." Jiang Yumian nodded. "Oh, so they always stay at your house when they log into the game, don't they?" Lu Shiyan subconsciously took 2 small steps toward her. "They didn't stay overnight at my house, just this once. After all, the circumstances are special." Jiang Yumian, "Special?" "Lu Shiyan, someone noticed that after this game, the protection mechanism for mid-level and high-level players in the real world has disappeared." Jiang Yumian, shock. No wonder Jiang Shaoling is so bold." Jiang Yumian, "Then why are you here? Why don't you prepare for tomorrow's game? Your games are all quite difficult." Lu Shiyan stared at her for a long moment, then remained silent. He subconsciously turned to retrieve the feather duster the 2 sisters had left aside. "I wanted to see you." The man's sudden whisper was like a few light feathers landing on a calm lake, creating ripples. Jiang Yumian, who shouldn't have heard it clearly, half understood it all. "Oh my god, scumbag, this sweet talk is so convoluted." Jiang Yumian saw Lu Shiyan, ready to work with the feather blanket, and quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait a minute, put on an apron first." Lu Shiyan, "No." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yumian had already pulled out a bright pink floral apron from her space, and slid it over his head. Lu Shiyan, He just blow-dried his natural hair for quite some time. Seeing Lu Shiyan frozen in place, Jiang Yumian, who was physically inferior, was visibly speechless. "Lower your head, you're too tall." Lu Shiyan instinctively and obediently bent down quickly, letting the girl mess up his hair. Hand. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but reach out. Jiang Yumian didn't even notice the awkward distance between them. She was completely focused. With a playful touch, she slid behind Lu Shiyan and used her apron strips to tie a large, flirty bow just above his waist. Perfect. Jiang Yumian was quite satisfied. "All right, get back to work." Lu Shiyan, "Okay." At this moment, several men and women who had been leaving and returning squatted at the doorway, peeking in like they were playing Jenga. They saw the 2 people in the living room, each doing their own thing, their interactions unrelated, and their minds racing. Du Lala frowned, questioning, "Are you sure he's interested in my little pig?" Ji Jiao and the others, who had just come to the show today, couldn't help but wonder, "Actually, we're not entirely sure." Shinchiron, I'm sure. Shinchiron, "My brother wanted to come over yesterday." Du Lala, "Then why didn't he come?" Shinchiron smiled, "He's a coward." Hao Wuzhou, "I can testify to that. He was at the door for a long time today too, and we had to force him in." Du Lala's mouth twitched fiercely. "So cowardly." Shinchiron, "Of course." Shinchiron sighed, "Like an old father, my brother has never liked to interact with people since he was a child. Even my aunt and uncle couldn't handle him. After they died unexpectedly, he became even less so. Even his education required my mom and me to plead and cry and throw a tantrum to get him into a closed-door school. Otherwise, I think he would have become a scumbag with no junior high or high school education. Now that he's an adult, he talks a lot more than he used to, and he's not as quiet as he used to be." "That's pretty good." Du Lala listened with rapt interest. "Didn't he have any hotties chasing him in school?" Shinchiran, "Of course there were. It's absurd that someone this handsome wouldn't have anyone chasing him." Du Lala, "And then what?" Shinchiran's eyes narrowed into a smile as he mentioned this. "Let me give you a classic and famous example. When we were in our first year of high school, there was a senior named Duan Hua. During military training, my brother took a peek at her. She thought my brother liked her, and she started bragging about it everywhere. But she didn't like new people, so she refused. At this, even Hao Wuzhao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. And then what? Shinchi ran. Then one day, she got a cramp and started telling people she didn't mind my brother being mute, as long as he was handsome, and that she was going to learn sign language for him. Then we didn't know what she did. Then, after the last exam of the college entrance exam, she ran back to school to find my brother. My brother and I were eating in the cafeteria at the time, and she sat down next to him and gave him a sign language confession that completely stunned me. Dulala, what happened next? Shinchiron, my brother, and I had no idea what she was saying, and we didn't understand sign language. My brother was in a hurry to get to the library after dinner, so he ignored her. Then, seeing my brother ignored her, she grabbed my brother's shoulder and turned him to face her. My friends and I were stunned. And the most important thing was that she repeated it in sign language. Curious, I asked her, what did you want to say to my brother? And she just said. Shinchiron was halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly began to strangle himself and speak with a confident voice. I like your brother. I know he's been secretly following me for the past year, and your brother likes me too, so I agreed to be your brother's girlfriend. Wow, you have no idea how explosive that scene was. Shinchiron still feels a pang of fear when he thinks about it. The group was so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't noticed the two people standing in front of them. Dulala continued, and how did your brother react? Shinchiron, my brother was completely stunned, and then he came to his senses and said to her, Don't get me wrong, I've been watching you because of your backpack. The foreign words on your backpack mean, I want to be violated. I don't know if you know what it means, so I don't know if I should remind you, but I still think it's disrespectful. Chapter 263. So mean? Haha, I'm dying of laughter, haha. Hao Wuzhao had just finished speaking when he stood up, his expression suddenly changing. Well, I'm going to get busy now, you guys chat first. Hey! I'm not finished yet. There's a sequel to this embarrassing incident. Shinchiron instinctively stood up, trying to persuade Hao Wuzhao to come back, but saw the man at the center of the conversation, staring intently at him. Shinchiron, shock. Lu Shiyan, is it embarrassing? Shinchiron let out a few awkward laughs. Not embarrassing, not embarrassing, not at all. Brother Hao, wait for me. The group dispersed, even Dulala running off. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but feel sorry for them, even asking the main character, what happened next? How did Duan Hua react? Lu Shiyan, nothing. With that, even Lu Shiyan hurried away. Jiang Yumian instinctively followed. What's your reaction? I'm so uncomfortable listening to half of this gossip. With a few diligent men around, Jiang Yumian expected to work all day and all night, finishing early at 7 p.m. Shinchiron, I suggest we go out for a nice meal. Eat. Jiang Yumian felt a bit embarrassed. Okay, I treat you today. They agreed to meet at Jiang Yumian's house in an hour. After washing up, Jiang Yumian called her grandmother to let her know she was safe, and then Dulala dragged her out the door with a grunt. Shinchiron had found a restaurant near Xiangming Mountain. Seeing that their meal was almost finished, Jiang Yumian took the opportunity to go to the restroom to pay the bill. The waiter told her that someone in their private room had already paid. It was easy to guess who it was. Shinchiron even suggested going out for a karaoke party. Although Jiang Yumian hated to spoil the fun, she declined. She hadn't seen Grandma in 2 days, and wanted to go back and spend more time with her. Watching the two girls drive away, Shinchiron said eagerly, Brother Lu, we should go. Lu Shiyan, no. Hao Wuzhao also said with great tact, we're almost in the game, and there's a lot to do. I'm not going either. Watching Lu Shiyan and the others stride toward the parking lot, Shinchiron pouted in dissatisfaction, sigh. Relax before the game, you know what? Wait for me. Black Widow was in turmoil, so naturally, they weren't staking out their presence in various hospitals. But Jiang Yumian still covered her face tightly, and before entering, she gave the nurses and bodyguards a few words of advice. When Jiang Yumian returned to the ward, Grandma Jiang was already asleep. Jiang Yumian simply turned off the lights and snuggled back into the sofa with her little blankets. With the intervention of the survival game, the rules of protection have been broken, and the world is likely to become increasingly chaotic. She needs to earn more money for her next game, save more supplies, and hire some reliable bodyguards. The next day, after having dinner with her grandmother, Jiang Yumian returned to the villa, closed the doors and windows, washed up quickly, and lay back on her bed, waiting for the game countdown to end. By then, the chat in the 6-person group Lu Shuryan had created was nearly 99 plus. Shinchiron, Sister Mion, please protect me in the game. Ji Jiayo, how can I protect you? Isn't this a war instance? I'm just afraid Sister Mion will appear on the opposing side. Should we say? Ji Jiayo, Sister Mion, please be gentle. Chao Letian, Sister Mion, please be gentle. Jiang Yumian was at a loss for words, but suddenly remembered something. Jiang Yumian, wait, aren't you and Letian beginners? Are you joining this time too? Chao Letian, forget it. There's been too much botching in the low-end games, and the system is going to forcefully ban us this time. Jiang Yumian, huh? Lu Shuryan, their experience points are too high, and they haven't been leveling up in the game. This time, they're being forced to level up. This dungeon is their leveling up test, with their own unique difficulty level. It's probably harder than ours. 6. Chao Letian, Brother Lu, what should I do? I feel like I'm going to lose this one. Ji Jiayo, go away, stop yelling, Chosen One. If I'm going to lose, it's probably me who wants to lose. Watching the increasingly pessimistic conversation in the group chat, Jiang Yumian subconsciously re-entered the spirit spring space. Looking at the 8 scattered black gold fruits on the small longan tree, she felt both happy and worried. She was happy to have these 8 little longans, but worried. She only had these 8. She didn't know when the longans would bear fruit again, and she couldn't possibly go around searching for blood vines to nourish them. According to Hua Guangguang, there was only 1 blood vine in the world. No, it was gone now. She only had 8 chances, and she couldn't squander them. By the time the game countdown ended, Jiang Yumian's consciousness had already appeared in the chaotic space. However, this time, her consciousness arrived in the chaotic space before entering the game. Because this round is special, being a semi-role-playing game, please first select the nationality you wish to become. Wubu Kingdom, Qin Kingdom, Man Kingdom, Lujin Kingdom, Qi Kingdom. Warm reminder, citizens of each dynasty will have a special skill and special missions, so please choose carefully. Jiang Yumian saw that the buttons for the 4 nations other than the Golden Kingdom were all gray and black, and raised an eyebrow. Isn't it possible that I can only choose the Golden Kingdom? At this moment, Hua Guangguang appeared before Jiang Yumian and explained carefully, yes, as the king of the previous round, the special mission system for this round has already been determined for you. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. Although she wanted to choose the Golden Kingdom after seeing all these names, being forced into this choice really irked her. Meanwhile, the mid-level and high-level players, looking at these nations, also instinctively wanted to choose the Golden Kingdom. But, just as most people were about to choose the Golden Kingdom after a long period of hesitation, the system suddenly popped up a friendly reminder. Friendly reminder. The number of mid-level and high-level players joining this country has reached the limit. Please change your choice. The number of player subjects has reached the limit. Please change your choice. Players, Jiang Yumian stood by the selection box, waiting for everyone to finish their selection. At the same time, Qian Duoduo appeared beside Jiang Yumian. Before we enter the game, there's something I want to discuss with you. Jiang Yumian hadn't seen him in a while, and it seemed Hua Guangguang had grown quite a bit taller, going from a cute little kid to a handsome young man. Tell me, can you give me 2 of the fruit from that special plant in your Lingquan space? In exchange, you can make me an offer. Jiang Yumian smiled at him, and quickly replied, no trade. Qian Duoduo suddenly became anxious. Let's make an offer. You can make me an outrageous offer. Jiang Yumian, how outrageous? Qian Duoduo, like, maybe I can upgrade your permanent items for free. Chapter 264. Jiang Yumian thought, what if I want to upgrade the Prajna hairpin to the highest level? Qian Duoduo replied without hesitation, sure. Seeing his decisiveness, Jiang Yumian began to hesitate. Never mind. I still don't want to change. Qian Duoduo, switch it. You're down 2 fruits, but you still have 6. You're not at a huge disadvantage. And while your longan fruit can quickly heal wounds, it's only minimally effective against fatal injuries. The highest level Prajna hairpin can offer a chance of resuscitation. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Resuscitation? That really intrigued her. But Jiang Yumian still looked hesitant. I still feel like I'm losing out. How about you give me a little more leverage? Qian Duoduo. Then I give you another 1,000 gold coins as compensation. Jiang Yumian shook her head. No, I'm not short of money now. Qian Duoduo. Then what are you short of? Jiang Yumian immediately responded, oil. Why don't you dig an oil well next to my black soil space? Ideally, one that burns directly. Qian duo, Hua Guangguang, you're so smart, idol. Jiang Yumian smiled. It's not so bad. Just average, third in the world. Fearing Qian duo wouldn't agree, Jiang Yumian tried to persuade her earnestly. I opened the spirit spring and black soil spaces for about 1 or 2,000 gold coins before. You're not losing out. For you, more oil wells are just more data. Qian duo pondered for a long moment before finally saying, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yumian immediately plucked 2 fruits from the space and handed them to him. A second later, fearing he regretted it, she teased, it's inexhaustible. And it has to be the kind that can be used directly, without complicated processing. Qian duo held the 2 fruits that the Lord God had come to study and cultivate, and pouted aggrievedly, I know. I'm not blind. I get it for you later. After that, the message about the Prajna hairpin upgrade popped up. Permanent item. I have the Prajna hairpin. Item level. Highest. All-seeing nothingness, all-seeing identification, boundless learning, all-seeing wisdom. Only then can one achieve greatness. Item function. All-seeing identification, boundless learning, all-seeing wisdom. Once the opponent's favorability exceeds 10, the player permanently gains any one of their skills. Simultaneously gain the skills of 10 characters with a favorability of 10 or higher. Note, each time a player uses a replica skill, there is a 1-month cooldown. All ethereal nothingness. Players can pierce any part of a player with a favorability rating of over 60, and who has been dead for no more than 10 minutes. After using this, the player can be resurrected and restored to peak condition. Even a broken arm can be quickly repaired and reassembled. Note, this skill only works once. After using this skill, the player being used is resurrected, and the Prajna hairpin permanently loses all its functions. Please use with caution. This ultimate skill is simply absolutely unbelievable. It defies all natural science. Even Neza had to rely on lotus roots to reshape his body, but she can do it with this wooden hairpin now. She's simply a living Taizhenren. But seeing this function, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but reflect. It seems she needs to use her replica skills now, and not save them any longer. Saving them up without using them would be a huge waste if they never need to be used. At the same time, Jiang Yumian felt a familiar wave of dizziness. Opening her eyes again. Welcome to the survival game. This round will feature 5 million NPCs, 500,000 players with Rising Star badges, 265 intermediate players, 7 advanced players, and 1,000 special players, all ready to join you in the survival game. Game theme: The Birth of a King, Heroes Clash. Starting materials: advanced players, 10,000 gold coins. Intermediate players, 1,000 gold coins. Badge players, 100 gold coins. Golden players' virtual accounts can be used directly in the game dungeon. Clearance requirements: all players will complete a special mission. After a 180-day countdown, unify the 5 kingdoms and establish a new dynasty. Advanced players will become prominent figures in their respective kingdoms, either royal descendants or important officials. Assist the king become king. Cherish life, achieve unification. Additional tips: both Rising Star badges and gold coins can be exchanged for items in the Redemption Mall. The ratio of Rising Star badges to gold coins is 1 to 100, 000. Jiang Yumian, 180 days? She's going to be stuck in this crappy game for the better part of half a year? Jiang Yumian couldn't accept it for a moment, but when she saw the Rising Star badge, her smile gradually became distorted. Hee, she has these badges, 2 of them. One for clearing the undersea paradise, and another for reaching the top 10. One is worth 100,000 gold coins, 2 are worth 200,000 gold coins, and 200,000 gold coins is what the real world would be like. 2 billion? What the hell are you doing, game? 2 billion. That's 2 billion. At least one of these Rising Star badges has to go back. Just as Jiang Yumian was enjoying her thoughts, she felt a sharp pain in her mind. Memories and fragments of information that didn't belong to her flooded through her mind. Jiang Yumian clutched her head in pain, desperately calling out to Hua Guangguang. Guangzai. Here. What the hell? What are these? My idol. These are all the memories of the character you're playing, as well as some basic information about various countries. Please don't resist. Jiang Yumian covered her head, frantically absorbing the memories, yet she remained mindful of her job. So what items do I need to sell this time? Hua Guangguang said solemnly. Sales System 009 has issued you a sales mission for this round of the game. Due to the unique nature of this role-playing mission, you must sell 5 items, all of which are identical. Stop negotiation hammer. When envoys from any two dynasties are engaged in peace talks, the stop negotiation hammer will illuminate as a reminder to the player. Price: 1 gold coin. If you successfully stop the negotiations, you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. If you fail, you will only lose 100 gold coins. After striking the stop negotiation hammer, the player can instantly time travel and assume the role of envoy to a random dynasty, thereby preventing the negotiations. Jiang Yumian, sweat dripping from his forehead, asked weakly, "So, what is my special mission as this character?" Wog Wong Wong. As the young princess of Lujin Kingdom, you must prevent the other four nations from forming a strategic alliance and seek opportunities to plunge them into civil strife or war. What will happen if they cooperate? If four nations surround and destroy one, the kingdom of Lujin will be overthrown, and you and all the people of Lujin will die. Chapter 265. Jiang Yumian clutched her aching head, got off the bed, and walked toward the closed door. As soon as she pushed open the red windows and red doors, she was greeted by a magnificent scene, replete with carved beams and painted buildings, shimmering with golden light, though noticeably less crowded. Rather than the throngs of servants she imagined, there were only two women fussing with a pile of earth by a stone well in the courtyard. Jiang Yumian held the door open, tilting her head slightly upwards to gaze at the sky above the palace, sorting out the information she was receiving. The Lujin Kingdom, as its name suggests, is rich as gold. In the Lujin Kingdom, gold is the least valuable commodity. This is because directly beneath the entire Lujin Kingdom lies a vast gold mine, accessible to all citizens, and even ownership of whatever they mine. This geographical location has given rise to a popular saying: the upper reaches are green, the left are barbarians, the lower reaches are valleys, the right is artifacts, and in the middle is gold. Whoever possesses gold possesses the world. The Five Grains Kingdom, located on the coast and specialized in agriculture, was the most populous of the five great powers, with a population of over 1.6 million. The Qin Kingdom, excelling in horseback riding, archery, and cattle breeding, and the Qi Kingdom, specializing in weapon forging and research, were the next largest, each with a population of around 1.3 million. The Barbarian Kingdom, while lacking in specialties and boasting a population of only nearly 1 million, possessed genetically endowed men and women with immense strength and prowess in battle. The Lujin Kingdom, with a population of just over 200,000, was able to survive the encroachment of several powerful nations because its citizens also possessed a special ability. From birth, the citizens of the Lujin Kingdom were invulnerable to injury and bloodshed, invulnerable to weapons, and even poison was ineffective against them. They could age naturally until death. However, they also had a fatal flaw: they could not leave the 100-meter radius of the Jin Kingdom, or their bodies would quickly disintegrate, and even the wind could blow them away. Most importantly, the peculiar nature of the Lujin Kingdom soil prevented it from growing crops, forcing it to rely solely on external trade. This was the reason the other four kingdoms had been unable to conquer Lujin, allowing it to remain in their center. In fact, due to the physical characteristics of the Lujin people and their advantageous geographical location, Lujin Kingdom once served as a trading post for the four kingdoms. This led to the inhabitants of Lujin Kingdom mixing with mermaids, often causing trouble. At first, the Lujin Emperor turned a blind eye, simply increasing the security. It was not until the birth of the ninth little princess, Jiang Yumian, that the entire Lujin Kingdom underwent a drastic change. Because the little princess did not inherit the Lujin people's invulnerability, she could be injured and bleed, her blood could condense into gold, and she even possessed a unique special ability. Not only could she leave the territory of Lujin Kingdom, she could even take its people with her. As long as they were within 10,000 meters of her, they would remain safe and sound. The emperor was overjoyed and doted on the ninth princess. To protect her and conceal her secrets, he divided the entire country into two inner and outer circles. The inner circle served as the living quarters, while the outer circle was for trade. Jiang Yumian had grown up carefree in the inner circle, yet she found it somewhat pathetic. For her ability could be a blessing or a curse for Lujin Kingdom. An invulnerable soldier might not be a cause for fear, but if she led an army of 300,000 men, invulnerable to all poisons, to attack any country, no emperor would sleep soundly. If the Lujin Kingdom sets its sights on unifying the world, no one in the world will be able to stop it. No wonder her special mission is to prevent the four kingdoms from uniting. If the four kingdoms unite, they can cut off their grain, weapons, and war horses. And with the strength of the barbarians, they can even wipe out the entire Lujin Kingdom. For some reason, Jiang Yumian gazed at the azure sky, tears streaming down her reddened eyes. Jiang Yumian, Guangzi, why can't I control my emotions? Hua Guangguang said sweetly, perhaps you inherited the emotions of the ninth princess of Lujin. Before all players loaded in, Lujin Kingdom had already fallen under the siege of the Four Kingdoms, and the owner of this body was hanged on the walls of Lujin Kingdom, left to bleed to death, witnessing the entire downfall of the dynasty firsthand. From your perspective, it could be understood as a replay, a death she couldn't close her eyes to. Jiang Yumian quickly wiped the tears from her cheeks, but they kept falling. Could she not rest in peace? She had parents who adored her, 8 brothers who treated her like a treasure, cherishing her in their hands. She enjoyed all the splendor without being arrogant or impatient. The other 4 nations reached a consensus to give her fish, not teach her how to fish. The people of Lujin Kingdom couldn't buy soil or seeds, and had to pay exorbitant prices for grain, even though the gold mines in Lujin Kingdom were free to mine. Yet almost every household had to spend days just to afford a pound of rice, grain, or fruits. And her greatest wish, as the ninth princess, was to sneak into the other nations and steal a few sacks of soil, just so she could grow crops on the land of Lujin Kingdom, so that the people would no longer have to toil day and night in the gold mines for a few pounds of vegetables. Yet, such a nation, obsessed with farming, had no desire to unify the world. Otherwise, the Lujin Emperor would have already begun plotting unification since the ninth princess was born. Why had it dragged on until now? Even so, it still couldn't escape destruction. How can this not be a cause for regret? But now, adding to the game's urging, the 5 nations are stirring undercurrents. Unification is inevitable, otherwise everyone will perish. Since the 5 nations must unite, and since remaining neutral, pursuing peace without doing anything, will inevitably lead to extermination, why can't the Lujin Kingdom take the initiative? She'd fight anyone who strikes her down. In these troubled times, the Lujin Kingdom wants a piece of the action. If she doesn't, she'd throw everything away. Just as Jiang Yumian calmed down, a translucent screen gradually appeared before her eyes. Dear player Jiang Yumian, I'm issuing you your first special mission. Go to the 5 Grains Kingdom, purchase 1 million share of grain, and bring back 500 kilograms of soil. Countdown, 30 days. Mission success. Receive a divine bow. Mission failure. 100 gold coins will be deducted. Seeing this notification, Jiang Yumian seemed to have a sudden thought. Wait, Guangzhou. Didn't they say there was startup capital? Why can't I see it? Hua Guangguang's apologetic voice echoed in her ears. Idle, sorry, you're a special player, so we don't have any startup capital. Jiang Yumian, ? Hua Guangguang quickly added, but you don't need startup capital at all. The entire Lujin Kingdom is teeming with gold coins. You can go dig for it directly at the gold mines. Jiang Yumian, You know what? She seems to be very rich now. Money is the last thing she needs. Chapter 266. Thinking this, Jiang Yumian immediately retreated to her room, quickly closing the door. She changed into a yellow skirt with less gold thread, looking less expensive, and then, picking up the shovel the maid had left by the well, she headed out. 2 maids, digging in the loess, saw their distinguished little princess leaving with the shovel and immediately stood up. Ninth princess, where are you going? Mining. What Jiang Yumian didn't know was how deeply these 2 words shocked the maids and everyone in the palace. Hurry, hurry! Tell the emperor. The princess is so short of money she's going mining. Princess, you get hurt. You can't go. Your Majesty, Empress, the princess is going mining. My beloved, have you withheld Shijio's silver again? The empress, having just woken up, was utterly confused. No. I didn't do anything. Jiang Yumian had never mined before, but she still managed to reach the royal mine by relying on her memory. She walked inside, found a secluded corner, and began skillfully digging the soil. Soil. Finding the shovel unwieldy, she simply used the hammer and nails found everywhere in the mine, hammering away, and then continued digging with the shovel. Not long into the digging, she heard a bustling noise coming from the nearby underground passage. Shijio. Jiang Yumian turned around and saw 5, 6, 7, or 8 handsome men. Jiang Yumian even saw Shen Qiran and Lin Jiayu. At the same time, the 2 men were stunned when they saw her. In contrast to Lin Jiayu's bewildered state, Shen Qiran seemed to have a kind of sympathetic sympathy. Thank goodness it's you. Sister. Jiang Yumian was momentarily unable to react before the other brothers carried her out of the mine like a chicken. Outside the mine, 2 anxious parents arrived. Shujio, if you're short on money, tell your father not to come to such a dangerous place. Did you get hurt anywhere? Jiang Yumian looked at her 2 parents, who were so eager to show their hospitality, and felt a sense of awkwardness. Perhaps because of the memories of her former life as the ninth princess, Jiang Yumian felt an inexplicable affinity for these NPCs. In fact, she wasn't sure how to face these NPC parents and relatives. Jiang Yumian, Father, I'm really short of money, so please don't stop me. Jin Huang, Father will provide whatever you need. Jin Empress, yes, just ask your father to provide it. You don't have to do it yourself. Jiang Yumian said with absolute seriousness, Father, Queen Mother, I want to buy 1 million share of grain. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. The brothers stared at their little princess in amazement. Only the eldest prince, Lin Jiaoyu, and the eighth prince, Xin Qiran, remained relatively calm. The Golden Emperor immediately realized something. Xiaojiu, you want to start a war? Yes, how could a ruler of a country not know what 1 million share of grain meant to a nation? Jiang Yumian frankly admitted, yes, I want to unify the world. The Golden Emperor's expression visibly hardened. This was the first time Jiang Yumian had ever seen the Golden Emperor look so serious toward her, the ninth princess. Unfortunately, she wasn't the real ninth princess. She wouldn't give up her ideas just because he changed his expression. The Golden Emperor scolded Xiaojiu, do you know what war means? Is it really what you want for the people to suffer? Jiang Yumian, if we don't fight back and take action when the enemy comes to us, the people will suffer. Queen Jean, observing the tense exchange between father and daughter, quickly advised, all right, both of you, keep your words to yourself. The Emperor Xiaojiu wouldn't be like this before. You should first listen to why she suddenly changed her mind, and then make a decision. Emperor Jean quickly realized his stance was too forceful, but feeling a bit embarrassed, he snorted, then asked her to explain why she suddenly wants to unify the world. Queen Jean glared at him, then turned to Jiang Yumian. Xiaojiu, tell me why you suddenly want to unify the world. You know we can't leave. Even if we can stay out there longer with your help, even if we defeat the other 4 kingdoms, you can't always be by our side with such a large population. This world is easy for us to attack, but defending is much more difficult. Jiang Yumian, who always took the easy way out, softened her tone after hearing Queen Jin's words. Mother, I know all this. But we also have to be prepared for war, don't we? For years, friction has been constant between nations, and war was inevitable. We and the 5 Grains Kingdom are even more at odds over grain prices. Yes, I brought back a lot of soil over the years, but seeds and technology are shortcomings we can't overcome. We can't even support the royal family now. Relying on me to dig soil for most of my life is like Jingwei filling the sea. It won't solve the fundamental problem. In all these years of negotiations with the 5 Grains Kingdom, we always been the victims, yet we always had to pay them compensation. How long will this compensation for mining cuts last? If war breaks out among the 5 nations, and the 5 Grains Kingdom cuts off our retreat, we undoubtedly be the first to suffer, and the most. Father will then undoubtedly continue to make concessions, and offer compensation, but we're clearly the ones being harmed. I had enough of this life of swallowing our anger. We must solve the food problem, so let's start with harvesting the grain. Rather than waiting for war to break out while Father maneuvers everywhere, offering compensation and minerals to appease grievances for the sake of peace among the 5 kingdoms, I rather have those minerals used to buy grain. If the enemy retreats, I retreat. If the enemy advances, I advance. At worst, we can just slaughter each other and fight to the death. If the 5 Grain Kingdom dares to sell us exorbitant prices again, I'd be the first to lead the troops into battle. Even if they kill me, I'd take a bite out of their flesh. My mind is made up. Father and Mother, there's no need to persuade me. With that, Jiang Yumian grabbed her shovel and headed for the mine. Looking at the girl's frail, yet unyielding, resolute and straight back, King Jin and the others stood there in stunned silence for a long moment. Xin Qiran, Father. The next second, the Golden Emperor kicked him. What are you all standing there for? Why don't you go in and help? I won't forgive you for all the bruises on Shijiu's body. Several princes immediately followed him in. Empress Jean, Your Majesty. The Golden Emperor rolled up his sleeves, lifted his dragon robe, and rolled up his trouser legs. Ruru, go get the golden shovel the late Emperor gave me. Empress Jean, you. Empress Jean. I just suddenly realized that what Xiaojiu said makes sense. I had enough of those old foxes in the 5 Grains Kingdom, who always use grain to pressure me. It's rare that Xiaojiu cares so much about me. I'm very relieved. Empress Jean said helplessly, but even 1 million share of grain won't solve the fundamental problem. Don't be so impulsive. Let's take a long-term view. At this moment, The Golden Emperor had already walked into the mine, with a heroic and confident look. Queen Jean held her forehead helplessly, and shook her head, saying, "Then you don't have to do it yourself. Why not leave it to the guards?" Chapter 267. As Jiang Yumian labored away at the mine, more and more people gathered around to help, until Jiang Yumian was squeezed out by the Emperor Jean and the Empress. Jiang Yumian stared at her two silent, practical parents, unsure what to say. Emperor Jean, Xiaojiu, had the imperial kitchen prepare food. "I have dinner outside the mine tonight." Under Empress Jin's arrangement, Jiang Yumian had almost no place in the imperial mine. The nurses and palace maids toiled without a single complaint, simply fulfilling her whim. Jiang Yumian considered herself a reserved person, but 3 days later, at the palace gates, tears welled up in her eyes. 1 million dan of grain, at 150 jin per dan, was only about 15 million jin. Jiang Yumian had sneaked out countless times before, so she naturally knew the currency exchange rates outside. Regardless of the country, 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver could be directly exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. In the 5 grains kingdom, grain was the cheapest, at 2 or 3 copper coins per jin, approximately 500 jin of grain, and 1 tael of silver could even sell for nearly 500 jin, approximately 1,000 jin of grain. In the flowing gold kingdom, however, merchants from the 5 grains kingdom could fetch 10 jin, approximately 1,000 jin, of grain for 1 tael of gold. To provide Jiang Yumian with sufficient expenses while away, the Jin Emperor raised a full 2 million taels of gold for her. "Queen Jean, I don't know when I be back. Would you like your elder and second brothers to accompany me?" Jiang Yumian looked at Lin Jiayu and Shen Qiran, who were already prepared, and didn't refuse. After all, her carriage needed a driver. "Yes." Queen Jean took a box of cakes from the nani, and handed it to Jiang Yumian, earnestly instructing her, "Your favorite fruit cakes will help you fill your stomach if you're hungry on the road. Go early and return early." Jiang Yumian, "Yes." Queen Jin's reddened eyes fixed on Jiang Yumian, repeatedly tracing the girl's features, as if trying to imprint her face in her mind forever. "When you're out and about, be discreet and protect yourself." Jiang Yumian, "Yes, Xiaojiu will." At the same time, Jiang Yumian subconsciously glanced around. Aside from her adopted brothers, a hint of disappointment subtly crossed her face. Queen Jean immediately understood what she was looking for, and said with a faint smile, "Your father hates such scenes. He cries easily. He's probably hiding there, secretly wiping away tears." Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. "There, I'm leaving." Queen Jean sniffed. "Okay, come back when you miss home." Jiang Yumian, "Yes." Their purpose for this trip was to purchase food, so it wasn't convenient to show off in public. Aside from Jiang Yumian, Shen Qiran, and Lin Jiayu, Queen Jean only assigned Jiang Yumian a single, skilled maid to take care of her daily life. Only after Jiang Yumian entered the carriage alone did she discover a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as a box of fruitcakes similar to the one she was holding. Jiang Yumian had no problem guessing who had prepared them. Her arrogant stepfather. Jiang Yumian, feeling both amused and embarrassed, stuffed the pile of gold, silver, and jewelry into the space, while her 2 stepbrothers served as drivers behind the carriage, escorting the gold. Although the 2 countries were neighbors, they had made frequent stops along the way, and without convenient transportation, it would have taken 2 days to reach their destination. The area near the border between the 2 countries was not peaceful. As luck would have it, just as they were about to reach the border town of the 5 Grains Kingdom, they encountered player bandits, who had received a special mission and were preparing to rob the border town. Even more unfortunate was, when Jiang Yumian emerged from the gauze curtain, she was stunned by the sight of the bandit leader. Shen Qiran's mouth almost formed an O. Letian? Jiang Yumian hadn't expected to run into anyone she knew, let alone Chao Letian, the incredibly lucky and fortunate man. Shen Qiran found it hilarious. "Letian, where's your luck? How did you end up as a bandit?" Chao Letian felt deeply wronged, but out of pride, he couldn't embrace his brother and cry. He could only helplessly lower his sword and say, "All right, you guys can go." At this, the NPC bandit brothers were furious. "Boss, this is the 4th group of people we let go today. If we keep letting them go, our entire village will be devastated." "Yes. There are only 4 of them. We have 25 of us, so we can defeat them. They look rich. They must be sons of wealthy families. Look at those 2 big carts." Jiang Yumian scanned the dark-skinned, rag-covered bandits several times. There weren't many older ones among them. They were all in their early teens. Seeing a short bandit holding a knife and glaring intently, Jiang Yumian calmly pulled out his purse, and quickly pulled out a small ingot of gold. Jiang Yumian smiled. Is this what you want? The young bandits glanced at each other. Furthermore, this was clearly amiss. Although they were young, they were still wary. Now that Chao Letian didn't speak, they didn't dare to go straight in, for fear that there was a trap. Jiang Yumian continued slowly, whoever answers my question will get this gold. Guaranteed, no lie. Jiang Yumian said, waving the gold in front of the bandit brothers. The bandit brothers instantly lit up. But the next second, Jiang Yumian put the gold away. Jiang Yumian, come, tell me, where in the 5-grain kingdom is the most fertile soil and grows the best crops? The bandit brother, who had drawn his sword just a moment ago, immediately stepped forward. I do it. The crops grown in East City are the best, and the soil must be the most fertile. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Oh, isn't it Guqing that's the best? The little bandit, Guqing has a lot of land and grows the most crops, but Dongcheng has the most fertile soil and the best rice. The crops grown in East City are all supplied directly to the imperial city. Jiang Yumian smiled with narrowed eyes, and tossed the small gold ingot to him. The little bandit ran directly to Chao Letian with the gold, happily handing it over. Boss, look. We won't have to go hungry this month. Jiang Yumian saw this, and called out to Chao Letian, saying, Letian, come here. Several people stood by the carriage, plotting, while a group of little bandits gathered together, gnawing at the gold, trying to tell if it was real or fake. Shinchiron, what's wrong with you? Chao Letian, don't talk about it, I'm almost emo. Jiang Yumian, Letian, what's your special mission? Chao Letian felt so wrong that he wanted to cry. See those little brats? My first special mission is to lead them to successfully rob 100 taels of silver. Shinchiron blinked innocently and said, Isn't that easy? Chapter 268. Chao Letian, easy what? Chao Letian, these little brats can't do martial arts and can't read. Most importantly, if one of them dies, I have to deduct 1,000 gold coins. Jiang Yumian, so much? That's right. I only have about 10,000 gold coins in my virtual account right now, and there are over 20 of these little brats. I asked the system, and it said if the gold goes down to negative, I lose the game, and that's it. Chao Letian couldn't stop talking at the mention of this. Not only that, but this system's special mission is robbery. Robbery. It'd be strange if they didn't die with knives and guns. Anytime the system tells me to take them to the city to make money, it's easier than robbery, and I won't get killed. Jiang Yumian subconsciously turned to look at the group of noisy little bandits. He couldn't help but ask, what do you think of them? Chao Letian sighed helplessly. They're actually pretty miserable too. They're all oppressed by the landlords in the border town. They had no choice but to flee with their families to find a way out. They were recently attacked by bandits, and all the adult males in the village were killed. Now, only a bunch of the elderly, weak, and sick who survived by hiding in the cellar are left in the village. These little brats have resorted to robbery out of desperation. Chao Letian, what are you doing in Wugu country? Shinchiron was about to speak when Jiang Yumian placed a hand on Chao Lishan's shoulder, raised an eyebrow wildly, and said, Want to work with me? Shinchiron, ? Chao Letian, yes. Jiang Yumian, we're still short of digging hands, and these little bandits are the answer. Shinchiron immediately grasped her implication and pressed, but don't they still have to rob? Are we their prey? Jiang Yumian smiled calmly and replied, yes. Shinchiron, will it work? We see if we give it a try. Jiang Yumian quickly took Chao Lishan's knife and placed it against her neck. The girl clasped her hands together in frustration, strangling her throat and begging for mercy. Hero, please spare me. I'm rich, very rich. I give you whatever you want. Please don't kill me. Help! Help! Chao Letian, still unaware, exclaimed, eh. Even Lin Jiaoyu, standing behind him, was stunned. The little bandit stood by stunned. Shinchiron's mouth twitched violently. Sister Mian. Sister, are we overacting? Jiang Yumian ignored him, and gave Chao Letian a frantic look, signaling him to continue. Chao Letian, I want 100 taels. Jiang Yumian nodded frantically, and held the purse in front of Chao Letian with both hands. Yes, yes, there's more than 100 taels in here. Chao Letian coughed twice, quickly getting into character, and snatched Jiang Yumian's purse. At the same time, system, ding dong, congratulations to the player for successfully leading bandits to rob 100 taels of silver within 30 days. You are free to move around for the next 25 days. Chao Letian stood there, stunned. No, is this really possible? When he came to his senses, Jiang Yumian asked sincerely, mission successful? Chao Letian nodded yes. The next second, Jiang Yumian quickly stood up and snatched the purse from his hand, saying confidently and forcefully, robbery, give it to me. Lin Jiaoyu, puff. Chao Letian, his money bag isn't even warm yet. Shin Qiran, awesome. At this point, Jiang Yumian no longer cared about their reactions, and headed towards the group of petty bandits. Jiang Yumian tossed her money bag up twice. Do you want to come into the city with me and enjoy the good life? The petty bandits, knives in hand, looked awkwardly at Chao Letian behind the woman. Seeing Chao Letian nod, the petty bandits immediately nodded and shouted, yes. Jiang Yumian, but if you come into the city with me, you have to do manual labor. I pay you based on how much work you do. The more you do, the more you earn. And if you obey me, you get extra rewards. If you don't, I just throw you out and make sure you can never return home. The little bandit nodded immediately, quiet and obedient. Jiang Yumian said with a look of disdain, all right, throw away those tattered knives of yours. Who can you kill with them? They're chipped. After you throw away your knives, get in the carriage and sit down. If there's not enough room, get on the boxes in the back carriage. Brothers, we leave in a minute. Okay. Shin Qiran turned and tried to get back to the carriage, but saw Chao Letian standing beside him, his eyes red and almost wet. Shin Qiran, Letian isn't you, is he? Now Chao Letian finally had a place in Bengbu. He hugged Shin Qiran and cried, you don't know how I've been through these 4 days. These little brats are making so much noise that I want to die. Only Sister Mian can handle them. Shin Qiran, aren't you a good cat owner? Raising a child is pretty much like raising a cat. Chao Letian, bullshit. It's a far cry. After herding a large group of children into the carriage, Jiang Yumian approached Shin Qiran and the others. What are you standing there for? Let's go! A large group of people marched towards the border town gates, and Jiang Yumian took this opportunity to gather more information. By the way, Letian, I just heard you guys were saying you robbed 4 groups, and then released 4 more today. What's going on? Chao Letian, actually, before you arrived, we set up some small traps along the way to intercept us. We were planning to rob and then flee, but a lot of people showed up. And judging by their size and attire, they don't seem to be from the same country. They must be from Qing, Qi, and Man. Shin Qiran, they're all here? Are they all here for food like us? Jiang Yumian, that's a possibility. Chao Letian, are you all here to buy food? Shin Qiran, yes. We need to buy a lot. Chao Letian, then we need to hurry. Lin Jiaoyu frowned in confusion. Why? Chao Letian, I remember hearing that 2 weeks ago, the 5 Grains Kingdom's royal family began purchasing large quantities of grain from grain merchants across the country to store in the treasury. Coupled with the frequent insect plagues in recent years, grain prices will likely rise in the future. Rising food prices weren't a big deal for them. Chao Letian continued, but there's another group of people returning from the 5 grain exports. They're all escorted by soldiers, in dozens of carts. Jiang Yumian, did you find out what they were escorting? Chao Letian, yes, there's alum, saltpeter, salt, and even a lot of potter's clay. Lin Jiaoyu, oh no! Aqua Regia. Chapter 269. Jiang Yumian, are you talking about the Aqua Regia used by gold shops to steal gold? Lin Jiaoyu, yes, in ancient times, alum was an important raw material for refining sulfuric acid. Saltpeter can be made into potassium nitrate, which is calcined in a sealed container to produce nitrogen dioxide, which, when dissolved in water, becomes nitric acid. Salt can also be made into hydrochloric acid with alum water. But the Aqua Regia used by the gold shops you mentioned must have been diluted. A higher concentration of Aqua Regia can directly dissolve gold. Jiang Yumian, Oh no, after all this gossip, my feelings are directly directed at them. Could this 5 grain nation be using this Aqua Regia to destroy their golden, invulnerable skin, if that's the case? Shin Qiran said seriously, as expected of modern people. I feel like with our group of players joining us, if a real fight breaks out, wouldn't we have gunpowder bombs and all that? Lin Jiaoyu's lips pressed together. Chao Letian calmly analyzed the situation, saying, it's possible. If that were the case, the war wouldn't just be a one-shot kill of an elementary school student. If things like Aqua Regia and explosives were used on a large scale at this point, the casualties would be multiplied by hundreds or even thousands. Jiang Yumian turned to Chao Letian and asked, do you know when they passed by and which direction they were heading? Chao Letian, half an hour ago. They were moving very quickly. There were about 200 of them. We didn't dare stop them, but I have a feeling they were heading straight for the Imperial City. Shinchiron, each player should play a key role in each country, and they should be located around the Imperial City of each country. Jiang Yumian's eyes darkened. With so many people transporting the cargo, the journey shouldn't be far. If we speed up, we should be able to catch up. Shinchiron, who had teamed up with Jiang Yumian for several times, immediately realized something. You don't have any plans for this cargo, do you? Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow at him. You know that too? Shinchiron was the first to disagree. That's crazy. Hundreds of people are escorting it. A bunch of half-baked bandits like us can't rob it. Jiang Yumian said calmly. Who said we're going to rob it? Shinchiron, what do you think? The cargo has been robbed and delivered in batches. We definitely can't rob it all. Jiang Yumian said this, subconsciously turning to look at Lin Jiayu. Brother, if these raw materials are to be processed into chemical products, don't they require very strict and special conditions? Brother. Lin Jiayu was stunned by this word, then blushed slightly as she analyzed, well, laboratory glassware was difficult to mass-produce under the primitive conditions of ancient times, so they needed large quantities of clay to make ceramics to replace the required containers. Jiang Yumian chuckled, I know what I should do. Chao Letian felt a chill run down his spine as he saw the sly, fox-like grin in the girl's eyes. Shinchiron sighed and reminded her, like an old father, Sister Mian, our first priority is to buy grain and dig soil. Jiang Yumian, there's no conflict. Seeing the bewildered looks on her two stepbrothers' faces, Jiang Yumian quickly explained, you don't know, since you've never been out before. East City is the neighboring city to the east of the Imperial City. The combined maximum diameter of East City and Imperial City is no more than 4,000 meters. You can operate within my 10,000 meter radius, which means we can act separately. I go to the Imperial City, and you go to East City to first handle the soil survey and grain seed trading. As soon as I'm done with things here, I meet up with you guys right away. Lin Jiayu couldn't help but feel a little worried, and hesitantly asked, can you do it on your own? Jiang Yumian smiled at her. Do you think I made it this far? Lin Jiayu and Shinchiron were silent. Only Chao Letian looked at them blankly. What about me and my bandits? Jiang Yumian, Letian, you follow them. If you're lucky, you can at least give them some extra luck. Chao Letian said innocently, my luck's just bad. Jiang Yumian looked him in the eye with a half smile and couldn't help but tease, how can I be unlucky? Your luck is incredibly good. None of the players had even started their special missions, and yet they encountered her on their first day of robbery. Not only did she quickly complete this first special mission, but she also obtained so much information about other countries. How could she be considered unlucky? This was simply amazing. At this moment, Shinchiron rolled his eyes at Chao Letian. Go away, stop yelling. Jiang Yumian also said, I take a little bandit with me. I need some help investigating something. After all, a child might not have much offensive power, but that would put outsiders at ease. Chao Letian straightened his back, his glittering eyes eager for Jiang Yumian to ask for more. Chao Letian, okay. Sister Mian, which one do you want? Jiang Yumian didn't have much of an impression of the little bandits, so she randomly picked one. The one I gave gold to today. Chao Letian, okay. Seeing Chao Lishan's excitement, Jiang Yumian subconsciously frowned. You look at me like I helped you get rid of the plague. Chao Letian chuckled, that's right. His name is Hu Ji, and he's the leader of this bunch of little bandits. He's a brat, full of evil ideas, but he's also the most filial. He's the hardest for me to control, and there's nothing I can do about him. Jiang Yumian chuckled and joked, is it too late for me to change him now? Chao Letian said sincerely, it's too late. Jiang Yumian scoffed helplessly, she hadn't really planned to change him. A brat would be more helpful to her, at least he'd be smart and wouldn't hold her back. Past documents are available in the system store for 500 gold coins each, and the number of people and country can be changed at any time. So Jiang Yumian spent a fortune to get Shinchiron to take him. Shinchiron pouted in grievance, don't bully me just because I'm rich. Wait a minute. I go back and ask Brother Lu for reimbursement. Arriving at the border town, they first found a nearby inn. Chao Letian went to buy a horse, while Lin Jiayu went to buy his expended rations. Shinchiron and Jiang Yumian drank tea and watched a group of petty bandits wolf down their food. Shinchiron stared at the carriage outside, which still contained 2 carts of gold, and said worriedly, with these 2 carts, I'm afraid we can't catch up. Jiang Yumian, having already emptied the gold, leaving only a pile of empty shells, dared not speak, and sipped her tea alone. The next moment, Shinchiron calmly said, Sister Mian, you have the space prop, right? Jiang Yumian, who had remained relatively calm, was still choked by Shinchiron's sudden turn of phrase. Jiang Yumian, ahem. Chapter 270. Shinchiron, I noticed the tire tracks we left along the way are getting shallower. The box must have been empty of gold long ago. Jiang Yumian gave an awkward smile and continued to play dumb. How could that be? The seal on the box is still there. How could the gold be gone? Shinchiron lowered his head and continued pouring tea, saying helplessly and sarcastically, alas, even if you're on guard, you can't prevent a thief from stealing your own property. Jiang Yumian, hearing his confident words, guessed he must have opened the box and checked, so she could only confess. Well, I picked up another disposable space item this time. Shinchiron scoffed upon hearing this, shaking his head repeatedly. Sister Mian, do you take me for an idiot? You have a space item in every round. Don't lie to me. And I guess your permanent space must have a lot of capacity, otherwise you wouldn't be so confident in going to the Imperial City and raiding the enemy's lair alone. And my brother already knew you had a permanent space item, right? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, staring at him intently. This kid looked careless, as if nothing mattered to him, but in reality, he was meticulous and observant. Jiang Yumian didn't deny it, but simply took a sip of tea with a nonchalant expression. Shinchiron, hey, we're all family, so I won't beat around the bush. I also have a permanent item. Want to guess what it is? Jiang Yumian, I'm not interested in other people's secrets. Shinchiron, hey, Sister Mian, that's so hurtful, but I'm still saying it. Jiang Yumian, okay, then tell me. Shinchiron, my words are my deeds. My permanent item. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but frown. So powerful? Shinchiron immediately clapped his hands and said, what's so powerful about it? I only used it once in my entire gaming career, and it nearly cost me my life. Jiang Yumian's curiosity piqued. Does your item have side effects? Shinchiron shook his head. No, it has a price. The more outrageous my use, the greater the price I have to pay. How outrageous is that? Jiang Yumian quickly pressed. What did you say last time? How did you use it? Shinchiron, the situation was very special last time. Do you remember that former #1 giant organization I told you about? Jiang Yumian nodded. Yes, you mentioned the giant captain being killed by the item. Shinchiron nodded. Yes, that round of the game. It's a bit similar to this round of the game, also 180 days. The first 2 months are uneventful, but then the difficulty gets progressively higher. The last month is downright insane. It was so difficult that anyone who came by would have to call it insane. Then my brother almost died, and I saved him with my word of speech. I ended up bleeding from all 7 orifices, and was in a coma for 3 months in the real world. No medicine could cure me. I don't know how I woke up, but my brother had already dismantled the Titans. He's stopped using items since then, and told us not to. Jiang Yumian was stunned by this, and then he analyzed it carefully. So you're saying that your word of speech can still save people? Shinchiron, of course not, but my brother won't let me. He says if it happens again, I might die. Jiang Yumian nodded. Indeed, this skill was truly incredible. Just as Jiang Yumian was lost in thought, Shinchiron suddenly asked, so Sister Mian, how big is your permanent space? Jiang Yumian instinctively replied, 1. Before she finished her words, Jiang Yumian realized she was being tricked and glared at Shinchiron. Trying to trick me? No way. Shinchiron pouted. Humph. I already told you all my secrets, and I didn't expect you to still be on guard against me. So sad. Jiang Yumian replied, come on. Your item is useless. My space item is far more powerful than yours. At least it doesn't have any side effects. Shinchiron, you admit it? Jiang Yumian didn't answer directly. Instead, she calmly blew on the hot tea in her cup and said slowly, since you guessed it, I have nothing to say. Shinchiron narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's right, that's right. From now on, we all be sending multiple people. By the way, Sister Mian, do you want to know what Brother Lu's permanent item is? Jiang Yumian glanced at him lazily. If I want to know, will you tell me? Hee, no, I'm a tight-lipped person. Shinchiron added, but I can give you a spoiler. My brother's permanent item is pretty worthless, and the name is also worthless. I have a brothel. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. Brothel? Shinchiron was about to speak when Jiang Yumian saw his smile froze, his gaze fixed on Mian's entrance. Following his gaze, Jiang Yumian saw only a few NPCs passing by, nothing unusual. Jiang Yumian, you're looking. At this moment, Shinchiron had already quickly stood up and ran towards the door. Jiang Yumian? ? Jiang Yumian quickly stood up and chased after him, not forgetting to remind the bandits at the next table. Eat your meal, watch the carriage, and don't run around. Hu Ji nodded obediently, not forgetting to signal the bandits to sit still with his eyes. As Jiang Yumian chased after him, she saw Shen Qiran stalking the street, glaring at people, and drawing a barrage of abuse from passers-by. Although Jiang Yumian was confused, she managed to get him back to the inn in time. What's wrong with you? You're not usually this impulsive, are you? Shen Qiran, I just saw him. Jiang Yumian, who did you see? Shen Qiran, Ran Yuan, the captain of the giant organization I just told you I killed. His name is Ran Yuan. Jiang Yumian felt goosebumps all over her. Are you kidding? You didn't say he's dead? Shen Qiran was a little incredulous. Yes, he failed in the game, but he actually died by suicide in real life. Many people in the giant organization saw it. Jiang Yumian was silent. Shen Qiran finally calmed down. It should be fine. Maybe I was just seeing things. At the same time, Chao Letian and Lin Jiayu returned. Seeing the two standing at the door, they asked with a smile, What are you doing here? Shen Qiran chuckled. Watching the money. I can't let so much money out of my sight. As Lin Jiayu walked in with his rations, he whispered to Jiang Yumian and the others, Come in. I made a new discovery. Chapter 271. Several people gathered around the tea table again, whispering to each other. Shen Qiran asked curiously, What new discovery? Lin Jiayu. I just heard from the County Yamen Patrol that the Prince of Qi Kingdom will soon come to Wugu Kingdom to negotiate a barter, exchanging weapons for grain. Chao Letian. Is Wugu Kingdom so bustling with activity? Every country wants a piece of the action. Lin Jiayu. Since ancient times, wars have always been fought with food and fodder first. Without food and fodder, we lose the initiative and our retreat. Jiang Yumian took the last sip of tea. Scarcity makes things valuable. Since the demand for food is so great, let's hurry and get on our way to prevent any unforeseen events. Hu Ji, the bandit leader, who had been named, immediately stood up. Jiang Yumian, come with me. Hu Ji, still choking with rice, nodded quickly, okay. Seeing Jiang Yumian and his men hurrying towards the door, Lin Jiayu quickly took out the silver he had just exchanged for gold and placed it on the table. Waiter, check out. Shen Qiran looked at Lin Jiayu and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Jiayu, it feels like you and Sister Mian are getting too immersed in this dungeon. Your words and actions are a bit like NPCs, so stilted. Lin Jiayu didn't deny it, and replied calmly, You have to act a bit more. Shen Qiran couldn't help but mutter when he saw him stand up, his back straightening too much. You're such a pretentious guy. Don't think I don't know your little tricks about my sister Mian. I be watching you. Jiang Yumian didn't know how to ride a horse, but her body's instincts and memories allowed her to quickly master it. Jiang Yumian chose a white horse that Chao Letian had just bought, and quickly climbed onto it. Her skillful posture almost made her fascinated to death. So handsome, Chao Letian also prepared a young brown horse for Hu Ji, who quickly mounted it. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. You can ride a horse too? Hu Ji smiled a little sheepishly. I can ride a mule. I stole a horse before, and I'm almost there. Jiang Yumian. Okay, follow closely. Hu Ji checked the bag of dry food behind him, and replied seriously, okay. The two of them set off, one in front and one behind, heading towards the Imperial City. Half an hour later, Jiang Yumian and the other finally spotted traces of a large number of recent military carriages along the mountain road. The Imperial City was still about a day and a night away. Using her foresight, Jiang Yumian finally located the escort troops, stationed at the foot of a mountain, in the dead of night. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Jiang Yumian could only watch from afar. The two of them took turns keeping watch, following the army all the way. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the Imperial City. However, the army didn't enter the city directly through the gates with official documents. Instead, they circled around the city walls and arrived at the foot of a mountain. Watching the army gradually disappear near the cave, Jiang Yumian quickly handed the documents to Hu Ji, along with a small bag of silver. Go into the city first and meet me at the Hakalai Inn, in the most prosperous and prime location in the city center. Hu Ji took the silver and, seeing Jiang Yumian's hasty departure, instinctively grabbed her arm. Jiang Yumian was puzzled. What's wrong? Hu Ji pulled a rough paper bag from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the chili powder my mother ground, and this. As he spoke, he pulled out a slingshot from behind and handed it to her. Jiang Yumian instantly understood what he meant. She accepted the weapon and rubbed his frizzy braid. Got it, thanks. Try to get as much information as you can after we get to the city. You can buy whatever you want to eat or buy. I have plenty of money. Little Huji blushed slightly at the woman's charming smile. Yes. Jiang Yumian said nothing more. After little Huji ran off, she hurried toward the cave. Entering the cave, Jiang Yumian didn't rush in. Instead, she observed the digging marks at the entrance. The entrance was damp, but not covered in moss. Prying marks were clearly visible. This cave must have been dug recently, presumably specifically for transporting these raw materials. Jiang Yumian waited outside the cave for a while. Seeing no one emerge, she rose and cautiously entered. As expected, it was just a passage for the army. The main base camp wasn't there. Jiang Yumian walked for a long time along the winding tunnel, seeing no one. Just when Jiang Yumian was about to die trapped in the cave, she finally discovered a deep underground cave. Next to the cave, there was a wooden ladder leading down, and the footprints and wheel tracks disappeared around it. Jiang Yumian subconsciously threw a few pieces of gravel into the cave entrance to create some noise. After waiting for a long time, and hearing no footsteps, she finally descended the ladder, and then, there was another long underground passage. If it weren't for the oil lamps burning on both sides of the passage, supporting Jiang Yumian's determination, she would have almost lost her temper. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yumian finally saw light above her not far ahead. Before Jiang Yumian could even crawl to the cave entrance, she heard a sweet, charming voice from outside. Ah Yuan, I already bought you the raw materials you requested. When can you come with me? Queen, please respect yourself. Jiang Yumian, shocked. Queen? Could she already be in the palace? You always tell me to respect myself, but that old man is lying half dead on the dragon bed. My body hasn't been nourished in a long time. You clearly want it, so why don't you admit it? Jiang Yumian, shocked. This is quite a rumor. From the looks of it, these raw materials must have been requested by this Yuan, which proves that he's a player. TSK. This was the first time she's seen a player being teased by an NPC. But Jiang Yumian didn't dare show her face, simply trying to listen closely to the conversation outside. The man outside seemed to have been refusing her for too long, causing the woman, who had been able to flirt a bit more, to cool her tone. Mr. Chen, I'm telling you, don't refuse a toast. I helped you enough these past 2 days. If you don't show me a clear attitude today, I will never again use my mother's clan's influence to help you. The man, who had seemed so sacred and inviolable a moment before, seemed to have compromised, pressing the woman against the tree. The woman instantly understood his intention, clasping her arms around his shoulders and kissing him. But what she didn't know, just as she was about to kiss him, the man plunged a dagger into her abdomen. Once again, without a trace of mercy. The man's sensual lips pressed against the queen's ear, and he whispered, "Since you won't help me anymore, there's no point in keeping you around." The queen stared at him in astonishment, never understanding how he could dare to do such a thing. After the woman collapsed, the man dropped the knife, wiped his hands, and stood up. The guards hiding in the shadows also emerged. "Master, what should we do with her?" "Let's find a place to bury her. Find a maid to pretend she's been sick from missing you and is recuperating in the palace." "Yes." "Bury her farther away." "It's unlucky." "Yes." Jiang Yumian, still hiding in the well, remained in her original position even after the noisy sounds outside completely faded. Standing. Numb. Chapter 272. After finally quieting down outside, Jiang Yumian didn't dare come up directly, waiting until late at night, fearing she'd be hit with a stick if she poked her head out. The girl's hands, gripping the wooden ladder, seemed almost numb. When she felt she was ready, she carefully climbed up. Jiang Yumian was cautious, half peeked out to look around the well. The bright moonlight was completely blocked by thick clouds, and the surroundings were pitch black and silent, a bit eerie. Jiang Yumian hazarded a guess that this location might be a secluded corner of the palace, or perhaps a cold palace rarely visited. When Jiang Yumian carefully emerged from the well, the previously pitch-black surroundings suddenly lit up with bursts of intense fire. Jiang Yumian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she realize. She was practically surrounded by people, completely surrounding her and the area around the well. When Jiang Yumian turned, under the large tree at the end of the corridor, guards on either side of the man were slowly lighting torches with tinder. Behind the guards, a handsome man, dressed in a black brocade robe with gold patterns, and holding a folding fan in the style of ink-washed painting, sat on a stone chair. He slowly raised his eyes to look at her, his slightly feminine face curled into a wicked smile. "I thought you were going to build a nest down there." Jiang Yumian thought to herself, "Oh no! She laughed awkwardly at him. When did you find me at the bottom of the well? The man chuckled. Probably the moment you stepped onto the wooden ladder. Jiang Yumian moved slowly towards the well, changing the subject to stall for time. I didn't expect your hearing to be so good, sir. The man seemed in a good mood, replying calmly, It's not so bad, but finding you is enough. Hee, I admire you. With that, Jiang Yumian immediately turned over and jumped into the well. Then I'd be leaving first. Bye. Jiang Yumian hadn't expected that just as she jumped back into the well and quickly grabbed the wooden step, before she could even put her foot firmly on it, she heard countless footsteps coming from the tunnel. Jiang Yumian, Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Jiang Yumian could only bite the bullet and climb up the wooden ladder again. This time, however, she didn't dare show her face at all, fearing that if she did, she would be killed by a sword from one of the surrounding guards. This man could kill his bedmate so easily, let alone her, a spy who had sneaked in to cause trouble. From the bottom of the well, Jiang Yumian could only cry out, Brother! Hero! Brother! Can you spare my life? I just wanted to get in here to make some money. I don't know anything. The man slowly said, You're not telling the truth. Bury me. Guard, yes. Jiang Yumian, The guard actually took a shovel and scooped up a shovel of dirt, ready to dump it into the well. Jiang Yumian felt she could still struggle a bit. I'm useful, I'm useful. You need a maid to disguise yourself as the queen, right? I can do it. The man continued, Bury me. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian finally lost control and cursed, Brother, don't go too far. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, the man, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Jiang Yumian pulled out a golden shovel from her spaceship, a life-saving shovel her father had left her, and rushed out of the well. Yes, the reason she dared to do this was entirely because of what happened half a minute ago. Jiang Yumian thought, I'm going to activate the Prajna hairpin replication. Please select your replication targets. Note, your current Prajna hairpin level is ultimate. You can only obtain the skills of 10 target characters with a favorability rating of over 10 at a time. This replicated skill is permanent, and you won't be able to replicate it again until 1 month after this replication. Jiang Yumian, I want to replicate a random skill from Hao Wujiao, Du Xiaoi, Du Lala, Shin Qiran, Ji Jiayo, Dean Liyongda, Head Nurse Cheng Laning, Lin Jiayu, Xin Xinghui, and Yin Chengyun. Okay, I replicate the random skills of 10 target characters for you. Successfully replicated 1 random skill from Hao Wujiao, Du Xiaoi, Du Lala, Shin Qiran, Ji Jiayo, Dean Liyongda, Head Nurse Cheng Laning, Lin Jiayu, Xin Xinghui, and Yin Chengyun. Hao Wujiao's random skill. Shaolin Wing Chun Kung Fu, 100% replica. Du Xiaoi's random skill. Sonda, 100% replica. Du Lala's random skill. Celebrity Chasing and Data Geek, 100% replica. Shin Qiran's random skill. Fall asleep in an instant, 100% replica. Ji Jiayo's random skill. Eat as much as you can without gaining weight, 100% replica. Lu Yongda's random skill. Surgeon, 100% replica. Cheng Laning's random skill. Versatile Keyboard Warrior, 100% replica. Lin Jiayu's random skill. Chemistry Reserve Talent, 100% replica. Xin Xinghui's random skill. Max Level Shaolin Judo Talent, 100% replica. Yin Qingyun's random skill. Max Level Hot Weapons Talent, 100% replica. At that moment, Jiang Yumian felt that she was terribly powerful. When Jiang Yumian returned to the surface, the guards surrounding her didn't attack her. Jiang Yumian dropped the golden shovel she was holding instantly, a true man capable of bending and stretching. And she? Jiang Yumian said confidently, I'd be of great use to you. The man fanned the air with his folding fan. Tell me about it. Jiang Yumian also confessed directly, to be honest, I'm an intermediate player. My first special mission is to come to the palace and seek allegiance with a desired faction. I majored in chemistry in college, with perfect scores. The reason I followed your transport troops here is because I discovered what you were trying to refine with those raw materials. The man looked at her with a half smile. So? Jiang Yumian. So, you can't refine all that much raw material by yourself, so you're in dire need of a team. But the NPCs here can't do it all at once. You can learn it overnight. Man, I can teach you. Jiang Yumian immediately shook her head. No, you don't have that much time because... The girl said, narrowing her eyes slightly. Your first special mission is supposed to be to refine a certain number of chemical reagents within 30 days, right? The man finally raised his eyes, and looked at her directly. "You're very smart." Jiang Yumian smiled. "Same here." The man chuckled. "Then did you know that sometimes being smarter can actually lead to fatal consequences?" Jiang Yumian continued calmly. "I know. But I also know that when someone is useful, they won't let them die so easily until their value is fully exploited." Chapter 273. So? Jiang Yumian placed the shovel on the ground, her elbow resting on the wooden handle. She confidently brushed the slightly messy hair from her forehead and smiled slightly. "I can't die." Half an hour later, a certain confident girl was blindfolded with a coarse cloth, her hands and feet tightly bound with movable iron shackles. She was walking forward, flanked by 4 guards. "Hurry!" Jiang Yumian pouted in dissatisfaction, gritting her teeth as she mentally noted in her notebook. "Wait! A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Qin Sha Yuan, right? Just wait, I destroy your stronghold to pieces." Even with her eyes closed, Jiang Yumian silently calculated her steps, when to turn left and when to turn right. Sometimes she could even hear the faint sound of running water. When the guards led her to a stop, Jiang Yumian subconsciously raised her head. There was a rustling sound of a lock being unlocked, and before Jiang Yumian could react, she was pushed forward 2 steps. Jiang Yumian stumbled over the threshold and fell through the door in a horrible manner. Before Jiang Yumian could curse, the guard slammed the door shut, leaving only one sentence. "Extract the items the master requires today, and the master will come in person tomorrow to inspect them." Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian reached out and quickly untied the cloth bag in front of her, glancing around. As expected, the other party wouldn't let her directly touch all the raw materials. Only a few of the raw materials were haphazardly piled in wooden boxes in a corner of the room. The high-ceilinged room had only 1 or 2 open windows, both of which she couldn't reach, letting in a hint of moonlight. Candles lit the stone wall, and a fireplace directly opposite the door connected to the chimney, with a large amount of firewood stacked beside it. The room didn't even have a proper bed. There were only tables and chairs, all placed against the walls. Jiang Yumian had guessed correctly. The containers holding the solutions on the table were all made of fired clay. There was even a large vat of clear spring water in the corner. It was like a crude, ancient laboratory. Jiang Yumian felt quite fortunate, thankful that there weren't any high-tech surveillance systems in ancient times. Instantly, the girl tucked her handcuffs and leg irons into the space. "Help him? You're kidding." Back then, because there were so many people, she couldn't stand up to 4 people with 1 punch, but now... Heh. Jiang Yumian mercilessly cleared out everything on the table, even the large vat in the corner, stuffing it all into the space. Then, Jiang Yumian quickly piled the tables and chairs higher, layer by layer, and carefully climbed up to the window. Looking down, sure enough, the 4 guards hadn't left. 2 were standing guard at the door, while the other 2 were patrolling nearby. The girl looked around and saw a horrifically awful environment. A square corridor surrounded the garden, and what should have been a vibrant patchwork of greenery had been completely ripped apart, leaving only a cobblestone path that hadn't been demolished or rebuilt. The rest was covered in patches of black and red dirt. Even if she escaped, she had no idea where to go. She needed to gather more basic information. Jiang Yumian simply retreated, set up the table again, and began to work. It had to be said that the knowledge gained from the Prajna hairpin was truly useful. As soon as she thought about it, all the knowledge she needed would flow into her mind. The girl quickly placed alum and rice vinegar in a clay pot, covered it, and then placed it on the small charcoal stove on the table to calcine. As the alum gradually dissolved, the girl quickly stirred it evenly with long wooden chopsticks. Seeing the rice vinegar and alum liquid fully dissolved, she continued to heat and calcine until it turned a crimson color, then quickly poured it out and let it cool. It was as if she had learned it herself, mastered it to perfection. Her body instinctively grasped the key points. She began to work without any first-time awkwardness. She even felt like a scientist who spent all day in the lab conducting chemistry experiments. Jiang Yumian, "Oh my god, I'm so handsome." Jiang Yumian proudly continued to work. After a night, Jiang Yumian, with dark eyes, knocked on the door. "Brothers outside, we're out of alum and vinegar. Bring some more." As expected, the guards outside were clearly unconvinced and sent 2 people in to check. They kept turning it over and checking the liquid she had prepared. A guard handed a bottle of prepared sulfuric acid to the guard at the door. The 2 men lowered their heads and conspired for a few words. Then the guards outside left. Seeing the 2 guards glaring at her in the room, Jiang Yumian immediately raised her 8 teeth and smiled warmly. "Don't be so serious, I say. I have a feeling I'll soon be your master's guest of honor. A good relationship is more important than anything else. Not only did the guard ignore her, he even held up the bottle and asked her, "How did you do it?" "You know, the master is offering a large reward for talented individuals. Anyone who can create a liquid that satisfies his master will receive a generous reward. The master even held public classes for the past 2 days, and I attended, but even though I didn't miss a single class, I still didn't learn anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be guarding the gate right now." Jiang Yumian saw this and narrowed his eyes. "You want to know? Curious? Curious? That would be easy enough, Jiang Yumian. This is my livelihood. I can't teach you easily, but..." Another guard immediately asked, "But what?" "Jiang Yumian, you have to answer a few questions as a trade. I can't afford to lose." The guard was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, "What do you want to know?" Jiang Yumian pulled a chair over and gestured for the two to sit down. He then sat on a small stool and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I just want to know something. Actually, I fell in love with your master at first sight last night." At this, the two guards gave each other a look that said, "Do I trust you?" Jiang Yumian's face was filled with sincerity. "Really? Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you take me away without any resistance, let alone work so hard." "Well, if you don't believe me, fine. But I just want to know your master's name, where he lives, whether he has wives and concubines, and so on." The guards pondered for a moment, feeling that sharing this information with the woman wouldn't pose any threat, and might even offer a chance to acquire a family craft. So, they confessed to Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian then learned that the emperor of the Five Grains Kingdom had been bedridden for a year. Most of the important court affairs were entrusted to his crown prince, who had just reached the age of dancing elephants, assisted by two powerful prime ministers. Their master was one of them, Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was obsessed with academics, and at 30, he had yet to marry or take concubines, remaining single. Jiang Yumian suspected that these two prime ministers might actually be players. As for the emperor, he's not even an adult yet, so he's probably not a player, just a puppet to act as a check and balance. Chapter 274. After all, the emperor isn't dead yet, and a crown prince could be deposed and replaced at any time. Wait a minute. The emperor has been bedridden for a year. Why does this excuse sound so familiar? Jiang Yumian instinctively thought of the queen's death yesterday. The excuse that demonic man had given was similar to the emperor's semi-abdication. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but make a bold guess, appearing calm and asking, "So what does your master like to do?" Before she finished her words, a low, half-smiled voice rang out from outside the door. "Why don't you just ask me what I like to do?" Jiang Yumian saw him and thought to herself, "That's not good." She had thought she could take advantage of the guards moving the raw materials today to follow the clues, and find where Qin Yuan stored them. But now that the master has arrived, how can she escape? Jiang Yumian chuckled twice. "It's so boring to ask you directly." At the same time, the guards, seeing the opportunity, hurried up behind Qin Yuan and told him everything Jiang Yumian had asked. Qin Yuan's smile widened. "I heard they said you fell in love with me at first sight?" Jiang Yumian chuckled twice, his face forced. "Qin Yuan, what do you like about me?" "Jiang Yumian, I won't say anything about handsome, elegant, and suave. I like your servility." "TSK." Qin Yuan laughed angrily, then his face turned cold. "Put away your crooked ideas and do your job well. If I complete the task ahead of time, maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, I don't mind wasting a little more time. I send you off now." Jiang Yumian didn't bother to argue with him any longer. She took the container and walked towards the box of raw materials the guards had just delivered and continued to work. I thought Qin Yuan would leave soon, but unexpectedly, he had the door left open. He had a long dark wooden table placed by the door, and began to work on his current business. Jiang Yumian, ? It would be too much if this person wasn't directly supervising the situation. Jiang Yumian silently told herself, "It's just a minor issue, he'd be gone soon." But the result? Late into the night, after a long day and night of hard work, Jiang Yumian, with dark circles under her eyes and a look of exhaustion from work, sat in a chair, vacantly staring at him. He continued to work unmoved, like a tireless robot. Jiang Yumian was completely lost in thought, and fell asleep on a clean table. The next morning, Jiang Yumian opened her eyes to find Qin Yuan still in the same position as the previous day, completely unmoved, buried in his work. "Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian frowned. "Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong." Jiang Yumian instinctively stood up and tentatively called out, "Qin Yuan?" "Qin Yuan." Qin Yuan, still handling official business, said coldly, without a frown, "I'm not deaf." With these words, Jiang Yumian's suspicion seemed confirmed. Although his tone now held a cold, distant air, it didn't feel as menacing as it had when Qin Yuan had teased her yesterday. They didn't seem like the same person. No, people are always like this. It's not the same person, but rather, it's like the Qin Yuan of yesterday and the Qin Yuan of today are two separate souls. Could it be schizophrenia? But schizophrenia has its own telltale signs, but he was just taking care of some official business. Jiang Yumian instinctively walked towards him. Just as Jiang Yumian stood in front of Qin Yuan's desk, the man holding the brush slowly raised his head and looked at her indifferently. "Dear thing, please don't disturb me." With that, Jiang Yumian finally confirmed her absurd thoughts. "You're not him, right?" Qin Yuan also forced a smile. "I don't understand what you're talking about." But Jiang Yumian was even more certain of one thing. Yes, yesterday, Qin Yuan's eyes and tone had revealed a disdainful attitude, a total indifference to everything, even contempt, a disregard for life. But now, there was none of that. Even the man before her was imitating his smile from yesterday, even the curve of his smile being exactly the same, but it still felt a little fake. A special player? At the same time, the two little creatures in the chaotic space were practically fuming from hammering away at the large number of buttons. Lord God, Lord God. Lord God, your mess. Is it right? Even Qian Duoduo didn't know how to describe it. Before Qian Duoduo could finish, the two children saw a string of billions of codes invisibly overlaid from the transmission port onto the internal chip code codenamed 912. Qian Duoduo and the others breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away the sweat that was unnecessarily there. And now, inside the game, she had quietly approached Qin Yuan, pretending to be affectionate and ready to throw herself into his arms, but the next second, she pulled out the ceramic bottle hidden in her sleeve and quickly threw it at Qin Yuan. But the next second, Jiang Yumian's hand, before she could pour it out, was suddenly trapped in midair. When Qin Yuan looked up at her, Jiang Yumian felt her heart suddenly constrict, her heart beating rapidly with nervousness. "Oh damn, why are you back again?" Qin Yuan turned to look at the ceramic bottle she hadn't yet spilled, and said with a disdainful yet slightly hurt tone, "Do you really want to kill me?" Jiang Yumian's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. She laughed awkwardly. "How could that be? You misunderstood. This is vinegar, rice vinegar. Try it if you don't believe me." Qin Yuan chuckled angrily. "Why don't you drink it?" Jiang Yumian replied honestly, "I'm afraid of death. I'm afraid of being soured to death." Qin Yuan quickly released her hand. "All right, I don't have time to joke with you. Get this done and get out of here." With that, Qin Yuan gestured to the guards at the door. In a flash, Jiang Yumian was dragged back into the lab. As the door closed, Jiang Yumian knew she was safe. As expected, not long after, there was no more movement outside. Presumably, the other person had left. Without constant surveillance, she would have plenty of opportunities to leave. But what exactly is this dual personality? Chapter 275. Late at night, two guards carrying lanterns hurried along the corridor. "Don't you think this woman is really interested in our master? Otherwise, how could she be so active?" "That's right, she's still practicing in the middle of the night, forcing us to make another trip. Let's pretend a little more this time, and she be quiet for a few nights." As the two men walked ahead, whispering and complaining, they hadn't noticed that the woman, who should have been locked up, had already escaped through the window shortly after they left, and was following closely behind them. When the guard reached the door of a warehouse and unlocked it, Jiang Yumian knocked the stooping guard unconscious with a club. The other guard reacted immediately, and Jiang Yumian pushed back his half-drawn sword with a powerful force. Then he struck her with another club. Falling to sleep, Jiang Yumian quickly picked up the lanterns the two men had dropped and blew them out, storing them along with the two long swords tied to their waists. After regaining the key and opening the door, Jiang Yumian immediately dragged the two men into the warehouse. But Jiang Yumian found it strange. How could such an important warehouse be unguarded? Could it be some deadly trap? But Jiang Yumian, accompanied by two guards, who could be thrown out as shields at any moment, fumbled around for a long time. No hidden traps had been triggered. She had really been overthinking. Could this just be a small warehouse used to temporarily store raw materials? That wasn't right. Jiang Yumian looked at the wooden boxes piled high with goods, as well as the bottles and jars she had previously refined, all placed on the wooden cabinets against the wall. All the raw materials must be stored here. Seeing time slipping away, Jiang Yumian simply gave up and began moving the goods. To avoid arousing suspicion, she kept a little of each item. Especially the materials she had been frantically refining day and night for the past 5 days. Potassium nitrate, sulfuric acid. And then, there was the charcoal piled in a corner, away from any source of fire. Fearing the potency wouldn't be strong enough later, Jiang Yumian added a lot of strong ingredients. When Jiang Yumian returned to the dry well, she glanced back toward the warehouse, her smile widening. The show was about to begin. Half an hour later, the guard who had been guarding the door also sensed something was amiss. Go to the warehouse and see if they had any trouble. But as the guard was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of shattering ceramics from inside the room. Instinctively, the two men turned to look behind them. Did you hear any noises? Maybe she broke something. You go first, the warehouse is more important. There's been a major upheaval in the palace tonight. All available guards have been dispatched by the Lord. We can't afford any mistakes. Okay. Before the words were out, the guards saw thick, gray-black smoke pouring out from the crack in the door. The two guards were stunned and instinctively unlocked the door. But as they opened the door, they saw the room was empty. A candlestick had fallen to the ground. Not only did the candlelight not go out, but it quickly ignited along the traces of sticky liquid on the ground. And the liquid was flowing towards that pile of. It happened so quickly that the guards had no time to react. Suddenly, a flash of fire as bright as daylight appeared. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! The flames engulfed the entire room, reducing the makeshift laboratory to ruins. At the same time, a deafening explosion echoed from the distant warehouse, several times louder than the explosions in the laboratory. The blasts resounded through the air, each louder than the last. For a moment, the entire land began to tremble from the continuous explosions. Houses swayed slightly, candles tumbled, and countless slumberers were awakened. Jiang Yumian, who had now returned to the cave, gazed at the flames and thick smoke rising from the center of the imperial city, and a slight smile curled up. These were only a small portion of the raw materials used to refine the gunpowder. The aqua regia refined from these raw materials could melt gold even if diluted several times, but the degree of difference was different. Gold may not feel pain, but humans cannot. Using this aqua regia trick on the people of Lujin Kingdom is like pouring concentrated acid on ordinary people. Disfigurement is secondary. The unbearable pain and sleepless nights, coupled with a lack of modern medical expertise in ancient times, make the consequences disastrous. Infection and persistent fever are inevitable, tantamount to a slow, excruciating death. She was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. No, that's just the beginning. Qin Yuan right. Wait. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, who was confronting another prime minister in the palace, narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at the towering flames emanating from the empress's chambers. Jiang Yumian. You're quite capable. At this moment, the prime minister before him also heard his muttering, who is Jiang Yumian? Qin Yuan slowly turned around, his eyes smiling as he replied, it doesn't matter anymore. The prime minister frowned, but before he could react, the ever-smiling, enchanting man before him stabbed him through the heart with a long sword. The surrounding courtiers were shocked by the sudden scene before them. Qin Yuan slowly drew his sword, letting the boiling blood splatter all over him. At this moment, a system announcement rang in his ears. System, ding dong, congratulations to the player for successfully killing the right prime minister within 30 days. You are free to move for the next 18 days, until the next round of special missions is issued. In a flash, the blood-spattered man's eyes returned to their usual cold, piercing expression, devoid of any other emotion. Qin Yuan, sword in hand, calmly walked down the stairs towards the courtiers. After the late emperor's death, the princes slaughtered each other for the throne, leaving no one alive to take on the responsibility. Now, the ninth prince is ascending the throne, and I am appointed regent. Who has any objection? One court official spoke frankly, the ninth prince is still a babe. How can you, alone, rule the 5 Grains kingdom? Before he finished his words, the man raised his sword and slashed, sending the official falling to the ground. The man's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness, and he repeated in a clear voice, the 5 kingdoms are currently in turmoil. If we are not careful, the 5 Grains kingdom will become a battleground for the other 4. Now, who else has any objections? Instantly, all the court officials knelt, bowed their heads, and shouted, we sincerely request that the regent take charge. Immediately support the 9th prince's ascension to the throne. Chapter 276. The next morning. Perhaps because she had caused too much noise the previous night, the imperial city's security was much tighter today, and a long line formed at the gate. Jiang Yumian joined the passing caravans, lining up. Hey, have you heard? There's a severe locust plague in West City. I'm guessing food prices will go up again this year. That's right. I also heard that the right prime minister rebelled yesterday and was assassinated at the palace gate by the regent. Then what was that explosion yesterday? I don't know. I have a feeling this world won't be peaceful anymore. Let's buy more food this time and return home quickly to seek refuge. I heard a lot of foreigners have come to the imperial city, so we have to be careful. She had been wasting a lot of time these past few days, and the gossip kept piling up. Jiang Yumian listened for a while before hurriedly heading to the Haolai Inn. Before she even stepped foot inside the inn, she spotted a familiar figure at a nearby stall. But didn't she pay a lot? How come she hasn't even bought a decent piece of clothing these days? Jiang Yumian walked towards her calmly. The little bandit, holding a white flower bun, stared at an exquisite jade hairpin on the stall. The stall owner seemed patient. Young boss, if you really like it, I give you a discount. 30 taels of silver, take it. Hu Ji, I don't have that much silver. The stall owner, then why don't you take a look at this wooden hairpin? It has the same pattern as the jade hairpin, and it won't wear out easily. Hu Ji hesitated for 2 seconds. How much is this one? 2 taels of silver. After the stall owner finished speaking, he couldn't help but continue. I see you often come and go in and out of this Haolai Inn alone. This price wouldn't even cover your daily room. Take it or leave it. Hu Ji stared at the hairpin for a long moment. I'd rather not take it. The boy had barely finished speaking when a faint female voice came from behind him. Pack both of these hairpins for me. Hu Ji's eyes brightened at the voice. He quickly looked up at the woman beside him and smiled. You're here? Jiang Yumian placed a hand on his head. What do you mean by you? Call me sister. The stall owner, seeing the visitor's generosity, also smiled and packed up the items. Okay, wait a moment. Hu Ji hated being touched on the head, but now, he stood there like a wooden log. Hu Ji, I don't want your gift. Jiang Yumian, who said I bought it for you? I just like robbing people. Hu Ji, Jiang Yumian lowered her eyes, and looked at the steamed bun in Hu Ji's hand. Didn't I give you a lot of money? Why are you eating this? Hu Ji, that's your money, not mine. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh at his arrogant tone. Oh, you're showing some nerve now. When you pulled out your sword and robbed me last time, I remember you were so happy when you took my gold. Hu Ji, The girl was a good talker, and he couldn't argue with her, but he had his way. After the girl paid, Hu Ji quickly said, I've been hearing a lot of things these days. Can I trade that information for your hairpin? Jiang Yumian scoffed. Sure, let's see how useful your information is to me. The two of them walked towards the Haolai Inn, one in front of the other. But as soon as I entered the door, I heard the noisy sound of breaking pots coming from the inn. Before she could get a clear look at what was going on inside, Hu Ji grabbed her wrist and pulled her aside. Jiang Yumian didn't intend to resist, allowing him to pull her up to the second floor and stop in a less crowded hallway. Jiang Yumian realized that from this angle, she could clearly see what was happening at the front desk downstairs. This guy must have been staking out here quite a bit. A few arrogant male voices could be heard from downstairs. Still no guest rooms today? Do you know who our young master is? The current regent is our young master's uncle. If you know what's good for you, quickly vacate one of the best guest rooms. Otherwise, I smash your shop today, and the government won't dare touch a hair on our young master's head. At this moment, Hu Ji whispered to Jiang Yumian, this man is a notorious bully in the imperial city. His mother is the daughter of the late emperor's favorite princess Kangol, his father is the highly decorated general protector of the nation, and his uncle is Prime Minister Shen. Last night, he transformed himself into the powerful regent. I knew he'd come here to cause even more trouble today. Jiang Yumian looked at the chubby young master downstairs, and had to admit, his family genes were indeed quite good. Even with his potbelly, his features were undeniably handsome. But, why would he stay in an inn when he could live in a perfectly good mansion? Hu Ji, as if she had hit upon the crucial point, continued, because he's fallen for a woman from Qin country. She's a princess from Qin country, and she's staying in this inn. He has no choice but to act up and attract her attention. Jiang Yumian understood instantly. Hu Ji continued, aren't we here to buy grain? I also heard that Ren Xingan's family owns large granaries throughout the imperial city. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up. Large granaries? Hu Ji nodded. Yes, the court has recently been purchasing large quantities of grain, and the person carrying out the purchase is Ren Xingan's brother, Ren Xinghua. Jiang Yumian, curious, pressed on. How do you know all this? Hu Ji scratched his head a bit embarrassedly and explained. I spent a lot of your money, hanging out in tea houses every day and eavesdropping everywhere. I originally wanted to be a waiter, serving tea and water. But they don't accept child labor, So they spent 13 taels these days. Jiang Yumian, well spent. Go on. Hu Ji, hearing she wasn't blaming him, smiled as if greatly encouraged, and continued, all grain merchants in the Five Grains Kingdom are now implementing a unified purchase restriction policy, and outsiders are not allowed to purchase grain in large quantities. This princess from Qin Kingdom is also here to purchase grain, so Ran Xingan's brother is their target. The Qin people don't dare to offend this bully, so the two sides are at a stalemate. Jiang Yumian understood again. Their region had long anticipated that someone would come to purchase grain in large quantities. So, the purchase restriction policy was implemented early on, prohibiting anyone except the imperial court from purchasing large quantities of grain. Buying grain at low prices, and then reselling it at high prices, they used it to exchange for important strategic materials from other countries. The key point is that grain is the main source of grain. The combined annual grain output of the other 4 countries is less than a quarter of the Five Grains Kingdom's half-year output. Other countries, no matter how frustrated, must grit their teeth and buy. If they can't afford it, they can exchange it for weapons and troops. This way, the Five Grains Kingdom can acquire the most comprehensive strategic material reserves with minimal expense. Maximize the Five Grains Kingdom's advantages. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Wait, what's his last name? Hu Ji, Ran. Jiang Yumian, which Ran? Hu Ji, I know this character. My mother taught me. It means rising. Chapter 277. Ran. Chun, Ran Yuan? Ran Yuan, that's the captain of the giant organization I just told you about, the one I killed. His name is Ran Yuan. That round of the game was somewhat similar to this one. Both lasted 180 days. The first 2 months were uneventful, but then the difficulty got increasingly difficult. The final month was insane. The difficulty was so severe that anyone who encountered it would have to call it a perversion. Shinchiron's words to her resurfaced in her mind, and the text messages she had always been unable to decipher reassembled in her mind. 5 million NPCs, 500,000 players with Rising Star badges, 265 intermediate players, 7 advanced players, and 1,000 special players will participate in the survival game with you. 1,000 special players. Ran Yuan has resurrected, and even became a special player in this round. Jiang Yumian expressed confusion and shock. If that's the case, then it makes sense. No wonder she hadn't noticed this person in the previous round. It turned out to be a veteran. Couldn't all of these 1,000 special players be people who previously failed in the game, died in the real world, and were then revived by the system? Jiang Yumian's thoughts wandered, but she gradually fell into a vicious circle. That doesn't make sense. If failing in the game means dying in the real world, then why would the system go to such great lengths to revive someone? Why not just remove the death penalty for failure? Wouldn't that be better? At this moment, Qian Duoduo, in the chaotic space, looked at the woman lost in thought on the screen and became visibly excited. Did the idol notice? Qian Duoduo scoffed disdainfully from his seat. That's only half right. Ran Yuan isn't resurrected, nor is he reborn. He's dead, so he's dead. And the current codename, 912, is just. The two exchanged glances and spoke in unison, a test subject. A robot, crafted by the Master God himself, composed of precision components. After being imbued with 100% of Ran Yuan's brain information, emotions, and feelings, it can live like a normal person, think independently, be immortal, and always take the Lord God as its primary command. As for these people, Qian Duoduo turned and looked at the large screen behind him. All the players' avatars were neatly arranged. To the right of each avatar, the number, name, and list of items were clearly displayed. Even directly below the avatar, the percentage of brain information obtained was accurate to 6 decimal places. And now, in the column of members at the top of the screen, below the girl's delicate, voluptuous half-length portrait, the percentage value was already in red. Number 521125, Blue Star nickname, Jiang Yumian. Brain information acquisition percentage, 77%. The next second, the value dropped again to 52%. And the value of the other handsome man to the right of the woman's portrait also decreased slightly. At the same time, a humanoid code suddenly appeared beside the two of them. The code materialized at a visible speed, gradually transforming into a tall man. Hua Guangguang and Qian Duoduo instinctively lowered their heads. Lord God. The man's deep, hoarse voice was filled with helpless joy. The percentage has decreased again. Qian Duoduo, yes. Qian Duoduo. The other perfect data collection went smoothly, But the information on the first generation has fluctuated no less than 10 times, never reaching its peak. The information we obtained is like trying to catch the moon in the water, with very little success. The Lord God, as they were referring to him, stared at the numbers bouncing on the screen. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. How's the information acquisition on the surface of Blue Star going? Hua Guangguang immediately said, we obtained 93%. Lord God, we're almost ready to close the loop. Qian Duo, yes. Hua Guangguang, Master, this time's dungeon. Lord God, speed up, no need to ask. After the man completely disappeared, Hua Guangguang couldn't help but ask the old employee, but we can't wait. Have you finished collecting the brain information of the first-generation species? Qian Duo looked at the two people at the top of the screen and couldn't help but sigh. You might not know this on your first mission, but every time a first-generation species appears, the data collection on it is severely affected. Hua Guangguang, and then what? Qian Duo, then it affects the Lord God's ability to integrate his data. Hua Guangguang didn't seem to understand. So, Qian Duo sighed helplessly. So the Lord God is about to give up again. Hua Guangguang, huh? Qian Duo gazed at the beautiful blue-white planet and said helplessly, tear it down and rebuild it. Start all over again. Let's get to it. Make it as difficult as possible. 6 days later. At the entrance of the general's mansion of the Five Grains Kingdom, Jiang Yumian stood in the street, alone, stopping the general's carriage. The young groom, acting in a pretentious manner, hurriedly tightened the reins and angrily shouted at the man who stopped the carriage, are you trying to kill yourself? You dare to stop the general's carriage. Jiang Yumian called out respectfully, Inspector Ran, I'm from the border of West City. I'm forced to stop the carriage with an important request. My father has written that the people of West City have suffered a complete loss of harvest due to a locust plague, leaving no grass growing for 1,000 miles. I heard that Inspector Ran has been carrying out a large-scale grain collection recently, and I'm here to implore him to allocate some of the surplus, so I can take it back home for emergency relief. The people around him began to whisper. Yes, I heard that the recent locust plague in West City has killed many people. I don't know if the Imperial Relief grain has been allocated yet. It's probably far from enough, otherwise this girl wouldn't have come all the way to the Imperial City to beg for food. I heard that there are purchase limits on grain recently. I can't even buy more for my own storage. This girl must have been forced to stop the carriage. The man in the sedan didn't get out to greet her. Instead, he slowly said, the Imperial Relief grain has already been allocated. It should have arrived in West City yesterday. You can go now. Jiang Yumian. But my father wrote this morning saying that the Imperial Relief grain had a difficult and bumpy journey, and that less than 100,000 dan of grain remained by the time it reached West City. Jiang Yumian bowed with both hands and said sincerely, the lives of the people of this city are at stake now. I am deeply concerned. If the RAND Supervisory Office is concerned about profitability, my family is relatively well off, and I am willing to pay 3 times the market price to purchase 800,000 dan of grain to bring back home for emergency relief. Chapter 278. Inspector Rand said, I will report this matter to the court tomorrow. The court will resolve it. You may return. Jiang Yumian's face instantly turned cold. But I heard that Inspector Rand sent his brother to manipulate the prices of the other 3 kingdoms, hoping to sell these tens of millions of dan of surplus grain at a high price in the near future. Jiang Yumian actually wanted to pretend to be an envoy from the other 3 kingdoms, and buy the grain at a high price. But she had been imprisoned for several days, which was too much time. The Rand family and the envoys from the other 3 kingdoms had already met and even become acquainted with each other. If she pretended to be someone else, not only would her identity be easily exposed, but the other 4 kingdoms would also be more likely to discover her secret. After all, in their minds, people from the Jin Kingdom could not leave or travel to other countries. If her identity was exposed, the invasion of the Jin Kingdom would begin prematurely, giving the Jin Kingdom no chance to catch their breath or prepare their forces. So, for the past 2 days, Jiang Yumian had Hu Ji impersonate an envoy from the Lu Jin Kingdom, forging an identity. His parents were temporarily detained by the Lu Jin people, and he had no choice but to return to the Wugu Kingdom alone to beg for grain at a high price. But when Ran Xing'an heard about the Lu Jin representative, he immediately reneged and refused to sell. Hu Ji pleaded earnestly, even promising, if the Wugu Kingdom is worried that Lu Jin will go to war with them in the future, Lu Jin promises that if Wugu sells them 1 million dan of grain, and unless Wugu attacks Lu Jin first, Lu Jin will never harm its people. But all he got was Ran Xing'an's response. If you fail your mission and can't buy grain, and your parents die, it's none of my business. Hu Ji pestered him for days, finally feeling too harassed to return home and inform his brother, who was in charge of the grain trade. They waited 2 days, only to receive a message from Ran Xing'an on his brother's behalf. 1 million share of grain is fine for Lu Jin country. 1 million share of grain costs 15 million taels of gold. The Ran brothers had previously demanded 10 jin of grain per tael of gold, but now the price had skyrocketed to 100 taels of gold per jin of grain. The 2 million taels of gold Jiang Yumian brought couldn't even buy a quarter of the original amount. Jiang Yumian suppressed her anger and kept telling herself, the grain belonged to them. Whether to sell it or not was up to them. She had no right to interfere, not even to morally blackmail them. But she had to buy the grain, so she had to find another way. Jiang Yumian simply pretended to be the daughter of a wealthy merchant in West City. After all, 1 million share of grain was a drop in the ocean for a royal granary stockpiling 30 to 40 million share of surplus grain, ready to be sold to other countries. Because of the Ran family's relationship with the regent had completely handed Ran Xinghua the right to independently buy and sell grain. He could have used her money, 3 times the market price, to purchase 3 times as much grain from across the country, but now Ran Xinghua wouldn't even release 500,000 dan of grain. Either he guessed she was lying, or he was trying to gain more value from the other 3 kingdoms with this grain. The lives of the people of one city were of no concern to him. At this point, the man in the sedan continued, "Young lady, please don't be so unreasonable. Selling surplus grain to envoys from other countries doesn't conflict with allocating disaster relief grain to the people of West City." Jiang Yumian had lost her patience by now, and didn't want to continue trying to smooth things over. "I was impulsive and rude. I take my leave. Since politeness didn't work, don't blame her for playing dirty. This grain. She definitely gotten it for free." Jiang Yumian watched Ran Xinghua depart, feeling a pang of regret. At this moment, Hu Ji, who had been hiding in the distance, approached Jiang Yumian. "Are we really going to steal the grain?" Jiang Yumian's eyes were calm. "We done what we should have done, and said what we should have said. Since the 5 grain kingdom doesn't want us to live then we all die." Hu Ji, "But my mother said that when 2 armies clash, the civilians are innocent. If we steal all the grain, won't they all die?" Jiang Yumian glanced down at him. "Then the people of Lu Jin kingdom aren't innocent, are they?" Jiang Yumian said indifferently, "I can only say. Living in troubled times, everyone has their own stance and their own way of living." Jiang Yumian took the granary map he had drawn over the past 2 days, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "If you think I'm cruel and ruthless, I won't refute it. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together. We will part ways now. I won't be returning to the inn. You can manage the money I left for you." Seeing Jiang Yumian turn and leave, Hu Ji immediately followed. "I didn't mean to say you were cruel and ruthless. Don't get me wrong. I just think there are many people like my mother and I who have been left homeless and forced to become bandits in the mountains. I should at least leave some food for the people to survive." Jiang Yumian didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "You should know that every decision I make now could become a sharp sword used by others to stab the Lu Jin kingdom. Without food, I want to see how the 5 grains kingdom can reach cooperation with the other 3 kingdoms. Will you join me?" "Yes." "Okay, meet me at the inn entrance tomorrow night." "Hu Ji, where are you going now?" Jiang Yumian, "Going out of town to dig some soil." "Hu Ji?" Jiang Yumian galloped out of the city, taking advantage of the dark and windy night to return to the cave entrance they had entered earlier. Since Ran Yuan had managed to dig a tunnel from the outside of the imperial city directly to the palace in such a short time, it meant that the soil excavated from the tunnel had probably not been transported extensively, and was probably still near this cave. Jiang Yumian searched back and forth around the cave several times with a torch, finally finding piles of black soil near a pond at the foot of the mountain. While it wasn't as good as the black soil in her dimension, it was more than enough for farming. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Jiang Yumian pressed her hands against the soil, rapidly sucking it into the air. This was the reason she had settled for only 500,000 share of grain. As long as she had land, Lu Jin kingdom would no longer be restricted. Other countries might produce far less grain than it needed for daily needs, but Lu Jin kingdom had a smaller population, and this much land, combined with the purchases from her 2 stepbrothers, should be more than enough. Just as Jiang Yumian was happily collecting the soil, 2 UFOs suddenly flew past her. Jiang Yumian instinctively waved her eyes twice. But her peripheral vision followed the torch she had planted in the black soil, and saw a pile of suspiciously pointed, yellow fruits. There were even tiny insects emerging from their shells. Jiang Yumian's eyes widened instantly. These weren't fruits at all. They were clearly locust eggs. Jiang Yumian quickly picked up the torch and scanned the ground. Jiang Yumian's skin crawled with goosebumps. The soil around her was covered with mature locust eggs, many of which had already hatched and were grazing on the grass and molting. Some had even taken flight, reaching her line of sight. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian, holy crap. Chapter 279. Jiang Yumian took 2 steps back, torch in hand, only to discover she had seemingly entered a locust nest, with locust eggs strewn everywhere. She had been searching for soil before, completely oblivious to her feet. Wait. Soil. Jiang Yumian grabbed a handful of soil from the space and placed it in her hand. Seeing the soil she had collected was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Locusts prefer moist, soft soil to lay their eggs, and most of the soil she had collected had been recently dug from the firmer ground below. That meant the locusts had laid their eggs in this very soil days ago, or even longer. Then this imperial city? Jiang Yumian had intended to get some oil to burn the locust eggs, but just as she had picked up her shovel to clear a path through the surrounding woods to isolate the fire source, she heard a distant buzzing sound that instantly gave her goosebumps. The girl looked up in the moonlight and saw hundreds of millions of locusts flying in from the depths of the woods. Jiang Yumian, shock. Aren't locusts diurnal? Why would they be migrating so en masse at this hour? Jiang Yumian, torch in hand, ran down the mountain. The locust swarms didn't attack her directly, but instead settled in the woods. As the locusts behind caught up, the well-fed locusts in front followed closely behind. This process took less than a minute, and the entire mountaintop's thriving forest was suddenly ravaged by baldness. Jiang Yumian quickly mounted her horse and galloped towards the imperial city. Meanwhile, the soldiers on night watch at the city gate watched a man and a horse galloping toward the closed gate not far away. Soldier, the gate is closed. We see tomorrow. Before she finished her words, the woman shouted anxiously, quickly inform the government. The insect swarm is coming. The soldiers couldn't help but believe it. Because not far behind the woman, countless locusts formed a vast sea of insects, sweeping across the imperial city from all directions. No ordinary city wall could stop this. Several soldiers on guard were nearly paralyzed. They rushed to the gate and frantically banged on it, warning their fellow soldiers inside, hurry, open the gate. The insect swarm is coming. Jiang Yumian dismounted and moved the wooden fence aside, then led his horse and trotted inside with the 2 soldiers. And then, most of the insect swarm seemed to have shifted direction, migrating to the sides of the city gate. A smaller number bypassed the crowd and entered the city from above. Far from being happy, the 2 soldiers wore expressions of doom. Oh no! The grain harvest in Donglin City is almost ready. Quick! Go inform the general. After Jiang Yumian entered the city, all the soldiers panicked, as if facing a formidable enemy, and no one paid any attention to her. Jiang Yumian simply remounted her horse and galloped towards the Hakalai Inn. When Jiang Yumian crept into the room through the window, she discovered that this boy had abandoned his perfectly good bed and was sleeping on the floor beside it. Jiang Yumian immediately grabbed him from his sleep. Hu Ji, who was dreaming of a life of extravagant eating and drinking, was so frightened at the sight of Jiang Yumian that he cried out, "Sister! Hush! There's a change of plan. Let's go to the granary now and pack up quickly. Once we've stolen the grain, we leave immediately." Hu Ji immediately shut up and nodded. Okay. In the space of a cup of tea, the 2 of them had packed up and rushed to the nearby granary. However, Hu Ji couldn't help but be surprised by the dozen or so locusts constantly flying overhead. Is the imperial city also experiencing a locust plague? Yes. If Ran Yuan intended to sell the tens of millions of share of grain he had prepared at a high price to the other 3 kingdoms, then after tonight, all the envoys from the 3 kingdoms who came to purchase grain would return empty-handed. It's also possible the price we agreed upon not long ago would likely increase several times or even dozens of times after tonight. The imperial city is located in the rear of the 5 grains kingdom. If the imperial city were to be hit by a locust plague, the entire country's harvest this year would be practically a total failure. With such a large population base, an entire country would be left without any food reserves. The crisis is imaginable, Jiang Yumian thought as they reached their first granary of the night. As planned, Hu Ji would pose as a refugee to attract the guards' attention, while Jiang Yumian, already well positioned, had already scaled the high wall. She watched as the tiny Huji toyed with people like a dog, fooling around with a dozen guards. Jiang Yumian finally felt relieved and quickly entered the granary to begin sucking the food. After Jiang Yumian finished sucking the food, even the quirky Huji was captured by several burly guards, and was about to be taken to the authorities. And then, Jiang Yumian, armed with a tinderbox, started a fire in the open space next to the most eye-catching granary. Guards, shock! The guards said, hurry! The warehouse is flooded. Hu Ji, bound and left by the door, was then carried away by Jiang Yumian. But Hu Ji found the route Jiang Yumian had taken him strange. Did we take the wrong path? Jiang Yumian replied calmly yes. Hu Ji was puzzled. But we're in the opposite direction of the second granary we were planning to take. They had originally planned to capture 4 granaries, but they only taken 1. Jiang Yumian, no, we're not going anymore. We have enough food. The most urgent thing is to meet up with my brother and the others. Hu Ji, huh? Jiang Yumian didn't explain further, and hurried to the stables in the backyard of the inn. Jiang Yumian retrieved the horse. Hu Ji quickly followed with the horse. As the 2 men hurried toward the east gate, Hu Ji asked, how much grain did you steal this time? Jiang Yumian, about 5 million sure. Hu Ji nodded, then curiously pressed, are you soft-hearted towards the people of the 5-grain kingdom because of the locust plague? Jiang Yumian suddenly turned and glared at him. No. Hu Ji, hard-mouthed, soft-hearted. Jiang Yumian, really not. Hu Ji, okay, I know you're hard-hearted. Jiang Yumian was speechless. You brat, what are you talking about? You're still young, you don't understand the intricacies of this. The reason I initially wanted to steal tens of millions of sure surplus grain was because even without it, the 5-grain kingdom could still thrive thanks to this year's bumper harvest. It just meant I lost the opportunity to sell that surplus grain to the other 3 kingdoms for trade. But now, Jiang Yumian, if the 5-grains kingdom faces an insect plague, and I steal most of the country's grain reserves, the entire country will be in chaos. Hu Ji was indeed a little confused. Isn't chaos just the right thing? Chapter 280. Jiang Yumian stared ahead with a stern gaze, whipping his horse to go faster as he said calmly, not at all. A cornered dog will leap over the wall, and even a cornered rabbit will bite. Not to mention the refugees will migrate en masse to neighboring countries, disrupting order. The barbarian kingdom already has many cannibal tribes, and there have been rumors that the artifact kingdom uses living people to make robots. By then, even though the Lujin kingdom won't be able to grow food, it's located in a mineral-rich and relatively safe region, so it will be the first to suffer. Do you think that if a great nation were to lose its fighting capacity, and its neighboring countries knew about it, wouldn't they seize the opportunity to annex it? Although Hu Ji was often full of clever ideas, he hadn't been educated and didn't understand the intricacies of politics and military affairs. Wouldn't it be the same if the Lujin kingdom swallowed it up? Jiang Yumian, now is not the time. You can't get fat in one bite. Even if Lujin kingdom could swallow Wudu kingdom in one gulp now, what would happen next? After the 2 countries merged, nearly 2 million people would need to feed. Where would the food come from? Moreover, exposing the secret of Lujin people's ability to leave the country so early would be like a mantis trying to catch a cicada. Even if she captured the spring cicada, it would still be devoured by the 3 yellow sparrows behind it. But she couldn't let the other 2 neighboring countries swallow Wugu kingdom so easily. The checks and balances between the countries, mutual fear, and the prolonged siege would only benefit her next plan. Hu Ji seemed to understand, but he didn't ask any more questions. When the 2 arrived at the city gate, they found it open and many people, carrying their bags, were frantically rushing out. Jiang Yumian dismounted, blending into the crowd and successfully exiting the city. The civilians' destination, evidently the same as theirs, was the East City. He followed them eastward. As daylight dawned, Jiang Yumian spotted his 2 adopted brothers, Chao Letian, and a group of petty bandits, all pulling carloads of dirt, also heading towards the imperial city. As luck would have it, they encountered each other on the main road en route. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up at the sight of the soil. So fast? Shinchiron, it's quite slow. The soil was already packed. We've been haggling with the landlords in East City for grain these days. We were thinking of buying as much as we could to ease your burden. Unexpectedly, the grain price came down, but then the locust plague arrived, and we couldn't get any more grain. So we rushed to the imperial city overnight to find you. Lin Jiaoyu, how are you guys doing? Jiang Yumian, not bad. We completed the mission successfully. Chao Letian couldn't help but ask curiously, how much did it cost you to buy 1 million dan of grain? Jiang Yumian, seeing the system prompt that the mission was completed, was in high spirits, keeping the question a secret. Hu Ji, tell me about that. Hu Ji also raised his left hand, spreading his palm and making a 5-number sign for everyone. Shin Qiran's eyes widened. 50 taels of gold? Jiang Yumian and Hu Ji shook their heads in unison. Shin Qiran frowned and asked, you didn't spend 500 taels of gold, did you? Jiang Yumian and her brothers shook their heads again. Guess again. Lin Jiayu couldn't help but ask, 50 taels of silver? Jiang Yumian, 5 million dan of grain. Hu Ji then replied, seemingly taking credit, you didn't spend a penny. Shin Qiran and the other two looked incredulous. Chao Letian, where's the grain? Jiang Yumian patted the small purse hanging from her waist. Here it is. I have the disposable space prop. Lin Jiayu and Chao Letian, Jiang Yumian, my space is quite large. Let's find a secret place. I pack the soil in there, and then we set off as fast as we can back to Lujin. Shin Qiran, who was clearly calmer than the others, quickly added, before we return to Lujin, we have to visit Lishan's stronghold. My brother and I have this plan. Now that we have grain, soil, and seeds, we don't have any professional growers here, but we don't have any. The people in Lishan's village are all native to the land of grain, and they're much better at growing crops than we are. We can provide them with a living environment and wages, and they can provide us with knowledge of growing crops, so they won't have to become bandits. We kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Yumian nodded. That's a good idea. Let's get going. Jiang Yumian and his men pushed 5 or 6 carts filled with soil around the refugees. After storing the soil in storage, they sped towards the village. To welcome the villagers, they even changed to several comfortable carriages. When the villagers heard their plan, tears welled up in their eyes, and they immediately packed their belongings and boarded the carriages, fearing they would regret their departure any later. Jiang Yumian, tired of riding, joined the large group of women in the carriages and chatted. Just then, Jiang Yumian saw a wooden hairpin stuck in the hair of a lady with scars all over her face. It looked very familiar. Jiang Yumian raised her eyebrows slightly, subconsciously lifting the curtain and whispering to the coachman in front of the carriage, "Didn't I give you the jade hairpin too?" She had given the hairpin to Hu Ji as a reward as soon as she had looted the granary. Hu Ji, with his head bowed, pulled the mahogany box from his shirt and handed it to her, saying aggrievedly, "My mother, you helped us so much. This gift is too valuable, so we can't accept it. Let me return it to you." Jiang Yumian understood instantly, took the mahogany box, and turned back. Hu Ji's mother, known to the village as Scar Mother, despite her terrifying scars, had a distinctly different aura from ordinary women. Every move exuded the demeanor of a scholarly family. Although she didn't know how she had fallen to such a state, Jiang Yumian didn't question her, and simply handed the mahogany box to her personally. "Hu Ji risked his life to save up money to buy this for you. Please accept it." The other women chimed in, "Yes, Scar Mother, please accept it. It's rare for a child to be so filial. Yes, that little brat of mine spends all day catching mice, and it drives me crazy." Scar Mother glanced at her indifferently, and silently returned the mahogany box to her. "Thank you, young lady. Hu Ji has already told me about your experiences together. I appreciate your kindness. This design is exactly the same as the one I wear on my head. I absolutely cannot accept it. Besides, in my current state, it would be a shame to wear this jade hairpin." Jiang Yumian lowered her head and slowly opened the mahogany box. The jade hairpin was translucent white, and it felt exquisite in her hand. Although it wasn't as valuable as the priceless jewelry and hairpins she possessed as a princess, it was still a truly delightful sight. Jiang Yumian smiled faintly. "Actually, Hu Ji has always wanted to give you the hairpin I have in my hand. The one you wear is just a substitute." Scarlet Mother was about to speak when Jiang Yumian slowly approached her, holding the jade hairpin. Before she could react, Jiang Yumian had already placed the hairpin on Scarlet Mother's head. Jiang Yumian stared directly at the scars covering almost her entire face, without a trace of disgust or fear in her eyes. With a faint smile, she said, "What do you think of your current appearance? My grandmother once told me that one shouldn't always live within the perspectives of others. It only puts unnecessary shackles on oneself. At least in little Hu Ji's eyes, you deserve this jade hairpin, and you deserve the best things in the world. They say a gift from an elder should not be refused, but a son's love for his mother is invaluable. Wear it. It looks great on you." Scarlet Mother blushed slightly, subconsciously avoiding the woman's passionate and sincere gaze. "Thank you." Chapter 281. It was already evening 3 days later when Jiang Yumian and the others returned to Lujin Kingdom. Lujin Kingdom, at the inner city gate, To avoid being discovered by other players, Jiang Yumian and the others had already unloaded all the grain and soil from their space. Hu Ji and several other bandits, working in teams of 2, drove the carriages carrying the goods into the city. The Golden Emperor and the Golden Empress, having received the letter in advance, had already come out to greet them with most of the palace staff. From afar, they watched their children lead the mighty carriages toward the city gate. Looking at the carriages loaded with soil, the Golden Emperor's eyes welled up. The Golden Emperor, good boy. The Golden Emperor, you're all good boys. Queen Jean whispered beside him, behave yourself. There are so many people watching. The Golden Emperor sniffed and ordered the guards and maids around him. Why are you all just standing there? Go help. The Golden Emperor was so anxious he wanted to follow, but Queen Jean immediately glared at him. The Golden Emperor could only stand there, feigning composure, his eyes searching the crowd. My beloved, have you seen Xiaojiu? Why can't I see her? Queen Jean searched for several times, but couldn't find her. She should be in the carriage. The Golden Emperor, nearby countries have been experiencing unrest lately. I'm glad she's not running around. Jiang Yumian, who was in the carriage at the moment, looked at the gleaming hammer in her hand, speechless. No. We're already home, and you're not letting us go home and enjoy a few days of peace? That's too much. Jiang Yumian wanted to ignore it, but Hua Guangguang said, you have 1 minute to consider. Once that time expires, the organizational negotiation hammer will disappear. Jiang Yumian, I know. I'm not blind. She could see the countdown on the hammer. Jiang Yumian, feeling aggrieved, still banged the hammer against her palm. In a flash, Jiang Yumian vanished from the spot, leaving a note on the seat. The NPC women asked, where's Miss Jean? The scarred woman, the only one around who could read the note. Miss Jean has gone to Qi country. In another carriage within the Qin country, Jiang Yumian, dressed in a vibrant scarlet robe with a round collar and narrow sleeves and a caged crown on her head, sat solemnly. Across from her sat a female envoy, also in uniform, who said, we come all the way from Qin Kingdom this time, and this negotiation must be a success. Jiang Yumian immediately got into the swing of things, nodding slightly and saying, understood. The female envoy continued, Mu Mian, remember, you must be polite at the negotiation table. Qi Kingdom possesses the world's finest craftsmen and the most exquisite weaponry. On a battlefield, even an ordinary Qin Kingdom soldier could outmaneuver 10 or even hundreds of them. A standoff would be bad for none of us. Jiang Yumian, yes. The female envoy continued, the emperor said that if Qi Kingdom demands too much, we can make some concessions. The key is obtaining the weapons. Jiang Yumian, yes. Jiang Yumian seemed calm, but in reality, she was panicking. System? Just smashing? No, your negotiation hammer doesn't reveal anything. Who is this female official in front of you? How many people from Qin Kingdom are here this time? What are they trying to agree on? She knows nothing. Jiang Tumian, expecting no response, suddenly heard Hua Guangguang's airy reply. Hua Guangguang, idle, none of that matters. Jiang Yumian, negotiations aren't important. So what is? Jiang Yumian was about to complain a little more when the brown horse leading the way suddenly took off, stamping its hooves in the air before charging backwards like crazy. Jiang Yumian and the maid were thrown sideways by inertia. Jiang Yumian slammed her head against the wooden window. Before she could recover from the dizziness, she heard the shouts of the people outside. Run! The landslide! Heavenly fire is coming! Jiang Yumian didn't react at first, but then he was stunned. Heavenly fire? An alien meteorite? Or a volcanic eruption? Unconvinced, Jiang Yumian quickly opened the carriage curtain and looked out. Besides the driver, who was struggling to control his frightened horse, there were civilians running around. Jiang Yumian hurriedly grabbed the jolting carriage and stood up to look behind him. From the peak of the high mountain behind the palace, large amounts of ash were continuously billowing out, and clouds of gray-black smoke were spreading in all directions. The sky, which should have been a clear blue, was stained gray at a visible speed, and the black fog almost enveloped the entire palace. Jiang Yumian could even see the lava erupting. Jiang Yumian, shock. No way, family. Do we need to stop these negotiations? Absolutely not. She shouldn't have come in the first place. The frightened horse galloped along, knocking over countless pedestrians and stalls. But there weren't just one frightened horse on the street. Behind them was a whole convoy of negotiating horses. Now they couldn't get off the carriage. They had to rely on the horses to escape. Are you kidding me? A volcanic eruption. This is even more terrifying than earthquakes, floods, and acid rain. Mere legs can't outrun the speed of the magma. In a blink of an eye, she'd be reduced to a charred corpse, unable to move. The driver drove furiously, fearing that he might lose his life by mistake. He drove the carriage with all his might. Jiang Yumian and the maid were still watching the palace recede from the rear window. The female envoy's expression was now tense as never before. This mountain in Qi Kingdom has never experienced anything like this before. Qi Kingdom has even relied on the rock fire of this mountain to forge divine weapons for generations, resulting in the Qi Kingdom we know today. It's the heavens that are angry. Heaven is coming to take away everything in Qi Kingdom. Jiang Yumian remained silent, gazing towards the palace, a mixture of emotions washing over her. Will the Qi Kingdom royal family be destroyed just like this? If the Qi Kingdom royal family collapses, even without an attack from other kingdoms, the princes and nobles everywhere will inevitably rebel, and then Qi Kingdom will be in chaos. Suddenly, a flute's blast pierced the sky. Dozens of enormous creatures appeared above the palace, flying straight towards the imperial city gates. Two even flew directly over the crowd's heads. Jiang Yumian finally saw clearly what these behemoths were. Its body is like black iron, its momentum is like Kunping, and it can travel 1,000 miles a day. Mechanical bird? This country of instruments actually has mechanical birds? Chapter 282. Almost everyone on the street, like Jiang Yumian, was stunned for a moment. But she could be stunned. Even Jiang Yumian saw a man standing on a mechanical bird, dressed in a dark gold robe, his robe flowing gracefully in the wind, his figure radiant. Why did you appear so handsome, and why is she so embarrassed? Why, even? She even saw. Jiang Yumian's frustration suddenly reached a peak, and she couldn't help but shout to the person on one of the mechanical birds in the air, Liziji. I'm here. Help me. At the same time, the other mechanical bird, which had already flown past, was startled by the loud voice from below. Du Lala was also stunned by the voice, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing the familiar figure, Du Lala suddenly found an outlet for her frustration. Shu Zhu Yu. Chicken. Pig. The men and women riding in the other mechanical birds couldn't help but twitch their lips at the two shouts. The most speechless was the man riding in the same mechanical bird as Du Lala, who helplessly grumbled, Are all your bestie names so bizarre? The next second, Qi Yan was slammed to the ground by a golden headshot from the woman. Du Lala, what do you care? Get off, you noob. Jiang Yumian, who had been able to howl at Du Lala, saw her idol, the hottie, completely obsessed with chasing her idol, bang her without hesitation. Is this scene really that horrifying? A mechanical bird hovered just above Jiang Yumian's carriage, struggling to keep pace. Du Lala even half lay on the bird, reaching down, Zhu Zhu Yu, get on up. Jiang Yumian, okay. Jiang Yumian quickly turned over and climbed onto the carriage. Climbing would have been fine, but she was even a little tempted to complain about not having any Qigong skills. Weren't Qigong skills common in ancient times? This crappy game didn't even have them. Jiang Yumian finally climbed onto the carriage's roof, but before she could steady herself, someone behind her grabbed her ankles. The maid said, Help me. I don't want to die. Jiang Yumian struggled to pry her hands free, still trying to persuade her, Okay, wait until I'm steady. If you keep trying like that, neither of us will survive. Seeing this, the maid let go and hurriedly began to climb onto the carriage. At that moment, a loud bang erupted from behind, and a powerful air current spread outward at an invisible speed. The lava, which had originally only erupted from the crater, rapidly spread downward. This brief turbulence caused the mechanical bird to vibrate violently. Du Lala, who hadn't yet grasped Jiang Yumian's hand, was nearly blown away. Fortunately, Qi Yan grabbed her hair. Du Lala didn't have time to express her affectionate gratitude, as she reached out to grab Jiang Yumian, who was about to stand. But Jiang Yumian finally regained her balance, shaken by the strong air current. Just as she reached out to Du Lala, the woman behind her suddenly pushed her towards the edge of the sedan. Jiang Yumian, ? Bang. Shit. Damn. As Jiang Yumian flew out, her will to survive surged. She quickly grabbed the side window of the carriage, practically vacant, thrown backward by the inertia of the galloping horse. But Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth, clinging to the window tightly, determined not to be thrown out. At this moment, Du Lala was so horrified by the scene that she froze for 2 seconds, not even able to pull her hand back. The next second, she was firmly grasped by the female eunuch. The female eunuch continued to cry out excitedly, I'm a negotiating envoy from Qing country. I can't die. Save me, save me. Du Lala, having realized what was happening, turned pale. She pulled out her hairpin and stabbed it into the woman's wrist. I save you. You bully me, woman. You're tired of living. Not satisfied yet, Dulala stabbed twice more. The female eunuch instantly dropped her grip in pain. What awaited her was a lopsided carriage. Unable to find a foothold, she was thrown into the air and rolled several times on the ground. Before she could even get up, she was trampled all over by the unruly crowd and livestock behind her. She was even hit in the legs by the overturned stall, causing her to vomit blood violently. Again! Jiang Yumian, who was still gritting her teeth, had her ankles rubbed raw. The blood oozing from the wounds quickly turned into tiny golden beads that dripped down. Thankfully, the street was in chaos at the time, and no one noticed anything unusual about Jiang Yumian. Seeing Dulala half-crouched, preparing to leap, as if to save her, Jiang Yumian excitedly stopped her and shouted, "Don't get down. I have my own way." Jiang Yumian gritted her teeth, aiming for the top of the sedan chair railing. Using leverage, she reached out several times, finally finding her foot. Using all her strength, she finally climbed back onto the carriage roof. Then Dulala pulled her aboard the mechanical bird. The two sisters, back to back, gasped for air. Qi Yin regained control of the mechanical bird and quickly caught up with the main force, heading towards the city gate. Jiang Yumian watched as flint flew from the volcano behind her, striking the rearmost mechanical bird. As expected, it crashed into the lava, instantly dissolving into molten iron. Jiang Yumian's state of mind could only be described as utterly horrified. Dulala, after catching her breath, began to ramble on to Jiang Yumian. "You don't know, you just now, I was in the palace when a rock smashed a huge hole in my bedroom. It happened right in front of me. I almost couldn't get out. It scared me to death. Jiang Yumian, it almost scared me to death too. I wouldn't have come if I'd known. Dulala, you're actually a female envoy from Qing country coming to negotiate this time. Oh my god, what kind of monster is that with you? It's infuriating. Jiang Yumian, I don't know her well either. To be precise, they had known each other for less than half an hour. She didn't even know each other's name." At the same time, Dulala looked towards the other mechanical bird that had returned ahead and nudged Jiang Yumian's shoulder. "Dulala, hey, did Lu Shiyan hear your voice just now? Otherwise, why would he come back and risk his life to save you?" Dulala, when the accident happened, he and his brother ran away like crazy, right in the front row. Chapter 283. Two mechanical birds flew side by side in the sky. The wind was so strong that the chatter of the people was intermittent and difficult to hear, but it couldn't stop the countless words from flowing after not seeing each other for a long time. Hao Wuzhao, beside Lu Shiyan, quickly defended him, saying, "After all, life is important. Dulala, you're not going to die now." Hao Wuzhao changed the subject, "You still have to live." Jiang Yumian, noticing the slightly awkward atmosphere, quickly changed the subject. "Brother Hao, you're also from Qi country. I thought you, with your size, were probably from the barbarian country. Hao Wuzhao, you're not right. Qi country also needs casting masters like me, right?" Dulala also joked, "My current identity is just a blacksmith." Hao Wuzhao, look at what you're saying. Hao Wuzhao, then you're a concubine banished to the cold palace. Jiang Yumian, shock. Huh? Dulala, what's wrong with being a concubine? My father was a military commander. I think the status suits me well. The cold palace is so much better, I don't have to serve the emperor. Hao Wuzhao squinted and smiled. So, you were lonely in the palace this time, so you found a young guard with a sword in front of the emperor. Hao Wuzhao subconsciously raised an eyebrow and looked at Qi Yin. Jiang Yumian, ? Oh wow. What's this big news? Qi Yan's face was also gloomy at this time. Be careful. It's just my status. Don't take it personally. Dulala, rarely disagreeing, immediately chimed in. That's right. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but smile at the familiarity of the quarrel between the three people. Lu Shiyan suddenly asked, your identity this time is the envoy of Qing Kingdom. Jiang Yumian, what do you think? The Crown Prince of Qi Kingdom? Jiang Yumian initially thought Lu Shiyan and Ran Yuan might be important officials of the imperial court, but a closer look revealed. The dark gold robe he wore was embroidered with a four-clawed dragon pattern. If she hadn't been desperate to escape, she would have wanted to grab a handful of sunflower seeds and listen to their gossip. Just as Dulala was about to say something, another powerful blast of heat suddenly surged upward from below. Dozens of mechanical birds passing over a small hill were severely affected. Among them, The two mechanical birds belonging to Jiang Yumian and his companions were the least affected. The two mechanical birds, located not far from them, were knocked off course by the heat and crashed directly into the mountainside. Parts of the mechanical birds flew in all directions. 2 or 3 wing fragments flew directly towards the group. Qi Yin and Hao Wuzhao quickly maneuvered their mechanical birds to evade the attack. However, the wing components responsible for steering the mechanical bird were still significantly affected, knocking off some parts. With these 2 blows, the 2 mechanical birds separated uncontrollably, and as they crossed the canyon, the incoming winds accelerated. Seeing the mechanical bird about to crash into the canyon, Qi Yin could only pull the control lever all the way down. While they avoided a close encounter with the canyon's edge, the 3 mechanical birds drifted excessively, flipping over. The 3 people aboard the mechanical birds. Qi Yin, Du La La, Jiang Yumian, No, who in my family understands. The 3 people on the mechanical bird fell like dumplings, tumbling directly into the river below, still untouched by the lava. Du La La, her limbs flailing uncontrollably in the air, couldn't help but grumble, why didn't ancient people have safety belts? Qi Yin, I'd like to know that too. Jiang Yumian, I'm being quiet. Please let me go. In the blink of an eye, 3 national-level divers, atop the calm waters, created one massive splash after another. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Jiang Yumian choked on several mouthfuls of water before quickly swam out of the water, wiping the water from her face before regaining her sight. At the same time, Du La La and the other 2 emerged from the water, one after the other. Jiang Yumian, let's all swim to the left and get to shore first. Meanwhile, Du La La stared blankly behind Jiang Yumian, again. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked back, following her gaze, and saw that a small volcano not far away was spewing lava upwards, with most of the lava also flowing down the mountain. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian, swim faster. The 3 of them were swimming as hard as they could towards shore, but their speed in the water couldn't keep up with their speed on land. Jiang Yumian could only feel the temperature behind them rising higher and higher. Even the lake water began to become scalding hot. As if something had occurred to her, Jiang Yumian immediately frantically ordered items from the item store. Ding dong. Lucky buff activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Du La La, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 100%. Duration, 1 hour. Flying backpack buff activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Du La La, Jiang Yumian, Qi Yin. Probability, 100%. Duration, 24 hours. Flying backpack buff activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Du La La, Jiang Yumian, Qi Yin. Probability, 100%. Duration, 24 hours. Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief as Du La La and the other girl mastered the flying backpacks and took off. Du La La, seeing Jiang Yumian still in the water, immediately flew towards her. Don't worry about me. You 2 go ahead and check on the other 2 unfortunate kids. In Du La La's heart, Jiang Yumian was far more important than the other 2. But you? The next second, ice cubes sprouted frantically from Jiang Yumian's hands, rapidly freezing the lake before them. Like ice diamonds blooming in the water, they spread rapidly toward the lava flow. For a moment, the collision of ice and fire made the entire world shrouded in black fog appear utterly abstract, like a bizarre scene from an anime. Hot water vapor continuously evaporated, only to condense into snow in the blink of an eye. The lava cooled, and the lake ice melted. Lu Shiyan and the others, who had arrived using the flying carpet prop, were also shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 284. Hao Wuzhou subconsciously turned to look at Lu Shiyan, only to discover that Lu Shiyan's eyes, nose, and ears were covered in blood that hadn't yet completely dried. Brother Lu Yu. Lu Shiyan calmly wiped the blood from his face. It's okay, probably from the fall. Hao Wuzhou, bleeding from all 7 orifices isn't something you can cause by falling. It's clearly the after effect of overusing props. After the mechanical bird crashed, the 2 of them were stuck in a bush, but Lu Shiyan not only used the flying carpet prop but also activated several speed boosts to get back. Lu Shiyan diligently wiped the blood from his face. Is it gone? Hao Wuzhou, feeling mixed emotions, could only nod. Yes, it's gone. The volcano was small, so the damage was quickly contained. Jiang Yumian, not wanting to waste any more props, quickly used her flying backpack to fly towards Du La La and the others. Seeing that Lu Shiyan and the other 2 were safe, he smiled and said, "Alright, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go!" Hao Wuzhou, Xiaobai, Do you want to ride on our flying carpet? It's so fun. Jiang Yumian shook her head. No, our props last 24 hours. We wouldn't waste them. Jiang Yumian, Brother Hao, you two lead the way. The three of us will be your bodyguards. Lu Shiyan and Hao Wuzhou, Two big, strong men like them need two girls as bodyguards? You're kidding. Lu Shiyan, okay. If the flying carpet flips over, you save me. Hao Wuzhou, ? Jiang Yumian smiled knowingly. Then I have to collect protection fees. Lu Shiyan chuckled twice, okay. Hao Wuzhou and the other two, Damn, the sour smell of love. With the props, their speed and agility increased significantly. Jiang Yumian and the others could see from afar the large group of mechanical birds leading the way, while they flew slowly and silently behind. The fleet of mechanical birds flew from day to night, showing no sign of stopping. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but ask curiously, where are you all going? Lu Shiyan, Qi Kingdom is full of mountains. To prevent the risk of another volcanic eruption, we're all moving to Qi Kingdom's only plain city. Jiang Yumian, where? Lu Shiyan, Pingcheng, on the border of Qi Kingdom. Hao Wuzhou also said at this time, sorry, Xiaobai, we may have to cooperate with Lu Jin Kingdom first. Jiang Yumian, huh? Cooperate with Lu Jin Kingdom? Hao Wuzhou, Qi Kingdom's imperial capital and several surrounding cities have been destroyed. Rebuilding them will require a huge amount of money. Lu Jin Kingdom happens to have it. Jiang Yumian, but if you cooperate with Lu Jin Kingdom, doesn't that mean you're going to be enemies with the other three kingdoms? Furthermore, your national strength is severely weakened. The other three kingdoms will undoubtedly wipe out your Qi Kingdom before attacking Lu Jin. Jiang Yumian, Lu Jin Kingdom simply can't protect a nation as large as yours. Du Lala blinked at Jiang Yumian. Lu Jin Kingdom can. Jiang Yumian, huh? Du Lala, I tell you a secret. You can't tell the leaders of your Qin Kingdom. Before Jiang Yumian could reply, Du Lala whispered stealthily, Lu Jin Kingdom's 9th princess can lead the people of Lu Jin. Jiang Yumian was shocked. You know all this? Du Lala couldn't help but pat her chest. Why do you think a player would play a concubine in the cold palace, who has no sense of existence? Jiang Yumian replied uncertainly, because of some special mission? Like adultery? Qi Yin and Du Lala's mouths twitched in unison. Du Lala suddenly glared at Jiang Yumian. If you keep joking, I hit you. Jiang Yumian burst into laughter and quickly compromised, saying, okay, I'm wrong. Tell me, what special identity do you have? Du Lala, it's not a special identity, but I have a special ability. I can predict the future in my dreams. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian, your ability is so impressive? Du Lala proudly raised her head. Of course. Jiang Yumian asked knowingly, have you seen what the 9th princess of Lu Jin Kingdom looks like? As expected, Du Lala shook her head. No, in my dreams I saw a glittering golden sedan chair. I also saw Chao Letian and Shinchiran, calling the people inside sisters. I remember seeing Lu Jin Kingdom costumes before. The maids even called in your highness. Since there's only one princess in the Lu Jin Kingdom royal family, it has to be the 9th princess. Jiang Yumian, then how did you know she had this ability? Du Lala, I don't know the details. I think Shinchiran told someone in my dream. Jiang Yumian, Haha, you're such a big mouth, brother. Du Lala, well, anyway, it's best to cooperate with Lu Jin Kingdom. They're invulnerable, how cool. Jiang Yumian continued with a smile, then I tell you something even cooler. Du Lala, please begin your performance. Jiang Yumian said sincerely, I'm actually the 9th princess of Lu Jin Kingdom you mentioned. The entire audience fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Du Lala, Zuzwu, you're going too far. You tricked me into believing so much, and now you're trying to fool me. Haha, okay. Hao Wuzhou couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai, don't be so serious, okay? If you hadn't come with the Qin Kingdom's envoy, I would have almost believed your lies. Jiang Yumian, Even Qi Yin couldn't help but ask, are you trying to stop our cooperation with the Lu Jin Kingdom? So you're impersonating someone and going undercover? Jiang Yumian, I still need. Before she could even utter the word impersonate, Lu Shiyan suddenly asked, the jade pendant you're wearing. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was drawn to the jade pendant hanging on Jiang Yumian's body. Even Jiang Yumian herself instinctively glanced down. 2 large, garbled characters were engraved on the jade pendant. Du Lala asked instinctively, what are these 2 characters called? Jiang Yumian reflexively explained, Mu Mian. These are traditional characters unique to Qin country. It's normal that you don't understand them. The moment she spoke, the entire room fell silent. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked up, stunned by the looks they gave her. Yeah, how did she know the meaning of these characters, which weren't even recorded in ancient books? Jiang Yumian gave an awkward laugh. Would you believe me if I said I made it up? Du Lala and the other two looked at her with smiles on their faces. Jiang Yumian got goosebumps. Actually, haha, that doesn't have to be the case. Don't come over here. Chapter 285. By the time they arrived in Pingcheng, Lu Shiyan and Hao Wuzhou had already been urgently summoned by the Emperor of Qi Kingdom. Qi Yin, a sword-bearing guard, had also returned to his post early. Only the remaining concubines, Zi La, no longer in the Coal Palace, and Mian, the Qin Kingdom envoy, whose negotiations had failed, remained. The two stood dazed on the corridor of Pingcheng city wall. Jiang Yumian followed Du Lala up and, gazing at the scenery beyond the city walls, realized that Pingcheng, so far away on the border, actually bordered their Lujin Kingdom. From Pingcheng, one could walk directly to the west gate of Lujin Kingdom. Lujin Kingdom was small, divided only into an inner and outer city, and not divided into numerous counties and towns. This meant that if she wanted to return home, she could always travel from here, in a mere half a day's journey. Du Lala, look, that's the Kingdom of Gold. Jiang Yumian, seeing how knowledgeable Du Lala was, couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't you a concubine imprisoned in the Coal Palace? How do you know so much? Even if she could only encounter them in dreams, she still knew too much. Du Lala leaned her hands against the city wall and said helplessly, as far as I can remember, my father controlled most of the escort business in Qi Kingdom, and my mother was murdered by her enemies. I followed him around the country since I was a child, so I know a lot. It was just that by chance, I fell in love with this emperor who was secretly visiting me, and willingly followed him into the palace as a concubine. Everyone knows about imperial affairs. It's common to get tired of the old and fall in love with the new. Furthermore, the original owner's father had died from injuries sustained during another transport. After the emperor incorporated the escort agency into the imperial court, he completely ignored the original owner. As for me, I'm a very loyal person. Later, I was prophesied that after meeting him, I would die unjustly in the palace out of jealousy. So, I angered the emperor and asked to live out my life in the Coal Palace. I quite admire the original owner. She's quite bold in love and hate, able to take things as they come. Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes and teased, it can't be helped. You, a lunatic, are much more handsome than the emperor. Du Lala, go away. Jiang Yumian, we're out of the palace now, and this Qi Kingdom doesn't look like a kingdom anymore. Let's go. After these words, Du Lala was momentarily confused. Du Lala, where can I go? Jiang Yumian, what's your special mission? Have you finished it? Du Lala was clearly struggling to speak. My special mission is both easy and difficult. Jiang Yumian, huh? Du Lala, I'm going to curse the dog emperor 100 times, right in front of him. Jiang Yumian nearly choked on her saliva. What? What did you say? Du Lala had already guessed Jiang Yumian's reaction, and quickly said, it's outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that this system has clearly listed the words I used to curse the dog emperor. Word for word. I just have to follow the system's instructions, and I'd be done. It's both easy and difficult, Jiang Yumian nodded, finding it hard to disagree. This is incredibly difficult. A few curses, and they probably get them dragged out and executed. Cursing 100 times is truly a daunting task. Based on the information Jiang Yumian had gathered over the past few days, she had roughly determined that the special missions of this group of players were all related to the original owner's wishes. Du Lala, I tried cursing him these past few days, but I found that all my indirect methods of cursing don't work. I've been cursing so much that I even memorized the words. I found that cursing only works when I'm in front of him, standing right in front of him, when he's awake and can understand me. The deadline is the night after tomorrow, so I'm planning to drug him tomorrow night, scold him, and then run off with the money. Jiang Yumian, no need to go to all that trouble. Du Lala, Jiang Yumian, to avoid further complications, let's act today. But we don't need drugs. Du Lala, what else? Jiang Yumian smiled, and her usual sturdy wooden stick suddenly appeared in her empty hand. Let's use this. So rough? Jiang Yumian narrowed her eyes and smiled. Well, what if scolding doesn't work even when I'm drugged? This is direct, and it'd make you feel better. Jiang Yumian, you come. Du Lala, okay. It was a dark, windy night. Two maids, each carrying a bucket of steaming hot bath water, walked through the corridor to the door of a wing room. Perhaps because they were so far from the palace and faced so many dangers, the door was filled with guards. The maids were to be thoroughly searched by the female guards, and even the bath water was tested with a silver needle for poison. "All right, go in." Jiang Yumian bowed her head and said yes. After the two entered, the guards closed the door. Just then, Lu Shiyan, who had just passed through the corridor with his staff discussing important matters, happened to pass by and saw a familiar figure enter the side room. After Jiang Yumian and the others entered, they saw the emperor, with his back to them, soaking in a wooden tub filled with flower petals. Perhaps accustomed to the luxurious hot springs reserved for the imperial palace, the man lost even the desire to have a maid scrub him in this tub. The silence caused Jiang Yumian and Du Lala, who were waiting behind the screen, to exchange frantic glances. "Jiang Yumian, didn't you say he often indulges his maids in the bath on a whim?" Du Lala: "Yes, I saw it myself once." Jiang Yumian: "Then why is he so mute now?" Du Lala: "I don't know. Could it be that everything that happened this morning has completely frightened him?" Jiang Yumian nodded in understanding. "That's quite possible. You have a point. After all, with such a big incident today, he's probably not in the mood for pleasure." "Whatever." Jiang Yumian exchanged a few hand signals with Du Lala before quietly approaching the Emperor of Qi, bucket in hand. At the same time, the Emperor seemed to sense the hostile gaze behind him, and instinctively turned his head. "Who?" Jiang Yumian's wooden stick struck him directly, and the Emperor of Qi caught him with both hands. Jiang Yumian wasn't surprised by this outcome at all, even whispering to Qi Huang in a strangled voice, "Your Majesty." Qi Huang, clearly unfamiliar with her, replied coldly, "Who sent you?" Before he could finish his words, the woman standing behind him struck Qi Huang twice with a club, sending him reeling. Before he could react, the wooden barrel, its contents brimming with warm water, slammed down on the back of his head. The dong 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 and hua 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 sounds of water quickly attracted the attention of the guards outside. The leading guard hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty? Your Majesty?" Seeing no response from inside, and even a rustling, unsettling sound, the guards prepared to open the door and rush in. But the next second, a delicate voice, alluring yet tinged with a hint of youthful shame and indignation, rang out. "Your Majesty, be gentle. Hateful. You're hurting me." Chapter 286. Young guards, But the leading guard, still a little worried, called out, "Your Majesty?" Du Lala lowered her voice, and quickly matched Jiang Yumian's, letting out of him her tone of delighted satisfaction. The guards at the door, Seeing the silence outside, the two men carrying the Emperor hurried toward the window. The moment the window opened, Jiang Yumian continued to shout in a strangled voice, "Your Majesty. Don't stay here, someone will see us." Du Lala's skin crawled with goosebumps, but how could a good sister not cooperate? She freed her hand from holding the Emperor Qi and slapped him repeatedly on the buttocks, muttering hoarsely, "Shut up, keep your voice down." As the two of them slipped away from the wing room with the Emperor, the guards outside the main gate dared not speak, even trying to suppress their ears and not listen. If they heard someone standing up, that would be a capital offense. Half an hour later, Jiang Yumian and the others had the Emperor tied up in a deep alley near the city gate. They thoughtfully prepared a wooden chair and a bucket of ice water for the Emperor. Splash. The sound of water. The Emperor of Weapons shuddered at the icy water. He stared at the two women before him, his eyes brimming with rage. But at this moment, he couldn't utter a single word. Jiang Yumian, seeing that he was awake, glanced at Du Lala, signaling, "We need to hurry. The guards will probably be chasing us soon. We need to get out of the city, and back to Qin Kingdom before they find us." Du Lala took a deep breath. "Okay, I get it." Qi Huang saw the woman, who had usually been smoothed over by him, and complied with him, now slowly approached him. "Du Lala, Gao Wu, you're a bastard." Qi Huang, Before Qi Huang could figure out why this woman had suddenly become so bold, she turned to look at another woman. "It's not working." "Jiang Yumian, how could that be?" Jiang Yumian followed suit, untied the cloth from Qi Huang's mouth, and said seriously, "How about this? Try it again." "Du Lala, Gao Wu, you're a bastard." After that, there was still no reaction. Du Lala shook her head at Jiang Yumian again, "No." Before Jiang Yumian could reply, the Emperor of Weapons suddenly shouted, "Du Jiaojiao, you bitch, how dare you treat me like this? Let me go immediately, and I even forgive your disrespect today. If it weren't for the heavenly fire that descended, and all my secret guards dispatched, you two wouldn't have been able to touch a hair on my head. Who is this bitch? When did you get in touch with the Qing people? Bitch. Jiang Yumian thought it was a bit noisy, but Du Lala reached out and slapped the Emperor of Weapons in the face. Du Lala, shut up, you who can't control your lower body. The next second. Ding dong. You have completed 1/100 of your special mission. Du Lala, shock. Seeing Du Lala frozen in place, Jiang Yumian instinctively asked, what's wrong? Du Lala, he moved. Jiang Yumian, he moved? Du Lala, wait a minute. Du Lala pointed at Qi Huang and cursed, you keep calling me a bitch. What right do you, a dirty, cheap, rotten cucumber, have to tell me what to do? Seeing no reaction, Du Lala suddenly understood and slapped Qi Huang in the face again. Who do you think you are? If I weren't so reserved and had to pray to heaven and earth before I open my heart to you and have real physical contact, how could I have been tricked by you again? Ding dong. Your progress on this special mission has been completed. 2 out of 100. Jiang Yumian saw the expression on Du Lala's face clearly. This time, she raised her hand to help her. Come on! Slap him. Pa. Another slap. It can happen 7 or 8 times a night, each time lasting no more than a moment, and in the end, it takes less than an incense stick of time to complete the entire night. Dogs hate dogs, pigs hate pigs. Jiang Yumian, shock. What the hell? Is this something she can listen to? Pa. Du Lala, all show, nothing but a figure, all show, a hollow shell, unbearable to watch. Wei Huang, Pa. Du Lala, handsome face, small penis, low status, poor skills, but a big air. Wei Huang, Jiang Yumian, you're so good at rhyming with question mark. Are you trying to kill yourself? Pa. Du Lala, these 2 slaps are my father's revenge. Du Lala, don't think I don't know you're scheming. For years, you've been secretly trying to undermine our escort agency's position in Qi country. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have had to lead the escort himself due to a shortage of manpower, and ultimately died on the road. If I hadn't investigated that bandit gang and found nothing to do with you, those 2 slaps wouldn't have happened. Jiang Yumian saw Du Lala slap Qi Huang twice more. These 2 slaps should have been given to me. Now you pay them back for me. If I hadn't been so obsessed with love, my father wouldn't have had to work so hard as a bodyguard to earn money for me, just so I could have money to manage everything in the palace. Qi Huang, Du Lala's eyes flushed. Emotions that didn't belong to her now surged over her like a raging storm, and even her voice was tinged with tears. You lied to me. You clearly said you were just a lazy prince, without a wife or children, and that you only wanted me to come to the palace to seek an imperial decree. But after you had so many people play along in your elaborate deception, you came back to tell me you had numerous wives and concubines, countless children, and lied to me that you would never take another concubine. You elevated me to the position of imperial concubine, second only to the emperor, and promised to be with me forever. How ridiculous. I'm ridiculous too, giving in and compromising step by step. With that, Du Lala immediately raised her hand to slap herself in the face, but the next second, she stopped midair, turned around, and slapped the emperor again. You idiot! Go to hell! I strangle you to death! As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Yumian, who had been completely absorbed in the role, listening to Du Lala's tearful accusations, was suddenly pulled back from her thoughts by her bestie's angry words, and was once again out of character. Du Lala was desperately strangling Qi Huang's neck, causing his face to flush red and his blood vessels to bulge. No, Laziji, calm down. He can't die yet. Qi Huang found it hard to disagree, but his mind was beginning to blur, and he even began to hear voices. Du Lala, wouldn't it be easier for us to act if he died? Jiang Yumian instantly understood what she meant. Yes, the emperor passed away, and the crown prince ascended to the throne. Wouldn't it be easier for them to act if Lu Shiyan ascended to the throne? They wouldn't even be controlled by others. Having a lust-addled emperor in this country is detrimental to unity. Jiang Yumian instantly released her grip, even feeling Du Lala was being too demanding and pulling her hand away. Jiang Yumian, get out of the way and let me do it. Jiang Yumian, die! Du Lala also placed her hand on the back of Jiang Yumian's hand and pressed together, die! Chapter 287. As Jiang Yumian and the other man exerted themselves, the whites of the emperor's eyes rolled upwards, as if he were about to die. At the same time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard from the entrance of an alley not far behind them. The clatter of weapons colliding with armor was clear in the night. You go over there, and you come here with me. Jiang Yumian and the other man exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Du Lala quickly tore Jiang Yumian's hands away, placed both on the emperor's head, and twisted it left and right. The emperor instantly died. The two men scrambled up the wall and vanished. Before leaving, Jiang Yumian slipped a rag she had torn from her into the emperor's hand. She had originally intended to take the jade pendant from her waist to frame the Qin kingdom, but the jade pendant looked worth quite a bit of money, so forget it. The fabric, unique to the Qin kingdom, also had a similar effect. Just as the two men had fled, soldiers hurried over. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? The emperor has passed away. The entire imperial residence was thrown into chaos by the tragic news of the emperor. The two culprits were now racing towards the city gates. They had to escape before the entire city was placed under martial law. They had already planned their escape route. There was a spot near the gates of Pingcheng that was less guarded. What Jiang Yumian and the others didn't expect was that, just as they were quietly preparing to bypass the city gates, they discovered a carriage parked there, accompanied by two docile white horses and their acquaintance, Hao Wuzhou. Hao Wuzhou spotted the two and waved hurriedly. Jiang Yumian glanced at each other in confusion, but still walked toward him. As Hao Wuzhou hustled the two into the carriage, he said, "Hurry, hurry! The second night watchman will be here to take over. Leave now." Jiang Yumian, how did you know we were leaving now? Hao Wuzhou pulled a note from his pocket and shoved it into Jiang Yumian's arms. He then pushed Du Lala toward the horse like a chicken, explaining, "Brother Lu guessed it. Be careful when you leave the city. I heard many people have become bandits along the border lately. Try to stay in the direction of Lujin Kingdom. Once you return to Qin Kingdom, avoid crowded areas. I believe war between Qin Kingdom and Qi Kingdom will break out. It's best to find a place deep in the mountains or forests. I got some rations and money ready for you. Be careful not to lose them along the way." After the city gates were closed again, the two girls on their white horses couldn't help but smile at each other. "Jiang Yumian, chicken, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Now you even dare to kill the emperor. Du Lala, you're almost as good as a pig. Now you even dare to hide it from me." Jiang Yumian hummed. Du Lala, an envoy from Qin Kingdom, who came to negotiate peace, not only frantically attracted Qin Kingdom's firepower, but also left some evidence to prove his presence when he fled. "Tell me, which country sent you as a spy to Qin Kingdom? You're so eager for a war between Qin and Qi Kingdom." Jiang Yumian shrugged innocently. "I didn't intend to hide it from you. You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Du Lala raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you really the ninth princess of Lujin Kingdom?" Jiang Yumian smiled without replying. "Guess." Du Lala was impatient. "I can't guess. Tell me." Jiang Yumian didn't answer directly, but galloped westward. "Come on, I take you home." She said it all. Du Lala watched Jiang Yumian run toward Lujin Kingdom, and hurriedly rode her horse to catch up. "Okay, wait for me." When they arrived at Lujin Kingdom, Du Lala was captivated by the bustling scene before her. Wow, the wall separating the inner and outer cities is made of pure gold bricks. How much would a single brick cost? When I came here, there wasn't a distinction between the inner and outer cities. Lujin Kingdom is much more prosperous now. Pig, use your spacecraft to move this entire wall away. Jiang Yumian's eyes lit up, and she drooled as she touched the wall. "Oh, I want it too. But I already have 2 million taels of gold in my spacecraft. Wouldn't it be too much to move this wall back?" Du Lala was stunned. This was like a bolt from the blue. 2 million taels. Of gold? Jiang Yumian nodded, servilely yes. Du Lala hugged her arm, and said pitifully, "Rich woman, clinging to your thighs. Pig, I don't want to work hard anymore in my life." Jiang Yumian casually took out a gold ingot, and handed it to her. "Here. I pay for everything today." Du Lala said, "Then I won't hesitate." The Kingdom of Gold, located in the center of the other 4 kingdoms, was also a vast exchange, selling rare and valuable items from all over the world. Jiang Yumian strolled along in the back, while Du Lala was furiously shopping up ahead. Shopping is truly a woman's nature. Even after a night's journey, Du Lala wasn't the least bit sleepy. Jiang Yumian suddenly remembered the note Hao Wuzhou had slipped into her hand, and instinctively took it out. Nations are plagued by natural disasters, and desperately need funds for repairs and reconstruction. Lujin country might be the first country they choose for cooperation. This has both advantages and disadvantages. Soon, numerous envoys from various countries will rush to Lujin country to participate in peace talks, which are more like threats than peace talks. If the combat capabilities of all countries have been severely damaged, there will be no resources left to exchange with Lujin country. Refusing peace talks would incur the resentment of the people of the four nations, placing Lujin country at the center of a public opinion storm. Ultimately, the four nations would join forces and attack Lujin country. If negotiations were successful, Lujin country's treasury would be severely depleted. While this might ensure temporary peace and prosperity, the five nations would eventually face war, and Lujin, already suffering heavy losses, would be the first to fall. The only solution now was to inflict damage upon Lujin, along with the other four nations. Jiang Yumian had no problem guessing who had written this note. But what intrigued Jiang Yumian was, every word analyzed the war situation for Lujin, even offering a final countermeasure for her. He had already guessed she was a citizen of the Lujin kingdom? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. He's quite clever, huh? TSK, the calligraphy is quite beautiful. Just as Jiang Yumian was scrutinizing the handwriting on the note, Du La La, clutching two strings of candy figurines, called out to Jiang Yumian, "Pig, what are you looking at? Come here, come here." Jiang Yumian finally recovered her thoughts, and quickly folded the note carefully, putting it back in her arms. "Here I come." "Hey, what were you looking at?" "Nothing." "A letter from your lover?" "No." "What nonsense are you talking about? If you're not looking at the note, why are you grinning like an idiot?" "Oh my ears are red from hearing you say a few words." Chapter 288. Late at night, Jiang Yumian and the other girl, masked, stealthily approached the inner city wall. Du Lala, puzzled, followed them. "Pig, aren't you the ninth princess? It's fine if we're not going back to the palace, but why are you sneaking out here so late at night?" Jiang Yumian whispered, breaking down the wall. Du Lala, ? Du Lala, breaking down the wall? Du Lala saw Jiang Yumian actually pull out two incredibly sharp chisels and hammers, and was eagerly preparing to find a place to start. Du Lala quickly grabbed her. "No, are you serious? Aren't we the ninth princess now? Why are you chipping away at your own golden wall? Did I spend too much money today?" "No, I was just kidding this morning when I told you to completely empty the golden wall." Jiang Yumian said sincerely, "I'm serious." Du Lala, Jiang Yumian quickly grabbed Du Lala's shoulders, pulling her into his arms, while still brainwashing her. "Will you follow me?" Du Lala asked blankly. "After this operation, can we still stay in the Lujin kingdom?" Jiang Yumian, "Of course, we're covered, aren't we?" Du Lala's expression suddenly dawned on her. "I understand. You may be the ninth princess of Lujin kingdom, but you don't want Lujin kingdom to suffer, right?" Jiang Yumian, "It's a long story. Now, only when Lujin kingdom is impoverished can it survive." Du Lala believed her unconditionally, and quickly took the sledgehammer from her. "Okay, let's go." The two men chiseled the wall with exceptional care and meticulousness. They were so careful that they even laid a layer of linen on the ground, fearing that even the slightest gold dust would be lost. The morning of the 30th day of the game, a large group of citizens from the inner city of Lujin, preparing to leave for the outer city to open shops and do business, gazed at a replica of another gate-sized opening beside the inner city's gate, lost in thought. Lujin Imperial Palace. Report. Your Majesty, a gold thief was spotted at the city gate yesterday. The Golden Emperor waved his hand dismissively. So be it, there are gold mines everywhere. Your Majesty, they stole the wall, the gold brick wall beside the inner city's west gate. The Golden Emperor's hand, holding the memorial, trembled. The gold bricks in this wall were meticulously refined and melted by craftsmen, each one meticulously constructed. They were nothing like the impure gold or gold dust mined from the mines. This inner and outer city, in particular, was encircled by this golden wall, its shield against foreign merchants and those with ulterior motives. Once the gates were opened, and the inner city's citizens interacted more with those outside, the secrets of his little nine would be more likely to be revealed, which would put little nine in greater danger. The Golden Emperor slammed the memorial down on the table, and said coldly, "Seal off the area immediately, and do not allow merchants from outside the city to enter. As for the gold thief, catch him." Yes. It was a dark and windy night. The two masked thieves quietly crept to a spot near the inner city's east gate. After a long pause, they immediately began chipping away with their hammers. After chipping away for a long time, Du Lala couldn't help but ask curiously, "You fool, why do we always chip near the city gate? Isn't it easier to be discovered there than in other corners?" Jiang Yumian wiped her sweat and explained with a smile, "We want to be discovered." She was determined to stir up public opinion and make this the talk of the town. Du Lala, okay, you're so brave. Go, go, go. I feel like after practicing all night, my excavation skills have become much more refined. Jiang Yumian, work hard, and there be a feast with the chef's buff tonight. On the morning of the 31st day of the game, near the east gate of the inner city of Lujin Kingdom, a large group of people preparing to go to the outer city market to buy vegetables looked at the two gate-sized holes carved into the inner city gate and fell into deep thought. Lujin Kingdom Palace. Report. Your Majesty, there was no movement in West City yesterday. The Golden Emperor was speechless. Why are you so alarmed when there's no movement? Can you please stay calm? Eunuch. But Your Majesty, there weren't any gold thieves in West City because they went to East City, and this time they dug twice the size of the gold wall they dug yesterday. The Golden Emperor, The Golden Emperor's eyelids throbbed. He silently placed his brush on the pen rest and shouted to the eunuch, What are you standing there for? Send someone to investigate. Have the alchemy department repair the city wall. Transporting so many gold bricks is a real challenge. I set up strict checkpoints in the outer city and guarded it tightly. Also, I'm offering a reward. Anyone with information about the gold thieves can report it to the authorities. I reward you handsomely. Yes. That evening, a heavy rain fell. The downpour lasted until the 3rd hour of the night. The soldiers, who had sealed the city gates and patrolled several times, gradually lowered their guard. With this heavy rain, the gold thieves will definitely not come. Let's all go back and rest. At the same time, 2 masked thieves had quietly slipped through the palace gates. Dulala, pig, where are we going to dig this time? Jiang Yumian smiled slightly and said seriously, Today we won't be chiseling, today we're going to get some goodies. Dulala, what goodies? Is this your own chamber? Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow. Who said we're only going to this place today? We're going to get the best goods from the entire palace. Dulala, shock. Dulala, come on, I'm ready. On the morning of the 32nd day of the game, as the princes woke up and prepared to call in the servants to help them wash, they looked at their chamber, which had once been filled with rare treasures and ornaments, but now it had been robbed and was completely destitute, with no furniture left. It was a bare, unbearable sight. Even the luxurious, pure gold basin they usually used to wash their faces by their bed was gone. The 8 princes, inside the Empress of Lujin Kingdom's chamber. The eunuch, who had been so uneasy the previous day, now appeared remarkably calm. Seeing the Empress helping the Emperor change his clothes, he quietly reported, Your Majesty, despite last night's heavy rain, there's been no unusual activity on the inner city walls. The Golden Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. But he wasn't completely relieved yet. Report. Another eunuch's anxious cry came from outside, frightening the 3 people in the quiet and cozy chamber. The Golden Emperor, holding back his temper, gritted his teeth and said, If you have something to say, come on. The eunuchs outside strode in with the 8 princes. Shinchiron, father! The children's chambers have been robbed. This thief didn't even leave me a gold toothbrush. This thief is outrageous, absolutely lawless. Chapter 289. The Golden Emperor turned his gaze towards the other princes, finally landing on Lin Jiayu. With a cold expression he asked, Boss, you speak? Lin Jiayu seemed a little ashamed, lowering his eyes, not daring to look at him. Reporting to father, all the princes' chambers have been robbed, and even the treasury has not been spared. As soon as these words were spoken, the Emperor and Empress subconsciously glanced at each other, even saying in unison, Oh no! Little Nine's room. Early in the morning, the Emperor led a large group of people to the 9th princess's chamber. Opening the door, it was eerily empty. While the other princes' chambers still had a golden bed, golden quilt, and soft pillows they couldn't take away, the 9th princess's chamber had even lost its gauze curtains. Not to mention the palace's finest bed, even the various jewelry that the Golden Emperor and Empress usually gave to the 9th princess, Zhang Luo, had been completely looted. Even the colorful gems embedded in several supporting pillars had been stolen by the thieves. Emperor, Empress, 8 princes, What a thief! The Golden Emperor was furious, his veins throbbing. The rage he had suppressed all morning now erupted completely. If the thieves had only committed minor offenses before, he wouldn't have even considered punishing them severely. After all, they were short of money, which was understandable. The most abundant thing in the Lujin Kingdom was gold, silver, and jewelry. But now, killing intent was evident in the Golden Emperor's eyes. Come! Mobilize the entire nation to apprehend these thieves. Search all the inns in Bianhuang City. Anyone who dares to harbor or shelter these thieves will be punished as well. I want him dead. The most prosperous trading inn in the outer city of Lujin. Hey, did you hear? Even the gang that stole the wall went to rob the palace yesterday. Holy crap, is that true? It's true. They succeeded. The emperor is furious, and the soldiers are searching everywhere. No wonder there are so many soldiers on the streets today. This gang is so large, they probably wouldn't have enough time to clean up the loot in one night. I heard they even emptied our 9th princess's treasury. No wonder. I heard the 9th princess's chambers hold more treasures than our national treasury. They're all rare treasures collected by the emperor and his men. Their value is almost as high as the entire open-pit gold mine in the outer city. That's right. Our Lujin kingdom has suffered a huge loss this time. The two culprits, who had just woken up and were having lunch at the inn, didn't dare to speak. Listening to the noisy discussions outside the screen, Du La's heart grew increasingly shaky. Chewing a steamed bun, she leaned over to Jiang Yumian and whispered, "Pig, is this really okay? Don't we really need to check in with the Jin Emperor and the others?" Jiang Yumian shook her head. "No, the people from the other 4 nations aren't fools. They're all shrewd. We have to put on a good show. You don't know my father and the others' personalities. If they knew I was behind all this, they wouldn't even blink. They wouldn't even be able to pretend. Their acting is awful. But if the envoys from the other 4 nations arrived, we know it was fake. Not only would our efforts be in vain, but there would also be a crisis of trust." Du La nodded. "Okay, then where are we going tonight?" Jiang Yumian smiled meaningfully. "You know when the time comes." Du La suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Inside the Lujin kingdom's palace, the Golden Emperor and the other princes were discussing around a model of the Lujin kingdom map. "Second Prince Jin Ming, if it were you, we should seal all the gates of the outer city and search every house. These thieves are numerous, and the amount of stolen goods is enormous. They can't hide anything. Someone will definitely discover their tracks." Third Prince Jin Di, "I don't think so. These thieves are so familiar with the layout of the palace, and they were able to quietly avoid the guards. They must have already learned the guard change schedules throughout the palace. Father, I think they are all new recruits to the palace. With the strict security in the inner city yesterday, they had no time to dispose of the stolen goods. Our priority should be, first, seal off the palace, then investigate all the palace servants summoned in the past 6 months, starting with the eunuchs." The Golden Emperor subconsciously glanced up at the usually opinionated 4th Prince, Jin Ji. "What do you think, 4th Prince?" The 4th Prince, Jin Ji, shook his head. "Rather than this massive, wasteful search, I'm more curious about something." The Golden Emperor, "What is it?" The 4th Prince, Jin Ji, stared at the marked points on the map and couldn't help wondering, why are they doing this, and what's the reason for it? The 5th and 6th princes are twins with similar interests, training and drinking, and they both have a somewhat irritable temper. The 5th Prince, Jin Pingan, "What else can we do? They're short of money. Everything these thieves stole is valuable." The 6th Prince, Jin Kangle, echoed, "That's right, what's the big deal? Don't thieves just steal from the most valuable sources?" The 7th Prince, Jin Shi, was the most handsome of the other princes, and the one who loved to spend his days drinking and partying with the 8th and 9th princes. He agreed, saying, "I agree. They're not stupid enough not to take the money. They definitely take the expensive ones." The 8th Prince, Shinchiron, was about to speak when his father passed him by and turned to look at the 1st Prince, Lin Jiaoyu. "Jin Huang, boss, what do you think?" Lin Jiaoyu, "Old Four's words reminded me. If I were them, the fruits of these past few nights' work would equal 2 or 3 years' worth of digging in the gold mines, but it doesn't seem right." Jin Pingan scratched his head, imitating Jin Jiaoyu and the others as he studied the map. "What's wrong?" Lin Jiaoyu took 2 small red flags and planted them in the direction of the east and west city gates. He analyzed seriously, if we were to chisel through the wall, regardless of how far we could dig, the east and west city gates are closest to the 2 most heavily trafficked streets. Even late at night, there's a high risk of being discovered. If it were me, I'd definitely choose a quiet, sparsely populated area. And why do they so often prefer to chisel near the city gates? Even if they prefer to chisel near the city gates, then wouldn't the locations near the south and north gates be more suitable? They're both close to the gold mining area. Even in the evening, even the few civilians who go mining would return home early, feeling the lack of people. To be frank, the areas near the north and south gates are nestled against the mountains, so patrols are sparse, and patrols are often slack. It's possible they could have completely cut through the walls near the gates without being noticed. 6th Prince Jin Kangle, could it be that they didn't know about this? Lin Jiaoyu then shook his head again. According to what you said, they even kept track of the palace guard shift changes. How could they have chosen the wall carefully? Unless, 4th Prince Jin Ji, they did it on purpose. Second Prince Jin Ming, with a cold expression, deliberated carefully. Are they doing this to challenge the Emperor's authority? Chapter 290. The Golden Emperor said slowly, the Grain Kingdom is currently experiencing a once-in-a-century insect plague. The Barbarian Kingdom has been experiencing acid rain for 7 consecutive days. The rivers in the Qin Kingdom dried up overnight, the vegetation withered, and the people are in dire straits. The Qi Kingdom even suffered a heavenly fire punishment. I thought it was a blessing that our Lu Jin Kingdom escaped this disaster, but unexpectedly. Fourth Prince Jin Ji, Father, there is actually a possibility. The bandits these days may not be the same group. If all 4 countries are facing a major crisis and urgently need a large amount of money for post-disaster reconstruction, we have received many invitations to peace talks from other countries in recent days, but we have declined them all. Could this be related to this incident? Shinchiron, fourth brother, are you saying that these robbers may be spies planted by the 4 countries long ago? Fourth Prince Jinji nodded and said, yes, this would explain the haphazard actions of these robbers. This is likely the work of a single spy, with spies from several other countries also scrambling to claim a piece of the action. But, Fifth Prince Jin Ping'an immediately asked. But what? Hey, brother, please tell me all at once. This is so frustrating. Jin Ji then continued. But if the robbers these past few days weren't a single group, then the gold, silver, and jewelry they looted wouldn't be enough to resolve a national crisis. Jin Huang calmly added. So, while the outer city gates are sealed, they won't leave, they continue stealing. Jin Ji. Yes, and their next target. Everyone looked at the locations of several important mineral veins marked on the map model. Jin Ji said seriously. The mine tunnels are intricately intertwined, and the countless branching tunnels are rarely explored. If they're all hiding inside. Golden Emperor, someone come. Night of the 33rd day of the game. Deep within the South City mine. Dozens of torches flickered in the tunnel, and soldiers patrolled methodically. Not far behind them, in another cave, for people hiding were trembling with fear. After finally waiting for the flames to fade, the man with the shovel couldn't help but whisper, brother, why are all these officials patrolling the mine? The leader's expression was serious. I guess there's been a lot of trouble in the city lately, and these officials can't find anyone, so they're here to look. The man with the shovel asked nervously, so what do we do now? Should we keep digging this tunnel? The leader, of course we can. The man with the shovel, but what if we're discovered? We can forget it. Anyway, there's enough gold ore here for us to mine for a long time and send back to Qin Kingdom. The second brother quickly objected, hasn't all these years of hard work been for this moment? We've been digging for almost 10 years. How can we stop here? The eldest brother also said to the man with the shovel, third brother, you have to understand that the gold ore on this border is too contaminated and the quantity is small. Our goal is the Lu Jin Kingdom's Imperial Palace mine, don't you understand? The second brother, yes, third brother, don't be scared. Now that we've broken through the border between Lu Jin Kingdom and Qin Kingdom, we don't have to dig tunnels in this vein. As long as we figure out the route, we can dig a route closest to the Imperial Palace mine. Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Lu Jin Kingdom is very small, and we're not far from a title. If they can dig through the vein, they will not only become great heroes in Qin Kingdom, but also receive promotions and numerous rewards. Upon hearing this, the third shovel master was also filled with enthusiasm, mustering up his courage and saying, all right. The 3 men, holding the mining artifacts they had purchased at a high price from the weapon country, held their heads high and prepared to leave. But as they took a step forward, the patrolling soldiers returned to their patrol. The mining trio, After the soldiers left, the mining boss sighed helplessly, forget it. With the current situation so turbulent, it's not a good time to move. Let's conserve our energy first, so as not to let our efforts slip away. Meanwhile, within the northern mine, 2 incredibly strong men sat on a pile of bones, gnawing on bloody flesh, their eyes flashing red. From the distant tunnel, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. The 2 men instantly stood up, signaling each other with their eyes. Shao Man, someone else is coming this late? Demand, judging by the footsteps, there should be more than a dozen. Don't be impulsive, retreat now. After nodding, the 2 men instantly disappeared into the darkness. A doubtful voice came from one of the soldiers. Do you smell any blood? 8th Prince, we don't seem to. Me neither. How could there be blood in this tunnel? That's right. We Lu Jin people don't bleed. All we bleed is gold, and there's no smell of blood. Shinchiron frowned. No! Shinchiron led the soldiers for a while, then raised his hand to stop them. He feigned a casual tone, saying, "All right, there shouldn't be any activity here. Let's go back." Although the soldiers were puzzled, they nodded and replied, "Yes." As the footsteps receded, the two men slowly lowered their clawed hands and gestured towards each other. "Retreat." Shinchiron, now out of the mine, instantly turned cold. "Come on, seal off this mine, and deploy double the number of troops to guard it." The soldiers looked confused. "Huh?" Shinchiron smiled faintly. "These foreigners are about to fight." The soldiers remained confused. "What are foreigners?" Late at night, Jiang Yumian and Du Lala returned to the East City Gate. Du Lala, "Pigs, why are we back again? What if someone comes later?" Jiang Yumian looked at the city wall, already piled with gold bricks, but still unwelded, her smile growing distorted. "They won't be back." Du Lala, "Huh?" Jiang Yumian, "Chicken, the most dangerous place is even the safest. Besides, they're probably hiding around the palace mines, the north and south city gates, and the mines. The Lujin kingdom is small, so small that the number of soldiers and officers isn't large, but the mine openings are numerous, so many that even 2 more wouldn't be enough for each. Look at you now. With the gates closed, no one's coming, not a single person." Du Lala couldn't help but give Jiang Yumian a thumbs up. "Awesome." Jiang Yumian, "Hurry. Let's hurry up. Let's try to chisel 1 more door today, in addition to the 2 we just filled." Du Lala's right thumb hadn't even retracted when her left thumb shot up again. "I admire you." Chapter 291. The next morning. In the imperial study of the Lujin Kingdom's palace, a few fathers and sons were engaged in a heated discussion, gesturing at a model map. Suddenly, report. The emperor had clearly grown accustomed to this, but the princes still hadn't, and shuddered at the sudden outcry. The emperor's reaction amused him even more, but he remained composed. After a light cough, he addressed the eunuch outside the imperial study. "Come in." Eunuch Lu, who had been with the emperor since childhood, couldn't help but tremble in his voice after hearing the young eunuch's report. "Your Majesty, the wall just built at the inner city's east gate last night has been robbed again." The Golden Emperor suddenly had a foreboding premonition. "Has it been robbed again?" Eunuch Lu quickly knelt and reported, "Yes, not only the east gate wall, but even the 2 sections of the west gate wall that were built last night have been completely emptied." "Not only have they been emptied, but—" Shinchiron instinctively asked, "What else?" Eunuch Lu, "There's even a hole twice as large in the wall." The Golden Emperor, The 8 princes, The Golden Emperor slammed the table, seething with rage. "This is outrageous." Before the Golden Emperor could confer with the princes, another eunuch hurried over, clutching a letter. Report. Express letter from the western city border, 800 miles away. The Golden Emperor quickly took the envelope and tore it open. His expression darkened even further, the paper even wrinkling from his unconscious grip. Lin Jiayu, who was standing beside the Golden Emperor, saw this and quickly asked, "Father, has something happened at the border?" The Golden Emperor felt a headache and handed the envelope to him. "See for yourselves." Several princes gathered together, carefully examining the contents of the envelope. The barbarian kingdom's envoys, seeking peace, had arrived at the border of the Lujin kingdom, despite the fact that the Lujin kingdom had already declined the offer of a trade deal. Not only had the barbarian kingdom come uninvited, but they were accompanied by a barbarian army of nearly 400,000 men. Their wolfish ambitions were clear as day. If the Lujin kingdom did not open its gates to welcome the barbarian envoys, the barbarians would likely attack them directly. Although the Lujin people were invulnerable, the entire nation, including the elderly, the weak, and the sick, only numbered 500,000 men. They would struggle to withstand the well-trained and powerful barbarian army. Even if the Lujin kingdom opened its gates to welcome the barbarian envoys, the situation would still be difficult. They say it's easier to invite a deity than to send it away. The envoys have been invited in, but what happens next? Both sides must negotiate. If the barbarians don't make exorbitant demands during the negotiations, it's fine. But even if they do, they can't refuse. If the negotiations fail, the barbarian army will immediately attack the Lujin kingdom, as soon as the envoys return. Even if the negotiations succeed, the Lujin kingdom's treasury will continue to be depleted. They can still make up for it by mining. But what if the other 3 kingdoms see this tactic and follow suit? Then Lujin kingdom will either fight to the bitter end and be overthrown, or it will be left with only a hollow shell. Lin Jiayu held the envelope, his brow furrowed. Now we truly reached a stalemate. These people are simply going too far. Jin Ping'an was so angry that his teeth were itching. He half knelt before the Golden Emperor. "Father, I beg your permission to send troops." Jin Onkong followed suit, kneeling beside the Jin Emperor. Father, your majesty, I too would like to be ordered to join the battle. Jin Ji quickly said, although we now have 5 million dan of grain and fodder to support our rear, we may need no more than 200,000 soldiers. Add to that external and internal troubles, and the prevalence of bandits. Even if we narrowly win, sending troops now will be difficult to resist attacks from any of the other 3 kingdoms. Jin Pingan immediately retorted angrily, Fourth brother, are we simply going to let them ride roughshod over us? If they did it the first time, there will surely be a second. Are we just going to be crushed and live in humiliation every time? Jin Ji said calmly, Pingan, I'm just analyzing the current situation. The Jin Emperor looked up at him. So what do you mean, fourth brother? Jin Ji replied with a single word, neither humble nor arrogant. Fight. At this moment, everyone in the palace instinctively turned their gazes to Jin Ji. Jin Ji subconsciously glanced at Jin Huang and said seriously, I think Xiaojiu said something quite well. Even if we die, we must take a bite out of the enemy. Rather than playing catch-up with the barbarians, even if they don't make exorbitant demands, they still cause us losses. It's better to directly resist. The Lu Jin kingdom won't give an inch. We're going to be tough for once. If the enemy retreats, we retreat. If the enemy advances, we advance. At worst, we just slaughter each other and get bloodied. Even if we narrowly defeat the barbarians and then get destroyed by other kingdoms, at least we won't be a coward. Jin Pingan, well said. Jin Huang, okay, pass on my orders. Outside the door, another eunuch hurried in. Report. An urgent letter has arrived from the northern border, 800 miles away. The 5 Grains Kingdom's army is approaching, requesting peace. The Golden Emperor's people, Report. An urgent letter arrived from the southern city border, 800 miles away. The Qin Kingdom's army is approaching, requesting peace. The Golden Emperor's people, At this moment, the entire imperial study was eerily silent. Finally, Shinchiran spoke first. Now, are we still fighting? The Golden Emperor, The 7 princes, How can we still fight? Shinchiran turned to look at Jin Pingan, 5th brother, 6th brother. Which kingdom should we attack first? Jin Pingan, Jin Onkong glared at him frantically. Why fight? We're not superhumans. How can we resist a 1,000,000-strong army at once? At the same time, a guard hurried over. Report. Before the guard could finish, the Golden Emperor, clutching his forehead with a headache, interrupted, the Qi Kingdom has also sent a large army, right? The guard was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, Your Majesty, the Qi Kingdom has not sent a large army. At this, everyone in the Golden Emperor's household turned to look at the guard. The Golden Emperor, what do you mean? The guard knelt, raised his hands, holding the envelope, and said, Your Majesty, the Qi Kingdom has sent the Imperial Master to escort dozens of carts of divine weapons, just to give you this letter. Lin Jiaoyu frowned and asked, How many people have come? The guard quickly continued, the Imperial Master, the late Imperial Consort, the transporting grooms, and the accompanying guards. Less than 30 people. Everyone present fell silent. The Golden Emperor was also silent for a long moment. Present the letter. Guard, yes. The Golden Emperor took the letter, opened it, and quickly scanned it. Jin Ming, Father, what does the Emperor of Qi Kingdom say? Chapter 292. The Golden Emperor quickly folded the letter, walked to the incense burner, and dropped the note in. He told us to wait. Jin Ming, wait? Jin Di, wait until when? The Golden Emperor, I don't know. The letter does say there's a chance this situation isn't hopeless. Similarly, he couldn't explain this matter clearly. The former Empress of Qi Kingdom possessed the ability to predict the future, and said our Xiaojiu has the ability to avert this crisis. Jin Pingan, but we don't know where Xiaojiu is now. Disasters have been frequent lately, and we don't know how long she's been missing. I'm not injured. I'm just afraid someone in this group has taken our Xiaojiu hostage. Jin Ji shook his head. That's impossible. If they discover Xiaojiu's identity, they won't hold her hostage at all. They kill her on the spot, nipping any chance of a counterattack in the bud. Jin Kangdal, so what should we do now? Do we really have to delay this? Jin Huang, yes, we must not only hold this peace meeting, but do it with all the grandeur. We must take good care of the envoys from these 4 nations. Everyone was silent. As the Golden Emperor spoke, he continued, 8th brother, send a team to secretly search for Xiaojiu near the border. With such a serious incident at home, Xiaojiu's personality will likely lead him back quickly. You must ensure my support and escort Xiaojiu back to the city. If even a hair is missing, I hold you responsible. Since this late imperial consort can foresee the future, perhaps she knows Shichio's secrets too. We can't rule out the possibility that they're feigning surrender to obtain important intelligence. Shinchiron, yes. The Golden Emperor continued, seventh brother, you're known for your own fun. This time, you work with your eldest brother to handle matters related to the Grand Court meeting. Lin Jiaoyu, yes. Jin Shi, yes. The Golden Emperor subconsciously glanced at the second and third princes. Second and third princes, you will assist the eldest and seventh princes in receiving the envoys. Send someone to keep a close eye on me. Jin Ming and Jin Di, as you command. Jin Pingan, father, what about us? The Golden Emperor, immediately conduct military exercises and keep a close eye on movements outside the border. From now on, no one except envoys from other countries is allowed to enter or leave. If the outside forces dare to set foot within the city gates during the Grand Court meeting, fight them back. This Qi Kingdom has sent us a number of powerful weapons, which will be of great use. Jin Pingan, yes. Jin Kangol, your son obeys. After the Golden Emperor finished his instructions, as if all his strength had been drained, he held his forehead and waved to the crowd. All right, all of you go back to your work. After everyone had left, the Golden Empress entered with millet porridge. Queen Jean, as always, expertly massaged the Emperor's acupuncture points. Don't worry about it. The children are grown up and have their own ideas. They can handle everything. You don't need to worry about everything. Emperor Jean, I'm not worried about them, I'm worried about that wild little Geo. At this mention, Queen Jin's gentle features betrayed a hint of worry. She sighed, yes, no country is at peace these days. I don't know if Gior has enough to eat. There are refugees everywhere, and I don't know if she's suffered any injustice. Emperor Jean, I'm only worried that when she returns, she be confronted by the numerous forces threatening her along the border. I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to return. Queen Jean consoled him, Gior is very cunning. She'd definitely be able to avoid them. It'd take the envoy a day and a night to reach the palace. I hope the child can return before the Grand Court meeting is over. The Golden Emperor sighed heavily as he spoke. If she can't make it, then she shouldn't. If the situation remains unresolved after the Grand Court meeting, a fierce battle is imminent. At least it's safer outside than at home. It's better to be outside. The Golden Emperor thought, subconsciously gazing out the window at the cloudless sky. His eyes gradually reddened, and he couldn't help but smile and sigh, I hope she doesn't come back to wade into this mess. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black South City mine, 3 bandits, who had just finished their meal and were about to start shoveling, heard a few faint footsteps from above. The third brother said, Brother, aren't those patrols coming again? Isn't it broad daylight? Why are they here again? The eldest brother also pursed his lips tightly, not daring to move. He quietly gestured hush to the 2 men. At that moment, in the tunnel not far above their heads, 2 girls carefully rolling cotton threads suddenly stopped. Jiang Yumian, Ji, did you hear any shovel-like sounds just now? Du Lala was unsure. I don't think so. Then, the 2 of them leaned over the surrounding walls and listened carefully, then shook their heads at each other. Du Lala, the area we chose should be deserted, right? Won't the explosion injure innocent people from your country of Lujin mining? Jiang Yumian shook her head. Probably not. The tunnels outside are guarded everywhere, and mining is prohibited lately. Even the 2 of them had dug a new, smaller hole directly from a tunnel she remembered close to the surface to get in. Jiang Yumian, there shouldn't be anyone in this tunnel. Du Lala nodded, then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Jiang Yumian, we need to hurry and make arrangements. We have to go to North City and the Imperial Palace later. Du Lala couldn't help but whisper, if we blow up all your gold mines, won't your entire Lujin kingdom be broke? Jiang Yumian, don't worry. The gold mines in North and South City are very small. While there's enough for ordinary people to dig for 5, 6, 7, or 8 lifetimes, it pales in comparison to the gold mines in the Imperial Palace. Besides, we're only blowing up the important passages. It'd only take a year or 2 to dig through them again. Du Lala, is it the same in the Imperial Palace? Jiang Yumian narrowed his eyes and shook his head. It's different. The amount of gunpowder and incendiary wire the palace needs to protect against is roughly double the amount of dynamite used in the mines of the North and South cities. Du Lala, who had been laying explosives with Jiang Yumian in this tunnel all morning, said, ? Du Lala replied, you pig. Are you really afraid of your family's wealth? Destroying a public mine is fine, but why would you need twice as much explosives to destroy your own gold mine? Jiang Yumian, What are you thinking? It's raining loudly and thundering loudly outside, but at home, there's more thunder than rain. Is that how you can fool people? Hurry up. I think the players from other countries are probably ready to make a move. We need to hurry. Jiang Yumian, I'm rushing home for the feast. Du Lala couldn't help but laugh and quip, you almost overturned the pots at home, and you're still feasting? Eat dirt. Chapter 293. The next day at noon. On the second floor near the inner city's east gate. Jiang Yumian and her friend sat by the window facing the street for breakfast as usual, but this time. As Jiang Yumian sat down to pour a glass of water, she noticed something unusual outside. Du Lala watched as she stared at the door, even letting the tea spill after she filled it up. Du Lala quickly snatched the kettle from Jiang Yumian's hand, not forgetting to turn and look out the window. What are you looking at? So engrossed? Jiang Yumian, it's a bit strange. Du Lala looked around. The vendors were still there, and even the number of pedestrians was pretty much the same as yesterday. She couldn't help but wonder, what's strange? Jiang Yumian, the wall should have been repaired yesterday, but it's been a day and a half, and it's still the same. Du Lala suddenly wanted to laugh. They're probably afraid you're stealing. Maybe they want to catch the thief first and then repair it. Jiang Yumian suddenly. He shook his head. Anyone else would probably do the same, but you might not know my father. Even if he wasn't able to catch the thief, he would immediately assign craftsmen to repair the wall. But now? Unless there's something more important than my identity being discovered. Listening to Jiang Yumian's analysis, Du Lala also grew serious. You're saying? Something might have happened in the palace? Before Jiang Yumian could say anything, a large group of officials strode towards the inn. Jiang Yumian and Du Lala exchanged glances, and immediately, in unison, headed for the corridor. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, having heard the news, had hurried out of the kitchen. He approached the official and asked, Sir, do you have any instructions? The leading official turned to look at the densely packed crowd eating around them, then pulled out a bag of gold beads and handed it to him. We received orders to clear all idle people from the inn this evening. The envoys from Qi Kingdom will be staying here tonight. The innkeeper dared not say no, so he quickly nodded and watched the officials leave. Jiang Yumian and the others returned to the window and watched the officials enter another inn across the street. Du Lala, are Lu Shiyan and the others coming? Jiang Yumian's face darkened. I'm afraid it's more than just them. Du Lala, are the envoys from all 4 countries coming? Jiang Yumian didn't deny it. Let's eat quickly. We still have a lot to do afterward. Du Lala, okay. It was 3 past noon. The gates of Lujin Kingdom's outer city opened almost simultaneously. Carriages carrying envoys from the 4 nations entered the city one after another. Inside the 5 Grains Kingdom's carriage, 2 men were leisurely playing chess. Ren Yuan, how much do you want this time? The blonde, blue-eyed man replied in fluent Chinese, I want the entire treasury of the Lujin Kingdom, and you help me conquer the Man Kingdom. Ren Yuan, playing with a black chess piece in his left hand, said slowly, Yes. Man Gui asked, What do you want? Ren Yuan slowly placed the black chess piece on a spot on the chessboard. I want all the mines in the Lujin Kingdom. Man Gui laughed, and after a back and forth, he placed a piece on the board. How arrogant! You won't leave anything for the Qin Kingdom and the Qi Kingdom? Ren Yuan, don't stay. At the north gate of Lujingguo's outer city, Xin Xinghui fanned himself with a feather fan, parting the curtains and gazing at the civilians on the street, fenced off by soldiers watching the spectacle. They're no different from us. How are they invulnerable? Jiang Mei advised from the side. Be careful what you say. Xin Xinghui, why am I going the same way as you? Jiang Mei didn't even spare him a glance. If you're not going the same way, get off the car. Xin Xinghui had no way of dealing with her. After all, she was now of higher status and seniority. Okay, I shut up. But before the silence had lasted a moment, Xin Xinghui couldn't help but speak again. I heard it was Xiaobai who saved you. Will you show her mercy this time? Jiang Mei raised her eyes, wanting to roll her eyes at him. Xin Xinghui smiled and continued, This must be a very serious matter. Jiang Xiaobai is either in Lujin Kingdom, or one of the other 3 kingdoms. Once we dealt with Lujin Kingdom, we sooner or later have to deal with the other 3 kingdoms. And then? Jiang Mei, can you just shut up? Jiang Mei hadn't finished her words, when a series of explosions erupted from outside. The blast practically resounded through the heavens, shaking the very ground. The other 3 kingdoms heard them too, with the envoys from Qin Kingdom in the south, and Wugu Kingdom in the north feeling them most directly. Inside the Wugu Kingdom carriage, a chess game, a game of chess played out with such ferocity, was completely overturned by the noise. Outside the carriage, the streets erupted in chaos. The horses were startled, and the people hurried home. For a moment, chaos reigned, and many people cried out, "The explosions are coming from the mine." "Oh my God, such a commotion. Didn't they blow up the entire mine? Then how will we mine in the future? Was it those thieves who ripped through any wall? They emptied the treasury, gutted the city walls, and now they're even going after the gold mines. It's obvious they're leaving no chance for our Lujin kingdom to survive." The two men, who had been calm before, suddenly frowned. Ran Yuan, Chen Zhao, capture someone and interrogate them. The man riding the carriage, wearing a black skull necklace, nodded instantly, dismounted, grabbed a random old man and tossed him into the carriage. "What are you doing? Can an envoy arrest someone without cause?" "Let me go! Let me go! Help!" The officers outside were too busy to notice, not even noticing someone being taken into the carriage. They were busy trying to maintain order among the crowd. "Ran Yuan, just answer my questions and I let you go." The people of Lujin have lived peacefully and are hospitable since childhood, but they recently heard rumors of a massive army approaching, ready for war, and they become quite wary. "Why should I tell you? Aren't you just trying to extract some useful information from me? Don't you think I don't know? I'm invulnerable, and even if I don't tell you, you can't hurt me at all." Ran Yuan smiled calmly. "Is that so?" Then Ran Yuan turned and glanced at Man Gui beside him. Man Gui instantly understood what he meant, and pulled a small bottle from his bosom. "This is some rainwater from our country. I was worried no one would come and try it." "Why don't you try it?" The old man, "What rainwater?" Man Gui didn't answer. He simply smiled, opened the exquisite glass bottle, and poured the water directly over the old man's head. In a blink of an eye. Sizzle, sizzle. Several loud noises accompanied by thick smoke. The old man collapsed in agony, struggling to wipe the liquid from his hair. His hands and feet were immediately stained by the splattered liquid, and the pain made his hoarse voice pierce with a sharp, piercing cry. The panicked crowd on the street gradually quieted down after the ground shaking subsided, drawn in by the heart-wrenching voice of the old man in the sedan chair. A once white-haired old man tumbled out of the carriage, his head bald and his body covered in countless wounds, oozing a golden liquid. Everyone, shock! The guards were also shocked by the scene before them. Chapter 294. Ran Yuan emerged, holding an ink-colored paper fan, his gaze icy. "Is this how you, the Lujin kingdom, treat visiting envoys? How dare you take advantage of the chaos and assassinate me in public?" The guards, who had been maintaining order, exchanged glances, no one able to make the decision, and no one dared to step forward. The situation was momentarily stalemated. Only a faint laugh could be heard from the crowd. "Sir, you're truly adept at playing the thief crying thief. This person is practically unconscious from the pain. Whatever you say is yours." Ran Yuan turned to look at the handsome man, also holding a fan, who was slowly approaching them. However, the landscape painting on the man's paper fan was glittering with color, adorned with countless gold dust, and even the handle was imbued with the scent of wealth, making it seem a bit vulgar. "Who are you?" The guards bowed in greeting. "Greetings, seventh prince." Jean Shi waved his hand with a faint smile. "Hurry, and take the assassin away, so he can recover. Otherwise, how will he reveal the truth?" Upon hearing this order, the guards hurried to support the old man. "Jean Shi, this liquid was brought from the barbarian kingdom, so I guess our disfavored third prince has also come. Since you're here, are you hiding in the sedan chair because you're afraid of being discovered by the two barbarian princes?" At this moment, the curtain of the sedan chair was slowly lifted from the inside. Man Gui squinted his eyes and smiled. "Seventh prince, you're joking. I just came here with Brother Ran to join in the fun." Jean Shi also smiled and asked, "I heard that your barbarian kingdom is experiencing widespread acid rain, corroding much of its forests. I also heard that the imperial palace is severely affected. Are you now homeless and wandering around?" "Oh, I forgot. Our third prince has been free to roam freely since childhood, raised by the barbarian emperor." "Man Gui, you..." Ran Yuan suddenly raised his hand to stop Man Gui's advance, saying calmly, "Are all the princes of the Lujin kingdom so eloquent?" Jean Shi, "Not at all. He's just not as taciturn as our regent." Ran Yuan, "I'm sure you're bothered by the commotion just now. Aren't you going to check out the mines now?" Man Gui quickly added, "Yes, how come you still have time to chat with us?" Jean Shi, who had been able to remain calm and composed, lowered his gaze for a moment before smiling. "Those matters are other people's business, none of my business. It's my job to entertain the visiting envoys. As for the mines, we don't need any of them. Although Jin Shi's defense was only momentarily breached, Ran Yuan still clearly noticed it. Ran Yuan, since it's getting late, please, 7th Prince, lead the way. Jin Shi smiled, it's my honor. As Ran Yuan turned back to the sedan chair, he whispered to Chen Zhao, let's investigate who's responsible for the mine explosion. Chen Zhao nodded. Man Gui had also heard the conversation and, as he sat back down, he subconsciously asked, isn't this mine explosion just a self-inflicted ploy by the Lu Jin kingdom? Ran Yuan, probably not. If it were, Jin, she wouldn't be so nonchalant as to claim that Lu Jin kingdom still has plenty of mines. Man Gui frowned slightly. Ran Yuan's eyes were calm, as he took a new chess set and placed it on the table. He said calmly, a person who's already prepared to cry poor and miserable to everyone wouldn't blindly reveal his cards to the public just for a moment's pleasure. Unless he's a fool. Jin Shi is a clever man. Although rumors circulate that he's a dissolute and dishonest person, he knows exactly what to say and what not to say. In the exchange just now, this man, even his two martial arts-obsessed brothers, knows how to handle people and judge situations better. This man. Be careful. Man Gui, where's Jin Shi? Ran Yuan, you have to understand that even the smartest and most capable person will always have a much harder time in officialdom than someone who's good at making friends and navigating the situation. This man brushed aside the assassination of the envoy in a few words, easily leading you out and even more easily angering you. Do you think he's easy to mess with? Man Gui, Ran Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the emperor of Lu Jin has only one wife, and his children are harmonious and respectful to each other. Otherwise, even if the country was small, this battle for the throne would be the most exciting one in several nations. Man Gui, now that you mention it, I'd like to see them fight. Ran Yuan, have you found her? Man Gui, yes I have. She's the most beautiful woman in our barbarian kingdom. She's skilled at bewitching and seducing people. Do you want to see her? Ran Yuan's eyes remained icy. I'm not interested. Since ancient times, heroes have been tempted by beautiful women. Are you afraid, Regent? Or are you? Man Gui joked, a rare occurrence, or are you? Regent, do you like men? For some reason, Ran Yuan's mind subconsciously flashed back to the woman who had blown up his entire bedroom. She raised her eyes and gave him a cold look. Like you? Man Gui immediately retreated. Stop joking. Let's just watch the show. They say it's hard to resist a beautiful woman. The Golden Emperor will probably keep delaying. We'd be living in the Golden Kingdom for a long time anyway, so why not watch this beauty show? Man Gui said, as if suddenly remembering something. By the way, I heard that the 9th princess of the Golden Kingdom has lived in seclusion since she was a child, well protected by her brothers. I think she must be a simple-minded person. Judging by the 7th prince's appearance, the 9th princess must be quite impressive as well. We already used the beauty trap, so why don't we try a beauty trap as well? Ran Yuan looked up at him. You want to do it yourself? Man Gui, isn't it possible? Man Gui smiled and toyed with his proud golden curls. I heard that the 9th princess is favored by the royal family. If we can capture her, wouldn't our plan be halfway to success? Ran Yuan, if you think of this, the other 3 kingdoms will think the same thing. Give up. Man Gui, why should I give up? Ran Yuan, ugly. Man Gui, Chapter 295. Late at night, outside one of the royal mines at the Lu Jin kingdom's palace, Jin Ji, accompanied by numerous guards, had just returned from the explosion site and whispered to the Jin Emperor, Father, the mines are basically fine. The tunnels that collapsed in the explosion have long been abandoned. The Jin Emperor raised an eyebrow. Abandoned? Jin Ji nodded immediately. Furthermore, when they blew up the mines, they avoided anyone, causing no casualties. Father, if this thief was able to steal the treasury because he was familiar with the area, I'm afraid only our royal family knows the map of the royal mines. The Jin Emperor interrupted immediately. Let's talk about it when we get back. The Jin Emperor said, go and call the boss and the others to the imperial study. Jin Ji said obediently, okay, got it. Night. In the largest inn in the outer city. After gathering information, Chen Zhao quietly entered the Tianzi No. 1 inn. Master, we found out everything. Recently, there have been numerous thefts from the city walls. Ran Yuan, pouring tea, raised an eyebrow. City walls? Chen Zhao nodded. Yes, master, you may not know that the inner city walls of Lu Jin Kingdom are built entirely of pure gold bricks. They remained intact for years. But for some reason, the walls have been frequently breached lately, causing quite a stir in the city. Ran Yuan set down the teapot and gazed indifferently at the ground, seemingly lost in thought, yet still. He then asked, what was the Jin Emperor's attitude? Chen Zhao. At first, the entire imperial court didn't take it seriously. They simply assigned a few personnel to investigate the matter as per usual practice. But then I heard, Chen Zhao, I heard that the entire imperial treasury was robbed, and even the chambers of several princes weren't spared. I heard that the 9th princess's chamber was ransacked the most thoroughly. Even the gold and jade inlaid floor was taken away. The Jin Emperor was furious and dispatched every available official to investigate the matter, including his own secret guards. This incident has caused quite a stir in the kingdom of Lu Jin. Ran Yuan took a sip of tea. It's quite interesting. Qin Zhao, the explosion we heard today came from the mines to the south. Our subordinates have investigated, and almost all the mine entrances are destroyed. Even if we dig out the rubble day and night from now on, it will probably take 3 to 5 years to restore basic access. I heard the mines to the north are even worse, and it will take at least 5 years. Ran Yuan, what about the Imperial Palace? Qin Zhao, I don't know about the Imperial Palace yet, but I heard the explosion in the Imperial Palace even collapsed a side hall. The explosion might be even more severe than the explosions in the northern and southern mines. The Emperor of Jin has summoned several princes late at night to discuss important matters. We may not be able to rely on the Imperial mines anymore. Ran Yuan drank the tea in silence and said nothing. Qin Zhao subconsciously asked, the treasury has been robbed, the city walls have been dug up, and now even the mines are experiencing problems. The Lu Jin kingdom is now a mere shell. Given this, will our purpose for coming here be lost? We wasted so much manpower, and gone through so much trouble, just to get some money back from the Lu Jin kingdom. But now, Lu Jin is broke and no more money than we are. Ran Yuan, if we can't get anything, then the other 3 kingdoms will? Qin Zhao, my lord, should we just return home now? Not only are we wasting time here, but we still have 400,000 troops outside the city that need to be supported. Ran Yuan, since we gained something this time, let's discuss cooperation. Chen Zhao, cooperation. Ran Yuan, the Lu Jin kingdom is centrally located. We can directly reach Qin kingdom and attack Manchi kingdom from both sides. This will save us a great deal of time and manpower. Isn't it a friendly partner for win-win cooperation? Qin Zhao, but they can't get out either. Ran Yuan poured a puddle of tea onto the Nanma wood table and drew a simple map with his fingertips. He said indifferently, it's precisely because they can't get out that we're safe from being attacked, and we're safe from the other 2 countries taking advantage of the situation to attack us. Suppose we attack Beijing, and Zuiman, and Yuqi seize the opportunity to attack us, then the soldiers stationed in Lu Jin kingdom can also seize the opportunity to storm the other country's imperial city in the shortest possible time. We will attack, and Lu Jin kingdom will defend, helping us protect our last retreat. Qin Zhao also subconsciously tapped a little tea on his fingertips, and drew an X on Lu Jin kingdom on the map, analyzing carefully. But what if they turn against us and cut off our last retreat? If Lu Jin kingdom cut off their retreat, not only would they be unable to capture the city, they might even be easily robbed. Ran Yuan smiled, a rare moment. Since ancient times, what has been the best form of cooperation between 2 countries? Chen Zhao, marriage alliance? Do you mean sending that barbarian kingdom's most beautiful woman, whom Man Gui found, to be a princess and marry the Lu Jin kingdom's prince? Ran Yuan shook his head. Man Gui's words remind me that barbarian kingdom's most beautiful woman is definitely on his side. Whether she turn against him in the end is hard to say, but Man Gui's words do remind me that the 9th princess is the best candidate for a marriage alliance. In the North Inn. Xin Xinghui, you want me to marry the 9th princess? Jiangmei, isn't it possible? Xin Xinghui, how can you, a high-ranking princess, not marry? Jiangmei smiled faintly. Is it okay for me to like women? Xin Xinghui, divine gold. In the East Inn. Man Zhe looked at a photo of the 9th princess back that he had looted from the inner city and slowly said to the person beside him, if the marriage doesn't work out, I have to kidnap this person for me. With her, we can control the entire Lu Jin kingdom. In the West Inn. Lu Shiyan looked at the map marking several collapsed mines, and couldn't help but chuckle. Quite capable. Hao Wuja sighed helplessly. Brother Lu, let's think about how to help Lu Jin kingdom avoid this crisis. Lu Shiyan, it's already avoided. Now I'm afraid she's the only one who needs to avoid the crisis. Because all the inns were occupied, Jiang Yumian and her husband had no choice but to return to the palace to sleep in the palace. They lay alone on a jade-inlaid Nanma bed, covered with a soft golden pillow and quilt. Even though she was warm, for some reason, Jiang Yumian kept sneezing. Du la la, are you catching a cold? Jiang Yumian, no, I just keep feeling itchy in my nose, and someone's been cursing me behind my back. Du la la moved the blanket closer to Jiang Yumian. Go to sleep. We have a big fight tomorrow morning. Jiang Yumian stared blankly at the gauze curtains overhead in the darkness. Chicken, I can't sleep. I miss Grandma. Is this game really going to last that long? Do you think this round can end early like my last one? Chicken. La la. Jiang Yumian turned around and saw Du la la soundly asleep, unperturbed. Even a smile curled up at the corner of her mouth in her sleep. Chapter 296. Jiang Yumian sighed helplessly and closed her eyes to rest. What Jiang Yumian didn't notice was that the girl beside her, who should have been dreaming sweetly, suddenly frowned, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes into her hair. In her dream, blood red almost stained half the sky. Standing atop the city wall, she looked down, seeing battles everywhere. Outside the wall, blood flowed like a river, corpses littered the fields, while within the city, countless people starved and suffered unbearably. But none of this could stop the incessant war outside. She even saw many familiar faces beneath the walls. Some had perished by swords, some had been impaled on the walls by spears, and some had been so dismembered that she couldn't even recognize them. Even Lu Shiyan was half kneeling, holding a long sword, his heart pierced by thousands of arrows, outside the city gates. Her gaze was now fixed on the woman outside the city, surrounded by countless grotesque figures. The woman held a bow and an arrow, her back straight and yet so poignant. Again! Dulala screamed desperately, but no one seemed to hear her. Dulala watched her fight single-handedly through the crowd, her wounds gradually healing, then succumbing to widespread injuries until they could no longer heal, bleeding profusely. Yet she continued to kill. Even after being stabbed multiple times, she remained resilient. Until a strange, long arrow, piercing her chest from afar with such force that it pierced her entire body and carried the girl straight onto the city wall beside her. And this scene lasted only a fleeting moment. Even before she could react, the woman pinned to the wall seemed to see her. As her hands drooped, she whispered in her dying breath, "La la, run. 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 Don't." Du la la suddenly sat up, her body drenched in cold sweat, her eyes unable to focus for a moment. Jiang Yumian, rinsing her mouth at the dressing table, was startled by Du la la's scream. Jiang Yumian, what's wrong? Jiang Yumian, what nightmare scared you like this? Jiang Yumian, keep your voice down. We're still hiding in the palace. If we're discovered, we won't be able to escape. Du la la, seeing Jiang Yumian still alive, breathed a sigh of relief, but then a surge of fear washed over her. Du la la quickly got out of bed. Pig, I just dreamt you died. Jiang Yumian calmly combed her hair. Oh, dreams and reality are opposites, aren't they? Du la la stood behind her, silent for a long moment before saying, you know, my special ability in this round of the game is to predict the future. Jiang Yumian paused, then smiled and asked, can you tell the difference between prophetic dreams and ordinary dreams? Du la la also shook her head silently. Seeing this, Jiang Yumian smiled and pulled her to a wooden chair nearby. Alright, we need to get ready to go watch the fun. Du la la, but... Jiang Yumian, however, for safety's sake, you still have to tell me everything that happened in your dream so I can make arrangements. Seeing his still serious expression, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, even if I face danger in the future, I still have you, my prophet. Come on, let's ask our greatest prophet to clear my doubts and confusion. Avoiding risks is the best way. Du la la, seeing that she was still in the mood to joke, couldn't help but laugh along. You really are. If you're really in danger, I won't care about you. Jiang Yumian smiled and rubbed against her twice, saying in a coquettish voice, Oh. Du la la, stop acting like a spoiled child. Jiang Yumian, Oh. The Five Kingdoms alliance of Lujin Kingdom was held with great fanfare, with gongs and drums booming and the people welcoming them. The secret rivalry between the four kingdoms began over who would enter first. It was just this inner city gate. The envoys from the four kingdoms were completely silent. The Five Grains Kingdom team. Ran Yuan saw the carriage stop and asked, what's wrong? Qin Zhao, my lord, there are quite a few gates in this city. At the same time, almost everyone in the four sedan chairs instinctively lifted the curtains and looked toward the city gates, their lips twitching in unison. Because, not far away, next to the north gate of the inner city, there were three large arch-shaped holes, each as large as the city gate itself. Qi Xinghui, standing nearby, looked at the holes, and couldn't help but chuckle. I guess this is the work of the wall thieves. Wow, it's truly extraordinary. No wonder even the usually generous Emperor Jin was so enraged. Shocked, Qi Xinghui instinctively turned his head in the direction of the Five-Grain Kingdom. Just as he was about to make a joke, he suddenly saw the man standing next to the sedan chair and froze. Chen Zhao. Qi Xinghui took advantage of the moment the man turned to look at him, and quickly lowered the sedan curtain. Seeing his strange expression, Jiang Mei instinctively asked, "Who is Chen Zhao?" Qi Xinghui. Chen Zhao is Yan Qingyun's brother. Remember your good sister? She knows him. Jiang Mei. Then the region of the Five Grains Kingdom must be Yan Qingyun, right? Qi Xinghui shook his head. No, Chen Zhao is dead. He died when the giant organization was destroyed. As soon as these words came out, the two of them seemed to realize something and said in tacit understanding, "Does the system refer to those special players who have been resurrected from the dead? Does the system refer to those special players who have been resurrected from the dead? Resurrected people? Jiang Mei, if that's the case, then these 1,000 players are all those who died once before." Qi Xinghui had a sinister feeling. Not only that, there are many more than 1,000 players who died before. I think these 1,000 special players must be the best of the best. They might even be the 1,000 strongest players who died before. Jiang Mei, but can people who died in the real world really be resurrected? Qi Xinghui smiled at her. I heard you almost died too. How did you survive? Jiang Mei fell silent. Qi Xinghui, I'm worried that these 1,000 special players have different missions than us. For example, we all have to die so they can live. Chapter 297. They weren't the only ones who noticed Chen Zhao. Almost a quarter of the mid to high-level players present at the scene, many of them knew Chen Zhao well. For example, the crown prince from Qin country, Yan Qingyun, and the many players accompanying him and his subordinates. Chen Zhao? Brother Yan, isn't that Brother Chen Zhao? It really is Brother Chen Zhao. But isn't Brother Chen Zhao dead? As soon as he heard everyone calling Chen Zhao's name, Yan Qingyun had already lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and looked towards the crowd, stunned yet silent. Zhuang Tianjiao, sitting next to him, trembled unconsciously, his eyes reddening. Brother Yan, it's really Brother Chen Zhao. Zhuang Tianjiao instinctively stood up, preparing to step out of the carriage, but Yan Qingyun grabbed his arm. Don't rush into reminiscing. The two sides are now on different sides. Going like this won't do any good for either you or him. Zhuang Tianjiao, but... At the same time, Chen Zhao seemed to sense a few strange glances, and instinctively turned to look in the direction of Yan Qingyun and the others. But the next second after their gazes met, Chen Zhao nodded slightly, then immediately looked away expressionlessly. Zhuang Tianjiu and Yan Qingyun clearly sensed something was amiss, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Yan Qingyun hadn't finished when a gust of wind blew a corner of the thin curtain, a curtain of soft blue and white gauze, behind the Five Grains Kingdom. The breeze blew aside a corner of the curtain, revealing the side profile of a beautiful woman in exotic clothing within the sedan chair. Zhuang Tianjiao's pupils shrank. Brother Yan, she. Yan Qingyun, who? Zhuang Tianjiu, Jiang Mianyi. How is she still alive? I saw her die from the poison ivy in the last round. Yan Qingyun's face darkened. This matter may not be that simple. Calm down first. Zhuang Tianjiu felt as if his entire worldview was being shattered. A burst of laughter emanated from the barbarian nation's camp. Since none of you want to be the first to try something new, then we go ahead. Move the sedan. Everyone turned to look at the vast barbarian nation group marching towards the city gates. The accompanying NPCs and players from other countries couldn't help but whisper among themselves, and even the NPCs from Lujin Nation joined in the heated discussion. I heard that although these barbarians look just like us on a normal day, once they enter combat mode, they become incredibly burly, and even their skin turns blue. That's hilarious. Doesn't that sound like a Hulk clone? It's different. The Hulk doesn't eat human flesh raw, but these barbarians do. The more they eat, the greater their explosive power becomes, their wounds heal faster, and even their eyes glow red. It's terrifying. So this barbarian nation is the only one that can compete with the Lujin people in terms of physical strength. The key is that these barbarians are they don't have any geographical restrictions, like the Lujin people, so they're quite arrogant. Both the barbarian and Lujin nations are powerful. The Qing people are skilled in horseback archery, and the Qi people have a wealth of weapons. Our Five Grains nation doesn't seem to have any special strengths besides focusing on farming. Isn't that the weakest? No. Although the barbarian nation has no geographical restrictions, it has a serious drawback. Each tribe member's daily appetite is nearly 30 times greater than that of an average person. And their land is nestled deep in the mountains and treacherous forests. While the land can produce food, it's still a drop in the bucket. They still rely on us. Besides, we don't rely on brute force at all, we rely on our brains. Over the years, the barbarian kingdom has sent a small number of troops to attack the five-grain kingdom, but each time they gain nothing. You see, that's just how it is. The people from the four camps, each with their own agenda, gradually entered the inner city and headed towards the imperial palace in its center. At that moment, within the palace, Jiang Yumian's other four negotiation hammers flashed simultaneously. Jiang Yumian, feeling drunk, asked Hua Guangguang helplessly, "Guangzi, have you discussed this situation? For negotiation hammers flashing simultaneously? What's the matter? If I use them simultaneously, will I have four separate bodies acting as negotiating envoys?" Hua Guangguang, this. It didn't dare to speak. The Lord God had told them to increase the game difficulty to its maximum. The events of this dungeon completely disrupted, and even contradicted everything he had initially predicted. He didn't know how to use the remaining four negotiation hammers. Hua Guangguang paused for 2 seconds, then said to Jiang Yumian, "Wait a moment." Then, Hua Guangguang immediately called Qian Duoduo. At this point, Qian Duoduo paused for a rare second. "This matter is beyond my authority. I ask for your approval." So, Jiang Yumian simply reclined on the chaise longue by the window, awaiting Hua Guangguang's response. After waiting for almost an hour, until Jiang Yumian was nearly asleep, and with envoys from various countries expected to arrive at the palace in just another hour, Hua Guangguang's response finally arrived. "Dear, considering the unique difficulty of this round, I am now taking back your 4 remaining blocking hammers and returning for gold coins. Since you successfully used the blocking hammer the first time, the 1,000 gold coins you were awarded do not need to be returned. Now, I issue you the 34-item sales mission for this round." Jiang Yumian, who had been drowsy, suddenly widened her eyes. 35-item missions? This round? Did I hear you wrong, or are you guys crazy? Hua Guangguang smiled and said, "You heard me right, and we're not crazy either. Just listen to me." Jiang Yumian, come on, go ahead, start your performance. Hua Guangguang then continued seriously, "You need to sell a total of 34 items this time. Given the large number, there's no mandatory requirement for this round. There's no penalty for not selling all of them. If you successfully sell all 34 items, and they're all used by the players this round, you receive an extra item." Jiang Yumian smiled dismissively. "What item?" Hua Guangguang, "The Heaven and Earth Longevity Buff." Jiang Yumian, Hua Guangguang, "The Heaven and Earth Longevity Buff has a 100% chance of triggering after use. So, as for the function of this item, if you die, the entire world will be buried with you." Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched. "Are you serious?" Hua Guangguang, "Idol, you should know that we professional Tongzi never joke. This item buff has been used before, but..." Jiang Yumian added subconsciously, "But it's only valid for this round of the game." Hua Guangguang, "Yes." Jiang Yumian said with a forced smile, "Could it be that Ren Yuan used it?" Hua Guangguang avoided the question and even began to speak seriously. "Now, I list these 34 items for you. Chapter 298. Clairvoyance buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 50% chance of triggering clairvoyance, allowing you to clearly see anything within 50 meters. Price, 3 gold coins. Aureole buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 100% chance of triggering beautiful voice. Price, 5 gold coins. Attention buff, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, there's a 100% chance of triggering stand at attention. Price, 5 gold coins. Jiang Yumian looked at the dazzling array of useless items, feeling a mixture of emotions. Compared to these, she was actually more concerned with something else. "Guang, you told me before that your item system was attacked, losing 60% of its important data, so you asked me to be the guinea pig." "Ugh, salesperson." Hua Guangguang, "Yes." Jiang Yumian analyzed it carefully. "You suddenly given me so many item quests at once. You don't want me to recover all the lost item data this time, do you?" Hua Guangguang, Before Hua Guangguang could formulate a response, Jiang Yumian quickly added, "Isn't it possible that after this round, I won't be needed as an item salesperson? And this Heaven and Earth Longevity buff. You're actually giving me such incredible items? Even if you were going to give them to me, you wouldn't give them to me in this round, and only for this round. After all, this round brings together the world's youngest and most promising top talent, Rising star players. If you want me to use destructive items in this round, as a rigorous, professional system, it can't make a rash decision with a high probability of total annihilation, right? Unless you just want us all to die here. We've been through so much together, and you actually want me to die here too? Huang Wang instinctively tried to defend himself. It's not me. Jiang Yumian choked up. Your superior, that stingy Xiao Qian, right? Huang Wang, actually, it's not him. Jiang Yumian immediately replied, I know. It's the person possessing Ren Yuan, right? Is he your boss? Huang Wang's brain froze for a moment, and he stared blankly at her. Jiang Yumian, who had only vaguely guessed at first, saw Huang Wang short circuit, which was exactly like Butler Chang's momentary inability to recover. Jiang Yumian understood instantly. As a robot, except for negation is affirmation, but if direct negation isn't possible at the moment, it becomes an indirect affirmation. The Ren Yuan she previously encountered wasn't the real Ren Yuan. This suddenly reminded Jiang Yumian of an article she read at school, a few sentences of which had left a deep impression on her. Humans have hearts, machines only have chips. A person can never become another person, but a machine can become another machine. Peeling off the old, brittle shell, replacing the veins, and through countless updates and iterations of the chip system, it can be transformed into another machine at any time. But no matter how accurate a chip's algorithm is or how powerful its execution capabilities are, it lacks self-awareness and emotions, and even less imagination and creativity. There were no so-called ethics, no ability to communicate. But people have hearts, capable of perceiving the world and experiencing ethical principles. Sometimes, even before the brain has time to react, the heart has already brought the body to life. Just as her grandmother had said to her. You have to use your heart, feel with your heart. In her heart, when she felt with her heart. The answer told her. Jiang Yumian, the real Ren Yuan has completely disappeared, right? Huang Wang, shock. Jiang Yumian, you can be replaced silently by your superiors, and then leave quietly. Besides spirit possession, there's also data transfer. I'm not a programmer, but for high-tech like yours, chips are particularly important. Just like a mobile phone system, they can be remotely controlled for upgrades and data replacement. As for whether Ren Yuan has become a robot like you and Butler Chung? Huang Wang, shock. And at this moment, in the chaotic space, the woman ranked first on the list, whose brain data had reached 80% after using the hammer to block negotiations, was now marked in red. The value, already marked in red, was decreasing at a visible rate. At 60%, it turned orange. At 40%, it turned green. At 10%, it had already turned white. Xian Duo frantically prepared to press the emergency button, as if to notify the Lord. But before he could, a man, whose data rapidly solidified into a humanoid form, appeared beside him. Xian Duo, Lord, she's experiencing the same data as your clone, and now? The Lord simply watched silently, as the data on the screen dropped to 0. Xian Duo's voice trailed off. No, it's even lower. Watching the avatar of the woman, who had previously been ranked first fall to the bottom right corner of the screen, Xian Duo's heart sank. The Lord asked calmly, how's the heart's reaction? Xian Duo quickly operated the console dozens of times, and the screen above it suddenly displayed a heartwarming scene of a room filled with red K-pop flowers. Xian Duo, everything is fine at the moment, no rejection. The Lord looked at the man now at the top of the list, his score having reached 90%. Xian Duo immediately explained, Lord, he recently used 5 items in a row. We only need to use 2 more items before we can completely access his brain data through the items themselves. The man couldn't help but chuckle, then said in a cold tone, a special mission? Xian Duo, please direct. Jiang Yumian had just discovered a crucial secret about the game itself, when the next second, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Chapter 299. Ding dong. Due to the extremely high sales target for player 521125, we granted you an exclusive privilege. Jiang Yumian, surprise. Oh wow, there's even such good news? Jiang Yumian's excitement barely lasted 2 minutes, when the system notification continued. From now on, until all 170 item buffs are sold, your location within a 100-meter radius will be shared in real time with all surviving players in this round. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Jiang Yumian, wait, isn't that 34 items? How did it suddenly become 170? Huang Wang explained kindly, my idol, there are 34 item buffs in total, 5 of each. Jiang Yumian, wait a moment. Why is that? Didn't you say there weren't any hard completion requirements for the items in this round? Qianduoduo's voice slowly rang out at this moment. There aren't any hard conditions. If you don't complete it by the end of the game, the system won't impose any penalties on you. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched sharply. Sharing her location in real time throughout the entire round. Does she even want to live? Isn't that a punishment? Scumbag Tongzi. Hua Guangguang consoled her. Idol, you got something good too. For every item sold, you also receive a commission of 1 gold coin and a 1-hour lucky buff. Jiang Yumian felt a little better after hearing this. Anyway, there were plenty of wealthy people in this round. As long as she could find a few wealthy individuals. Jiang Yumian was still lost in her dream of swiping orders when Qianduoduo's slightly serious voice punctured her dream. To prevent the recurrence of similar incidents, like you humans spamming card buffs, each player is limited to purchasing 2 item buffs. Jiang Yumian, I quit. I quit. Hua Guangguang quickly added, Idol, don't worry. To ensure your safety, we grant you a privilege. Face-shaping disguise. Jiang Yumian, question mark. Qianduoduo, until the end of the game, you can change your appearance at any time. Whatever you imagine, your image will be, and no one will be able to recognize you with the naked eye. Jiang Yumian, why does that sound so grandiose? Hua Guangguang smiled. It's not so bad, actually. This kind of privilege technology is common in the game. Jiang Yumian, really no one can recognize me? Qianduoduo, of course, unless you confess, or because you now possess the physique of the flowing gold nation, even your blood will turn to gold dust. Color, that can't be changed. Or, the X-ray vision buff can reveal your true appearance. Jiang Yumian, I'm a little confused. Do you think the real-time coordinates I'm sharing will keep moving? If that's the case, then no matter what I look like, people will instantly recognize me just by looking at my coordinates. Then there's no point in changing your appearance. It's boring. Really boring. Qianduoduo shook his head. You misunderstood. These real-time coordinates are a range. Qianduoduo, you can also think of it as a circle with a radius of 100 meters formed on this map with you as the center. The circle the system will form around your specific location after 10 minutes is your initial location range. If you leave this range, your circle will be updated again. A new circle will be generated with the center point of the range you left, and this will continue until you leave the new circle again, at which point another circle will be generated. Jiang Yumian understood and laughed. So that's what you mean. Then this real-time coordinate sharing isn't really that useful. It just sounds a bit scary. Hua Guangguang noticed Jiang Yumian starting to get complacent, and quickly warned her, Idol, don't underestimate this circle. If you frequently leave the circle, it will easily get locked. For us, it only takes 3 seconds to calculate the result. Jiang Yumian. Mian, you mean, if I stay in a crowded area and don't leave the circle, they just have to guess. Hua Guangguang, yes, but you also need to be careful about the context when selling items. After all, when you sell items, you're essentially exposing your identity. Jiang Yumian, I understand that. Don't worry. Qianduoduo saw that Jiang Yumian seemed to have no objections, and asked with a smile, Are you satisfied? Jiang Yumian was quite satisfied, but she felt something was amiss. Jiang Yumian, are you setting some trap for me to fall into? Qianduoduo didn't answer her question, but solemnly recited the last point. You have 8 minutes left until you share your location with all players. Happy gaming? Jiang Yumian's guess was correct. This seemingly privileged treatment was, for her, another bloody battle. Because at this point in the game, all players except her have received a special mission. Ding dong. Attention all players. A salesperson NPC carrying 170 winning and losing item buffs has appeared. The NPC's shared location will disappear after the 170 item buffs are sold out. This seems reasonable, but it also doesn't seem particularly appealing. After all, when it comes to items, who among the top players who have made it this far is short of money or items? After hearing this news, it was just that, buy or not, it didn't matter. But the next system message was a stark revelation. Items can be obtained by purchasing from NPCs, or by killing them. The former is limited to 2 per player. The latter, killing an NPC not only grants you all the items on them, but also, the Kingdom of Gold will be reduced to dust and cease to exist. At the same time, the underground gold mines of the Kingdom of Gold will belong to the killer. Everyone, what does question mark mean? Turn to dust. The entire Lujin Kingdom. Then why are they still trying to curry favor with the Lujin Kingdom royal family? Just kill them. When everyone looked at the NPC coordinates displayed in the location, they fell silent. These NPC coordinates only indicated a circle with a radius of 100 meters on the entire map. At this moment, almost everyone was within these coordinates. Even. Chapter 300. The group, who had just arrived at the palace, was now at the center of the entire circle. Everyone, There's an undercover NPC among them. Hua Guangguang watched as Jiang Yumian not only didn't change her face, but also remained within sight of the other players. She even wore this harmless face, dressed in the unique golden attire of the Golden Kingdom. When everyone arrived outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, she rushed to the side of the Golden Emperor and his group. Hua Guangguang, this. Xian Duoduo also frowned and asked, isn't she running away? Hua Guangguang scratched his head, bewildered. Perhaps she doesn't know that others want to kill her? Xian Duoduo looked at the girl on the screen, hugging the Golden Queen's arm and playfully sticking her tongue out at the Golden Emperor. He said helplessly, why do I feel like she knows? Not only does she know, but she seems to have come up with a lot of bad ideas. Xian Duoduo was feeling was right, and even completely correct. Didn't she sell the items? Sell them all? Isn't it said that each player is limited to purchasing 2 items? So she have to find at least 85 players, or 84 excluding herself. The map is so vast these days, there are always wolves in front and tigers behind. Instead of avoiding the crowd, she should go looking for scattered players. Even if she finds them, they might just be rising stars from the first or second round, who simply don't have the money to buy. The system actually issued a shared real-time location. Isn't it just trying to throw in some tempting rewards like Lu Shiyan's previous level-up game, saying that killing her would give her so many tempting benefits that they can roast her in the crossfire, making her a public enemy? I get it. But she simply didn't like to escape, and she hated hiding to avoid risk. After all, escaping wouldn't solve any problems, and she loved to watch the fun and shift risk onto others. At this moment, those waiting outside the hall to be summoned were all looking around, each harboring their own ulterior motives. After all, the system's recent notification said to kill the NPCs. The people of Lujin were invulnerable and couldn't be killed quickly, so the NPCs selling items were most likely envoys from various countries, or grooms, or soldiers. Even the people of Lujin were quickly searching among the nearly 100,000 people. After all, the only weapon capable of killing the people of Lujin was probably the barbarian nation's acid rain. Not to mention the difficulty of transporting this acid rain. Even if it were transported, it wouldn't be possible to enter the city on someone else's territory. Even if they were transported and despite numerous difficulties, it wouldn't be enough to test them one by one. The only solution now was to find out who the NPC selling the items was. That's how they could quickly devise a countermeasure. So, a situation had arisen where everyone looked like an NPC. The players, once almost united and ready to act in unison, began to grow suspicious of those around them. For example, the last few soldiers of the 5-Grain Nation team. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not an NPC. But you clearly asked me yesterday if I wanted to buy the item you had. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding players all turned their gazes in their direction. The new player, who had only played 2 rounds, saw so many people looking at him, and his panic grew. He quickly explained, I lost money gambling online, and am desperate for money, so I want to sell all the items I got from the first 2 rounds to pay back the debt. Then how do you prove you're not an NPC? I'm in this state, and you still can't prove it? Aren't NPCs supposed to be unable to hear anything about the game? I can hear your conversation, it's not blocked. Just as everyone began to hesitate, someone in the crowd suddenly asked, puzzled, even though NPCs block our unusual conversations, can it still automatically correct our behavior to be absolutely reasonable? And this NPC responsible for selling items must be different from ordinary NPCs, right? Otherwise, how could he sell items to us? That makes sense. This NPC is definitely different from ordinary NPCs. The college student, who was in debt from online gambling and was being questioned by everyone, fell silent. For a moment, he was unable to defend himself, and could only cry out weakly and feebly, but I really am a player. The soldiers, who had previously only dared to whisper, suddenly roared from the crowd, attracting the attention of everyone around them. Among those caught in the spotlight were many envoys and accompanying guards from neighboring countries. Standing before the college student in online gambling debt, Wang Tian said earnestly, then, if you sell me the item you offered to sell me yesterday, I trust you now. The online gambling student, now? Is he crazy, or is he? The online gambling student, looking at the players staring at him intently, said firmly, I'm not an NPC. Can't I just not sell it? Wang Tian's expression instantly turned cold. See, What are you feeling guilty about? Is it because I just told you that everyone's looking for this NPC selling items, hoping to kill him, and then you discovered our special mission was actually like that, so you're starting to deny it, right? That must be it. He's been exposed. The online gambling student, I'm not. I really am not. How else do you expect me to prove myself? Before the online gambling student could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp blade suddenly pierce his back. When he lowered his head, he saw that his chest had already been pierced by the attacker behind him. Wang Tian was also startled by the sudden attack. At this moment, the online gambling student glanced back, then turned back. With his bloody hand, which had just been covering his chest, he trembled and pointed at Wang Tian in front of him. With his dying breath he said, "So you're the NPC. Diverting the blame. What a good deception." Wang Tian, shock. As the man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Tian, the man who had made the final accusation. Wang Tian, who had originally made only bold guesses and analyses, had never imagined that his few words would lead to the death of someone. Even more unexpectedly, he hadn't expected that his roommate, who had killed someone right before his eyes without batting an eyelid, would now point a dagger at him. Wang Tian's legs trembled as he stepped back. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Chapter 301. How are you going to prove it wasn't you? Wang Tian stared at the suspicious eyes around him, his mood plummeting. It wasn't me. Just as the man in front of him was about to stab Wang Tian with his dagger, a piece of gravel suddenly ricocheted off him, knocking the dagger to the ground. The spectators turned their heads in the direction of the rubble. Chen Zhao said expressionlessly, "Has that been enough? If you're going to embarrass yourself, hide away. You're so stupid. Line up." Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. As they watched Chen Zhao walk back to the carriage at the front of the group, they exchanged glances, each with their own hidden agenda. Chen Zhao, "Master, it's resolved." Inside the sedan, Man Gui watched Ran Yuan calmly don his cloak, and couldn't help but laugh. Really not trying? Maybe it's really him? Ran Yuan, the system isn't stupid. If the system can entrust an entire nation to an NPC, then this NPC must have some extraordinary qualities, or perhaps some important identity. How could it possibly let such an inexperienced fool take on this position? Man Gui, that's not necessarily true. The system never takes the usual path, as you should know. Ran Yuan, they simply want to sow discord and defeat us one by one. There's nothing much to say. At the same time, call envoys from the 4 nations to see you. As Ran Yuan stood up and left, he didn't forget to say, "Your most beautiful woman." Man Gui immediately said, "Don't worry, she's well prepared. There won't be any mistakes." Ran Yuan, "Yes." To avoid unnecessary arguments and comparisons, the envoys from the 4 nations were arranged in 4 rows, entering the hall together to face the emperor. As for the leaders of each row, almost everyone knew each other. When they met and entered the hall, many were stunned. The biggest reactions came from the captains and key members of the top 5 finalists. Yin Chongyun saw that Chen Zhao was still able to maintain a calm demeanor, but when he saw Ran Yuan, the former captain of the Titan organization, the fear that many had once felt at the mercy of the Titan organization surged back, their scalps tingling. Shin Shiran, who had been calmly awaiting the arrival of the 4 envoys, was practically stunned. He frantically signaled to Hao Wuzhao, who stood on the far right. Shin Shiran, "Brother Hao, what's going on?" Hao Wuzhao, "I don't know." Shin Shiran, "Where's Brother Lu? Is he with you?" Shin Shiran watched Hao Wuzhao frantically gesture behind him. He scanned the Qi Kingdom's ranks several times, but couldn't find anyone. Finally, at the back of the group, he spotted a man dressed as a guard, his head lowered. Shin Shiran's lips twitched slightly, and he subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Yumian, who was sitting next to Queen Jean. Jiang Yumian realized Shin Shiran was hinting at something, but she had actually noticed it long ago. This guy is really good at hiding. It makes sense. Other kingdoms have princes and important ministers serving as envoys, while even the 5 Grains Kingdom is merely a regent. At a time when the 5 kingdoms are about to fall into chaos, an emperor of one nation has come along. Isn't he afraid he never return? While it's said that envoys aren't executed during war, your emperor isn't just an envoy, so naturally, it's a different matter. It's inevitable that he want to hide his identity. It's just that his figure, his looks, his demeanor, are nothing like those of a guard. She could only say, it's hard to judge. She wished him success. Jiang Yumian glanced at him briefly before looking away, fearing anyone would notice him too much. But right now, she had something important to attend to. After all, Ran Yuan had met her in the Five Grains Kingdom. And the fact that she dared to appear so openly before him was actually deliberate. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow as their gaze met. The Golden Emperor, seated atop the dragon throne, spoke helplessly. I know you ministers have come here hoping that the kingdom of Lu Jin will generously contribute to the post-disaster reconstruction efforts of other nations. Natural disasters are ravaging countless nations, and the people are suffering. I know all of this, and I am deeply saddened. As I'm sure you all witnessed along the way, our kingdom of Lu Jin has been plagued by thefts lately. The national treasury has been robbed, and even mines across the country have suffered severe damage. Several mines within the imperial palace have suffered the most serious damage. The Ministry of Works conducted a survey last night and determined that reopening the mines will take at least 10 years. Originally, I was prepared to open the treasury and offer assistance to the nations, but now, I'm afraid I'm powerless. The Golden Emperor's face was filled with sorrow, a look of helplessness. He sighed. Even in terms of manpower, the kingdom of Lu Jin, due to its physical condition, can't even send a single soldier to accompany the envoys back to support us. I feel so guilty. Listening to the Jin Emperor's heartbroken expression over his unfulfilled ambitions, and his eloquent tone, Jiang Yumian wished she could present him with the Oscar for Best Actor. Queen Jin gently patted the back of the Jin Emperor's hand, then addressed the crowd. All we can do now is to empty the treasury accumulated over the years, and do our best to entertain you. We prepare a small feast as a token of our respect. The Jin Emperor immediately echoed the sentiment, saying, I'm sure the envoys must have been exhausted from their long journey. If there's nothing else important, please. Before the Jin Emperor finished his words, the second prince of the barbarian kingdom suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. We have come here to seek. I'm asking for financial support, but the second thing is the most important. Gold Emperor, second prince, please speak. The second prince of the barbarian kingdom continued with a smile. Now that our two countries are on good terms, my father has long harbored the intention of a marriage alliance. Since ancient times, gentlemen have sought the company of beautiful ladies. I heard that the ninth princess of the Lu Jin kingdom is well-educated, well-mannered, and virtuous. Now that I've seen her, she's truly extraordinary. I've fallen in love with the ninth princess at first sight, and I dared to propose marriage. Jiang Yumian's mouth twitched violently at these words, and she narrowed her eyes slightly at the silver-haired number 272 before her. Number 272 looked very familiar to her. Wasn't he the handsome guy who was responsible for the blindfolded archery at the Jade betting game? He's a nice, handsome foreigner, but his cunning is terrifying. Number 272, Shiloh Norton, fell silent as he spoke. Especially the Jin Emperor and Empress, who had been smiling, now looked completely black. Empress Jin, who had managed to hold back her emotions, saw the Jin Emperor's prolonged silence, and quickly replied tactfully, Second Prince Man, you know that the people of Lu Jin Kingdom cannot leave this borderland. Even if Shujor can marry, she can't leave Lu Jin Kingdom. I hope Second Prince. Man Shilua interrupted with a smile, Your Majesty is quite right, but my father also said that if this marriage is successful, he would allow me to reside permanently in Lu Jin Kingdom, even as a live-in son-in-law. Chapter 302. Seeing his brother, standing at the end of the line, remained unmoved, Shinchiron, nearly leaping from his chair, said hurriedly, I think. Before Shinchiron finished speaking, the woman leading the Qi Nation team also stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I too have a request. The Golden Emperor, noticing the change of subject, quickly replied, Princess, please speak. Jiang Mei smiled and said, My fourth brother, already over 30 and still unmarried, could also emulate the second emperor of men. My son is marrying into the ninth princess family. I'm bold enough to ask for a marriage. I wonder if the ninth princess would object. Qi Xinghui, who had been happily enjoying the show just a moment ago, was bewildered. Jiang Mei continued with a smile. If you think the age gap is too big, that's fine. Your sixth brother is about the same age as the ninth princess and is aloof. He's just a bit cold-tempered. I heard the ninth princess is innocent and lively, so we complement each other perfectly. Jiang Yumian looked at Jiang Mei as she spoke, winking at her, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Sister, are you really not afraid of such a big deal? Jiang Yumian immediately glanced at Yin Chengyun, her eyes frantically hinting at him to refuse, but he seemed to acquiesce and didn't even look at her, seemingly not wanting to object. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian looked at Qi Xinghui again, and Qi Xinghui followed suit with a sly raised eyebrow. Jiang Yumian's eyelids twitched. This old man, a toad, Wants to eat swan flesh? Get lost. It's fine if she's unfamiliar with this foreigner. But why are these two people joining in the fun, even though it's all a game? But we're all family. So keep quiet, okay? Jiang Yumian unconsciously shifted her gaze to the back of a certain team. Seeing no reaction, she instinctively averted her gaze, only to meet Queen Jin's searching gaze. Jiang Yumian shuddered and whispered, "Mother, why are you looking at me like that?" Queen Jin, with so many sons-in-law offering themselves up, are there any you like? Jiang Yumian, ? Queen Jin whispered, "They all look quite handsome, each one a real talent." Jiang Yumian, are you crazy? Mother, is this the time to discuss this? Queen Jin immediately replied, now is the time to discuss this. Life's most important matter. They're bringing this up now, because they want to improve relations between our two countries, and want us to support them. As long as you like, we, the Lu Jin Kingdom, can support anyone. As long as your father and I. As long as the Emperor and his brothers are around, this son-in-law will certainly treat you well. After all, you already reached marriageable age. If it weren't for the fact that the eldest brother remained unmarried, forcing you brothers into bad habits and disobedience, your turn would have come long ago. This live-in son-in-law is great. Living in the family, what kind of trouble can they cause within the borders of our Lu Jin Kingdom? Most importantly, you have so many brothers, and the Emperor has your back. He's not afraid of you being bullied at all. Mother, your Majesty, sincerely thinks this suggestion is quite good. Jiang Yumian. Mother, I think your idea is very dangerous. Queen Jin, you don't like so many things? Jiang Yumian said firmly and seriously, I don't like it. Queen Jin, okay, if you don't like it, then don't. Queen Jin immediately glanced at the Golden Emperor, who, upon receiving his response, straightened his back. Little Nine is still young. I think marriage is a serious matter. Before the Golden Emperor could finish his words, Ran Yuan suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, I would like to ask if the ninth princess has a twin sister? The Golden Emperor frowned slightly. Why does the regent ask? Ran Yuan said calmly, I once lived with the ninth princess for a period of time in the Five Grains Kingdom. At this, the entire room fell silent. The ninth princess of Lu Jin Kingdom had been to the Five Grains Kingdom? Aren't people from Lu Jin forbidden to leave the borders of Lu Jin? How could the ninth princess have left? If the ninth princess could leave, did that mean that other people from Lu Jin Kingdom could also leave? Jiang Yumian's lips curled up at Ran Yuan's question. She was afraid he wouldn't tell her. Queen Jin hurriedly asked, could it be that the regent? Jiang Yumian immediately placed her hand on Queen Jin's, smiled faintly, and said, Mother, we have indeed spent some time together. Everyone, surprise! I believe everyone is wondering why I was able to leave the territory of Lu Jin Kingdom. It's because I have this. Jiang Yumian said, and produced a crystal ball the size of a pigeon egg. Everyone looked at the ball with a slight frown, and some even asked directly, what is this? Jiang Yumian, there is a mineral in the Five Grains Kingdom that can be refined into a crystal ball like this through high-temperature calcination. Jiang Yumian, I believe the envoys from the Five Grains Kingdom have all seen this, right? Everyone turned to look at the visiting envoys from the Five Grains Kingdom. An NPC envoy nodded and said, this is indeed a crystal from the Five Grain Kingdom. There are very few minerals in the Five Grain Kingdom, only 2 or 3 kinds of mineral soil, and this crystal ball is one of them. At this moment, the brothers were silent, looking at each other in bewilderment, exchanging frantic glances. Second brother Jin Ming, I've seen this crystal before. Fourth brother Jin Ji, there are a few on the pillars at the entrance to Shijio's bedroom. Because they were worthless, Shiojo didn't even pry them open when he robbed the house last time. I still remember them. Fifth brother Jin Ping'an, I remember that too. This one seems to have a little flaw inside. I just saw it the day before yesterday. Could it have been pried open recently? Seventh brother Jin Shi, it's almost certain. There are still some offset marks on the surface of this crystal. Jiang Yumian, standing beside her seat, was still talking. When I was little, I accompanied my father on an incognito visit to the border. He bought me a large bag of these crystals from a vendor. One of them accidentally rolled out of the city, and I went to retrieve it. I ended up playing hide-and-seek with a bunch of beggars from outside the city for the entire night before returning home. Only then did I realize that with this bead, I could leave the Kingdom of Gold. Jin Onkong, is that really true? Jin Ji, you believe it even if it's made up? Jin Ping'an, it looks so real, I almost believed it. Jin Shi quickly gestured at him. Don't be so close. Even if you're pretending, you have to act convincingly. What Shujio is saying is the truth. It's because of your poor acting skills that Shujio hid so much from us. She shouldered so much responsibility alone. Stop holding Shujio back. Jin Ping'an and the other man's eyes widened, their backs straightened, and they began to act together. Brother Lu said superficially, "Don't look at me, I don't care at all." Brother Lu's inner thoughts. Live-in son-in-law? No door, no windows. Not even a dog hole. Haha, let's see how Brother Lu plays his game and legitimately gets his coveted wife back from her father-in-law. Chapter 303. Jiang Yumian, if you all don't believe me, then you should be able to trust the words of the regent of the Five Grains Kingdom. Jiang Yumian looked at Ran Yuan and smiled. The regent should be able to vouch for me, right? Ran Yuan, of course. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. For a moment, there was a lot of whispering in the hall. It was clear that they were beginning to be wary of the Lu Jin people being able to leave Lu Jin Kingdom. Ran Yuan knew at this moment that the ninth princess's next words were probably the key point. Jiang Yumian, actually, everyone present here need not worry. After all, this secret has been hidden from me since I was a child. I'm revealing it now for no other reason than that Lu Jin nation has no ambitions to dominate the world or unify other nations. We simply want to protect our own country and live a peaceful and prosperous life. Otherwise, we Lu Jin nation would have declared war on all the nations since we discovered this secret. I know these are just empty words to the nations. The fact that our people of Lu Jin are willing to go to war is an extremely dangerous threat to you all. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure, but what I'm about to say is completely contrary to what my father advocates. My father advocated for peace and prosperity, and that war should be avoided if possible. But I am different. I believe that a weak nation cannot have peace. Today, I will make this clear. I know what your intentions are in coming to my Lu Jin nation. The million-strong foreign army is a threat, and the marriage offer is an inducement. If I don't cooperate, I have only death. Luckily, the large amount of crystals I recently purchased from the Grain Kingdom wasn't appreciated by the treasury thieves, so they're now stored in the treasury. Perhaps the thieves knew these crystals were cheap and readily available, heavy, and difficult to transport, so they simply ignored them. It also gives me the confidence to speak here today. Our Lu Jin Kingdom fears no war, nor do we disdain using marriage alliances to consolidate our government. Neither I nor my 8 other brothers will be used as tools to strengthen relations between our two countries. If you want to cooperate with Lu Jin Kingdom, you must show your sincerity. At this moment, a veteran minister from the Wugu Kingdom, upon hearing this, immediately raised his brow and angrily shouted, "Ridiculous. Loyalty is the duty of the emperor. As a princess, you receive support from the people and enjoy wealth and glory. You must shoulder the responsibility of maintaining peace between the two countries and protecting the people from war. Since ancient times, marriage alliances have been the unshirkable responsibility of princesses. This is a grand court meeting where all nations discuss state affairs. How can you, a mere princess, have the right to speak so freely in this hall?" Before Jiang Yumian could respond, the powerful voice of the Golden Emperor echoed from behind him. How outrageous. The Golden Emperor, who had slammed the table and stood up, had already lost his smile, his eyes gleaming coldly. "I disagree. If a nation needs to sacrifice women to survive, then I—" Before the Golden Emperor could finish his words, Jiang Yumian interrupted him. After all, this matter, on a larger scale, represents a nation's attitude toward its people. A single mistake could incur the wrath of the people. Jiang Yumian shook his head at him. The Golden Emperor took 2 deep breaths and finally sat back down, adding to the crowd, "My princess enjoys the same right to participate in government as my princes. What she says now represents my position. I like to see which foolish person disagrees." Jiang Yumian felt a warm warmth in his heart as he listened to the Golden Emperor's words, but he remained serious on the surface and walked straight towards the crowd at the bottom of the stairs. Jiang Yumian walked straight past Ran Yuan and his men, heading towards the old minister. "Jiang Yumian, I never deny the practice of marriage alliances throughout history. On the contrary, I deeply admire and respect those princesses who traveled alone to other countries for the greater good. But who cares about their inner pain and helplessness?" The old minister was about to speak when Jiang Yumian continued, "Yes, I know what you mean. A princess's inner pain and helplessness are nothing compared to the safety of the people of a nation. Even if a princess dies during a marriage alliance, it's just the death of a princess. In the eyes of all of you, a princess is just a weak woman who only needs to learn the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, practice music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and be instilled with the ideal of self-sacrifice for the greater good in order to consolidate the imperial family's internal power. The ultimate goal of the court situation and foreign peace is to achieve peace. But my father taught me from a young age that men and women are equal. I can, like my other brothers, defend the country and protect the people. Yes, the princess enjoys the love of the people, fine clothes and delicious food, and supreme privileges that many people only dream of. She must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people alongside the entire royal family. That's undeniable, but there are many ways to protect the people. My duty isn't to be a mindless tool. My duty is to uphold the dignity of the Lu Jin kingdom, maintain peace for the country, and work for the well-being of its people. The old minister was speechless and instinctively stepped back, but Jiang Yumian hadn't finished speaking, and with every word, she took a step closer to the old minister. The land of Lu Jin kingdom doesn't produce crops, so I went to mine. The mines of Lu Jin kingdom are complex and intricate, and many people are troubled by them. I spent years exploring each one, marking them on the map, and finally drew a meticulous and accurate map of the mines for the imperial family. The people of Lu Jin kingdom's borders were constantly attacked by bandits. My brothers and I worked together to repel them. Also, the exorbitant prices your 5 grains kingdom sells to my Lu Jin kingdom is also my scheme. I had my father do his utmost to control and lower the price of imported grain, so that the people of Lu Jin kingdom can eat 2 more bowls of rice every day. It was me. Looking at the old minister, forced to the palace pillars, with no way to retreat, Jiang Yumian slowly stopped. Marriage? Let me marry. Do you think marriage equals peace? Jiang Yumian suddenly laughed, turned to look at the envoys from the 4 nations, and said in a resounding voice, "Who here can guarantee that my marriage to one of your princes will bring peace to my Lu Jin kingdom? You want to marry me, isn't it just to use my Lu Jin kingdom as a springboard to unify the world? If I'm your springboard, we'd be at the center of the war, and then the people of my Lu Jin kingdom will be spared from the flames of war?" Everyone was silent. Jiang Yumian sneered, "I'm just being frank. You can use my Lu Jin kingdom as a springboard, but show sincerity, and we can achieve a win-win situation. But don't think of sacrificing anyone from my Lu Jin kingdom." After all, Chapter 304. Even with a massive army approaching, natural disasters are raging across the land. I believe you all know that now is not the right time to start a war. Even if war is necessary, please be prepared to fight to the death with the Lu Jin kingdom. Even if any of you defeats the Lu Jin kingdom, you will still be annexed. It seems that you are now in need of the Lu Jin kingdom, and the greatest sincerity we can offer is that if we reach an alliance, we will not betray you unless you turn against us. The Golden Emperor couldn't help but applaud, saying, "Well said." The Golden Emperor's eyes reddened, his face filled with pride. Everyone's attention shifted to the Golden Emperor, while Jiang Yumian took this opportunity to quietly return to Queen Jin's side. Queen Jin looked at her with a look of gratification, gently patting the back of her hand. "Our Shujo is truly remarkable." Jiang Yumian whispered shyly, "I'm fine. Father and mother, please don't blame me for being rude." The Emperor Jin looked at the crowd and said, "I asked Shujo to convey what I wanted to say just now." As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced in the direction of the Qi Kingdom envoy. "Does the Emperor have anything else to convey to the Imperial Master?" Hao Wuzhao leaned forward slightly. "Your Majesty, not at this time." The Emperor Jin raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. "In that case, please return to the post station and rest for a while. I welcome you all at the dinner." As Ran Yuan left the palace with the other ministers, he turned and glanced at Jiang Yumian as he stepped out. Jiang Yumian, who had followed Queen Jin and the others, also noticed the gazes on her and subconsciously looked up, offering him a smile. But the hostility in this smile was clearly gone, and there was even a hint of pride and boastfulness. Ran Yuan instantly understood something and turned to look behind him. He saw a man dressed in the most ordinary guard's uniform, also shaking his head helplessly at the girl, his eyes filled with helpless doting. And he knew this man. Lu Shiyan, in his memory, was the man who had caused his original body's death. Ran Yuan walked towards Lu Shiyan with an expressionless face and said calmly, "You're surprised to see me, right?" Lu Shiyan and him didn't have much grudge against each other. They simply had different positions in the game, each fighting for their own survival. He also suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "Indeed, it's a bit surprising." "Ran Yuan, you be more surprised later." Lu Shiyan frowned slightly, and Ran Yuan turned to look at Jiang Yumian. "Do you like her?" "Ran Yuan, I can tell from your expression." "Ran Yuan, if you like her, then she must die." Lu Shiyan's face instantly turned cold. "You can try." At this moment, Ran Yuan's previously calm face suddenly cracked into a sinister smile. "You've been able to control yourself throughout so many games, yet you chose to use 5 items at once at the very last moment of this bet. I'm eager to see how many more times you use them for her in this round. Lu Shiyan, what do you mean? Ran Yuan shrugged and shifted slightly, completely blocking Jiang Yumian's view. He smiled at Lu Shiyan and said, nothing, just the literal meaning. Let me tell you, you might have guessed it yourself. Jiang Yumian is the NPC selling items this round. How many people do you think want to kill her? A volcanic eruption tricked you into using 5 props. If the entire world is against her, how many props will you have to use for her? Lu Shiyan, she doesn't need my protection, and there's no need to vent our personal grudge on her. Ran Yuan, you don't need to take all the responsibility on yourself. Even without you, she'd still be against the world, because now, I think she's much more interesting than you. You should use your props more slowly. We're not in a rush to merge our data. I want to observe her in this world for a while. The next second. Bang. With a single punch, Ran Yuan was knocked to the ground by the man. The people waiting for the regent and the Emperor of Weapons were terrified by Lu Shiyan's action. Seeing that Lu Shiyan was about to continue, Shen Qiran and Hao Wuzhao quickly pulled the two apart. Brother Lu, don't be so impulsive. Brother, let's talk it out. When Ran Yuan, having taken a heavy blow, stood up again, the faint smile on his lips was gone. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a calm look. Seeing this, Lu Shiyan also lost the desire to fight again. I'm fine, I'm leaving now. Ran Yuan also walked away expressionlessly, as if nothing had happened. Shen Qiran and the others were stunned. Shen Qiran, what the hell is going on? What did Ran Yuan say to Brother Lu that made him so angry that he actually hit someone? Hao Wuzhao, I don't know. Hao Wuzhao, I known Brother Lu for so long, and I never seen him initiate a fight with anyone. More than that, I never seen him initiate a fight since I was a child. Shen Qiran stared in amazement at Lu Shiyan, somewhat dejected back, feeling something was amiss. At the banquet, the kingdom of Lu Jin arranged a number of songs and dances. The envoys from various countries wanted to use this opportunity to discuss the specifics of sincerity, but the Emperor and Empress of Jin cleverly deflected them. They all said sincerity, but sincerity must precede any intention of cooperation. Jiang Yumian looked at the table full of gamers, feeling it was boring, and took the opportunity to leave. Just as Jiang Yumian left, Ran Yuan addressed the Golden Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, when I arrived, I found a beautiful singer and dancer. She has prepared a number of repertoires for us to perform. The already slightly tipsy Golden Emperor immediately reached out to stop him, saying, No, my AG is. Ow. Queen Jean quickly covered the Golden Emperor's mouth and said with a slightly embarrassed smile, Since the regent has taken so much trouble to find her, let her come up and perform a few songs later. The regent, yes. Ran Yuan turned and gestured to Chen Zhao beside him, who immediately withdrew. Lin Jiayu watched Chen Zhao quietly leave the hall, and immediately gestured to Shen Qiran, who was sitting a few tables over. Shen Qiran instantly understood his intention, and made an excuse to leave as well. 7th Prince Jin Shi, who was sitting next to Shen Qiran, naturally noticed the two men's movements and moved his chair towards Lin Jiayu. Brother, I heard the beauty the regent brought with her is skilled in using goo, specifically love goo. Lin Jiayu frowned slightly. Love goo? Chapter 305. Jin Shi, yes brother, if you haven't been to a brothel you wouldn't know. This lover goo is a common insect used in the 100 Flowers Tower. I heard that this lover goo has both a mother and a child. The person in whom the child goo is implanted will unconsciously fall in love with the person with the mother goo. After a long period of intimacy, the child goo will dissolve into their blood and bones, becoming undetectable and impossible to remove. Once the child goo has completely dissolved into their blood and bones, the person with the child goo will become deeply in love with the other person, willing to risk their life for them. And the creator of this lover goo is this barbarian country's most beautiful woman. I heard she possesses the world's most powerful mother goo, capable of controlling both the child and mother goo implanted by others. Lin Jiayu frowned slightly. How do you know so much? Jin Shi shyly spread out her golden fan in front of her face, covering the lower half of her face. She smiled and said, I love gossip, so I've been to Baiwa Tower so often, so I heard a lot. Lin Jiayu, Lin Jiayu frowned and asked, then how can we avoid being secretly inoculated with the goo? Jin Shi, this goo is powerful, but it also has a serious drawback. Without physical contact, the goo won't be inoculated. Therefore, it's only useful within Baiwa Tower. Lin Jiayu, okay, tell them all to be careful about this barbarian country's most beautiful woman. Jin Shi waved his paper fan twice and smiled faintly. Don't worry, big brother. We brothers don't just pounce on everyone we see, especially when it comes to matters of family and country. Lin Jiayu was naturally confident in his brothers, but he still felt something might go wrong. Lin Jiayu looked around. Where's Shizhou? Jin Shi. He said it wasn't fun anymore, so he went back to the palace to rest. Lin Jiayu, I go take a look. You keep an eye on this place. Jin Shi understood. Meanwhile, not far from the palace, in a pavilion in the center of a garden, a man sat on a stone bench, staring blankly at the withered lotus leaves in the pavilion, unaware that someone was sitting next to him. Jiang Yumian, what are you doing here? Lu Shiyan turned and saw it was Jiang Yumian. He relaxed his guard again and replied seriously, it's quiet here, so it's easy to clear my mind. Jiang Yumian, have you cleared your mind now? Lu Shiyan shook his head. Not yet. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and turned to ask with a smile, what's wrong with you today? You seem quite down? Lu Shiyan, is that so? Jiang Yumian, yes, and it's obvious. Jiang Yumian continued, I heard from Chiron that you initiated a fight with Ran Yuan outside the palace today. How exciting! Lu Shiyan, Jiang Yumian saw him in a deep voice. Mo, then immediately understood. Is it related to Ran Yuan? Lu Shiyan, no. Jiang Yumian, if it's not related to Ran Yuan, then it must be related to the other person inside Ran Yuan's body? Lu Shiyan couldn't help but look at her in surprise. You knew there was another person inside Ran Yuan? Jiang Yumian, although it's not good to pry into other people's secrets, why don't you tell me about you and Ran Yuan? I'm quite curious. Lu Shiyan hesitated. Jiang Yumian, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. I'm just curious. Lu Shiyan, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I don't know how to say it. Hearing something interesting was going on, Jiang Yumian subconsciously shifted her position, moving closer to him. She whispered, it's okay, let's talk. I'm not busy right now, so I can listen. Seeing her approach, Lu Shiyan instinctively tried to move to the side, but when he realized there was a stone pillar next to him, he stopped. Lu Shiyan, do you really want to hear it? Jiang Yumian, it's more real than Jinju. Lu Shiyan pondered for a long time before slowly speaking, He and I don't really have much in common. We collaborated briefly a few times in the game, but we're not even friends. Most of the time, we're more like rivals. Ran Yuan also has a permanent, continuously upgradable item, and its highest level skill is incredibly powerful. Jiang Yumian, how powerful? Lu Shiyan, as long as he's on the verge of death, he can cause everyone within 100 miles to simultaneously fall into the same life state as him, until they die. Jiang Yumian subconsciously frowned. Only, if he's dead, no one else should live? That's understandable. Lu Shiyan continued, later, in that round, only Qi Ran and I survived. Qi Ran was unconscious, and the giant organization, seeking revenge for Ran Yuan, came after me. I did resort to some trickery, but soon after, the giant organization fell, and Qi Ran woke up. That's the story of my past with Ran Yuan. Jiang Yumian blinked, clearly unresponsive. That's all? Lu Shiyan, that's all. Jiang Yumian's face instantly fell. Alright then. I'm leaving now. Jiang Yumian stood up, and was about to leave, when the man behind her suddenly grabbed her sleeve. Lu Shiyan, can you stay a little longer? For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt the man's tone was aggrieved. She felt as if she left now without looking back, he would definitely go into hiding and bury his little pearl. Jiang Yumian silently returned to her seat. If you don't know how to put it, you can use a friend as an example. Lu Shiyan looked at her in confusion. A friend of mine? Jiang Yumian turned and smiled at him. I have a friend who can't stand seeing people cry, so she relented and came back. Lu Shiyan, I won't cry. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but sneer. Don't you understand? Okay, you won't cry. Lu Shiyan remained silent, and the air around them seemed to freeze. After a long moment, the man slowly spoke, it's true. I won't cry. Lu Shiyan, I can't cry. Lu Shiyan, sometimes I don't even know if I'm a real person. Jiang Yumian's pupils trembled. You and the current Ran Yuan can't be. Lu Shiyan, I'm different from him. My situation is more special than his. He was actually very afraid of seeing any fear or avoidance in Jiang Yumian's eyes, so he had no idea how to bring it up. Only when the girl's eyes showed nothing but shock did he relax a little. Lu Shiyan, Chiron must have told you a lot about me. I didn't like communicating with anyone when I was little. Jiang Yumian nodded, yeah. Lu Shiyan, it's not that I didn't like communicating, but I didn't know what to communicate about. Since I was born, I've been able to understand everyone. I can actually speak, even in languages from different countries and regions. I can also understand what people around me are doing and saying, and sometimes I can even tell if someone is lying by their micro-expressions. Jiang Yumian, shocking. Wow. Lu Shiyan, in my opinion, I can recite any book by heart after reading it once, and I can even apply what I learned. Do you think I'm amazing? Jiang Yumian smiled. I think you're showing off. Lu Shiyan felt a sudden improvement in his mood as he listened to Jiang Yumian's almost gritted teeth. He smiled. I think so too. At first, I thought it might be my parents' good genes. It wasn't until I got involved in this game, until Ran Yuan and I nearly perished together, that I realized I might not even be considered a human being. Just a test subject. Chapter 306. Jiang Yumian was silent, yet also listening intently. At that time, I discovered everything about myself in this space. For example, when this body of mine was formed in the mother's embryo here, Lu Shiyan said, raising his hand and pointing at his brain, continuing, a biochip was implanted. Half of this chip stores all of that person's data, and the other half is empty. I guess it's used to store all the data I accumulated throughout my life. After falling into a coma after perishing together with Ran Yuan, perhaps because I shared all of that person's data, I gained full access to the chaos space and learned everything from it. This game primarily uses the player's brain activity based on the use of items to gain access to the player's brain information, thereby filtering, identifying, and replicating it. I tried to sabotage the item system, but only managed 50 to 60%. Then I met that person and he... Lu Shiyan hesitated for a moment before continuing. He looks exactly like me. He said I was just a copy of him. His data is severely flawed. Only by merging it with mine can he have absolute control. So we made a bet. Jiang Yumian. What's the bet? This time, Lu Shiyan didn't answer her question. Instead, he turned and looked at her, his eyes, as if he wanted to meticulously depict her features and etch them forever in his mind. For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt his eyes were filled with sadness, yet at this moment, his smile was particularly bright. Nothing, it doesn't matter. Even though she felt something was wrong, Jiang Yumian didn't press the issue, because she knew he wouldn't tell her. The two of them were silent for a long moment. Seeing him staring blankly at the wilted lotus leaves he had just transplanted into the pond, Jiang Yumian tried to break the ice by saying, "Don't look at how wilted these lotus leaves are. It's simply because the soil was just brought over from the grain country a few days ago. These lotus leaves were also newly transplanted. They're just a little bit overwhelmed by the soil and the climate. They'd be fine after a few days of rest." Lu Shiyan, yeah. You don't even know I dug all this. Jiang Yumian hadn't finished her words, when she suddenly felt a weight fall on her shoulder. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian tilted her head slightly to find Lu Shiyan leaning against her shoulder. She closed her eyes and asked cautiously, "What are you digging for?" Jiang Yumian's mind froze for a moment, then she quickly turned back and continued, "How long did it take to dig these lotus leaves?" Lu Shiyan noticed that she didn't resist, as if she had acquiesced to his actions, and finally dared to fully rest his head on her shoulder. Jiang Yumian felt the weight on her shoulders heavier than before, yet not too heavy. She silently reminded herself, "It's okay, it's nothing. It's just a small matter. This guy's in a bad mood, so what?" She could just ask him for a little tip later, when her shoulder got numb. After Jiang Yumian figured it out, she immediately resumed her rambling story about what had happened to her in the grain country. He leaned on her shoulder, listening intently with his eyes closed. He frowned at her being locked up in a dark room, working day and night as a refining machine, and he couldn't help but smile at her bombing Ran Yuan's place and stealing an entire granary. Jiang Yumian rambled on without feeling tired. After all, Lu Shiyan would occasionally chime in with a few questions. She only stopped when the person on her shoulder fell silent. Gazing at the bright full moon reflected on the lake, Jiang Yumian whispered, "Lu Shiyan." Seeing no response from the person beside her, Jiang Yumian looked up at the single point of light in the night sky and slowly said, "You're not a test subject, you're just you." Jiang Yumian, expecting no response, suddenly heard the man on her shoulder, who should have been asleep, respond, "Is a marriage really not possible?" Jiang Yumian, huh? Lu Shiyan, with me. Jiang Yumian, ? Jiang Yumian's mind froze, and she feigned a casual response. "What did you say?" Lu Shiyan, "I knew they would propose a marriage, and I expected you to object, but I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. What you said in the palace really made me lose my temper." Lu Shiyan, "I did have a purpose. I want to marry you, but..." It's not to consolidate the government, it's because I want. It's become real. Even if everyone thinks I'm just trying to strengthen the relationship between our two countries, even if this is just a game, even if you don't like me, I want to be the one marrying you. Is that okay? Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian, where's your sincerity? Lu Shiyan, the entire Qi kingdom, including me, is yours. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but laugh. Your words are so irresponsible, and so unfashionable. Lu Shiyan, no, they're not irresponsible. They're all carefully considered. An emperor who loves his people like his own children can ensure their peace and prosperity even if Qi kingdom becomes a vassal state. And most importantly, not a single soldier will be wasted, and the people of Qi kingdom will be spared from war to the greatest extent possible. As for me, I've been wanting to hand it over to you for a long time. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow at the increasingly skillful sweet talk from Old Six, teasing, what's that? Are you giving us the entire Qi kingdom as your dowry? That's not right. You know full well that the people of Lujin can't leave. Even if Qi kingdom becomes a vassal state, we still be stuck in our old nest. Nothing needs to change. But my family will still have to pay you a ton of money to renovate the house. How can this be said that Lujin kingdom is the one suffering the most? Lu Shiyan's smile widened as he listened to Jiang Yumian's analysis. Since I given Qi kingdom as my dowry, how can you not pay a little gift? No, so you agree? Jiang Yumian feigned ignorance. No, I haven't said anything yet, have I? Lu Shiyan, you did? Jiang Yumian instinctively stood up, chuckling awkwardly. No, I really didn't say anything. It's just a play. Don't take it seriously. Lu Shiyan's face hardened. You said it, and I took it seriously. I won't listen. It's no use trying to talk to me about this with your sincerity. I won't listen. Jiang Yumian said, and ran off. Lu Shiyan immediately gave chase, attempting to argue with her about who was right and who was wrong. And then, standing in the distance, Lin Jiaoyu, though unable to hear the two's conversation, watched them chase and quarrel until they disappeared from his sight. As if enveloped by an endless sense of despair, he too turned and left. Chapter 307. At this moment, the hall was abuzz with singing and dancing. When the song ended, most of the scholars and intellectuals were mesmerized. The woman, draped in a sheer blue veil, slowly descended from the drum, barefoot, and bowed to the Golden Emperor and his companions in the hall. The Golden Emperor turned to look at the Golden Queen, who was still engrossed in the woman's dance. He couldn't help but frown, and quickly whispered, Aji, stop looking. The Golden Queen, still absorbed in the woman's exquisite dance, quickly snapped back to her senses. The barbarian envoys accompanying Manchilua reacted most strongly, but at Manchilua's signal, they remained silent. The Golden Queen couldn't help but admire. What's the name of your dance? Why haven't I seen it before? The barbarian kingdom's most beautiful woman smiled and replied, this dance is a sacrificial dance of the Shi tribe. The entire audience erupted in laughter. Second Prince Jin Ming also turned to Fourth Prince Jin Ji in confusion and asked, the cannibal tribe? Aren't they the cannibals deep within the barbarian kingdom? Jin Ji nodded, yes, they are. Fifth Prince Jin Ping'an couldn't help but frown, then isn't this drum also? Seventh Prince Jin Shi, a human skin drum. Jin Ji, this drum, 5 meters wide, is made from pieces of human skin stitched together and polished. Several princes trembled uncontrollably, and even the dance-obsessed Queen Jean was momentarily unsure how to respond, her face pale. Noticing Queen Jin's slight discomfort, the Emperor placed a comforting hand on the back of her hand, then politely changed the subject with a smile. I heard that only the tribe's priestess performs the sacrificial dance of the cannibal tribe. Your Excellency. Man Yeni nodded, yes, only 2 people perform it today, me and my sister. Jin Ji also whispered, rumor has it that these cannibals subsist on flesh and blood, and even possess a mysterious bodybuilding technique. Those who master it can easily defeat 10,000 enemies. Jin Ji nodded. Yes, it's because of this secret technique that the cannibal tribe has become a separate faction within the barbarian kingdom, free from the control of the barbarian royal family. Jin Ping'an, that's impossible. How could anyone defeat 10,000 enemies alone? Jin Ankong, even if they could, the barbarian kingdom's cannibals would have already dominated the world. Even if we were invulnerable, we could only defeat a few hundred at best. They'd be exhausted to death. 1 against 10,000. Shen Qiron's face sternly clung to him. Do you think it's possible that those under this body-refining technique are all living dead, tireless and insensitive to pain? Everyone was clearly confused, and some even asked in unison, who are the living dead? Shen Qiron, who had been about to ramble on and on about this, suddenly shut up when he saw the bewildered NPCs. It's okay, it's okay. Eat some more. Shinchiron, munching on a piece of pastry, kept his gaze darting between Man Yeni and the barbarian envoy. The barbarian envoy's expression, in particular, struck him as odd. Lu Shiyan, who had been tricked into buying 2 items by Jiang Yumian, had reappeared behind Hao Wuzhou as a guard. Hao Wuzhou felt a little relieved to see him back, and his mood seemed to have improved. He quickly waved to him. Hao Wuzhou whispered beside him, "Brother Lu, what were you doing just now?" Lu Shiyan, "I got scammed." Hao Wuzhou, "You're still joking at this hour?" "No, brother, do you look like the type to joke?" Before Hao Wuzhou could even think about calming down, Lu Shiyan, while serving him tea, handed him a note and whispered, "Give this to the Golden Emperor later." Hao Wuzhou immediately gestured to him, "Understood." By the end of the banquet, Ran Yuan frowned, not seeing any sign of interest in the most beautiful woman in the barbarian kingdom, brought by this man Gui. As they were leaving, Ran Yuan said, "You better be of some use." "Man Yeni, what's the rush? These people know you brought me here. Acting now will only make them overly wary." Ran Yuan, "So?" "Man Yeni, I want to seduce you first, test the waters." Ran Yuan, "Eh?" The next morning, inside the post station, Lin Jiayu and Shinchiron, the brothers who had come to the inn, watched Ran Yuan emerge from Man Yeni's room. Man Yeni followed closely behind, though the ambiguous red mark scattered across her neck betrayed the intensity of the previous night's battle. When Man Yeni saw the 2 men on the first floor, her eyes welled up with a frightening redness. Lin Jiayu and Shinchiron turned and left in perfect sync, not once looking back. Man Yeni watched them leave the inn without a backward glance, as if something sinister might catch up with them at any moment. At this moment, Man Yeni chuckled softly, holding the complete map of the 5 Grain Kingdoms rivers she had finally obtained last night. The power of the lover's gu is well known. After frequent intercourse, the possessor of the sun gu becomes devoted to the mother gu, completely obeying her commands. Ran Yuan knew this too. And people like him are both extremely restrained and extremely proud. Even if she had openly implanted a child gu in him yesterday, he wouldn't have been afraid. After all, without frequent intercourse for 10 days, or even half a month, a child gu could die at any time, with no fixed date. But what no one knows is that the day a lover gu is implanted is when the child gu is most active, and most likely to become exhausted. As long as the mother gu takes advantage of the other person's sleep, she can also manipulate the child gu's owner, and get whatever she wants. Even when the person wakes up the next day, with the child gu in their system, they will still be completely unaware of everything that happened after the mother gu took control of them, while they were asleep. Man Yeni was standing by the second-floor fence, and soon, a man casually passed by her and slowly picked up the human skin map she had dropped. "Who do you want to target next?" "Xinghua?" "Sure. Good job this time." "Man Yeni, haven't you found the 2 people in the tunnel yet?" The man slowly said. The explosion was quite loud. "We're still looking." "Man Yeni, we better hurry. The Lu Jin Kingdom royal family is a tough nut to crack. Even the emperor is a fool. Seducing him won't work." Okay. Chapter 308. 3 days later. The people of the 5 Grains Kingdom, having just suffered an insect plague, were now diligently cultivating the land. Fortunately, the 5 Grains Kingdom had recently stockpiled tens of millions of dan of grain. Combined with the already substantial grain reserves in the treasury, this would allow most people to survive until the next harvest. The regent's actions of stockpiling grain, cracking down on corrupt officials, and distributing disaster relief grain earned him praise for his shrewd governance and foresight, earning the nation deep gratitude. And just as the rain had cleared, the rivers irrigating the fertile fields across the country took on a strange color. In particular, those who had drunk or come into contact with the river water began to exhibit the same symptoms as the cannibals of the barbarian kingdom. They became violent and bloodthirsty, especially at night, when their once round, dark brown pupils would instantly transform into the crimson, animalistic irises. Eating human blood, eating human flesh. One person spread the news to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 10,000, 10,000 to 1,000,000. The government was in chaos, and the people were destitute. They filed petitions to the court. Countless ministers in the palace sought help, using carrier pigeons, escort agencies, and even galloping horses to deliver messages to the regent in a distant land. But what they didn't know was, the carrier pigeons were shot before they could even leave the escort agency, and the escort agencies were intercepted and killed by a swarm of red-eyed monsters as they tried to leave the city. At this moment, a woman standing at the south gate on the border of the 5 Grains Kingdom gazed indifferently at the chaos within the city, until someone hurried up behind her and said in their unique cannibal dialect, "Saint, this is a new map sent by the third prince of man." The woman took the map and examined it. "I understand. What about the 400,000 troops on the border of the Lujin kingdom?" "Don't worry, don't alert the enemy. Now, everyone's target is Lujin kingdom. Even most of the royal family's decision-makers have left. No one will know, no one will imagine. The cannibals have been dormant for years, just for this moment. Natural disasters have severely damaged all the nations, decimating their national strength and manpower. The peace that the 5 nations had maintained for so many years has finally been shattered. The barbarian kingdom was the first, the 5 grains kingdom was the second, and as for the following map of the Qin kingdom, her dear sister truly deserves a large share of the credit. Saint, now only Qi and Lujin remain." The woman smiled calmly. She suffered the heaviest losses of the other nations from the skyfire, and the living environment is now the most hostile. We can take it down now, even without a map. As long as we capture Pingcheng on Qi's border, Qi will be in chaos. Qing and Qi can be attacked simultaneously, and taken down in one fell swoop. Saint, you are wise. The woman's vibrant red armor pointed at Pingcheng, Qi, at the edge of the map, and knocked twice. She spoke slowly. Pay close attention to Qi. Qi's weapons are the best in the world. They managed to keep most of their people alive during the skyfire. It's possible they possess powerful weapons capable of reaching the heavens and into the earth. Remember to destroy the weapons before sneaking in. Yes, Saint. Even in the evening, inside the Lujin post station, Jiang Mei and Qi Xinghui, sipping tea, smiled at Ran Yuan, who had returned disappointed again. Qi Xinghui spoke in a familiar voice. "Oh, so the negotiations with the Golden Emperor failed again? Should we go home early?" Ran Yuan didn't want to pay any attention to them, and simply walked upstairs with an expressionless face. Qi Xinghui also found this icy-faced guy boring, not as amusing as Yin Chengyun. At least the guy could still exchange a few insults when he got angry. Speaking of Yin Chengyun, Qi Xinghui couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have you seen our good brother lately?" "Why haven't I seen him?" "Jiang Mei? Yin Chengyun?" Qi Xinghui, "Yeah." At the same time, Man Yini and the others followed in and went upstairs. Yin Chengyun now followed Man Yini. Jiang Mei said calmly, "Look, there you are." Qi Xinghui called out to him twice, but there was no response. Even the guards accompanying Yin Chengyun ignored him. "Hey, kid." Qi Xinghui couldn't help but grumble. He's been with Jiang Yini for so long, and I never seen him so obsessed with this woman. Jiang Mei saw through his words, but didn't say anything, raising an eyebrow at him. Late at night, Qi Xinghui's room welcomed an unexpected guest, and there was also an unexpected guest inside. "Yin Chengyun, I found out. She might have asked my men for a map of Qin Kingdom's grain reserves." Jiang Mei frowned. "Why would a saint from a small tribe want a map of our grain reserves? Did Ran Yuan ask her to?" Qi Xinghui shook his head. "I don't think so. She seems to have been ignoring Ran Yuan lately, not even trying to curry favor." Jiang Mei, ask for the Man Kingdom? Yin Chengyun also shook his head subconsciously. "It doesn't seem likely, but I see she's quite close to Man Gui." Qi Xinghui analyzed with a stern face. Man Gui and Man Shiluo have always been at odds. If they're collaborating with Ran Yuan to fight for the throne of the Man Kingdom, that makes sense, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Jiang Mei, I find this strange too. Hasn't everything been too peaceful lately? Speaking of which, what exactly does Man Yini want with the grain reserve map? While Man Kingdom and Qin Kingdom are neighbors, they're actually separated by dozens of mountain ranges. If they want to reach them, they have to take the long detour through the city gates. But the city gates are already under martial law, and with the security we deployed when we arrived, it's impossible for Man Kingdom to sneak in. The 3 of them were silent for a long moment. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, they suddenly spoke in unison. "Underground tunnel. Tunnel. Tunnel." Jiang Mei, are they planning to emulate Qin Huang and tunnel directly from underground? Qi Xinghui, if that's the case, then this is a serious matter. Underground tunnels aren't easy to dig, but Qin Huang did send his men to dig a tunnel all the way to the border of Lujin Kingdom. While the tunnels were completely destroyed in the explosion, the tunnel map actually made it into Qin Huang's hands. They all seen it. If someone were to collapse all the tunnels they dug, as the Lujin Kingdom did, it would easily disrupt their intentions. But if no one noticed, if the barbarian kingdom had been preparing for years, and dug a little-known underground tunnel, what a terrifying thing it would be. If their control over Qin Kingdom were to be destroyed from within, and now combined with the food and fodder storage sites across Qin Kingdom. Qing Kingdom is rife with beasts and birds, and is located in a grassland area. Recently, drought and water shortages have plagued the country, and only a few food and fodder reserves are currently maintaining the nation's food supply. If this barbarian nation controls their food reserves. Yin Chengyan abruptly stood up. I send a pigeon back immediately. Qi Xinghui reached out to stop him. No need, we rush back tonight. Jiang Mei hesitated, you mean? Qi Xinghui, haven't you noticed that there have been fewer merchants trading in and out of Lujin these past few days? At first, I thought Lujin was tightening its control over merchants during the Grand Court meeting. Now it seems our home has been robbed. Chapter 309. Late at night, inside the inn where the envoys from the Qi Kingdom were being accommodated, a woman hurried upstairs to room number 1. Boss Lu, something's wrong. I dreamed. When she trotted to the door, she found it empty. Even the door to the neighboring room, where Hao Wuzhao lived, was wide open. Dulala, where's everyone? Dulala, where did everyone go? Seeing the empty rooms, Dulala turned and ran out of the inn. She galloped to the palace, where she entered unimpeded thanks to Jiang Yumian's personal jade pendant. Another disaster. Jiang Yumian was pulled up, blanket and all, and dazedly asked, what's wrong? Dulala, there are zombies. Zombies? Jiang Yumian suddenly woke up. There are zombies? Dulala nodded. Yes, I dreamed of many eyeless monsters with dark blue skin, surrounding the entire Lujin Kingdom. Jiang Yumian, no eyes, blue skin? Dulala, yes, white eyes, blue skin, fangs, and a very aggressive look. It seemed like there were a lot of pus-filled boils on their bodies, oozing pus. Jiang Yumian, can you give a rough estimate of how many there are? Dulala struggled to recall. No, there are too many. I dreamt they were frantically climbing the city walls. They were so densely packed everywhere, it's impossible to count them. But I'm sure there are hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for the high quality of your Lujin Kingdom's doors, I don't think we could even save them. By the way, there's even a large group of red-eyed, white-haired, blue-skinned monsters behind them. But it seems the white-haired monsters are sentient, just like the monsters in those zombie movies we often see. They're probably some kind of high-level zombie. Jiang Yumian fell silent. Jiang Yumian, it's probably not a zombie. Jiang Yumian, red eyes and white fur. Do you remember where we've seen them before? Dulala also fell silent for a long moment. In the mine tunnel. When the two of them were planting bombs in the southern mining area, they had spotted eyes glowing red in the darkness upon entering. Although they quickly disappeared, they still frightened her and left a deep impression. At first, they thought they were just bats or something, since the red light appeared almost at the top of the tunnel. Later, Jiang Yumian noticed a few strands of white silk on the ground. Those details, which she had subconsciously overlooked, gradually formed a complete clue in her mind. As for this blue skin, Dulala, I heard from my father that when barbarians go crazy, their skin color turns blue. Jiang Yumian, barbarian. Jiang Yumian quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and ran out the door, not forgetting to remind her, I'm going to discuss this with my father now. La, quickly inform Lu Shiyan that something's going to happen in Qi country soon. Dulala, I just arrived. Late at night, the imperial study was ablaze with oil lamps. A dozen people, all with heavy expressions, gathered around the map. Lin Jiaoyu, although the mine is open to the public, several key entrances and exits are guarded. Without a Lujin nationality permit, free entry and exit is impossible. If what Xuzhou saw in the tunnel wasn't an animal, but this barbarian. How long this barbarian stayed in this tunnel without alerting the guards, and how many branch lines he discovered, we don't know. Second Prince Jin Ming, if that's true, it's terrifying. These barbarians are naturally strong. If they stay in this mine for 10 days or half a month, they could dig a tunnel of incalculable length. If they stay longer, for years, even a decade, and with the help of the locals, they could dig the mine all the way to their country. 7th Prince Jin Shi. Thankfully, Shizhou's bomb went off well, sealing off all the tunnels for a short period of time. Shinchiron chuckled, this is a blessing in disguise. Do you think the bomb will kill all the barbarians in the tunnels? 4th Prince Jin Ji frowned and said, whether they're killed or not, there's bound to be a fierce battle in the next few days. The Golden Emperor pointed to the map. Several weapons moved back and forth, while he earnestly addressed Jin Ping'an and the others. Xiaowu, mobilize all forces these days. Keep a constant watch on movements outside the borders. Light the signal fires immediately to sound the alarm if anything unusual occurs. Jin Ping'an, yes. Jin Huang, Xiaolu, you will be in charge of training the troops. Second and third, you two will urgently recruit several more soldiers soon. Their salaries will be double the previous year's standards. Jin Ming and the other two immediately nodded yes. Jin Ji couldn't help but say, even if this force can keep up, I still feel it's a drop in the bucket. From what Xiujio said, I'm most worried about the pus covering their bodies with so many painless puppets. Although the Lu Jin people are invulnerable to swords and spears, they still fear poisoning and corrosion. Jin Shi, I once saw the Mangui use a liquid specifically designed to counteract us. Therefore, for now, we can only attack from a distance, not in close combat. However, relying on their inherent invulnerability, they had primarily engaged in close combat. Forgetting ranged weapons, even ordinary weapons were scarce. Jin Ji and the others instinctively turned to the Golden Emperor. Father, it's in our best interest to cooperate with the Qi nation right now. Jin Emperor, I know. I already discussed this with the Qi nation this morning. Jin Ji, Qi nation? The Qi nation is here too? Shin Qiran, who had the most say, added, he came earlier, but he was just pretending. Jin Ming, so what's his sincerity? At this, the Golden Emperor instinctively turned to look at Jiang Yumian. The others instinctively followed the Golden Emperor's gaze, looking at Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian chuckled twice, a bit guiltily. Why are you all looking at me? The Golden Emperor then averted his gaze, and said calmly, he's very sincere. If I agree to his two conditions, Qi state will become a vassal state of Lu Jin state. Everyone, shock. Jin Ming, how is that possible? Jin Di also quickly spoke up. I heard that the Qi Emperor has only just ascended the throne. How could he actively try to persuade us to surrender? Your Majesty must be playing tricks. Although Jin Ji didn't quite believe it, he still pressed on. What are his two conditions? The Golden Emperor, the first condition is that I treat the people of Qi state with the same kindness as I treat the people of Lu Jin state, and that I refrain from imposing heavy taxes, grain, or weapons on Qi state. Jin Ji, hearing this, said, that's not a difficult task. Shin Qiran asked curiously, what's the second condition? Chapter 310. The Golden Emperor snorted coldly, Shijio's marriage is her own decision. After this is accomplished, if Shijio wants to marry him, neither I nor you can refuse. The brothers fell silent for a moment. Even Shin Qiran was speechless. Jiang Yumian, Hey, what's wrong with this guy? What do you mean she wants to marry him? Jiang Yumian saw the brothers about to complain and explode, and quickly stepped in to stop them. Stop! We're not talking about romantic matters right now. Shouldn't we focus on these barbarians first? Shouldn't we send someone to subdue everyone from this barbarian country, including this barbarian ghost and this cannibal saint from this barbarian country? The urge to lash out and curse was instantly suppressed, and they frantically prepared themselves mentally. Big things are important. Big things are important. The Golden Emperor also spoke quickly. After discussing this with me, the Qi Emperor and the Imperial Master have already galloped back to Qi Kingdom to receive the second batch of weapons destined for us. Jin Ji, since Qi Kingdom's cooperation is not a problem, our top priority now is to find a way to unite the forces of the other nations. Qin Kingdom and Wugu Kingdom won't allow the Barbarian Kingdom to swallow us up all at once. Moreover, the Barbarian Kingdom's tactics are too unorthodox. I believe Qin Kingdom and Wugu Kingdom also know their limits. Once our Lu Jin Kingdom is destroyed, no one will be able to resist the Barbarian Kingdom. Cooperation is inevitable. Lin Jiayu continued his analysis, but there is a serious problem now. Xiujio mentioned that the former Qi Kingdom Empress's prophetic dream showed at least 1 million people. What does 1 million people mean? The combined number of people currently surrounding the Barbarian Kingdom, Qin Kingdom, and Wugu Kingdom is only 1.2 million. This proves that Qin Kingdom and Wugu Kingdom have defected. Perhaps? Lin Jiayu paused as he spoke, as if a thought had dawned on him. From the Imperial study, a chorus of voices rang out. The 400,000 troops of Qin and Wugu will be controlled by the Barbarian Kingdom. The Golden Emperor, quick! Second, third, and fourth brothers, go find the Princess of Qin. Eldest, seventh, and eighth brothers, go find the Regent. Everyone hurriedly responded, and hurried out of the palace. Seeing everyone else busy, Jiang Yumian was left alone. Father, what about me? Is there anything you can tell me to do? Jin Huang, Xiaojiu Yu. Jiang Yumian said seriously, Father, if you don't let me help, I definitely help in secret, but I might end up making things worse, and even putting myself in more danger, so... Jin Huang sighed. Well, go find your mother now, and help her arrange everything in the palace. Pack as much portable belongings as possible. Jiang Yumian frowned. You mean? Natural disasters continue, the barbarian kingdom changes its ruler, and the three kingdoms are also struggling to cope, even having to seek our protection. If the situation is as I suspect, Shujio. As the Jin Huang spoke, he had already reached the door and looked out into the night, already shrouded by dark clouds, devoid of even a single glimmer of light. A hint of powerless sadness slipped into the Jin Huang's eyes. Lu Jin Kingdom cannot be defended. And the only ones your brother and I can defend are probably you and your mother. Jiang Yumian stared at his back, her heart clenched in agony. Visions of the entire Lu Jin Kingdom royal family perishing on the battlefield surfaced in her mind. Jiang Yumian, there must be a way. I go meet the people from the Weapon Kingdom, and make the best use of their weapons. Nothing else matters. The Golden Emperor subconsciously grabbed her arm, and reached out to touch her head. It's useless. The cannibals of the Barbarian Kingdom are skilled in poisons and medicine. Even if we have a large number of long-range weapons, we can only stop a portion of the vanguard. Even if we win in close combat, it's a Pyrrhic victory, and it's still useless. Even if we have food, what good will it do? All our medicine is purchased from the Barbarian Kingdom. If the Barbarian Kingdom controls the armies of the other three kingdoms, I also prepared for the worst. I think the Weapon Emperor is quite good. At least he's much more sincere than those men in the hall, who are so eloquently requesting marriage. Jiang Yumian shook her head, and quickly interrupted the Golden Emperor. Father, I have a plan. I really have one. He spoke like a will. I stole a lot of gunpowder raw materials from Ran Yuan in the Five Grains Kingdom. All the gunpowder used in the recent mine blasts was made by me. If I can make more during this time and bury it in various corners of the country, I definitely inflict a heavy blow on the barbarian army. Then we'd be even more confident. The Golden Emperor smiled bitterly, and raised his other hand to touch the other side of Jiang Yumian's head. Good boy, do whatever you want. But the Golden Emperor's red eyes clearly showed he didn't take Jiang Yumian's words seriously. Jiang Yumian, feeling helpless, quickly continued, these raw materials of mine will probably yield 20 to 30 million dan of gunpowder. The Golden Emperor, who had originally wanted to take this opportunity to see his child more, was suddenly confused. How much? How much, Shujio? In fact, Jiang Yumian's claim was too little. Not to mention the entire warehouse building of raw materials she stole from Ran Yuan, the oil in her dimension was inexhaustible, allowing her to have as much as she wanted. Oil vaporization is most likely to ignite an open flame, leading to an explosion no less powerful than a gunpowder explosion. However, if it were outdoors, a certain concentration would be necessary. Jiang Yumian said seriously, Father, I need a large number of people to help me refine the gunpowder. Jiang Yumian's trump card rekindled Jin Huang's hope. Okay, Father, I find you someone right away. Jiang Yumian, I need to prepare some first, and I need the help of my eldest brother and my eighth brother. Okay, no problem, you go. Jin Huang waved his hand, and assigned Lu Gonggong, his most useful eunuch, to Jiang Yumian. You can lead him with any instructions you may have. Jiang Yumian nodded. Okay, then, Father, I'd be leaving first. Yes. The Golden Emperor nodded, but still felt a little uneasy. Shujio, let your father help you. Jiang Yumian was at a loss for words. No, your most urgent task is to stabilize the court. If the army approaches, you will be the key to their morale. The Golden Emperor, okay. Jiang Yumian and Eunuch Lu were heading out the door, when they suddenly heard the Golden Emperor's voice from within the hall. Xiaojio, should I send someone to notify you that the Emperor has returned? Jiang Yumian, what do you want me to do? The Golden Emperor breathed a sigh of relief at Jiang Yumian's seemingly unconcerned expression. Fortunately, his daughter wasn't interested in him after all. But the Golden Emperor wasn't completely relieved when Jiang Yumian suddenly added, Your Majesty, please notify me. There are many things I need to discuss with him. The Golden Emperor's face fell instantly, and he replied with a forced smile, Okay. Chapter 311. On the street outside the post station, the princes all came to nothing. Jin Ming, where are the people? Jin Di, I don't know. Lin Jiaoyu, are there no people on your side? Jin Shi, no, the entire inn is empty. Xin Qiran, there's no one from the Five Grain Kingdom either. Did they all leave without saying goodbye? Jin Ji, with a stern expression, quickly mounted his horse and addressed the group, Let's go back and report. Meanwhile, at the Lu Jin Kingdom border. In the Five Grain Kingdom tents still stationed at the border, the sleeping soldiers felt the ground shaking, and many were awakened by the noise. What's going on? Is the earth dragon stirring? Hurry, come out! As the soldiers ran out of the tents, they noticed the movement around them becoming even more pronounced. In the forest behind them, birds flew out, and dark shadows almost filled the sky. The general said sternly, "Send a small team to investigate along the route." Before the general could finish his words, he could sense red flashes emanating from all directions. The soldiers stationed at the outermost edge of the formation, drawn by the flashes, retreated slowly toward the center of the tent, weapons in hand. An inexplicable scream echoed, followed by more cries for help. "General! It's the barbarians! The barbarian army is coming! What are you panicking about? How could the barbarian army possibly be coming from the direction of our border town? Hurry! Ah! General, save me!" Inside the south gate of the Lujin Kingdom's border town, a large force arrived hastily, but the gates were tightly closed and heavily guarded. "Who are you?" Qin Zhao, at the front of the group, shouted back, "We are envoys from the Five Grains Kingdom. We have urgent business and must leave the city immediately." The leading general said solemnly, "The entire city is under martial law. No one may enter or leave without an imperial decree. May I ask if you have one?" "Qin Zhao, the incident happened suddenly, and we didn't have time to enter the palace." Commander Jean continued, "I apologize, but the imperial decree must be obeyed. We cannot let you leave. If the envoys truly have urgent matters, please send someone back to ask for the emperor's order. With the imperial decree, we will respectfully escort you on your departure." Chen Zhao turned to look at Ran Yuan. With just one glance, the entire delegation drew their swords. "Ran Yuan, what if we absolutely must leave tonight?" The moment Commander Jean raised his hand, everyone at the city gate followed suit, unsheathing their spears. The soldiers stationed on the city walls, already prepared for battle, drew their bows and arrows. "Commander Jean, then, Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness." As the situation became tense, bursts of red signal fireworks pierced the night sky. "Commander, look!" A soldier behind Commander Jean hurriedly called out, "Commander, the Five Grain Kingdom camp appears to be under attack." At these words, Ran Yuan's expression darkened. Qin Zhao, knife drawn, was about to strike, but Ran Yuan held him back. "Lord! Ran Yuan, it's too late." While Commander Jean urged everyone to be on alert, he quickly ran toward the stone railings on the outer wall of the city. He took the telescope from a soldier and peered toward the Five Grain Kingdom camp. Though the telescope was powerful, it still couldn't see clearly, but he could see the Five Grain Kingdom camp in chaos. The soldiers, dressed in Five Grain Kingdom uniforms, were in disarray, fleeing without any resistance. "Let me see." Commander Jean frowned upon hearing this. Ran Yuan, who should have been downstairs at this moment, had no idea how he managed to get up. Ran Yuan explained to the wary Commander Jean, "I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to see what's going on. My men are downstairs, so you can be assured." Commander Jean thought again, and finally gave him the telescope. Commander Jean had assumed that after Ran Yuan had finished his observation, he would force them to open the city gates. At the very least, he would be furious, wishing to rip to pieces whoever had attacked the military camp. But he never expected that, after a brief look, Ran Yuan would return the telescope and, without a backward glance, head back up the stairs to the city wall. The man's expression was eerily calm. If one had to read anything in Ran Yuan's face, it was only an endless indifference, as if the 400,000 troops stationed on the border of their Five Grains Kingdom had nothing to do with him, like a cold, emotionless weapon. Commander Jean couldn't bear the coldness of the situation and frowned. "They're all your soldiers. Aren't you worried at all?" "Ran Yuan, if being worried helps." Commander Jean, Just as Ran Yuan was about to disappear around the corner, he glanced up at Commander Jean and said, "Secure your city gates." Commander Jean, ? Asshole. Commander Jean was so angry he wanted to confront Ran Yuan, but his left and right lieutenants grabbed his arms just in time. "Did you see? This guy is a complete piece of shit. Bah, what a bastard. Being his soldier is just as unfortunate as it is." Even though Commander Jean was practically lashing out at him, Ran Yuan remained calm. Seeing him coming down, Qin Zhao hurried forward and asked, "Master, what's going on out there?" Ran Yuan, "We can't return to the Five Grains Kingdom now." Qin Zhao, "Then let's." Ran Yuan, "Return to the Imperial City." An hour later, the same thing happened at the north gate of Lujin Kingdom's outer city. This time Jiang Mei, Qi Xinghui, and Yan Chengyan were also standing on the city wall, gazing through telescopes at the bloody scene in the camp, momentarily speechless. Jiang Mei, who had never experienced a zombie dungeon before, couldn't help but ask, so this time, we survived drought, acid rain, volcanic eruptions, and insect plagues, but we still can't survive these last zombies? I haven't played a zombie dungeon before, and this time it's an extremely difficult ancient zombie dungeon? What were the zombie dungeons like before? Qi Xinghui remained relatively calm, but cold sweat broke out on his back, especially when he saw through the telescope that there weren't a single survivor in the military camp. It was simply unbelievable and shocking. Yin Chengyuan couldn't help but say, in the zombie dungeons I played before, there were either large numbers of extremely powerful firearms, or military protection, or high-rise buildings or air raid shelters to defend against them. But now, Jiang Mei and her three siblings spoke in unison. Nothing. 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 Chapter 312. Qi Xinghui was scratching his head. Previous zombie dungeons I played all had an acclimatization period, and you figure it out over time. But this one, there were no warnings, and they just jumped in, infecting 400,000 right off the bat. Yin Chengyan listened, correcting him as he continued, more than 400,000. The closer these undead get to Qin country, the larger their base number. It's almost certain they're all from Qin country. Qin country has already fallen. Qi Xinghui gritted his teeth and punched the wall. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on Lujin country, and stealing their territory at this very moment. What a brilliant plan. Yin Chengyuan, there's no point in talking about this now. The most important thing right now is to find a way to resolve the current problem. After tonight, word of Qin country's change of ownership will surely reach the ears of the Golden Emperor. Now that we lost our 400,000-man army and Qin kingdom has completely severed our ties, our situation in Qin will become extremely delicate. The Qin Emperor can do whatever he wants with us. Qi Xinghui, well aware of the complexities involved, couldn't help but grumble. Jiang Yumian is right. We're really begging her for favors now. Forget unifying the world now, we're lucky to be alive. One wrong move, and everything is lost. Yin Chengyun subconsciously glanced at Qi Xinghui and asked, are you sure? Qi Xinghui, what do you mean by sure? Yin Chengyun, what's your relationship with Jiang Yumian? Can they temporarily take us in? Qi Xinghui was speechless. You should ask her that. After that, they both looked at Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei, don't look at me. I owe her too much, and I can't bring myself to ask for it until I'm fully repaid. Qi Xinghui, can we show some sincerity? Yin Chengyan frowned slightly. What do you mean? Qi Xinghui, I heard she often collects protection fees in the game. Why don't we just pay some and stay put? Yin Chengyun, used to relying on himself, frowned at this bad idea. I think. Before she finished her sentence, Jiang Mei said uncertainly, how about giving it a try? We can't leave the city now anyway. Even if we did, where could we go alone? Worst case, with all those scholars and scholars following us, who could handle the situation? For now, finding reliable external support is our best option. Yin Chengyun, could he argue? He couldn't. So, a large group of people arrived and then returned in a large group. The deputy commander watched the men depart and couldn't help but sigh. Qin nation was annexed by the barbarian nation, and now who knows when it will be our turn. A trusted general beside the deputy commander immediately said, no, your majesty will definitely find a solution. The deputy commander said, yes. Your majesty is no match for those incompetent emperors. The deputy commander addressed the soldiers on duty, stay alert at all times. Think of your wives and children, and be alert. Yes. The following evening, Jiang Yumian emerged from her makeshift laboratory to grab a bite to eat. However, what awaited her was an urgent summons from the Golden Emperor. Jiang Yumian barely ate 2 bites of her meal before dashing off towards the imperial study. Jin Huang, Xiaojiu, Man, Qing, and Wugu are all in trouble. We don't have much time left. Jiang Yumian, what about Qi? Shinqiran, Qi hasn't sent a large army to the border, so we're not entirely clear on their situation right now. It's just, we haven't received any letters from Qi since yesterday. I even checked the records of Qi people entering and leaving our Lujin border these days, and the number is 0. Jin Qi rarely put away his frivolous smile and said sternly, now that the other kingdoms are struggling, we're the only ones left to rely on. Jin Ji, the most difficult thing is that this time, man has adopted the most ruthless and brutal approach. If they were to annex the other 3 kingdoms piecemeal, it would be easy. But to completely control them, it would take at least 6 months, not counting the entirety of the battle. This includes the situation of disloyalty and rebellion among the aristocratic families across the country. It could have at least bought us 10 days, half a month, but now? Jin Ming gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, at most, it can only buy us 3 days. I just received a letter saying that the 900,000 living dead controlled by the barbarian kingdom have shown signs of migration. They are now all heading towards the Qi kingdom. The Qi kingdom's inhabitants are now mostly huddled in Pingcheng, on the Qi kingdom's border. A 900,000 strong army could easily breach the Qi kingdom's walls. Once they capture Qi kingdom, their next target will be us. Jin Huang, if they capture Qi kingdom, there won't just be 900,000 living dead. Jiang Yumian looked at Jin Ming, Jin Di, and Jin Ji, all wearing armor. Although she had already guessed what was going on, she couldn't help but ask, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, are you three planning to go to the border? Jin Ming, well, Qi State is now our ally. We rise and fall together. Although I can't travel far, I can still provide support near the border. Jiang Yumian, well, brothers, be careful. Jiang Yumian, I use this time to refine more gunpowder. I go now. Lin Jiaoyu, I help you. Shin Qiran immediately stepped forward and said, I go too. Jiang Yumian, okay, I'm short-handed. Jiang Yumian and the other two hurried away, leaving only Jin Huang and his brothers behind. Jin Huang looked at Jiang Yumian's back and said worriedly, I thought this girl might sneak away after hearing about Qi State's troubles. Jin Ji, gunpowder is our only chance of victory now. Shujio knows that. Jin Huang sighed, I wish she could be less irrational. She has too much on her plate. At the same moment, a eunuch hurried in. Your Majesty, the envoys from all over the world have returned. They are now begging for an audience with you at the palace gates. The Golden Emperor snorted coldly, now you remember me. These greedy fellows, if they hadn't gathered their entire army to threaten me, would this barbarian nation have had the opportunity to take advantage? I'm lucky I didn't send anyone to hunt them down, yet they have the audacity to come and beg me for mercy. I won't see you. No, it's no use letting these people roam the inner city all the time. Come on, imprison all these stray dogs. Tai. Just as the eunuch was about to leave, Jin Ji stopped him, saying, Your Majesty, wait a minute. Jin Ji, we're short of manpower right now. With so many people, we can even help repair the inner city walls. At this moment Jin Ji suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, I have a good idea. Jin Emperor, go ahead. Jin Ji narrowed his eyes and smiled. Aren't these envoys so arrogant? They're even using the marriage issue in front of the palace to irritate Xiaozhou. Isn't Xiaozhou in need of help right now? Wouldn't it be perfect to drag them all over here and use them as punching bags for Xiaozhou? Chapter 313. Time was tight, and the task was heavy, so Jiang Yumian could only find a large open space near the ancient imperial kiln, set up a makeshift shelter that barely provided enough shelter from the wind and rain, and then rolled up her sleeves and began to work. However, before Jiang Yumian could fully commit herself to the task, Eunuch Lu urgently called her out. Jiang Yumian asked, Seventh brother, what do you want to talk to me about? Eunuch Lu smiled as he led the way, replying, You see when we get there. When Jiang Yumian followed Eunuch Lu to the dungeon, she was stunned. The entire dungeon was filled with the same envoys from various countries, who had bossed them around in the palace not long ago. Jin Shi, noticing her arrival, cut to the chase, I know you're short of help. See if there are any suitable ones here. Pick one and help you. Whatever you pick will go to the kiln and help burn gold bricks to repair the city walls. Jiang Yumian was instantly delighted. The envoys, although they did come here out of desperation, they still had dignity. Jiang Yumian looked at the sullen Ran Yuan in the corner, feeling incredibly happy. Look at that, things will change, next year's turn will come to my house. She doesn't even need next year. Jiang Yumian looked at the envoys in the dozens of cells, and suddenly a bold idea struck her. She urgently called Hua Guangguang. Jiang Yumian, Guangzi. Hua Guangguang, go ahead. Jiang Yumian, I'd like to ask, if I give an item as a gift, will the giver be notified? Hua Guangguang, you mean? Jiang Yumian, for example, if I give my item to someone else, will I get a system notification? Hua Guangguang, if you already confirmed the recipient of the gift, there won't be a repeated reminder. Only the recipient will be informed of the type of item you're giving, along with its description and quantity. Jiang Yumian asked, does the gift have to be verbal? Hua Guangguang, methods for gifting items include, but are not limited to, verbal notifications, filling out a paper gift agreement, and online donations. Jiang Yumian, but what if the other party uses a fake name on the gift agreement? Hua Guangguang, since this round is a role-playing survival game, as long as the other player uses the name of the character they're playing, it will still be valid. Jiang Yumian, understood. Wang Guangguang wanted to ask more, but Jiang Yumian ruthlessly ignored her and led a group of guards to the door of one of the cells. Jiang Yumian smiled and said to everyone, "Do you want to come out?" The players, Jiang Yumian, are there any chemistry experts? The players, who here is a loser? They're all highly intelligent. Even the rising star players were top students in college. Even though they've mostly forgotten everything they learned in high school, their learning ability is there, so they can learn anything. Jiang Yumian turned and told Eunuch Lu to prepare pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Then, he said to the crowd, "You should all have heard my rules. If you want to come out, you can, but you have to pay a protection fee of 100 gold coins each." The two brothers, Yu Zhe and Yu Feng, who were following Yin Chengyun, damn, this feels familiar. Jiang Yumian had a table brought in and placed in the middle of the prison aisle. Jiang Yumian, this alchemy is a high-temperature operation. Not only is it tiring and difficult, but prisoners, like you have to work in shackles and handcuffs, eat little, sleep little, and those who are slow are whipped. The pampered players, Jiang Yumian, of course, if you want to leave the Golden Kingdom now you can. I send someone to escort you directly to the border. I think it would be a good idea for you to seek refuge with the Barbarian Kingdom. Oh, I forgot your status is too special. If you seek refuge, you'd be reduced to a living dead, not to mention survival. The Barbarian Kingdom would not allow these royals, who pose such a threat to it, to return to their homeland. Whether they pretended to surrender or truly wanted to, they would only face death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have returned to seek refuge with the Golden Kingdom. Jiang Yumian's words resonated with everyone. Jiang Yumian, now, if you come up with this idea, everyone should come to me and pay a 100 gold protection fee. Then sign a work contract, promising to work 4 hours a day to help me refine gunpowder. I provide everyone with quality meals and lodging at the inn. If you don't have that much gold, that's fine too. You can also pay 50 gold and work 5 hours a day, and I still provide food and lodging. If you don't even have 50 gold, that's even better. After all, we're all rising stars, so we understand. Work 6 hours, get the same meals, but the lodging might be a little more basic, 6 to a room. If you're ready, come fill out the work contract and pay. Please note, my time is limited, and I won't be able to spend much time with you. I have to wait for half an hour, and after that, it's too late to change your mind. Jiang Yumian gestured to the guards, instructing them to open the cells holding the envoys. In a flash, a line of people formed in front of Jiang Yumian. Jiang Mei, I pay 100 yuan. Where do you sign? Jiang Yumian immediately handed her a piece of rice paper. Sister, sign here. Behind her, Qi Xinghui couldn't help but ask, Xiaobai, you're asking us to sign on a blank sheet of paper. It's not a scam, is it? Jiang Yumian replied with a smile. It's definitely a scam. It's up to you, Brother Qi, to decide whether to sign or not. Qi Xinghui, TSK. But Jiang Mei still took the brush and quickly signed her name on the blank sheet of paper. Not Mu Mei, but Jiang Mei. Seeing her straightforwardness, Jiang Yumian couldn't help but smile. Sister, aren't you afraid I hurt you? Jiang Mei slowly put down her pen and said calmly, if you wanted to hurt me, you wouldn't have to wait until now. You saved my life. If you want it, just come and take it. I won't complain. The two exchanged a knowing glance, then smiled simultaneously. Jiang Yumian, I can promise you I won't hurt you. I'm just trying to protect myself. Jiang Mei, I know. You don't need to explain. Jiang Mei, sister, I believe you. Qi Xinghui, watching the two people's eyes tear up, couldn't help but tremble. All right, stop wasting time. It's my turn to sign. Ran Yuan and his men, still in the cell, watched the line grow longer and longer, their faces growing grim. Chen Zhao, master, shall we go? Ran Yuan was silent for a long moment, before finally speaking sparingly. Go. Chapter 314. An hour passed in a flash. Jiang Yumian looked up at the last two people, and handed the empty space on the paper to them. After Ran Yuan signed, he handed the paper back to Jiang Yumian, reminding her, the city is under martial law now, and we're not going out. Jiang Yumian, so? Ran Yuan, do you think Man Gui and Man Nian can get out? I've seen them send people to the northern mining area several times to investigate. They should be able to find some clues. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow and said, thank you. Ran Yuan, they used me, so they should pay the price. At the mention of this, Jiang Yumian asked curiously, how could such a smart person like you fall for a woman? Go up. I don't believe you dare to so brazenly go on a diplomatic mission to the kingdom of Lu Jin without a backup plan. Ran Yuan simply stared into her eyes for a few more seconds, then immediately looked away, replying indifferently, "It's what it is, I won't argue." "Didn't Lu Shiyan also fall for you?" Jiang Yumian raised her eyebrows slightly, and admitted frankly, "He fell, but he's not like you. He has his own principles and bottom line. He won't sacrifice the entire Qi kingdom for me. Just like her, she wouldn't lose her mind for Lu Shiyan, abandoning the affairs of her family and country in pursuit of romantic interests. Ran Yuan, don't you women just like those in power to bow down and sacrifice everything for you? What's more, aren't the people of Qin Kingdom, Qi Kingdom, and Wugu Kingdom just a string of data? Dead. This time, Jiang Yumian didn't argue, but simply looked up at him indifferently. So do you want to die? Ran Yuan was stunned. What do you mean? Jiang Yumian, as a piece of data, do you want to die? Ran Yuan, I'm not data. You don't want to die, right? You turned back because you wanted to live, and you came to me to pay money just to leave this dark prison. Jiang Yumian continued, then go to the street and ask any civilians if they want to die. Will they admit that they only? Is it just a string of data? Ran Yuan, Jiang Yumian, I just like to be serious. He likes to be serious too, serious about anything he believes is right, and putting it into action. That's why we're different. Ran Yuan was about to retort, but Jiang Yumian said to Jin, she beside him, Seventh brother, please help us send these people to Big Brother. Just say they're here to help and arrange the work. Jin Shi, okay. Finally, only Eunuch Lu and the other officials remained with Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian picked up a brush and began filling in the most important information on each blank space on the page where everyone had filled in their names. I voluntarily paid Jiang Yumian 100 gold coins to purchase the following items: X-ray eyes buff, yellow Oriole buff, and give them directly to Jiang Yumian. Jiang Mei. I voluntarily paid Jiang Yumian 100 gold coins to purchase the following items: Attention buff, 1, 2, 3, statue buff, and give them directly to Jiang Yumian. Shi Xinghui. Prompts for item gifts kept ringing in her mind. After Jiang Yumian finished her last stroke, and the system's final notification ended, Hua Guangguang's voice followed. Hua Guangguang, congratulations, idol, for successfully selling 170 item buffs. You receive a commission of 170 gold coins and a 170-hour lucky buff. Hua Guangguang, however, the hidden reward for this mission, the Heaven and Earth longevity buff, will only be given to you after you use all 170 items. Jiang Yumian, I know. She's only slightly interested in this buff. She doesn't really want it. Now that she has all 170 items, she have to use all 170 of them to get the Heaven and Earth longevity buff. It's a huge loss. What's more, Ran Yuan's experience has served as a warning to her. She should use fewer items if possible. Who knows how much of her mental data has already been accessed by the system. Jiang Yumian, then my location. Hua Guangguang, wait a moment, I cancel your real-time location. Jiang Yumian quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, can I decide when to cancel it myself? Hua Guangguang, idle, theoretically no. Jiang Yumian, you're the best ruler in the world. Hua Guangguang, but whether or not to cancel it affects your personal safety. If you don't want to cancel it then. Jiang Yumian quickly emphasized, it still needs to be cancelled. But not now. You're kidding. She just tricked 80 or 90 players, and in the blink of an eye, the location disappeared. Players aren't stupid, they definitely link it to her. Even without substantial evidence, mere suspicion will have a significant impact on her. Hua Guangguang, then can you set a time? Jiang Yumian smiled. If I can set a time, why not just leave it for now? I can make my own decisions anyway. Hua Guangguang hesitated and said, but that's against the rules. Jiang Yumian, Guangguang. My good Guangguang. You're my light. Jiang Yumian, you don't know, I've been praising you every day as the most professional and outstanding Tongzi. You're really putting me in a difficult position. Just a little concession, just this once please. Guang, my admiration for you is like a surging river. You are the moon in the sky, you are. Hua Guangguang, stop. Hua Guangguang, okay, just this once. Jiang Yumian, moi. Jiang Yumian quickly folded the paper in half, and slowly placed it on the candle on the table, lighting it. Eunuch Lu leaned over and asked, Ninth Princess, what will happen to the remaining envoys, who haven't been selected? Jiang Yumian addressed the NPC envoys still in the cell. Those who need to work on alchemy should do so, Those who need to move bricks should move bricks, and those who need to build walls should build walls. We can't just leave them sitting here doing nothing but eating. Uniclu nodded yes. Jiang Yumian tossed the burnt paper into the fire pit beside the cell. The glowing charcoal still flickered, casting a flickering light on the girl's clean face. Chapter 315. Uniclu sent his men to escort all the envoys out of the prison. A large group of people marched past Jiang Yumian. Suddenly, the girl suddenly said, "Wait a moment." For a moment, everyone looked at her. The one closest to her was the old minister of the five-grain state, the one who had publicly rebuked her in the hall. His temples were already gray, and his handcuffed hands were trembling. But what he hadn't expected was, the girl walked right past him, her tone of caution to Uniclu as calm as ever. Jiang Yumian, their hours are the same as those of other craftsmen, and their food is not subject to deduction. There are rewards and punishments for both good and bad work. As for the older ones, try to assign them easier tasks. This princess doesn't want anyone killed. Uniclu smiled and said, yes. When Uniclu turned around, he saw the old minister's pale eyes staring blankly at Jiang Yumian's departing figure. Uniclu didn't explain much, simply waving to the guards and slowly addressing the envoys. If I catch anyone cheating, it won't be as simple as imprisonment. For the next few days, Jiang Yumian and her men worked tirelessly in the shed, refining the materials day and night. Not only were they carrying the raw materials stolen from the Five Grains Kingdom in her space, but they were also carrying all sorts of materials that the Golden Emperor had plundered from all over the Lu Jin Kingdom. Cart after car of gunpowder was arriving, and car after car of gunpowder was being shipped out. Emperor Jin and Empress Jin would come over every day, but every time they came they could only say a few words to Jiang Yumian and his siblings. Queen Jin sighed, as she watched Jiang Yumian's increasingly emaciated figure. At this moment, Jin Shi, having received a letter from his brother, hurried over and said to the Emperor, "Father, there's news from fourth brother." Emperor Jin, what's going on? Jin Shi, fourth brother says Qi Kingdom might be in trouble too. The barbarian armies attacking Qi Kingdom have already begun heading towards the western barbarians. Fifth brother also sent a letter saying that nearly 300,000 barbarian troops are heading towards our border. Emperor Jin, it seems they're planning to gather together and capture the border of Zichengdu in one fell swoop. Jin Shi's face was solemn. It will only take 2 days at most for the two armies to regroup. Father, Emperor Jin, how are the people evacuating the outer city going? Jin Shi, almost everyone has retreated to the inner city. Emperor Jin, have Man Gui and Man Niani still not been found? Jin Shi shook his head subconsciously. Nothing has been discovered. All the tunnels in the northern mining area are now blocked, and our men can't move. These two shouldn't be able to move either. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Golden Emperor, how's the city wall? Golden Seal, it's been reinforced and raised both inside and outside. The other 3 gates of the inner city have been sealed, and the Golden Wall has been poured. Now we only have one entrance and exit. Golden Emperor's expression relaxed slightly after hearing this. He turned to look at the Queen Aji, my armor. Golden Queen, her eyes reddened, still smiling, replied, it's been patched. It's been reinforced with some extra stuff, so it might be a bit heavy. Golden Emperor, no problem. Golden Emperor turned to look at Jin Shi and said sternly, Seventh brother, I will immediately lead my troops to the border to fight the enemy. From now on, you will guard the inner city in my stead, and your mother will assist you. Jin Shi, father, aren't you going to wait for Xiaojiu and the others? This gunpowder is extremely powerful. It lasts at least a few more days. Jin Huang, these are the weapons you need to defend the inner city. Your 5th and 6th brothers, and I can only buy you as much time as possible. Jin Shi, father, I go with you. Eldest brother and 8th brother are here. Jin Huang, there's no need to elaborate. Your eldest brother is a bookworm, and your 8th brother is too young and impulsive, so he might not be able to handle it. Xiaojiu, if the inner city can't be defended, I let Xiaojiu lead the people away. 7th brother, you're the last line of defense. Jin Shi said, I understand. Jin Shi, I protect Xiaojiu at the risk of my life. Jin Huang subconsciously raised his hand and patted Jin Shi's shoulder. Good boy. With that, Jin Huang quickly left with several of his carefully selected generals. Queen Jin momentarily lost her composure, and Jin Shi hurriedly supported her arm. Jiang Yumian, who had a moment to look up, saw the hurried departure of Emperor Jin and the others. The girl's grip on the porcelain vase subconsciously tightened. Lin Jiaoyu, who was about to take the vase from Jiang Yumian's hand, also noticed Jiang Yumian's unusual mood. Lin Jiaoyu, The barbarian kingdom is coming, right? Jiang Yumian, yes, we need to hurry. Lin Jiaoyu, the situation in Qi Kingdom is probably getting worse. Jiang Yumian, I know. Lin Jiaoyu, don't you want to accompany father to the frontier? Jiang Yumian, it takes a day to get from the palace to the frontier, and I can accomplish a lot in that day. Even if I went, father wouldn't let me go in person, and I would only be a hindrance if I stayed there. Besides, the outer city's fall is inevitable. All I can do is quickly complete my tasks, quickly deploy defenses, and set traps, and let him. Just a few days longer. Lin Jiaoyu smiled wryly, you're always so rational. Sometimes I start to wonder if you're made of steel. Jiang Yumian didn't answer, but continued to concentrate on refining the materials. Late at night, after a brief 2-hour nap, Lin Jiaoyu hurried back to the shed. Before he could even enter, he spotted a figure busy at the workbench. Du Lala, her eyes dark, was asleep on the table covered with notes beside her. She ate a white flour bun while stoking a fire at the forge and watching over the alum water boiling in a small iron pot. Shinchiran, who had just finished a shower and hurried over, also noticed the man standing in the corridor, outside the shed, watching the busy figures inside. Shinchiran jumped forward and placed his hand on Lin Jiaoyu's shoulder. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? These words were particularly striking in the stillness of the night, drawing Jiang Yumian's attention. Before Shinchiran could say anything else, Jiang Yumian addressed them, you arrived just in time. Someone help me carry La to the next room to sleep. I can't leave here. Someone else, please help me get some firewood from the warehouse. Shinchiran, come. 2 days later. Inside the Lujing Palace. Report. 7th Prince, the barbarian army has assembled and is now attacking us. 1 more day later. Report. The barbarian army has brought in large quantities of a strange liquid and has been pouring it onto our city walls. The outer walls are now severely corroded, and many soldiers have contracted wounds and developed persistent fevers. Jin Shi, didn't Xiaojiu send a lot of medicinal powder? It was all useless. It worked. But they brought in too much liquid. The powder wasn't enough to quench our thirst. Chapter 316. 2 days later. Report. A small hole has rotted through the city wall, and the 5th Prince is sending men to repair it. Your Majesty. Jin Shi's heart instantly sank. What's wrong with your Majesty? The guard, no longer willing to keep the secret, trembled as he crouched on the ground and replied, Your Majesty's arm has also been corroded by the acid for 2 days. He has also developed a persistent high fever and is resting in the camp. At the same time, Lin Jiaoyu and Shinchiran hurried in. Lin Jiaoyu, led Xiaowu lead father and the others back to the inner city. The traps in the city are almost set. Jin Shi, okay. At the same time, another guard rushed into the hall with an urgent message. Report. There's movement in the tunnels of the northern mining area. Jin Shi, can you sense it exactly? Guard southwest. Jin Shi and his men searched the model map. Southwest. Jin Shi's pupil shrank. If 5th Brother and the others want to retreat to the inner city, they have to pass over the mining tunnels in the southwest area. If this tunnel is dug through from above, cutting off father and the others' route back, then Jin Shi, quick, have 2nd Brother, 3rd Brother, and 4th Brother retreat through the city gates. Have them support 5th Brother and the others first. Lin Jiaoyu frowned and hurried out. It's very likely we won't make it in time. I lead a team to support them. Shinchiran, I go too. Jin Shi didn't stop them. After the 2 men left, he frantically experimented with the sand table model to figure out how to break through if they were cut off. But after racking his brains and trying dozens of possibilities, he could only find one outcome. Dead end. Not only the over 200,000 troops cut off by the barbarian nation, but also everyone in the entire inner city were doomed. This cutoff even brought their deaths forward by several days. Jin Shi unconsciously lowered his hand, clutching the small flag, dejectedly letting it fall from his grasp. Eunuch Lu. Standing outside the palace gate, Eunuch Lu respectfully asked, What are the 7th Prince's instructions? Jin Shi, where's Xiujiu? Eunuch Lu, she just came with the 1st Prince and the others. Jin Shi, where's she now? Eunuch Lu, she must have heard something she shouldn't have and ran away. Jin Shi, nonsense. Queen Jin, who had remained silent, spoke helplessly, let her go. Her heart isn't here anymore. In a tunnel southwest of the northern mining area, a man and a woman, holding talismans, appeared out of thin air in the pitch-black tunnel. Man Gui casually tossed the nearly burning talisman aside, lit a torch, and looked around. Man Gui, This golden cotton is truly ruthless, blasting this tunnel to pieces. If your sister didn't have a teleportation item, our plan wouldn't have been possible. Man Yenny replied expressionlessly. Stop talking nonsense and quickly find a suitable location to connect to the portal. The two, each holding a torch, searched for a spot, and finally found the perfect teleportation location. Man Yenny pulled talisman paper after talisman from her pocket and placed them on the wall in front of her and on the rock above her head. The moment the talisman took effect, two bottomless black holes appeared in the wall. Man Yenny took a human bone shell and placed it to her lips, playing. Soon, movement began within the black hole. One by one, the undead, in standby mode, slowly emerged from it, following the two men to another teleportation tunnel, arriving directly above it. Late at night, on the western border, the fifth prince led a small force to provide rearguard support, while the sixth prince, with an army of over 100,000, prepared to retreat to the inner city overnight. This included nearly 30,000 soldiers suffering from a persistent fever. The accompanying carriages could barely move, and everyone relied on their concerted efforts to reach the inner city. The sixth prince, Jean Kangol, now had disheveled hair, his armor shattered by the enemy's hacking. Even without bloody wounds, his body bore marks of blades and the bites of wild beasts. If he weren't invulnerable, he'd likely be dead by now, or perhaps even one of the barbarian army of the living dead. Even with this invulnerability, the boy's face was still etched with fatigue, as if he were about to collapse from exhaustion. He was still commanding the advancing army with a feigned air of authority. Hurry, hurry up. Fifth brother and his men could only hold out for one night at most, and their lives were in great danger. If they could quickly evacuate everyone to the inner city, he could return to provide support. But the sixth prince never imagined the fierce battle that would soon await them. Suddenly, many of the warhorses ahead were attacked by the enemy. As if tripped by something, they all fell to their knees, and the soldiers on board were caught off guard and set flying. The sixth prince, still helping to clean up the mess at the rear, was startled by the noise ahead, and immediately spurred his horse to the front of the column. When Jean Kangol arrived, he noticed red lights flashing not far in front of them, rapidly approaching them. And on either side, hundreds of red lights suddenly lit up. The stunned guards retreated desperately. General Jean Kangol, retreat! At the same time, soldiers arriving from the rear of the army hurriedly called out, General, there are others behind us. General, we're surrounded. Jean Kangol, seeing this, knew they had been ambushed, but he was even more worried. Where did these puppets come from? Had the inner city already been lost? The sixth prince quickly drew his silver spear from his horse, and shouted to his soldiers, What are you afraid of? We have an army of over 100,000. How can we be afraid of a few thousand puppets? Protect the wounded in the center, and kill everyone else. Fight your way out. Mangue, standing on the higher ground, chuckled and shouted to Jean Kangol, Sixth Prince, you're so arrogant. A few thousand men aren't enough, but what about tens of thousands? If tens of thousands aren't enough, it doesn't matter. The nearly 1 million people of Qing Kingdom can take turns filling in. If that's still not enough, then we can add the people of Wugu Kingdom. We can wear you out here. Even if you don't die, by the time my Man Kingdom army completely breaks through the gates of Lujin Kingdom tomorrow morning, you two brothers will be dead too. Chapter 317. At dawn, hundreds of thousands of soldiers cut down the living dead with swords, leaving them dead or maimed. Yet, these people knew nothing of pain or fatigue. If one hand was severed, they would use the other to grab, and if limbs were broken, they would still crawl and bite. Although the people of Lujin had special physiques, they were tugged and bitten by this group of wolves and tigers, their senseless foreigners, like a dogskin plaster, and were already exhausted. But what could they do? The endless army of the living dead before them almost brought them to the brink of despair. The blood-soaked deputy general panted breathlessly at the nearby Jean Kangol, Your Highness, we can't kill them all. The sixth prince, who had just decapitated a man, shouted, We have to kill them all. But when Jean Kangol turned around, he saw that his most capable and high-spirited deputy general was now vacant-eyed, his lips pale, and even the hand gripping his spear was shaking. He was already exhausted. In recent days, he had seen too many soldiers collapse before him from exhaustion. Jean Kangol's eyes welled up, and his previously assertive attitude softened. He encouraged, Hold on a little longer. Big brother and the others will surely send reinforcements. The deputy general, Your Highness, what if there are no reinforcements? So many people in the inner city have already. Even with reinforcements. They can't win. They can't win. Jean Kangol watched the deputy general collapse backward, his pupils shrinking, and he quickly ran towards him. but dozens of undead surged forward, surrounding him. At the same time, "Hello, Your Highness, reinforcements are arriving." Lin Jiaoyu and Shen Qiran arrived with 5,000 soldiers. Though small in number, they comprised half the force defending the inner city. From the 2 men high up the mountainside, these reinforcements looked like they were simply coming to die. Mangui laughed out loud. "What's the point? An army of nearly 200,000 couldn't even match them, yet they're still afraid of these 4 or 5,000 reinforcements. Kill one wave, and another wave will follow. Manyeni, this is probably the last half of the Lujin Kingdom's forces. Mangui, we're not afraid of them coming, we're afraid of them not coming. The Lujin Kingdom royal family is truly audacious to defend such a vast inner city, with only 5 or 6,000 men. They're truly audacious. Mangui, in half an hour, we can almost implement Plan 2. Manyeni curled her lips slightly, replaced the bone flute, and began to manipulate the surrounding zombies to encircle the 5,000 soldiers. At this moment, Lin Jiaoyu, who was downstairs, successfully met up with Jean Kangol and hurriedly asked, "Have you seen Xiujio?" Jean Kangol was slightly stunned. "Is Xiujio here too?" Lin Jiaoyu's heart sank at his reaction, but he could only bite the bullet and thrust a map into Jean Kangol's hands. He quickly said, "Take the wounded soldiers and retreat along the only route shown on the map back to the inner city. Be careful not to take shortcuts." Jean Kangol, "Okay, but Xiujio." Lin Jiaoyu, "We can only find her after we break through." The person they were talking about had recently killed a high-ranking barbarian zombie and donned her clothes. Now, covered in dust, he was crawling up the mountain. She even noticed a blind spot. These humans were different from zombies. These zombies didn't have very sensitive noses, and due to their Liujin King physique, they couldn't even smell the scent of blood. Their only way to distinguish friend from foe was different skin colors and eyes. And yet, Jiang Yumian possessed both. And it was thanks to this system, which granted her this special privilege to change her face. At this moment, with her white fur, red eyes, and blue skin, even though she was heading in the opposite direction from the endless stream of undead from the 5-grain kingdom below the mountain, not a single undead would even glance at her. Even before Jiang Yumian reached the nearby hilltop, she had already observed the situation below through her telescope. In this situation, even if she went, she would be courting death. Besides, she wasn't invulnerable, so helping would only kill her faster. But if capture the leader first, an eternal truth. After observing for a while, Jiang Yumian couldn't detect any leader commanding this group of zombies. All the undead charged mindlessly, overwhelming the enemy with numbers. The only 2 undead dressed in barbarian attire briefly commanded the group at the foot of the mountain. But she had no idea where this endless stream of undead came from, or who commanded them. Until, after she had dispatched 2 high-level undead, she heard a strange shao sound at the foot of the mountain. By the time the shao sound stopped again, Jiang Yumian had already reached the middle of the mountain and could roughly determine the enemy's position. However, at this moment, she didn't rush directly towards the person playing the shao. Instead, she watched the undead army surge in the opposite direction and hurried forward. Only when she reached a flat surface did Jiang Yumian see the scene. One after another, undead emerged from the center of the black hole in the ground. Jiang Yumian instinctively narrowed her eyes. She wondered why the border was so well guarded. So how could so many undead lurking there? No wonder, it was thanks to this crappy tool. Jiang Yumian walked over to the teleportation array, but didn't destroy it directly. Instead, she looked at the undead emerging. Their heads were almost all covered in dirt, the unique gold mine dirt of their Lujin Kingdom. Jiang Yumian was silent for a moment, then quickly cast a lucky buff on herself and swiftly jumped through the teleportation array. As expected, Jiang Yumian reached the mine tunnel and discovered another teleportation array, larger and wider than the one above. It could even directly teleport 4 undead into the tunnel at once. This allowed for a continuous flow of undead upwards. For every one killed by the army, the teleportation array could instantly transport dozens, even hundreds. How could they possibly defeat this? Even if her Lujin Kingdom's army of over 100,000 were to be annihilated here, it would only take a day or 2. If the source wasn't addressed, these undead would continue to pour into Lujin Kingdom. But, even if she destroyed the teleportation array today, the same situation would remain for the Lujin Kingdom should the teleportation talisman reappear. The Lujin Kingdom, already at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, now has even its own people becoming the unscrupulous executioners of this barbarian nation. Then what about the Lujin Kingdom? Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, silently pulled out a silver spear from her space, and slowly walked towards the teleportation black hole. Chapter 318. Above the endless rice fields, the equally endless people of the five-grain kingdom, all with white eyes and blue skin. Jiang Yumian didn't know how to describe the scene before her. She felt her heart tremble uncontrollably. The girl hurriedly pulled a golden screen from her space and placed it in front of the teleportation hole. Seeing the zombies still advancing and colliding with the screen, Jiang Yumian finally felt relieved and prepared to escape in search of a solution. No matter how she circled or ran, she couldn't escape the crowd. Among them were the elderly, children, pregnant women, and disabled people who had been bitten so hard they were already bloody and had no time to clean themselves. 1,600,000 people, and not a single one survived. No, more than 1 million. She even saw clothing unique to the Qin kingdom and the Qi kingdom in the crowd. Looking down from above, she seemed like a mayfly in the rice fields. Yes, she had been chased by a zombie army before, but that time, there were only 1 million of them. Different identities bring different perspectives and perceptions. Now, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Jiang Yumian's skin crawled with goosebumps. She quickly suppressed the urge to vomit and retreated to the teleportation array. What should she do with so many undead? Even if she could blow them up, most of the explosives she refined over the past few days had already been buried in various corners of Lujin State's outer city. Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to retrieve something from the space, but unexpectedly. A faint sound of a shout came from not far away. At the same time, the undead around her, who had been ignoring her, suddenly stopped. Even the swarm of undead, who had been banging against the golden screen like headless flies, turned to look at her. Jiang Yumian, shock. Jiang Yumian subconsciously took 2 steps back toward the teleportation array. She felt a surge of activity behind the crowd, rapidly approaching her. But with so many people blocking her view, how could they have spotted her? Higher ground. But the higher ground around her. There was only one wall, quite far away. Jiang Yumian quickly dispatched the 2 undead before her and retreated back into the teleportation array. Before leaving, she glanced up at the wall. As she retreated back into the teleportation array, she tore off the yellow talisman affixed to the top of the array without a second's thought and set it ablaze. The moment the talisman burned, 2 sharp claws emerged from the black hole. The next second, as the talisman burned, the 2 claws that had emerged from the black hole seemed to be severed without a single drop of blood. They fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief, but now, the immediate crisis was halfway resolved. But so many civilians had been transformed into the living dead. Even if the barbarian kingdom's plan failed, they could still send their army of the living dead to the border of the Lujin kingdom to join the siege. Millions of civilians, plus an army of nearly 1 million already transformed into the living dead. What was next was truly difficult. Jiang Yumian hurriedly entered another teleportation array leading halfway up the mountain. But just as Jiang Yumian emerged, tearing off the talisman paper to burn it, a sharp arrow suddenly struck Jiang Yumian's chest. Jiang Yumian quickly dodged to avoid the vitals, but the arrow still grazed her arm. The girl frowned and looked up to see 2 people running towards her. Man Gui, who are you? Why aren't you controlled? Man Yanni, standing next to Man Gui, focused his attention on the girl's arm. Man Yanni said coldly, You? Are you from the Lujin kingdom? At this point, Man Gui also focused his attention on Jiang Yumian's arm. Man Yanni's clothing wasn't as ornate and layered as in other countries. Man Yan's clothing was generally sleeveless, especially around the arms, where most people only wore armbands. Now, golden blood was flowing from Jiang Yumian's blue arm. Though the blood quickly solidified into irregular, solid gold nuggets, it still couldn't change the fact that she was from the Lujin kingdom. Jiang Yumian, who had been thinking of settling the score with the 2 men, felt a wave of dizziness. The arrow was poisoned. Man Gui naturally knew the arrow was poisoned, and there was no way he was going to let the other party escape. Laughing and stalling for time, he said, I'm curious. Aren't the people of Lujin invulnerable? How could you be injured? Jiang Yumian lied without blinking, I have both man and Lujin blood in me. I wonder if you 2 would spare my life for my man bloodline. Man Gui smiled, stepping closer to the woman. No wonder you have such strange traits. Jiang Yumian took 2 steps back warily. Man Gui, do you know what kind of poison I used on this arrow? Jiang Yumian suddenly had a foreboding premonition. Man Gui, this dream of drunkenness can completely rupture your internal organs, yet it can also leave your head intact. In particular, your bodily functions are at peak performance, as if you taken a powerful pill. Jiang Yumian frowned. The head is intact, but the internal organs are shattered. Man Gui, did you see those living dead down there? You become like that, aware of what you're doing, but unable to resist or stop. You be forced to obey the orders of my Mansi tribe, attacking wherever I point and biting whomever I point. Jiang Yumian, Jiang Yumian felt excruciating pain, her chest heaving violently, as she charged directly at Mangui. Unexpectedly, Mangui didn't even try to dodge, but confidently raised his hand. 3, 2, 1. As Mangui finished his words, the woman in front of him, who was about to raise her hand to strangle him, suddenly had red eyes that turned white, and her body seemed to be petrified. Mangui smiled, quickly pushed the woman's hands away, brushed off the dust that had stained him, and bent down to pry open the woman's palm holding the talisman. Unexpectedly, the talisman paper had been torn to shreds by the other party in the chaos. Mangui, Manyeni saw Mangui's mouth twitch violently twice, and said expressionlessly, "What do you want to do with this man?" Mangui, since he has the blood of the Lu Jin people, I must make good use of him. Manyeni, we only have 2 pieces of talisman paper. Now that we lost them, we can't go back. Mangui, since we can't go back, let's do our best to stop these people here. The army should be arriving soon. Let's go! Chapter 319. The entire inner city of Lu Jin was surrounded by a 1,000,000-strong barbarian army, while outside, countless Lu Jin soldiers fought bloody battles. Du Lala saw the arrow once again launched at Jiang Yumian. This time, she had anticipated it and rushed forward to block it. But then, from behind, another arrow pierced the heart of the girl she had desperately protected, spraying her with blood. Again! Du Lala awoke from another nightmare, her eyes red. Without a second thought, she hurried to the imperial study. She ran head-on into Lin Jiaoyu, who had hurriedly left the study. Du Lala, Senior, it's great that you're here. I dreamed. Before Du Lala could finish, Lin Jiaoyu hurriedly instructed, the barbarian army has begun its siege. Hurry and find the queen, pack your things, and get ready to leave. Du Lala was about to speak, but Lin Jiaoyu had already hurriedly left, not giving her a chance to speak. Seeing Shinchiron running out, Du Lala hurriedly grabbed him. I know you're anxious, but listen to me first. I dreamed there were spies within the Lu Jin kingdom. Send someone to investigate. Shinchiron was silent for a long moment. We don't have the manpower to investigate now. Yesterday, we discovered a shelter in the royal mines. Now, all the women will be escorted by the queen's personal guards through the mine tunnels to the shelter. You should hurry too. Du Lala, where's my Yu? It's been 2 days, and there's still no news? Since the retreating army was intercepted that day, there has been no news of Jiang Yumian. The only thing Shinchiron could be certain of was, late that night, all the living dead suddenly froze, standing still, allowing the army to slaughter them completely. It seemed Sister Mian was definitely involved. They still sent people to the mountains to search, but aside from irregular gold nuggets scattered across the ground, there was no further news of Jiang Yumian, just like Lu Zhiyan, who had disappeared without a trace. And now, the only thing he could do was to desperately defend this last city. Shinchiron, Sister Law, you should go first. Du Lala still held onto his arm and said calmly, I'm not bad at martial arts either. I go with you. I'm a player too. What's wrong with you always asking me to hang out with NPCs? Shinchiron couldn't persuade her, so he agreed and took her to the front lines at full speed. However, as Shinchiron and the others left the palace gates with the last remaining troops, they saw the entire perimeter of the city filled with countless civilians, who should have been hiding. Before Shinchiron could speak, the leading youth, holding a gleaming golden mace, called out to him, 8th Prince, we go with you. A large group of children behind him immediately chimed in, we go too. Shinchiron remembered this man. More precisely, he remembered this group of little brats. They were all the bandits, who had returned with Chao Letian. But now? Shinchiron, not to mention your youth, you're from the 5 Grains country, and don't have the special physiques we have here. You can't resist the barbarian army. On the battlefield you die. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of young men in golden attire stood up from behind Xiaohu. 8th Prince, they don't have any, so what about us? Yes, we go to the battlefield too. 8th Prince, please take us with you. 8th Prince, we can fight the enemy as well. Please allow us to join you on the front lines. 8th Prince, please lead us to protect Lu Jin. Please lead us to protect our homeland. On the busiest street outside the imperial city, countless men, women, young and old knelt in unison, their backs straight. They wore homemade soft armor, and, lacking weapons, they took up their mining shovels. Their tones betrayed a resolute readiness to sacrifice their lives, a determination to defend their homeland. For some reason, Shinchiron's eyes moistened as he watched the united hearts of the people of the city. Sitting on his horse, Shinchiron couldn't help but shout to the people of the city. The barbarian army is vastly outmatched in strength compared to ours. Even if this battle means certain death, will you follow this prince? Little Huji, the leader, was the first to shout, "Fight! Fight to the death! Fight! Fight! Fight!" Under an overturned nest, no egg can remain unbroken. Fight! Fight to the death! The people's voices of support for the fight resounded throughout the imperial city, a deafening roar. At this moment, Dulala finally understood why, even after finding a shelter, no one had sought refuge there, instead remaining outside to defend the city. Sometimes, faith truly is more precious than life itself. If Shinchiron knew her thoughts, he would probably only laugh to himself. Yes, there was still a shelter in this round of the game, but this time it was located in an underground tunnel, and could only accommodate a small number of people. And now, this game has only been going on for less than 60 days, and there are still more than 120 days to go. Not to mention that they have to abandon the city and flee now. After the whole city falls, they can only hide in the dark tunnels to survive. The barbarians were no fools. They would undoubtedly search extensively for them after unifying the world. They were all at risk of being discovered by other players from outside. If they were discovered then, they would be like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Why not take advantage of the moment, while he still had the strength to fight and fight to the death? Even if he died, he wanted to die with dignity. Furthermore, the people were united. The flowing gold army, despite knowing it was impossible, was still defending the front lines, and the royal brothers who were at the forefront, all of them inspired and encouraged him. Furthermore, his brother Lu and sister Bai were both missing. He had to hold on, even to the last moment. Shinchiron drew his sword, pointing it at the dark cloud-filled sky, and shouted to the tens of thousands of civilians, "All right. Everyone, follow me to the front. Fight to the death. Fight! Fight! Fight!" By the time they reached the city walls, almost all the explosives set in the outer city had been stepped on, and the explosions were resounding one after another. The ground wasn't even audible, and the general standing on the walls couldn't even stand. But even when the explosions died down, the barbarian army remained unscathed, and continued to rapidly advance towards the city walls. What Lin Jiayu and his men saw through their telescopes. Only the broken limbs of civilians from various nations were scattered across the ground. Jean Kangle's veins bulged with anger. How cruel. These people actually used countless civilians to detonate our lightning bombs. Jean Shi's face sternly said, "They even devour people. So what do the lives of these civilians mean to them? Furthermore, these civilians are no longer human, they are merely tools for their war." Shinchiron zoomed the telescope to its maximum magnification. "I want to see who is controlling these undead." Chapter 320. After the explosion, the outer city of Lujin State was blanketed in yellow sand, and even the air was filled with a faint fishy smell. At the very center of the horde of undead hordes madly charging toward the walls of Lujin State, a magnificent carriage slowly advanced, supported by 16 red-eyed barbarian generals. The pale blue gauze curtains fluttered in the wind, and the silver bells dangling from the sedan chair jingled. The silver bells, which should have sounded clear and melodious, were pierced by the roaring and scurrying of the surrounding undead, sounding sharp and piercing, eerie, as if the ringing were a soul-destroying bell from hell, captivating the heart. Inside the sedan sat the saint of the barbarian food tribe, who had recently come to Lujin State to perform a dance, and a barbarian ghost, sipping a jug of fine wine. Shinchiron, observing the relaxed man ghost through the telescope, clenched his fists in anger. The barbarian army didn't attack directly. Instead, they stopped not far from the city walls and formed themselves into neat, uniform formations. Mangui emerged from his sedan chair, wine glass in hand, and shouted to the crowd on the wall, "Are all the princes here to welcome me?" Sixth Prince Jean Kangle spat, "Pooh." Mangui wasn't angry, he even gestured to the red-eyed general beside the sedan. The red-eyed general instantly understood his intention, and tossed the cloth bag he'd been carrying all the way toward the city gate. With that toss, the contents of the half-opened bag tumbled out. It was a head stained with the blood of the enemy. The head belonged to Jean Ping'an. Everyone on the wall's eyes instantly turned red at the sight, especially Jean Kangle, who wanted to dash down from the wall immediately. However, Jean Ming and Jean Di quickly caught him. Jean Kangle cried heartbreakingly, "Mangui." Mangui feigned ignorance, leaning his head closer and smiling, "I'm here. It took me a lot of time and effort to chop off your fifth prince's head. Your invulnerability is truly annoying. But at least it'd be much easier now that he's dead. Tears streamed down Jean Kangle's face, veins bulging on his forehead. He frantically shouted at Man Gui beneath the city wall, "I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you!" But Man Gui took him completely for granted, retorting solemnly, "He single-handedly killed thousands of my elite soldiers, buying you a full day. Otherwise, your Lu Jin kingdom would have been mine by now. And where's your majesty? He didn't show up despite all the fanfare. Could that old man be dead too?" Before Man Gui could finish his words, a sharp arrow pierced his chest. But before the arrow could even reach Man Gui, it was caught bare-handed by the red-eyed generals surrounding him, and even snapped in two from the center of the shaft in an instant. Man Gui narrowed his eyes and said, "Alas, our eldest prince appears so calm on the surface, but how could he resist and strike first?" Lin Jiayu scowled, "You're too noisy. Jean Kangle, brothers, don't try to stop me. Brother, let's stop talking to him. Give the order, and I go down and take his life." Man Gui, "No, I'm here to persuade them to surrender. Don't start wars at every turn and make life miserable for the people. We, the Shi clan, have a better solution." As everyone on the wall fell silent, Man Gui continued, "I already know the secrets of your Lu Jin kingdom. Your ninth princess of Lu Jin kingdom is truly a treasure. With her, you can actually leave the borders of Lu Jin kingdom and travel to any country you wish. The elders of the Shi clan are particularly interested in her. I secured an opportunity for you to surrender. Hand over the ninth princess. After you surrender, we, the barbarian Shi clan, will take over Lu Jin kingdom. This way, all of your people will be free from the suffering of war. Isn't that a good deal?" Jean Shi narrowed his eyes. "If only it were that simple." Man Gui shrugged. "Isn't that simple enough?" Jean Shi looked at the army, already manipulated and insane, and the countless corpses and flesh of civilians lying behind them. The barbarian kingdom is unlike any other nation. They love bloodshed and struggle, and their bloodlust and cruelty are their hallmarks. If Lu Jin kingdom dares to surrender, they will face only death. They still have a choice: to die fighting for their country or to suffer humiliation and torture. Jean Shi gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to be unleashed at any moment, and turned to look at Lin Jiayu. It seemed as if Lin Jiayu's command was all it took, and they would immediately charge into battle and fight to the death. But at this moment, Man Gui continued, "Do the envoys from other countries also think so? If any of you can bring the ninth princess to me, I can promise you that after the mission is accomplished, I will never touch you." The several armies on the city wall, ready to fight their way out for the Lu Jin kingdom, looked at each other. Man Gui even pointed at the two men at the side. "My dear brother, you know I never hold grudges. If you hand over the ninth princess to the saint, I can even grant you a fiefdom. Within this fiefdom, you can continue to live your life as a leader and a hero." Man Shilu ignored him. Man Gui, his expression calm, saw this and slowly said, "Bring them here." The red-eyed generals brought in 10 exhausted Lu Jin soldiers from the rear, including Commander Jean, who had been accompanying the fifth prince. They were ordered to kneel before the sedan chair, facing the city wall. The soldiers, who had been keeping their heads down and silent, were forcibly pulled by the red-eyed commanders, forcing them to raise their heads and gaze upwards at the city wall. Jean Kangle, Jean Ji. Commander Jean Ji dared not speak, his exhausted eyes filled with regret and self-blame. If it hadn't been for saving him, the fifth prince wouldn't have died, much less endured such humiliating torture after death. Man Gui, I put a lot of effort into rescuing these people. I was nearly exhausted. Man Gui, what a coincidence. Your physiques are quite interesting. They knew they were going to be captured and used as leverage to threaten you, so they couldn't even commit suicide. Lin Jiayu, what exactly do you want to do? Man Gui took a sip of his wine and smiled faintly. Nothing specific, I just thought of a very interesting way to torture people. If you hand over the ninth princess now, I can give them a physical. They die in a more daunting way, otherwise. Yes, I can't kill them, but I can tire them to death right in front of you. Have you heard of military arts? We barbarians carry a certain amount of toxins in our bodies, especially after going berserk. This needs to be eliminated, regardless of gender. If I can't see the ninth princess within an hour, I have 1,000 elite soldiers find 10 of you, and have a proper elimination session right in front of you. Well, let's go from left to right. I don't believe your ninth princess can stay hidden forever. Chapter 321. The 10 men of Jinji lowered their heads in humiliation. They now hated their invulnerability so much that they couldn't even bite their tongues. Jinji, the former leader, now collapsed and cried out, "Kill me, kill me! Don't worry about us. The princess must not fall into their hands." Those elders want to test the medicine on her. She must not fall into their hands. No, Mangue said calmly, strip him first. Jean Kangol, I kill you. Mangue, if you dare to act now, there's no need to wait an hour. You can start now. Mangue, oh I remember. I and the saint captured a woman from the Lu Jin kingdom in the mountains. It's so boring to strip a man's clothes. Nian, call her over. At this moment, the woman in the sedan slowly emerged and said lightly, I heard you were looking for me. Just as Mangue was about to turn around, he saw an extremely sharp dagger strike his neck. The people on the city wall hadn't expected such a scene, and were stunned for a moment. Mangue, who had been calm and composed, suddenly frowned and said, What are you doing? The woman in the veil smiled faintly. Isn't it obvious what I'm doing? Mangue, you're not Manniani. Everyone, shock. Mangue, who are you? I'm in a bad mood right now, and don't want to answer this question. Just tell me where the other saint of the Man Kingdom is, and what her name is, and I can give you a quick death. Mangue couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Do you think you can escape alone? How do you know if you don't try? With that, the girl pressed her knife a little deeper into Mangue's neck, blood quickly flowing from the hilt. Lin Jiayu looked at the Lu Jin Kingdom-style short knife and dagger, then immediately turned to look at Jinsi. Jinsi instantly understood what he meant, slowly retreated, and led his men towards the city wall. Mangue caught a glimpse of the scar on the woman's arm, as if a thought occurred to him. Where is the saint now? But the next second, Jiang Yumian heard a system notification. Ding dong. Someone has used 4 stun buffs on you. Item effect. Falls into a coma, unable to move for 1 hour. Target, Mangue. Target, Jinyan. Probability of effectiveness, 30%. Do you agree to the other party's use of your items? Jiang Yumian couldn't help but curl her lips. No. Mangue, confused by her sudden words, asked, What? Jiang Yumian, I disagree with you using all my items. Mangue, question mark. The next second, a familiar system notification chime echoed in Mangue's ears. Ding dong. Lucky buff has been activated. Target, Jinyan. Target, Mangue. Probability, 100%. Duration, 5 minutes. Mangue, question mark. What? Before he could react. Ding dong. Sleep buff has been activated. Target, Mangue. Target, Mangue. Probability, 30%. Note, since you activated the lucky buff, the probability of activation has been increased to 100%. Duration, 1 hour. Mangue, shock. Before falling unconscious, Mangue's eyes widened as he stared intently at Jiang Yumian behind him. The woman's lips curled slightly beneath her veil, as she replied nonchalantly, How else do you think Manniani could disappear so quietly, and I could perfectly replace her? As for you, how could I possibly risk my life alone without some skills? Yes, she had completely blended in with the military camp these past 2 days. No one had noticed anything unusual about her, and she even mimicked her voice almost perfectly. Another 30 days had arrived, and what she lacked most was friends, and she only needed friends with a favorability rating of over 10. That day, while playing off her tactic, she had already copied the skills of every ventriloquist and voice-changing student around her, and even the professional dubbing instructor at the school. Although most of these skills were useless and bizarre, the sheer volume and high probability of success meant she still learned them. After Mangue fell unconscious, the surrounding zombies showed no signs of abnormality. Even the red-eyed generals showed no reaction. Because the highest command here was hers. This was her ultimate purpose for venturing deep into the enemy camp. The night before, Jiang Yumian had used 3 props to finally pry open Manniani's mouth and obtain the answer she sought. She had obtained the bone flute that controlled the zombies, and learned the musical score that could manipulate them. Jiang Yumian slowly descended the stairs, dragging the unconscious Mangue with one hand, step by step towards the tumbled head. She dropped Mangue beside the head. Although Jean Pingan's head was bloody, it wasn't his blood, the neck was smooth. After death, the blood of the Lu Jin people solidified, and their bodies would soon take on the shape of a gold nugget. The head now looked like a plaster statue she had seen in a museum, lifeless, save for the countless bite marks on its face, and the dried blood stains that marked its past military exploits. There was no trace of terror. The man's words to her were still vivid in her mind. Xiao Jior. Look what fun things fifth brother has brought you. Xiao Jior, if you don't want to marry, then don't. I don't even like any of those men. Xiao Jior, fifth brother is leaving for war. I bring you fun things when I come back. Xiao Jior. Jiang Yumian held the head expressionlessly, wiping the dust off Jin Pingan's face with both hands. Her slightly trembling hands betrayed the girl's inner emotions. Jin Ji and the other's eyes were bloodshot, their sparkling eyes swirling with madness. Fifth brother. Shall Jiao take you home? Chapter 322. Mangui, deep in a coma, was mercilessly pulled by the woman's hair, moving across the uneven ground. The army of undead blocking the woman's path moved to the sides, clearing a wide path for her. The previously tightly closed gates of the Lujin kingdom were now opened. Jin Shi, leading the group, trotted towards Jiang Yumian, offering support. Xiujiu. At this moment, the girl's face also changed, instantly returning to its original appearance. Seventh brother, they won't resist anymore. I leave this place to you. With this, the girl walked past him expressionlessly, dazed and walking towards the city gate. Jin Shi subconsciously turned to look at the girl, who looked like a walking corpse, and couldn't help but say, "What about this army?" The girl stopped, slowly raised her eyes to the crowd still running towards her at the city gate, and replied calmly with a single word. Kill. As the people on the city wall watched Jin Shi lead a large group of soldiers, swords drawn, charging towards the living dead, they showed no intention of stopping them. Jin Ming, although I don't know how Xiujiu mastered the barbarian food tribe's soul-controlling technique, this decision is undoubtedly the right one. Jin Di, I sent several people to investigate. Rumor has it that the barbarian food tribe has always had two saintesses, one dedicated to research and seclusion, the other skilled in overseeing sacrificial rituals. The one who came to us not long ago was only the younger sister, responsible for overseeing daily sacrificial ceremonies, while her elder sister is the barbarian food tribe's most powerful figure. This living dead poison is the product of the lifelong research of successive great saintesses, refined generation after generation. When it comes to controlling poisons and poisons, the great saintess is the true leader of this group of living dead. Although we currently have this army of living dead at our disposal, the safest approach is to eliminate them as soon as possible. Just as Jiang Yumian was about to enter the city gate, the sound of passionate and tragic war drums suddenly erupted from all directions. One after another, it was terrifying. Especially this. There were no drums around, no one beating them. And within the drumbeats, the mournful sound of a bone flute was mingled. Jiang Yumian's heart was instantly moved by the mournful sound of the flute. She turned sharply to look at Jin Shi, who was nestled among the living dead, and shouted excitedly, "Retreat!" The people at Jin Shi also found the sound too eerie, and began to retreat. But their retreat was no match for the speed of the drumbeats. The undead army, which had previously stood still, heads bowed, allowing Jin Shi's men to slaughter them, suddenly raised their heads simultaneously. As if sensing the surrounding alien forces, their white eyes bared their fangs and claws, and they attacked the group. Jiang Yumian quickly handed Jin Pingan over to Jin Kangle, and quickly pushed Du Lala and the others toward the city gates. Quickly, close the gates. Quickly. Jin Kangle, but... Jiang Yumian, I naturally have my own way of escaping. Close them now. Otherwise, everyone will die here. At this moment, Shinchiran, standing atop the city wall, said blankly, I'm afraid it's too late. Enemy reinforcements have arrived. At the rear of the already massive army of the living dead, tens of thousands of red-eye commanders, along with the last nearly 1 million citizens of the Five Grains Kingdom, arrived. Even if they closed the city gates now, it would be powerless to save them. The city walls could only hold out for an hour or two before the living dead army broke through. Lin Jiayu's eyes welled up as he drew the longsword Jin Huang had given him, raised it high into the dark clouds, and shouted passionately, all the generals in the city, listen. From now on, we swear to defend Lujin to the death. The soldiers and civilians within the city shouted, we swear to defend Lujin to the death. We swear to defend our country to the death. We swear to defend our country to the death. In the face of overwhelming numerical superiority, any decision-making, even against the enemy's traps, would be a drop in the bucket, utterly useless. We must fight to the death. Fight! 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 Jiang Yumian watched more and more soldiers pour out of the city, knowing that she could not save the war no matter what. Lin Jiayu passed by her, and pushed her to Du Lala's side, saying earnestly, your physique is special. You be more useful in the rear, providing strategic advice, than fighting on the front lines. Jiang Yumian, I know. Jiang Yumian and Du Lala quickly ran to the top of the city wall, took out the bone damage and began blowing. But to her surprise, halfway through blowing the bone damage, the hole suddenly shattered into several pieces, making no sound. Jiang Yumian looked off in the distance at another magnificent carriage, also surrounded by red-eyed generals. Dozens of large wooden carts, blaring with war drums, narrowed their eyes. Given the current situation, there was no other option but to deal with this rumored great saint. Jiang Yumian turned and exchanged glances with Du Lala. In unison, they both took out their rewards for completing the first system mission, divine bows with exceptionally long range. They simultaneously aimed at the center of the carriage. Jiang Yumian gave both of them an hour-long luck buff. Aiming, firing. One after another, sharp arrows pelted the surroundings of the carriage. But every time, they were stopped by the red-eyed commander, and yet, Jiang Yumian simply refused to believe this. Seeing this, the people from the other three kingdoms also took out their rewarded divine bows and joined in the arrow's support. But yet, not only did the long arrows fail to damage the magnificent carriage, they also angered the red-eyed commanders at the outermost edge of the carriage, who even grabbed exhausted Lujin Kingdom soldiers and used them as shields. Jiang Yumian and her companions had no choice but to shift their targeting the red-eyed commander, who was currently engaged in battle with the Lujin Kingdom soldiers on the battlefield. An unknown amount of time passed. Du Lala, her fingers aching, caught a glimpse of the golden liquid staining the bowstring of Jiang Yumian's bow and arrow, and realized Jiang Yumian's fingers had already been injured by the bowstring from constantly drawing the bow. Du Lala, your hand. Jiang Yumian's forehead was covered in sweat, but she continued to draw the bow and arrow numbly. The battle raged from dawn to dusk, yet this army of undead knew no hunger or fatigue, and needed no rest at all. Jiang Yumian had a premonition. This battle would not cease, and would only end when the other side was completely annihilated. Jiang Yumian finally stopped drawing her bow and arrows this time, turned to Du Lala, and instructed Lala, I transfer all the cooking god buff items to you. Return to my mother immediately, and have someone deliver all the food to distribute to all the soldiers in the rear within 2 hours. The food we accumulated to restore full strength will only last about another hour, so be quick. Du Lala, what about you? For some reason, she felt uneasy, as if her departure would immediately separate her from him forever. Chapter 323. Jiang Yumian said calmly, I must stay here in command. I'm the last line of defense. Du Lala immediately replied, I stay here with you. Jiang Yumian, we can't waste time. These buffs are our last trump card. You're the only one I trust right now. Can you do it? Hearing this, Du Lala's uneasy premonition grew stronger, as if Jiang Yumian's current intention was to let her take this opportunity to retreat and find a place to hide, while Du Lala's eyes welled up, and she immediately recalled the scene in her last round of the game when she returned to reality and witnessed someone jump from a building right in front of her. Her fear intensified, and she choked out, let's go together, okay? Shinchiron and the others have found shelter, underground in the palace mines. Let's be selfish. Okay, let's go to the palace together, use all these props, prepare food for them, and then retreat to the shelter and leave everything alone, okay? Jiang Yumian was stunned for a moment when she heard about the shelter, then laughed in relief. Shelter is great. Hurry back to the palace, have them prepare the food, and then take my mother and the others to the shelter. As she spoke, Jiang Yumian pulled out the last few packets of explosives from her space and earnestly instructed, although the walls of the shelter are transparent and invisible to others, the door is physical and cannot be locked. Anyone can open it from the outside. Remember, after all the women in the palace have retreated to the shelter, detonate these explosives into the tunnel outside the door. Then, they have a good chance of not being able to find you. If you can hold out for 180 days, you complete the game. Du Lala wanted to speak, but Jiang Yumian shouted anxiously. What are you standing there for? Go! Du Lala, who had been holding back tears, grabbed her explosives and scurried down the stone steps leading down the city wall. Jiang Yumian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw her leave. But just as Jiang Yumian picked up her bow and arrow again, the woman who had already reached the city wall entrance stopped and angrily yelled at Jiang Yumian, who are you to make decisions for me? It's just a crappy game. Why should you, with your lofty faith and dignity, go to your death while I have to live a miserable life like a coward? You're the most selfish woman. Just wait for me. I definitely come with food. Don't die too soon. If you dare die, don't expect me to go back and take care of Grandma Jiang. I take all your money and leave her to die in the ravine. Jiang Yumian was stunned by the girl's bitter and angry words. After the girl disappeared around the corner of the stone steps, Jiang Yumian turned around, smiled, and whispered a reply. Okay, I wait. Jiang Yumian then shouted to the surrounding generals, all archers, Listen. As far as possible, cover the exhausted wounded and retreat. Buy them a moment's time. The archers responded in unison, yes. Jiang Mei, standing on Jiang Yumian's other side, had already overheard the two sisters' conversation. While holding her bow high, she chatted with Jiang Yumian. Why don't you listen to her and retreat from the front lines to the shelter? Your idea of having her use explosives to blow up the tunnel as cover is actually a good one. There's a chance she survive until the end of the game. Jiang Yumian didn't answer her directly, but instead asked, didn't you hear about the shelter? Even if you followed her, she wouldn't stop you. Why didn't you follow? Jiang Mei instinctively turned to look at Jiang Yumian as she listened. The moment their eyes met, they both smiled knowingly. Because they both knew the shelter was actually quite small, barely enough to accommodate a dozen or so people. Jiang Yumian could leave if she wanted, but if she did, most of the soldiers, already beyond the borders of Lujin Kingdom and fighting on the battlefield, would be reduced to dust in an instant. Even if these soldiers didn't die immediately, the departure of the princess, who was responsible for maintaining morale in the rear, would instantly cause the rear to fall apart. If anything happened to the princes on the front lines, the entire Lujin Kingdom would be reduced to a pile of corpses beneath the barbarian army in a matter of moments. Not to mention, Jiang Yumian watched her brothers, fighting one against thousands, even 10,000, on the battlefield, a complex tangle of emotions. Among them were players, and they had long known about the existence of the shelters, and they knew that even the people of this country were just a string of cold data. Yet, not a single one of them chose to retreat, instead charging to the front lines. How could she retreat? How could she have the nerve to do so? Jiang Mei gazed at the setting sun in the distance and said sternly, their vision at night is no different from theirs during the day. Once it gets completely dark, we only be more vulnerable. Jiang Yumian quickly wrapped gauze around her injured left finger. Operating with one hand, she could only bite the cloth while using her other hand to secure it. Then she activated the flying backpack buff and quickly soared high into the sky. Yin Chengyun, who had suffered losses with the flying backpack before, stood not far away, watching the woman's back, raising an eyebrow. What are you trying to do? Jiang Yumian, capture the leader first. Jiang Mei, but your physique doesn't benefit you at all, except for altruism. You're just an ordinary person like us now. Going deep into the enemy camp alone like this would only put you in greater danger than Shinchiron and the others. Jiang Yumian, don't worry, I won't go down. As long as I can see who this saint is, I be safe. Jiang Yumian jumped directly off the wall, flying down along the wall while shooting a few zombies to reduce her injuries. Then, she quickly approached the carriage at the center of the army. Shinchiron, who was currently fighting fiercely among the undead, spotted the petite figure in the air and resolutely charged towards the carriage. Shinchiron quickly shouted, brother, quickly cover Shujio. Lin Jiayu's hands trembled as he gripped the sword, but he quickly stood up and ran in the direction of Jiang Yumian's flight. Jiang Yumian, can this magical bow be enlarged? Huang. Yes, if it were enlarged, its weight and the force required to draw the bow would increase exponentially. Of course, its power would also increase exponentially. Jiang Yumian, got it. Chapter 324. Ding Dong. The infinite strength buff has been activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 50%. Note, since you have used the lucky buff, the activation probability has been instantly increased to 100%. Usage duration, 1 hour. Ding Dong. The X-ray vision buff has been activated. Target, Jiang Yumian. Target, Jiang Yumian. Probability, 50%. Note, since you have used the lucky buff, the activation probability has been instantly increased to 100%. Usage duration, 5 minutes. The afterglow of the setting sun painted the sky a vibrant scene. A girl in midair, wearing an exotic costume half-stained red by golden blood, had transformed her transformable flying backpack into pale golden wings. She flung the longbow high into the air. The moment it was thrown, the divine bow grew exponentially at a visible speed, its handle increasing to a full 8 feet 6 inches in length. The girl looked incredibly small next to the divine bow, let alone trying to draw it. Shinchiron watched as the girl, midair, used her left foot to gain leverage on the bow's handle, her right hand gripping the bowstring tightly, and pulling back with all her might. The blood on her hand had practically soaked the bowstring, slowly trickling down along it. The moment she pulled, a translucent arrow materialized from the bow, aimed squarely at the carriage surrounded and protected by the red-eyed generals. Instantly, Jiang Yumian's clairvoyance had passed through each of the red-eyed generals, and peered directly into the carriage. The woman playing the bone flute beneath the veil seemed to sense the hostility as well. As she looked up at the sky, Jiang Yumian released her grip on the bowstring without hesitation. The chief which hurriedly shouted outside the carriage, "Stop her!" Countless red-eyed generals surrounded the carriage. As expected, the arrow was intercepted by the outermost red-eyed general, but it nearly pierced the hearts of 4 or 5 of them, effectively piercing the carriage's outer shell for Shinchiron and the others. This time, Jiang Yumian used her other hand to draw the bowstring, exerting the maximum force she could muster. At this moment, 3 translucent arrows gradually appeared on the longbow. Swish! As the 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, Lin Jiayu and the others rapidly approached the carriage. And these last 3 arrows had only one target from beginning to end. But they had no idea. The force of these 3 arrows, while flipping the roof of the carriage, left the woman inside unharmed, and she even vanished into thin air after flipping the carriage. Jiang Yumian frowned. Shinchiron hadn't expected this, and was visibly stunned. At the same time, Xin Xinghui and the others on the city wall followed suit, silently looking in Jiang Mei's direction. Because this physical protective item, a vest, once used, the vest becomes invisible, and can protect its owner from one fatal blow, effectively granting them a life or death bonus. Even within the game, this item is incredibly valuable. The requirements for obtaining it are even more demanding. Only after becoming a high-level player, creating a team, and placing in the top 4 in team points can the captain receive one item as a reward. There are only 4 such items in the entire survival game. Yin Chenggen gave the one he owned to his most trusted subordinate, Qin Zhao. Xin Xinghui was wearing one, while Shinchiron gave it to the boss behind the scenes. As for Jiang Mei, she gave it to her beloved sister, Jiang Shaoling. At this moment, Jiang Mei's face was ashen. Their last chance of survival had been crushed by her previous soft-heartedness. Shinchiron, it's a protective vest. Jiang Yumian, what is that? Shinchiron, it's hard to explain in a few words. It's a single-use item. It can only block one fatal blow, and once used, it's gone. Xiaojiu, can you find another chance? Jiang Yumian's grip on the spear was already unsteady, and she even had the nerve to joke, what do you think? Even if she could do it again, Jiang Shaoling wouldn't foolishly stand there and let them attack her again. She had forgotten about Jiang Shaoling. Although Jiang Mei had already imprisoned her in the real world, and Jiang Mei had said she'd likely receive a life sentence or the death penalty, she had thought that was the end of it. But she hadn't expected. Even though Jiang Shaoling was imprisoned in real life, she could still come and go freely within the game. Even Jiang Shaoling, after experiencing prison life, no longer pretended. Her dark eyes, piercing with coldness, stared directly at Jiang Yumian. That gaze, like the fixed gaze of a long-dormant venomous snake, made Jiang Yumian feel deeply uncomfortable. Manling, Jiang Yumian, you must die today. Manling drew his longbow. Now it's my turn. Jiang Yumian slew another red-eyed general before her. Just as she was about to soar back into the air, several piercing arrows lashed out, forcing her back to the ground. But she lacked the physique of the Lu Jin people, making it difficult for her to remain unscathed amidst this encirclement of fangs and claws. Soon, scratches appeared on her arms and ankles. But every time she tried to take to the sky, countless arrows would hurtle towards her. Manling, originally, these were meant for the mechanical birds of the instrument kingdom. They died so quickly that they were useless. Using them on you is just the right thing to do. Shinchiron wasn't worried about Lu Shiyan's safety, but he was worried that Jiang Yumian might be distracted by Manling. He quickly called out to her, don't worry, Xiaojiu. Brother Lu has a protective vest on him too. Lin Jiayu, standing right behind Shinchiron, was slightly startled. I heard Zhuang Tianju say that Lu Shiyan's protective vest seems to be on Xiaojiu. Shinchiron's hand, which had been chopping off the undead, trembled subconsciously. What did you say? Lin Jiayu, I don't understand what Zhuang Tianju said. Shinchiron instinctively turned to look in Jiang Yumian's direction. Seeing that Jiang Yumian was already some distance away, he figured she might not have heard. Now it was his turn to worry about his brother, Lu. Lin Jiayu noticed his distraction and, after helping him slash away the zombies that were about to bite him, quickly said, now you should worry about yourself. Shinchiron was furious, his killing spree accelerating. Jiang Yumian, meanwhile, could only clutch the corpse of a long-dead zombie and fly low toward the city wall. Despite the corpse as a shield, Jiang Yumian still sustained 2 arrows in her shoulder and hand. The dark green poison was evident against her porcelain white skin. She wasn't immune to all poisons. The only reason she survived the barbaric poison arrows not long ago was thanks to the little Lungan, which had diligently absorbed the toxins from her body. But now, Jiang Yumian watched the little Longin's branches and shrunk within the spiritual spring space with her at a visible rate, turning dark black. Naturally, she felt extremely anxious. Chapter 325. Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. Xiujio. Jiang Yumian looked behind her, and saw 3 identical translucent arrows flying towards her. These arrows were several times faster than her previous ones, as if they were powered by a magic trick. No, to be more precise, they had some kind of speed-boosting effect. But the arrows on this divine bow had a built-in lock-on function, making it impossible to dodge unless you hit them. Shinchiron saw the man who had been right in front of him suddenly run away, leaving only a shadow. Jiang Yumian quickly raised the already battered corpse to block the attack. But the force of this single arrow, capable of piercing several red-eyed monsters, was far from a mere tattered corpse. Jiang Yumian instinctively tried to activate any useful tool she had, but to her surprise, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Jiang Yumian instinctively looked up at the man standing between her and the corpse, her pupils shrinking. No. Jiang Yumian knew full well that the power of these 3 arrows was enough to pierce any fortress. The force of the arrows sent the 3 of them reeling back frantically, crashing directly into the city wall. Ah! A streak of blood trickled from the corner of Jiang Yumian's mouth as she stared at the scene in astonishment. The long arrows had pierced the man's chest, piercing through the bodies between them. The 3 sharp arrowheads were only a finger's length away from her. But Jiang Yumian wasn't concerned with that. She was concerned that his apparently invulnerable physique had been pierced. The other princes also cried out in agony. Big brother. Little 9. Lin Jia. Jiang Yumian hadn't finished her words when the dying man interrupted her. Little 9. Jiang Yumian looked at Lin Jiayu, who lay helplessly on the corpse before her, but still managed to brace herself against the wall with both hands and called out to him. Brother. At the mention of this, Lin Jiayu finally curled his lips in relief. Even though his face was twisted in pain, Jiang Yumian could sense his genuine smile. Don't talk for now. Here's a fruit that can heal injuries. Jiang Yumian had just pulled a Longin from her space, and was about to offer it to him when he pushed it back. I'm happy to be your brother. You won't hide from me, you won't avoid me, and I can make you always remember me. Jiang Yumian had just cracked the Longin shell, and was about to hand it to him when the hand that had so powerfully pushed her back a moment ago completely lost its strength and fell before her eyes. Jiang Yumian lost consciousness for a moment, watching the army of undead charging toward them, and her brothers working together to contain Manling. She had no time to grieve. She could only hurriedly help the corpse and Lin Jiayu to their feet. At that moment, the city gates were open from the inside, and nearly 10,000 women rushed out, all holding silver spears. Yu? Du Lala rushed to Jiang Yumian's side. I'm here, Yu. The queen is here too. Jiang Yumian turned to look at Du Lala and Queen Jean. There was an indescribable sadness in her eyes, as if she felt the helplessness and grievance of seeing her own child being bullied. Du Lala's heart ached. Yu, it's not your fault. Queen Jean looked at her eldest son, who had long since died in her arms, then quickly averted her eyes, spear in hand, and shouted, Jior, retreat first. The women of my Lu Jin kingdom have never needed to rely on men for protection to survive. All women, listen up. Fight a bloody path back to the city for these exhausted soldiers. Yes. After stuffing the fruit pulp into Lin Jiayu's mouth, Jiang Yumian handed him over to Du Lala, quickly instructing, take him back first, and keep this Longin for yourself. Eat it if you're seriously injured. Du Lala, what about you? Jiang Yumian, I'm not leaving. I stay with my mother. Du Lala knew no matter how much she tried to persuade her, she could only let her go. Okay, I'll be back soon. Looking at Jiang Yumian's resolute back, Du Lala knew her best friend was about to lose her temper. Compared to her own temper, the usually easygoing Jiang Yumian was actually the most terrifying when she got angry. First the 5th prince, then the Golden Emperor, and now the 1st prince, each one had died before her. Jiang Yumian, on the other hand, was easygoing. She valued family ties above all else, and she would fight tooth and nail to protect anyone she took under her wing. That was true of Grandma Jiang, and so was she, and so were those like the Golden Emperor who cherished her like a treasure. After swallowing the Longin fruit, Jiang Yumian's heavy, exhausted body instantly felt lighter. Her lungs, bruised by the impact, rapidly healed, and even the knife wounds and shoulder injuries on her body were healing rapidly. Jiang Yumian immediately used another powerful buff, then snatched 2 from the ranks of the living dead as shields and charged towards the manling. Meanwhile, Shinchiron, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the Manling group, saw the barbarian witch, armed with numerous props, and retreated back into the sedan chair after finding herself unable to withstand a single blow. The surrounding red-eyed generals rushed forward, blocking the path of Shinchiron and his men. But they were powerless to stop the soaring Jiang Yumian. The surrounding archers frantically fired arrows at her, but the wounds they inflicted healed instantly, leaving no scars. Jiang Shaoling frowned at the woman advancing, saying, "I really can't underestimate you. I didn't mean to look so ugly, but it seems I really need to get serious." The woman, who had been relatively delicate, suddenly had deep red eyes. Her once delicate skin instantly turned the blue of the barbarians. Her height and size doubled, and her arms instantly became lean and powerful muscles. She went berserk. Chapter 326. Jiang Yumian looked at the woman before her, who resembled a giant smurf, and couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, she's really ugly. Manling's face darkened instantly. "You're courting death." Manling flashed his razor-sharp claws and charged at Jiang Yumian at high speed. Although Jiang Yumian had weapons and powerful gadgets at her disposal, she couldn't withstand the innate strength of the berserkers, nor the ruthless attacks of the surrounding red-eyed generals, who were specifically protecting Jiang Shaoling. Thankfully, the longan fruit's medicinal properties hadn't worn off yet, healing many of her wounds and allowing her to fight back and forth amidst the monsters. However, her stamina was rapidly depleting. Gradually, she was losing ground. She could sense the increasing number of red-eyed generals around her, and her struggle was growing. The Lu Jin kingdom had only a few soldiers left who could withstand the barbarian attacks. As expected, hundreds of thousands versus nearly 10 million still have no chance of victory. Even the usually optimistic Shinchiron felt his heart sink to the bottom when the sixth prince collapsed from exhaustion. Sixth brother. Jean Kangol, hands tightly gripping his spear, uttered his dying words towards the crowd. "Let's go. Take Shujio. Let's go." The soldiers beside him desperately grabbed his hand. "Eighth prince. Retreat. It's completely dark now. We can't see clearly, but these undead have surprisingly good eyesight at night. If you don't leave now, you die here too." Shinchiron, bloodstained and in a state of disarray, had a terrifying reddened eye. He turned to look at the leaderless soldiers, and for a moment, he seemed to have aged decades. He spoke dejectedly. "Move. Move." The soldiers' eyes welled with tears. Some of the more sentimental ones could barely hold back their tears even as they chopped off enemy heads. One of the red-eyed generals shouted, "Move. None of you can leave now. Today at dawn, your Lu Jin nation will be destroyed. Attack everyone." Dozens of red-eyed generals had already arrived, leading the undead army to block all their retreat routes. Taking advantage of their numbers, they even divided the battlefield into 4 sections. Jiang Yumian was now alone in the center of the battlefield, fighting a desperate battle with the Manlings. Shinchiron's army was surrounded. Many red-eyed generals even blocked the retreat route provided by Queen Jean and her female relatives, who had fought desperately to escape. Instead, they surrounded the female relatives in another small circle, engaging in a round-robin battle, intending to wear down all the Lu Jin people on the battlefield. As for the few reinforcements in the rear, they were now preoccupied with the task of guarding against the numerous undead using ladders to scale the city walls and their constant barrage of rocks. They were already overwhelmed. After being scratched again, Jiang Yumian, holding the wound on her arm, quickly soared into the air, trying to recover as much strength as possible. But when she turned back, she caught a glimpse of the scene. Almost everyone was imprisoned. Even high up on the city walls, several red-eyed generals had successfully reached the summit and were engaged in combat with the archers stationed there. Jiang Yumian lost consciousness for a moment, only to be brought back to her senses by a barrage of arrows from behind. "Manling, you still have time to worry about others? You're the one who's most vulnerable." The girl's forehead was covered in sweat, her hair soaked with sweat. After barely dodging the barrage of arrows, her eyes grew remarkably resilient. "Really? Even if I die, I take you with me." "Manling, then I wait and see." Manling raised an eyebrow at the soldier still holding out behind Jiang Yumian, sneering, "You have a good attitude, but I think they're almost at their limit. Both physically and mentally." Manling's guess was correct. Faced with such a massive numerical disparity, coupled with nearly a day of desperate resistance, exhaustion was the norm. But what was even more devastating was, even though they fought tooth and nail, their numerical disadvantage hadn't been adequately addressed. The barbarians were born with extraordinary strength, possessing a powerful bloodlust and an incredible healing ability. Their only drawback was their voracious appetite. Yet they were also omnivores. Not only had the barbarians occupied the granaries of the other three kingdoms, they had no shortage of food supplies. Even in the midst of battle, they could easily capture nearby living dead or fallen soldiers from the Lu Jin kingdom as sustenance to replenish their energies. The barbarian army grew stronger with each battle, their numerical advantage growing ever greater. In contrast, the Lu Jin kingdom soldiers, some dead and some wounded, were now exhausted and utterly exhausted. Not only were their faces visibly worn down, but even their faith in continuing the battle was on the verge of collapse with the continuous loss of their princes. The force, originally numbering less than 200,000, was dwindling at a noticeable rate. 200,000, 150,000, 100,000, and now, perhaps even less than 5,000. Standing atop the city wall, Jin Shi once again slew the red-eyed general, who had scaled the ramparts. From his perch, he had a clear view of the tightly encircled Lu Jin citizens. At this moment, a eunuch, knife in hand, hurried up to the tower. Standing beside Jin Shi, he choked and whispered, "Seventh Prince, the Emperor." The Emperor's fever persisted, and he couldn't make it. "He's passed away." The man's hand gripping the longsword subconsciously lost its focus, and he could only use the sword to barely support himself. Is it really impossible? Jin Shi was about to speak when he heard several long phoenix cries from the sky above the barbarian army camp. Enemy. More reinforcements. Even Jiang Yumian couldn't help but glance behind the barbarian army. Behind the phoenix cries were waves of fire dragons. The fire dragons flew straight into the camp, their massive flames powerful enough to ignite tens of thousands of tons of food and fodder stored there. Many torches lit above the birds in the night sky, and Jiang Yumian was startled. This scene. Why did it seem so familiar to her? It wasn't until a bird flew swiftly over their heads and flew towards the walls of the Lu Jin kingdom that they realized the figures atop it were their princes. It's the Qi kingdom's mechanical bird. The second prince and the others have summoned Qi kingdom's mechanical bird. Reinforcements are coming. Our reinforcements have arrived. Brothers, kill them all. Manling even saw the man who had infuriated her. Didn't we already force the barbarian emperor off the cliff and kill him? She even went so far as to finish him off. She sent men to the cliff to retrieve his body, stabbed it 4 or 5 times, and finally gave it to her men as food. How could he still be alive? Not only was he alive, but he even brought all the mechanical birds she'd been searching for in Qi Kingdom for days. They were even modified versions that could breathe fire. Manling, shoot down all the scrap metal. Manling immediately pulled out her bone flute and prepared to play, but was interrupted by an arrow from Jiang Yumian. Jiang Yumian, your opponent is me. Who allowed you to be distracted? Manling watched the bone flute roll to the ground, disappearing into the crowd in an instant. His eyes were red. Jiang Yumian, you're courting death. I kill you right now. Chapter 327. At this moment, the remaining soldiers of the Lu Jin kingdom were greatly encouraged by the sight of the aerial reinforcements, especially the insanely cool and impressive fire-breathing birds, which simply gave them wings. When the fire touched them, it did no harm at all, they only felt a pleasant warmth. But the attack on the living dead was truly fatal. The fire burned through their clothing, scorching their skin without them feeling any pain, yet the intense flames burned them fiercely, their flesh ripping open, and they spontaneously combusted on the spot, becoming charred corpses. Although the remnants of the Qi kingdom were few in number, less than 1,000, each one was now capable of operating the mechanical birds, inflicting heavy damage on the barbarian kingdom's living dead army. Using fire attacks, and the advantage of aerial flight, they inflicted heavy damage on the barbarian kingdom's rear-end archery units. With control of the air once again in her hands, Jiang Yumian was finally able to use her flying backpack to soar high into the sky again for a breath of fresh air. She even used the flying backpack's advantages to amuse Manling and the red-eyed general beside her. Whenever she couldn't defeat a large siege, she'd cheat by flying up into the sky, then down again, up again, and down again. This infuriated the red-eyed generals, and Manling went even further, firing his bow and arrows at Jiang Yumian. Although Jiang Yumian was being pelted with arrows from all directions, she wasn't afraid. Now, with only one arrow aimed at her, she couldn't dodge it, so she fired another to counter it. Shinchiron was practically pissing himself when he saw his brother speeding towards him on a mechanical bird. Looking at the scene, he suddenly thought of something inappropriate. My beloved Ba. My dear brother is a peerless hero. One day, he ride on a rainbow cloud. No, the mechanical bird is coming to find me. Just as Shinchiron waved, his brother, accompanied by the mechanical bird, flew directly over his head. Shinchiron, Question mark. Shinchiron turned immediately, his gaze following the mechanical bird's movement as it flew straight towards the barbarian nation's great priestess. To be more precise, it was heading for Jiang Yumian. Although, right now, capturing the leader first, and dealing with the barbarian nation's great priestess first, was paramount. But, Shinchiron, brother, ask me a question. Sob. Jiang Yumian and Manling were already locked in a scuffle, neither holding back, each striking at the other's vital points. The sound of the mechanical bird flying towards them left them completely distracted. Lu Shuryan, seeing that Jiang Yumian was uninjured, and that the blood on her was from someone else, finally relaxed his grip. But he couldn't control the mechanical bird to help her now. After all, she was also afraid of fire. Lu Shuryan, you go first, leave this to me. Jiang Yumian disagreed because... Jiang Yumian said sternly, don't get involved in a fight between women. Even if you kill her, it won't help. The bone flute's control is irreversible. My brother and the others need you more. I won't die yet. Hurry and help Chi Ran and the others expand their advantage. Lu Shuryan took a quick glance and understood the current situation. Without saying anything else, he simply said okay and left, controlling the mechanical bird. Manling actually wanted Lu Shuryan to stay so she could capture them all at once. The red-eyed general had already grasped the already cracked spear. The girl acted decisively, breaking it with a kick. She then took the two broken spear tips and butts in her hands and simultaneously thrust them into the red-eyed monsters attacking her from both sides. Then, he immediately pulled out another long sword from the space and confronted the barbarian spirit. As the two of them stalemated, Manling couldn't help but ask curiously, when did you know that even after my death, these undead would still ravage the Lujin kingdom? Jiang Yumian replied indifferently, guess. Manling sneered, then what's the point of you going deep into the enemy camp alone? At this moment, the girl's lips finally curled slightly, and she replied nonchalantly, it's worth it. I single-handedly held off so many high-ranking commanders, including you, the great priestess. Isn't it worth it? Manling's smile faltered. If you didn't have so many props, you'd be dead by now. Jiang Yumian blinked innocently. Then my abundance of props is also a skill, isn't it? What? Jealous? And I say the same thing to you. If it weren't for that protective item, you'd be dead long ago. Manling couldn't argue with her, and launched a new round of fierce attacks. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the battlefield ablaze with sparks. The resounding clash of weapons echoed like a war song of life. This battle raged from day to night, and from night to dawn. As the darkness faded, and the first rays of dawn illuminated the battlefield, rivers of blood were no longer enough to describe the scene before them. Corpses had already piled up like small hills around the walls of the Lujin kingdom. Under overwhelming numerical superiority, even with the support of the Qi kingdom's mechanical birds, the Lujin kingdom was still almost annihilated. On the walls, only a few players, barely surviving with the help of gadgets, remained. Below only 5 people remained. For players, and Jin Ji, half kneeling on the ground, exhausted from exhaustion, gazed at the first rays of morning sunlight and closed his eyes. The undead had been slain, but the mechanical birds had also been destroyed. What remained? And the high-ranking Red-Eye commander, led by Manling, who stood before nearly 30 or 40,000 men. Exhausted, Du Lala stared at the scene that had recurred so often in her dreams, unable to stop herself from turning to Jiang Yumian, who stood not far away. A foreboding grew stronger. Again, Jiang Yumian clearly didn't hear her whispered words. Instead, she stared at the longan fruit, now down to the last one, her mind racing. The small longan, having absorbed so much toxin, had already withered and yellowed, lifeless. They had no confidence in the upcoming battle. At this moment, the 3 people in the chaotic space watched as the top 10's acquired stats were all highlighted in red. Especially now, the top 4 were even tied for first place, their acquired information already reaching 99%. They only needed one more item to. Meanwhile, Qian Duo and the other 2 focused their attention on Jiang Yumian, still in last place. Chapter 328. Qian Duo, why hasn't she seen any stats change after using so many items? Hua Guangguang shook his head in confusion. I've been watching too. Jiang Xiaoling's stats are almost reaching 90, but my idol hasn't changed at all. Hua Guangguang pouted in dissatisfaction. He was still hoping to be with his idol forever. After all, with his idol's abilities, it was only a matter of time before he became his superior. The Lord God looked at the man in first place, whose stats remained unchanged, and said in a flat, unwavering tone, the game is over. Qian Duo and the other man subconsciously turned to look in the Lord God's direction. The Lord God, issuing the last special task for this round. Xian Duo straightened his back immediately. Lord God, please give your instructions. At the same time, all the players in the game heard a special task from the system, and each task was different. Ding dong. Hello, player Jiang Yumian. There are no mandatory requirements for this special mission. As of now, you have used up all of the over 170 items you sold this round. Using the Heaven and Earth longevity buff is your final special mission. Please note that upon your death, all remaining balances in the virtual accounts of all players buried with you in this world, as well as all their real-world assets, will become yours. The sooner you use the Heaven and Earth longevity buff, the better it will be for you. Jiang Yumian understood each word, but when they were put together, she couldn't understand a thing. Jiang Yumian was almost exhausted from complaining. Why would I need so many possessions if I'm already dead? Hua Guangguang immediately explained, Idol, have you forgotten? Your Prajna Hairpin's final skill can bring you back to life. As long as you use the Heaven and Earth longevity buff, you can use the Prajna Hairpin's final skill to revive. By then, all the players in this world will have perished. Not only will you gain the virtual account assets of so many high-level players, but you also win this round and become the sole king of this world. Perfect. Jiang Yumian chuckled, a forced smile on her face. What good would it do if I were the only one left in the world? Besides, this game had been forcing her from the very beginning, from the moment she chose her nation, step by step putting her in this position where she couldn't get out or out, forcing her to protect herself, forcing everyone else to protect themselves, using absolute self-interest to drive players to slaughter each other. What's more, the people she cherished were still alive, so how could she possibly use this crappy buff? Jiang Yumian automatically ignored Hua Guangguang's earnest exhortations, silently tightened her grip on her sword, and stared ahead with a focused and vigilant gaze. What Jiang Yumian didn't know was that the players behind her and on the city walls were stunned for a long moment after hearing the system's final special mission. This was especially true of Du La, who stood not far behind Jiang Yumian. Ding dong. Hello, Du La, your last special mission is now being issued. The game is about to end, but the item salesperson NPC is still alive. Your mission is: kill the salesperson NPC. The target's death, regardless of the method, will be considered a mission success. As of now, it has been detected that as a Rising Star player, you have not used your 3 Rising Star badges. Rising Star badges are valid only for this round of play. A special redemption privilege has been granted for you. You can directly redeem the salesperson's NPC identity information, and rewards earned from killing NPCs will still be valid. Currently, only the Golden Kingdom and the Barbarian Kingdom remain. If you kill the salesperson, the Golden Kingdom will instantly turn to dust and cease to exist, while the Barbarian Kingdom will be unified. The game will end instantly, with no casualties. Do you need to redeem the salesperson's identity information? Du La, yes. After all, it's a waste of time. When the time comes, she'd be the bad guy, killing the salesperson. This will resolve her and you use immediate mortal dilemma, allowing them to happily return to the real world. But the next second, Du Lala's smile died. The salesperson NPC for this round is Jean Mian, the 9th princess of the Lu Jin Kingdom. Du Lala suddenly glanced in Jiang Yumian's direction, then quickly turned to look at the players on the wall. Subconsciously, she quickly took a few steps toward Jiang Yumian, shielding herself behind her. Will the other people's special missions be the same as hers? Du Lala's guess was correct. Qi Xinghui and the others also had the same mission of killing the salesperson NPC, but they didn't gain special privileges for the salesperson. Instead they... System, player Qi Xinghui, you are now granted a special aiming privilege. As of now, you have 3 remaining 123 Wooden Man item buffs, with a total buff duration of 30 minutes. The use of this item does not require a specific member. You can directly lock and control the salesperson NPC to determine your salesperson NPC target. Do you want to use it? Qi Xinghui said without hesitation, yes. System, player Yin Chongyun, you are now granted a special aiming privilege. As of now, you have 2 remaining shielding buffs, each lasting 10 minutes. This item does not require a designated member to use. Would you like to use it? Yin Chongyun said without hesitation, yes. System, player Qi Xinghui, you are now granted a special aiming privilege. As of now, you have 3 remaining 1-2-3 Wooden Man buffs, each lasting 30 minutes. Would you like to use them? Qi Xinghui said without hesitation, yes. System, player Shilua, you are now granted a special targeting privilege. You currently have a magnetic shield skill that has not been used. Once this skill is used, all permanent items and special skills held by players within a 5,000 meter radius will be disabled. The item buff lasts for 30 minutes. Do you wish to use it? This item does not require a designated member to use. You can directly lock onto and control the salesperson NPC, allowing you to identify the salesperson as your target. Do you wish to use it? Manchilua, yes. System Dear Lushurian, you have only one chance left to use all 100 items with the Lord God. After using all 100 items, you will willingly offer your soul to the Lord God for a special fusion. As a reminder, in 5 minutes, a special magnetic field will be generated within a 5,000-mile radius, rendering all permanent items and skills owned by you and all nearby players ineffective. For example, your gold coin cashback, Shinchiron's ability words and actions as you know it, Jiang Yumian's spatial item, Yenqingyun's probability return. All will be ineffective. If you still wish to use items, you can only use the disposable items in your inventory. Currently, due to the excessive and cluttered inventory, the system recommends the following 3 items. Each item is usable only on yourself and cannot be used on others. Item 1, Time Stop Buff. This buff pauses the flow of time in your area for 5 seconds. Item 2, Obedient Water Buff. This physical buff grants a 5-minute spell control. Item 3, Damage Sharing Buff. Select a player to share their damage with you. Damage is mutual. Any damage received by the other player is reflected back to you. Please use with caution. Chapter 329. For some reason, Jiang Yumian felt a chill on her back. When she turned around, she realized her daughter, Du La La, was still standing behind her, glancing toward the city wall. Jiang Yumian sensed something was amiss. La La you. Before Jiang Yumian could finish her words, there was a buzzing in her ears, and Hua Guangguang's warning rang out again. Hua Guangguang, idle, are you sure you don't want to use the Heaven and Earth longevity buff right now? Jiang Yumian, no. Hua Guangguang couldn't help but remind her, you're doing this because you care about people around you. But what if, soon, everyone you care about will kill you? Including your closest best friend, your friends, even your lover? Jiang Yumian's eyes shone with conviction, they won't. Hua Guangguang was truly worried that Jiang Yumian wouldn't be able to use the Prajna hairpin in time to save herself. So he couldn't help but remind her, idle, I observed countless games. I've seen best friends kill each other, lovers betray each other countless times. Please don't overestimate human nature. Put yourself first. Truthfully, Jiang Yumian didn't trust the friends on the wall behind her at all, not even Jiang Mei, whom she had saved several times. She couldn't trust them completely, but if she had Du La La behind her, she could definitely trust her. She trusted La La. She had never had a third person since she started school in the city in junior high. When she first arrived in the big city, she was withdrawn and sensitive, isolated and bullied. It was Du La La who supported her. From beginning to end, she had only one close friend. Du La La was a prominent figure in society, surrounded by countless friends, but because of her, she never allowed another girl to interfere with their friendship. Even when her grandmother fell ill, she sold her newly bought car without a second thought. At the time, they were both barely adults. Du Lailei's family wasn't wealthy, and her father, who only had her, had saved for years to buy her a car she loved dearly. But upon hearing about her family's problems, he immediately pawned it off. She was beaten by her parents, but the next day, they asked her to send a large sum of money. Because her father had also sold his used car, which he had driven for years. She would remember this kindness from the Du family for the rest of her life, and her trust in Du La La was even stronger than her trust in Lu Shurian. If Lu Shurian betrayed her, she might still be able to accept it calmly and laugh it off. After all, men were just icing on the cake for her. If he treated her sincerely, she would return his sincerity and honesty. But if it was fake, it was fake. Even if she could only protect one person now, it would be good. Just as Jiang Yumian completely blocked out Hua Guangguang's chatter, a series of system notifications rang out. Ding dong. Magnetic field shielding skill activated, generating a special magnetic field within a 5,000-mile radius. You and all nearby players will lose all permanent items, special privileges, and skills. If you wish to retain the buff, please reuse the one-time item buff. Before Jiang Yumian could react to the notification, nearly 10 more notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding dong. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man item buff, Blind Eyes, Clear Heart buff, Weak Limbs buff, Positioning buff, Truth buff, Restricted item buff. All the defect transfer buffs have taken effect. Targets: Qi Xinghui, Yan Chengyun, Shuang Tianjiao, Shi Luo, Jiang Mei, Jiang Xiaoling, Yu Xingwen. Effective target: Jiang Yumian. Probability: 100%. Duration: 30 minutes. Note: due to the magnetic field shielding item, your special rebound privilege cannot be used. Jiang Yumian felt the scene before her suddenly plunge into endless darkness. Even when she tried to speak again, her throat was silent, and her hearing plummeted. A deathly silence fell all around her. Yes, each item used on her wasn't lethal enough, and even their duration of control was only a short half-hour. But with so many items falling on her alone, she wouldn't be able to resist if someone tried to harm her. She didn't even have control over a single finger. This was the first time Jiang Yumian felt powerless, yet a faint smile played on her lips. She had made the right bet, and trusted the right person. None of the three people she cared about had attacked her. That was all worth it. At that moment, the tens of thousands of red-eyed generals directly in front of them all stopped dead in their tracks, bows raised high, and aimed at the four men at the city gate. Seeing this, Du Lala instinctively tried to pull Jiang Yumian with her and hide behind a pile of corpses not far away, but she discovered. Jiang Yumian remained standing. Her arm, held by her wrist, could move, but it was as stiff as a block of wood. Du Lala's pupils constricted. You again. But the girl seemed to have lost all sense of hearing her words. She simply turned her head and looked at her wrist, which she was holding. Du Lala's eyes instantly turned red. Lu Shiyan also noticed Jiang Yumian's abnormality and said to Du Lala, just carry her away. She can't move now. Shen Qiron's expression also darkened. I can't move. 1, 2, 3 wooden men? Shen Qiron quickly glanced at the crowd on the city wall. After cursing, fuck, Shen Qiron immediately tried to climb up the wall to teach someone a lesson, but Lu Shiyan held him back. We're under attack from all sides. This city can't be defended. Take them both to the shelter now. I hold them off. Shen Qiron, brother. Don't stop me. Even if I die today, I'm going to go up and kill those scoundrels. Lu Shiyan, Shen Qiron, calm down. Shen Qiron, Rand's eyes couldn't stop reddening, and he shouted stubbornly, we could have won. We could have won if we all gave it our all with one last push using our tools. It was them. Shen Qiron pointed at the people on the wall, and cried heartbreakingly, it was those idiots up there who chose the most cowardly tactic. Lu Shiyan couldn't help but yell at him, let's go. Shen Qiron's eyes, once filled with tears, could no longer contain their tears. He carried Jiang Yumian and Du Lala, and quickly headed for the mechanical bird that had suffered the least damage. At that moment, the people on the wall, upon learning that the salesperson NPC was Jiang Yumian, felt a mixture of emotions. It was just a casual friendship and admiration. Compared to their own lives, everyone knew exactly what was more important. Seeing Shen Qiron and the other two trying to leave, Yan Chengyun and the others immediately prepared to give chase. Shi Luo even drew his bow and arrow and shot in Jiang Yumian's direction. But in the blink of an eye, he was stopped by another arrow from the city wall. Chapter 330. Shi Luo immediately turned in anger at the person who tried to stop her, not even speaking Chinese, and yelled in English at the woman, are you crazy? Jiang Mei redrawn her bow and aimed it in Shi Luo's direction, saying with exceptional determination, she saved my life. Whoever kills her, I will kill. Either we unite now, or you die. At this moment, Qi Xinghui, who was right beside her, pointed his knife at Jiang Mei and said with a smile, my dear sister, I also want to unite and fight together, but with this mutual suspicion, cooperation is impossible. Right, my dear brother. Yan Chengyun remained silent, but his long sword, which had already chopped off countless heads, had already made his choice. Shuang Tianjiao, being Yan Chengyun's man, naturally followed suit. Jiang Mei looked at the people around her, all ready to fight against her. Her expression remained calm. After all, she had experienced the feeling of being abandoned by her friends and family before. Furthermore, these were just insignificant people. What she didn't expect was that the deaf-mute in the corner fired an arrow in Shi Luo's direction, making his position clear. As the crowd clashed, thousands of arrows from Manling's men arrived at a rapid speed. The already severely damaged mechanical bird could only fly at low altitude, unable to even bypass the city walls. They had no choice but to enter the city on foot. Though Jiang Yumian couldn't see or hear, she could still feel the bumps along the way. But Lu Shiyan couldn't completely stop these tens of thousands of arrows alone. He couldn't avoid them either, so he could only do his best to protect the three of them as they ran towards the half-open city gate. But they had no idea. The city gate would completely close just as they were about to reach it. Lala's already tense heartstrings finally snapped. She pounded on the city gate. Open. Please open the gate. Even Shinchiron laughed in anger. I fought so hard to defend this city, and in the end, I'm left outside. How ridiculous. Shinchiron turned to speak to Lu Shiyan when he saw. The man had been struck by dozens of arrows. Although they had avoided vital points, he was still seriously injured. Brother. Lala froze in place as she looked at Lu Shiyan, now covered in blood and pierced by several arrows. The scene, Lu Shiyan's clothes, the sword, even the locations of the dozens of arrows, were exactly the same as she had seen in her dream. Shinchiron, now visibly shaken by the constant stream of shock, had nearly lost his mind. After handing Jiang Yumian to Lala, he grabbed a spear from the ground and rushed towards Lu Shiyan. Lala could only hold Jiang Yumian and try to find cover. But there was no shelter anywhere. Holding Jiang Yumian, Lala no longer had any hands free to grab corpses to block the swords, so she could only follow closely behind Lu Shiyan and the others. Though Jiang Yumian didn't know what was happening around her, she guessed that the situation was a life-or-death struggle. Props were raining down on the three of them like crazy. Now, she felt time passing so slowly. So slowly. So slowly that she could feel her life slipping away before her eyes. The first thing that returned was her vision. But the only thing she saw was the arrows flying towards Lu Shiyan and the others, and the final scene of him half kneeling on the ground, struggling to support his sword. Jiang Yumian froze in place, momentarily forgetting to react. Her hoarse throat prevented her from uttering a single word. All she could utter was a tiny, hoarse awe. Unable to resist any longer, Shinchiron suddenly turned and lunged at Lala and Jiang Yumian. As the three of them fell, Jiang Yumian could still see Shinchiron's back, instantly riddled with arrows. The rain of arrows had ceased, and the barbarian spirits, with their tens of thousands of troops, were charging towards the city gates. Lala stared blankly at the man, half of his body resting on her, already dead. She was equally speechless, but she carefully pushed him aside and took the gun from his hand. Suddenly, a translucent arrow flew straight towards Jiang Yumian, but Lala, with her gun, stabbed a nearby corpse, forcing her to block it. As expected, just as she had dreamed, another arrow flew rapidly from behind, darting towards Jiang Yumian. Lala flung her spear, and the body directly in the direction of the arrow. Thankfully, the arrow was just an ordinary sword, untargeted. The translucent arrow, which she had barely blocked earlier, now struck her chest, sending her body hurtling towards Jiang Yumian. At that moment, the girl grasped the arrow with both hands, stabbing it back into her chest. Finally, she knelt helplessly before Jiang Yumian. Ah, ah, ah. Looking at Jiang Yumian before her, Lala finally smiled. The nightmare that had plagued her for days had finally been resolved. I can't change anyone else's fate, but I can change mine. Don't cry. Jiang Yumian's tears nearly blurred her vision. As time passed, the barbarian army drew closer. Shi Luo, who had been standing behind the city gate, finally lost his patience. After all, time was running out to control this woman. Either she would die at the hands of the barbarian army, or at his own. And she had heard she possessed a permanent space item, so ending this game for him was the best option for him. The man, knife in hand, inched closer towards Jiang Yumian. Seeing that Jiang Yumian seemed still immersed in grief and unaware, his courage grew. He raised his knife high and struck at Jiang Yumian's head. But what he never expected was, the knife flew away from his hand. A vine sprouted from Jiang Yumian's hand, the spike on its tip piercing his heart. It was so fast he had no time to react. The moment the vine pierced the man, it seemed to lose its last bit of vitality, withering and thinning, and finally falling from Jiang Yumian's grasp. With a clang, the sword and the body fell beside the girl. Seeing this, the wounded people behind the city gate also froze in shock. Shuangtianjiao, what is this? Qi Xinghui narrowed his eyes. This little girl has so many secrets. At this moment, the power-ups they had applied to Jiang Yumian completely expired. The woman stared blankly at Qi Xinghui and the others at the city gate. For some reason, the calm expression on the girl's face seemed to convey a sense of despair on the verge of collapse. Qi Xinghui instinctively pointed at Shi Luo lying on the ground and said, "We didn't seal the city gates, he's the one who kept you out. We just came down from the city walls." Jiang Yumian remained silent. As she stumbled to her feet, she grabbed a handful of empty arrows from the ground and stabbed the prone Shi Luo in the face again and again, without stopping. Piercing, pulling out, stabbing again, over and over again. She let the blood soak her whole body, but she didn't stop. After piercing the head, she stabbed the body, and after piercing, she didn't stop. Chapter 331. Even until Manling and his army stood before her, Jiang Yumian continued to deliver this final blow to the corpse. Manling's smile widened as he saw the woman's frantic, almost soulless demeanor. Right horse, she held her head high with a smile that only a victor could muster, and sarcastically said, Jiang Yumian, you finally admit defeat this time, right? The woman before her ignored her, and instead cleared the surrounding corpses, creating a small clearing. Manling's face instantly fell. Jiang Yumian. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? But Jiang Yumian still ignored her, and moved Du La Le's body to the clearing. Then Shenqi ran. Finally, she reached Lu Shiyan, but the half-kneeling corpses before her were nearly pierced by arrows, leaving Jiang Yumian with nowhere to attack. Jiang Yumian slowly crouched before him. The girl's eyes were red as she looked at the man, his eyes tightly closed. Her lips parted twice, but she still didn't speak. She carefully pulled out the long sword he'd been clutching until his death. The support that had held him up suddenly vanished, and as his body tumbled forward, Jiang Yumian caught him. Even though the arrows in his body had hurt her, the girl held on. Qi Xinghui and the others, who were walking out of the city gate together, were stunned by the scene. Some even began to reflect on their recent decision. Was it right or wrong? If they hadn't betrayed him in the end, if they had won this narrow battle, they would have gained an ally like them. Someone who would stand by them through thick and thin. But it was too late to say anything. Manling, still smiling at Qi Xinghui and the others in front of Jiang Yumian, said, You done well. I promise you, as long as Jiang Yumian is dead, I won't touch you a bit. Now, if any one of you is willing to stab her once, I give him 10% of the king's reward at the end of the game. 2 stabs equals 20%. But which player still alive could afford to take advantage of this little share? Even the usually taciturn Yan Chengyun couldn't help but advise, just give her a quick death. Manling sneered at this. You're really talking without any pain in your back. Today, I won't let her die so easily. With that, Manling pulled out a long whip from his waist, and swung it at Jiang Yumian's back. The blow sent the woman holding Lu Shiyan stumbling, her back instantly ripping open and bleeding profusely. Everyone realized the whip in Manling's hand was covered in barbs, and the blow even tore through a large portion of flesh. But the woman before them remained silent, steadily placing Lu Shiyan next to Shenqiran. Finally, a withered vine was placed across the 3 men. Manling's forehead veins bulged with anger, and he swung the whip directly at the 3 corpses on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, the woman, who had remained unresponsive, caught it with her bare hands, and the whip was even wrapped around her several times. Jiang Yumian, don't touch him. Manling sneered, You're about to die, why are you still pretending? You know what I hate most about your arrogant expression. Don't think I haven't investigated your background. You grew up as a ragtag garbage collector in a remote mountain village. Your parents didn't want you. Even your school meals depended on your cheap, non-blood-related grandmother rummaging through scraps. You clearly have nothing, yet every time you look at me, you act like I'm just garbage. Do you deserve it? I grew up in a wealthy family, attended all kinds of cram schools, and was always at the top of my class. After my debut, I amassed tens of millions of fans. What right do you have to look down on me? Jiang Yumian chuckled. Aren't you just trash? You ruined a good hand. Isn't that like mud that can't be helped? Manling, Jiang Yumian. Manling, come on, cut off her flesh piece by piece. I don't believe she can keep her stubbornness. At this moment, Qi Xinghui's voice came from behind. Jiang Shaoling, victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. I admire her perseverance, loyalty, and courage. With this arrow, all grudges are over. No one noticed the sudden arrow, including Manling herself. Everyone thought the arrow would pierce Jiang Yumian's heart, but after another flash of light, Jiang Yumian was still standing there, intact. Manling, protective gear? Manling, why do you still have protective gear? Zhuang Tianju was also stunned. The protective gear Lu Shiyan gave you is still there? Qi Xinghui, Lu Shiyan's protective vest is on Jiang Yumian? Yan Chengyun said calmly, It doesn't matter anymore. Jiang Yumian laughed like crazy. You really are an idiot. Manling found Jiang Yumian's smile particularly glaring, and suddenly added, Now. You don't have any help. Jiang Yumian followed her words, and continued with a smile, Yes, there's no one I wanted to protect. In the end, I didn't protect anyone. I didn't protect a single one, haha. Jiang Yumian, still holding Lu Shiyan's long sword, plunged it into their hearts in front of everyone. This action startled everyone around them. You? Man Ling was the most shocked. After all, she had hoped to see Jiang Yumian put up a last-ditch effort, but she hadn't expected. At that moment, the previously cloudless sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds gathered, and a torrential downpour accompanied several thunderbolts that streaked across the sky, striking the red-eyed commander. Tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers were instantly reduced to smoking, charred corpses. Then, the thunderbolt seemed to lock onto every surviving player present, pursuing them relentlessly. Jiang Yumian, nearly dying, found the scene before her, as if struck by lightning, as if by divine punishment, utterly hilarious. The heavy rain washed away the bloodstains splattered on the woman's body, revealing her delicate, palm-sized face. However, her once bright, radiant eyes were now dull and lifeless. She was looking up at the sky and smiling, her chest trembling with laughter, yet it felt utterly tragic. May heaven and earth live together. What a wonderful saying. You done all this just to force me to use this prop, haven't you? I grant your wish. Hua Guangguang watched Jiang Yumian's life slip away, yet he hesitated to move. Unable to stop himself, he whispered anxiously in her ear, "Idle. Prajna hairpin. Use the Prajna hairpin. You're really going to die." Chapter 332. The rain soaked her face. Tell me. Who should I save? I want to save everyone I care about here. Lin Jiayu died saving me, Shin Qiran died saving me, my La died saving me, and even that idiot saved me so many times and gave me my only protective item. How painful must it be for him to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? I owe so many lives. Who should I save? Who can I save? Hua Guangguang listened to her sobbing words. Although he didn't quite understand her emotions, he felt inexplicably unhappy. Yes, he felt a little unhappy. Hua Guangguang hesitated, but... Shouldn't you save yourself in this situation? Only by living can you have chance. Only by living can you have endless possibilities. I think if they were still here, they would want you alive too. Jiang Yumian said nothing, her gaze fixed on the direction of the rolling thunder. Meanwhile, the two people in the chaotic space couldn't be happy either, because... Even though Jiang Yumian had used the incredible heaven and earth life buff, her information acquisition value was still stuck at 99%, unable to rise. Unless, at this moment, she stabbed the Prajna hairpin into her chest, they could complete this final information acquisition. Otherwise, Jiang Yumian would die in the game. Even if they controlled her mind and committed suicide in reality, the intelligent creature they created would still not be able to completely replace her. Qian Duo subconsciously turned to the Lord God, if she... Lord God, she would use it. Lord God, she's terrified of death. Besides, she still has her grandmother to care for in real life, so she can't abandon her. Qian Duo turned to look at the girl on the screen, who usually argued with him. Now, in this state, he felt an inexplicable emotion well up inside him, a feeling of suffocation. And at that moment, the girl on the screen, after watching the final lightning strike kill Jiang Shaoling, finally smiled with relief. The girl struggled to raise her hand, pulled out the peachwood hairpin from her hair, and then, with all her might, stabbed into the half-stalked vine lying beside them, lying across the three people. Hua Guangguang, shock. Qian Duo, shock. Even the man, who had been sitting nearby, awaiting the final outcome, suddenly stood up from his seat. Qian Duo, what is she doing? Jiang Yumian actually knew exactly what she was doing. Little Guiyuan, you've been with me for so long, I think you should have already attained spiritual enlightenment. Thank you for saving me one last time today. Hua Guangguang, idle. Don't you know the instructions for using the Prajna hairpin? Jiang Yumian finally collapsed beside the three of them, smiling, I know. I always known. You must be a player with a favorability rating over 60, and a death time of more than 10 minutes. Simply insert the hairpin into any part of your body to quickly restore it to optimal condition. Even Qian Duo interjected, I know you're still doing this. Pull it out and reinsert it. I pretend I didn't see it this time. He didn't want the woman to die like this. Even if the brain acquisition value didn't exceed 99%, and the replication was successful, there would be a lot of uncertainty and unpredictability in the future. If the chip rejected it, her likeness would no longer exist in the world. Even a replica would cease to exist. Jiang Yumian didn't move, but instead asked, according to your rules, what constitutes a player? Qian Duo, of course, it's anyone who participates in the game and possesses life characteristics. Jiang Yumian, doesn't Little Longin possess life characteristics? Qian Duo was silent for a moment, then added, a player is a person. Qian Duo, even if this plant counts as half a player, do you think the Prajna hairpin can detect its favorability? Jiang Yumian didn't directly answer him. As her mind gradually faded, she struggled to keep her eyelids open and asked, what if? If the Prajna hairpin can detect its favorability towards me, can I use it on it? Qian Duoduo, I don't have the right to decide that. Every permanent item has all its functions set up from the moment it's created. Whether it can be used depends entirely on the item itself. That's good. Jiang Yumian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She was truly afraid these little brats would tamper with the system. Qian Duoduo watched Jiang Yumian's health drain to the point of near depletion, and at the last second, he couldn't help but offer a word of advice. It's not too late to regret it now. I can. No regrets. My little Guiyuan has done well. If it works, they at least have a chance of survival. If it doesn't, then pretend I never had this item and die with them. Anyway, I'm tired of all these rounds. Tired. The death of all three was something they had expected, yet it was also something they hadn't anticipated. The players failed to clear this dungeon, and all deceased players were teleported back to the chaotic dimension. Even the main deity lost interest. After instructing the two to teleport Lu Shiyan alone to their laboratory, it vanished from the scene. Qian Duoduo felt as if a drop of water had fallen on his face. He subconsciously wiped it with his hand, then heard Hua Guangguang excitedly exclaim, Duoduo, look! Buds! Buds! What buds? Green buds? Hua Guangguang stuttered excitedly. Long green buds? Qian Duoduo abruptly stood up. Now, everyone was inside the hatch at the center of the console. All the players lay with their eyes closed, their heads covered with metal caps connected by countless wires. In each transparent sleeping pod, there was only a string of cold percentages. As the percentage rose, the pain within grew, as if their brains had been completely drained. When it reached 100%, the hatch opened, and the players inside, their pupils dilated, slowly walked towards the portal with vacant eyes. Jiang Yumian had thought death was the end, but she hadn't expected to hear the system notifications even in her lifetime. Congratulations to the player for failing to clear the dungeon. What was there to congratulate? When Jiang Yumian opened her eyes again, she found herself in eternal night, utterly pitch black, and just in front of her, a single beam of light. The old man, now hunched over in the light, waved at her with a smile. Yu, come here. Yu, come quickly. Chapter 333. Jiang Yumian immediately ran towards Jiang Linghua. But no matter how long she ran or walked, she couldn't seem to touch the light, even as if she were standing still. What she didn't know was, at this moment, like the other players, she stood in line, her eyes blank, as she exited the portal one by one. The two children at the control panel nearby watched Jiang Yumian's back, their expressions indescribable. Hua Guangguang, only 99% of her brain information was extracted. Is it really okay? Qian Duoduo, it should be okay, after all. She will be destroyed in reality. Hua Guangguang hesitated, finally leaving with a dejected look on his face. The girl in the hospital bed suddenly opened her eyes, slowly got up, and walked towards the window. After tugging at the window twice, and finding no response, she suddenly turned and walked towards the door. Aunt Zhang had just returned from grocery shopping, and saw that Jiang Yumian, who had been comatose, had woken up, and was walking normally. She was instantly overjoyed, and walked towards the kitchen with the groceries, saying, Xiaomi, you're finally awake. Your grandma and I have been so scared these past few days. Wait, Aunt Zhang will make you breakfast. Jiang Yumian muttered, stunned, Grandma. I heard another child committed suicide in the hospital. A lot of police officers came to investigate, and Grandma Jiang went downstairs to give her statement. Don't worry, you just woke up. Sit down for a while. Your grandma is fully recovered now, so she'd be fine. Aunt Zhang, anxious to make some chicken soup for her, was so busy in the kitchen that she didn't notice anything unusual about Jiang Yumian. After Jiang Yumian left the ward, Aunt Zhang's hands suddenly stopped washing vegetables. This girl. At that moment, Aunt Zhang instantly recalled the news reports of the past 2 days. If anyone in the ward has fallen into a deep sleep, please pay close attention to their condition upon awakening. They often present as confused and possibly sleepwalking. If anything unusual occurs, please call the number below immediately. Never leave the patient alone out of your sight. Aunt Zhang, this is bad. Aunt Zhang's hands were shaking so badly that she quickly dialed the police's official number while rushing out of the ward. What a coincidence. She ran into Grandma Jiang, who had just finished giving her statement. Grandma, Xiaomian seems to be showing the same symptoms as on TV. But she's out now. Grandma Jiang's face suddenly changed. Where did she go? Which direction did she go? And John was visibly panicked. I don't know. Yu, come quickly. Yu, come to Grandma. Jiang Yumian never stopped walking. What she didn't know was that she had already reached the entrance to the hospital's rooftop terrace via the stairs. Suicides had been rampant in the city these days, and the hospital had even locked the rooftop door. Jiang Yumian, dressed in a blue and white hospital gown, stood at the door, trying to open it. The police and the director in the surveillance room finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. The police officer stood up and walked to the door, instructing the other officers, the person is at the rooftop stairs right now. Make sure they are brought back safely. Yes. The police were about to say something when the director rushed out in a panic. Oh no! She actually knows the combination and cracked the combination lock on the rooftop security door in less than a minute. The police officers exclaimed, shock. After Jiang Yumian cracked the brain teaser Grandma Jiang had given her, she suddenly felt the wind pick up. But Jiang Yumian could also feel the distance between her and Grandma closing considerably, and she subconsciously quickened her pace. Then, a terrifying feeling of suspended animation came from beneath her feet, and the darkness before her suddenly became brighter. To be more precise, it was so bright that she couldn't see anything clearly. She felt a tight rope tighten around her waist. Again! Jiang Yumian, are you crazy? Jiang Yumian froze in her place. The owner of that voice had never called her that before, and in such a fierce, life-threatening tone. Grandma, raising you up wasn't easy for me. Get up here. Jiang Yumian had no idea what Jiang Linghua was talking about. She only felt a slight ache in her arm from being pulled so high, and something liquid slowly trickled down from it. A few raindrops even lashed her with her grandmother's choked roar. It was blood. Whose blood? Blood. She had seen too much blood these days. Jiang Yumian. Say something. Are you going to abandon Grandma? Jiang Yumian felt a pang of pain in her heart as she listened to her grandmother's heart-wrenching cries. The light before her eyes dimmed, but she remained frozen in place. She only saw Jiang Linghua, covered in blood, glaring at her, even bleeding from all 7 orifices. Although it was bloody, Jiang Yumian didn't know. The real scene was even more terrifying. Many people had gathered below the hospital building, staring at the 2 people who were almost completely airborne. The moment Jiang Yumian leaped from the building, Grandma Jiang had already rushed over, grabbed her waist, and leaped down. Auntie Jean on the rooftop, and the belatedly arriving police officers were desperately trying to grab Grandma Jiang's legs. The force exerted on Grandma Jiang by both sides was practically ripping her old bones in two. She even sustained numerous injuries from banging back and forth against the wall, especially from desperately clinging to Jiang Yumian's hands, her elbows slamming against the wall, drawing blood. Furthermore, the blood congestion in her brain from the handstand caused her to feel dizzy and dazed. Even so, she maintained a firm grip on Jiang Yumian's waist, cursing at her angrily. Ever since they were little, she had never been willing to say anything harsh to her. Jiang Yumian. Is that what I taught you? Who allowed you to give up on yourself? Jiang Yumian listened, stunned. Give up. Give up. Give up. Grandma Jiang watched the firefighters downstairs hurriedly laying the inflatable shock-absorbing bed, still gritting her teeth. Jiang Yumian looked at her grandmother standing in the light and said bitterly, Grandma, how could you become like this? Grandma Jiang, it's all your fault. The resentment that Jiang Yumian had been suppressing in her heart suddenly burst forth. Grandma. I also killed her. I think I killed a lot of people. Chapter 334. A bright red Mercedes had just parked downstairs. A woman wearing stylish sunglasses emerged, following the crowd's gaze, her mouth forming an O shape. Even when she curiously pulled out her phone camera to zoom in and see who it was, her face suddenly paled. Oh my god! Oh my god! Jiang Yumian. Grandma Jiang. What are you doing? Grandma Jiang, still dazed by Jiang Yumian's words, heard the faint shouts from downstairs and looked over. Looking at the bright vest and black leather pants next to the bright red Mercedes, who else could it be but Du La La? Grandma Jiang. What nonsense are you talking about? La La is downstairs. Jiang Yumian muttered, stunned, downstairs. At this moment, Du La La strode towards the inpatient department's door, then quickly retreated and rushed towards the inflatable bed in the crowd. Make way, please make way, make way. My grandma and my best friend are about to jump. Passers-by, How could someone jump like that? Are they really sisters? The woman asked the firefighters nearby, then immediately looked up, raised her arms high, and pointed them toward the 2 of them. Grandma. You can jump? The firefighter said it's okay, and even if there's a problem, the hospital is right next door. Come down quickly, I catch you. Passers-by, What a crazy woman. But what the passers-by didn't expect was that Grandma Jiang actually let go, dropping Jiang Yumian. She then asked Aunt Jiang and the police officer to let go, and then jumped. Passers-by, shock. What a wonderful family. Though Jiang Yumian was still unconscious, her vision was clear. She could clearly see the tall buildings and greenery, being mercilessly dragged out of the shock-absorbing bed by 2 firefighters. But the sight of Grandma Jiang falling from the building made Jiang Yumian's pupils shrink. Jiang Yumian desperately struggled to break free from the grip of those around her. No! Just as Grandma Jiang fell off the shock-absorbing bed, Jiang Yumian, still on the edge, was catapulted back into the air. This catapult allowed Jiang Yumian to spot Du Lala, who was still holding her hands up in the crowd, ready to catch someone. Countless memories replayed in her mind. The girl, who had fallen back onto the shock-absorbing bed, seemed stunned again, staring blankly at the azure sky before her. Jiang Yumian, She felt as if she were still in a dream. At the same time, the red alarm in the hybrid space went off. Qian Duoduo and Hua Guangguang were busy and frantic. Qian Duoduo's face was grim. How could this be? We already obtained 99% of her data, how could she steal it back? Although Hua Guangguang's expression was serious, he couldn't help but smile. I don't know. How about we notify the Lord? Glancing at its deathly expression, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but say, you know the Lord is in a critical fusion phase, and can't be disturbed, yet you're still gloating over it. Hua Guangguang felt slightly guilty, her eyes shifting and her lips pouting. Then we don't know what's going on. Qian Duoduo. And how come none of those people who died in that dungeon were controlled? Hua Guangguang, that little Guiyuan has wrapped them all up in a giant tangle with vines. And it's held together perfectly. You know, this plant has intelligence. I can't destroy it, and I can't manage data access and storage. Qian Duoduo, isn't that plant afraid of fire? Hua Guangguang, it used to be afraid of fire, but it's now fused with the blood vine cultivated by the Lord God. Now it's impervious to water and fire, and it can't be cut by a knife. There's nothing I can do. You know how powerful the blood vine cultivated by the Lord God is. What should we do now? Qian Duoduo, Qian Duoduo, don't worry. I don't care. Wait until the Lord God is fully integrated, and I deal with you. Watching Qian Duoduo walk away in anger, Hua Guangguang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Don't think I don't know you've been secretly weeping behind our backs. You were hiding in the surveillance room, watching me release the vine-ridden figure back into the real world, and you didn't stop me. And now you're still standing here, stubbornly speaking and making sarcastic remarks. Humph. In the VIP ward, Jiang Yumian and Grandma Jiang, one on each side, were being tended to by the nurses. Du Lala stood nearby, her hands on her hips, muttering earnestly. Jiang Yumian, you're such a fool. You're making an old grandma worry about you. Luckily, you two only suffered minor injuries from dislocations this time, otherwise you'd be so sorry. And you, Grandma, too. How can you still not know the severity of the situation at your age? Is that how you save people? You just recovered from your heart attack, but I'm on the verge of a heart attack. Grandma Jiang and the other woman were eerily quiet, incredibly well-behaved, not daring to argue or utter a word. Jiang Yumian, I won't do it next time. Grandma Jiang, there's going to be a next time? Jiang Yumian was about to speak when Grandma Jiang, still stern, said, Tell me, which man are you trying to kill yourself over this time? Jiang Yumian, question mark. Du Lala, shock. Grandma Jiang sighed, how come you can't think straight after growing up? Yes. Grandma doesn't restrict you from dating, but we have to have healthy relationships. Tell me, which handsome guy has you so bewildered that you're trying to kill yourself? Jiang Yumian was about to explain when a man suddenly rushed in from outside the ward. Sister Mian. Jiang Yumian, surprise. Du Lala, surprise. Grandma Jiang, surprise. Jiang Yumian noticed the panic on Shinchiran's face and instinctively asked, How did you find yourself here? Lu. Brother Lu is missing. Jiang Yumian, surprise. Du Lala, surprise. Grandma Jiang watched the three of them exchange glances without interrupting. Shinchiran said anxiously, My brother was sleeping across from me before he went to Mayo, but when I woke up, I couldn't find him. I could contact Brother Hao and the other three, but now I can't find Brother Lu. We searched the area around the villa several times, but we can't find him. Jiang Yumian grabbed her backpack and hurried out. Grandma, I'm going out for a bit. Aunt Zhang, please take care of Grandma. Although Aunt Zhang didn't understand what they were saying, she nodded docilely. Du Lala instinctively started to follow, but Grandma Jiang stopped her. Lala, what's Moyo? What does Moyo mean? Du Lala turned to look at Grandma Jiang on the bed in shock. Grandma, do you understand the word Moyo? Grandma Jiang, what are you talking about? I'm not deaf. At this point, even Aunt Zhang, standing nearby, was bewildered and asked, is there anything special about Moyo? Du Lala, shock. Du Lala still asked, unconvinced, head nurse, can you hear me? The head nurse and the others nodded. Yes, we can. Du Lala, It's upside down. The world is really upside down. Wait for me. Chapter 335. At this moment, after the two men left, the head nurse hurriedly apologized to Grandma Jiang, saying, Grandma Jiang, the situation is this. The military will be sending a large number of wounded soldiers here soon, and the director wants to free up as many wards as possible. You and Miss Jiang only have superficial injuries, and don't need to be hospitalized and incur the additional expense. If you find it troublesome to change your dressings later, you can simply come to the hospital to register and have them changed. Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang immediately stood up. Okay, you're busy. There's no need to bother. Just prescribe some medicine for us, and we can change it ourselves at home. We won't waste medical resources here. The head nurse, initially a little worried, heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding. Grandma Jiang immediately followed Aunt Zhang and began packing. As soon as she left, she saw many people coming out of other wards, whispering to each other. Have you heard? The world is in turmoil right now. There are constant wars abroad. I hear that many foreign elements have bought guns through secret channels and are retaliating against society. I also hear that some evil organization has emerged, and the country has sent troops to suppress them. The casualties are heavy. All the major hospitals are now full. Grandma Jiang heard this and immediately joined in the conversation. Is it that terrifying? The other woman, also a wealthy old lady, immediately responded, Why would I lie to you? My son's boss told me. I heard they haven't made it public yet because they're afraid of causing panic. Take my advice too. Stay home and don't go anywhere for now. Grandma Jiang, shouldn't we stock up on food? The wealthy old lady nodded. Of course I did. My son asked my daughter-in-law to buy some. We have a lot of servants, and we still got 2 truckloads of food. My son didn't tell me the details, for fear I might let it slip. But judging by my daughter-in-law's demeanor, it must be a serious matter. Grandma Jiang, is it that serious? The wealthy old lady, yes, please don't tell anyone. I've seen you play mahjong with me so many times before. I'm just mentioning this to you. Don't let me down. Grandma Jiang, of course. After the servant led the wealthy eldest son away, Grandma Jiang immediately took Aunt Zhang with her and left. Aunt Zhang, hurry up. Let's go to the wholesale market and get some supplies. Aunt Zhang nodded. Okay, I go drive now. Should I tell Xiaomian? Grandma Jiang, no, I think these young people know more than us now. They don't need any reminders. By the way, bring your children to the villa as soon as possible. When you're going to get supplies, don't be silly and fill in your home address. Just leave it at the front door. Aunt Zhang, okay. At this moment, Jiang Yumian, still in her hospital gown, had already arrived at Lu Shiyan's house. Exactly as Shinchiran had said, even the surveillance footage didn't show Lu Shiyan leaving. Shinchiran, except for a few bedrooms and bathrooms, the entire villa is fully monitored. If Brother Lu left, there would definitely be a record. He just disappeared into the master bedroom, impossible to find. Shinchiran said, and immediately opened the master bedroom door. Jiang Yumian raised an eyebrow at the scene before her. Are you sure your brother has disappeared? Isn't it? Shinchiran turned his head to look into the master bedroom, his lips twitching. Hey, why are you back so suddenly? Jiang Yumian looked at the neatly arranged pasha dog slippers by the bed. Even the blanket hadn't been disturbed, especially the person in the room, deep in sleep. Despite their loud chatter, they showed no signs of waking. Jiang Yumian's face darkened instantly. Strange. You and Lala woke up, but why can't he? Shinchiran, yeah, I'm wondering too. I was clearly dead, how could I still be standing here? Even Brother Hao and the others were dead too, yet they all woke up full of life. Jiang Yumian thought of the small longan in her space. Although it hadn't borne fruit, it had clearly regained its former vitality and flourishing. She had a vague idea of what had happened after her death. The small Longan played an important role in bringing so many people back to life. But why hadn't Lu Shiyan woken up? Jiang Yumian suddenly had a foreboding premonition and immediately privately messaged Hua Guangguang. Guangzi, was Lu Shiyan taken away because the bet was over? Lu Shiyan had told her that the bet between him and that person was that either he would meet the item requirements or die in the game, and now Lu Shiyan's situation was different from Shenqiran and the others. Hua Guangguang remained silent. After all, he had no authority to share this information. Jiang Yumian waited patiently for Hua Guangguang's response, and naturally she had guessed something. Jiang Yumian stared at the man sleeping soundly with his eyes closed on the bed, and slowly said, "Qiran, your brother." In truth, Shenqiran had long understood Lu Shiyan's current situation. He had initially harbored a hopeful hope, but now, his head finally dropped. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yumian could only pat his shoulder and pretend to be nonchalant, saying, "You should think more positively. According to you, this person did disappear before, but he's not coming back now, is he? Maybe if you keep an eye on him, he wake up one day. La, and I have a lot of things to deal with back home. I leave this to you." Just as Jiang Yumian was leading Du La out of the master bedroom, the man behind her suddenly called out to her. "Sister Mian, do you like my brother?" Du La raised an eyebrow, and turned to look at Jiang Yumian curiously. Jiang Yumian hadn't expected the young man to ask such a question at this moment, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. "Let your brother ask me that question himself." With that, Jiang Yumian and Du La hurriedly left the villa, fearing that Shenqiran would chase them down and ask more questions. After getting into Du Lala's sleek red Mercedes, Jiang Yumian immediately instructed her, "Lala, go back today and bring your parents from your hometown. I have your belongings moved to my place." Du Lala, huh? Then, a silver-white pistol materialized from Jiang Yumian's hand in the passenger seat, pointed at Du Lala's head. Du Lala, who had just fastened her seatbelt, jumped in shock. "Oh my god!" Jiang Yumian withdrew his hand and conjured a box of bullets matching the gun's type, loading them into the gun. Intermediate players and above can now exchange for high-level firearms in the virtual store. Even new players can exchange them for powerful shotguns and hunting rifles. What do you think the world will be like in the future? Chapter 336. Had just experienced having a gun pointed at her head, Du Lala wasn't worried at all that Jiang Yumian would shoot her, but if anyone pulled a gun on the street and killed a lucky person. Du Lala shuddered instantly, slammed on the brakes, and said anxiously, "I'm going to call my parents right now." Jiang Yumian stayed quietly to the side, scrolling through the Mayo app. But she discovered that the posts on Mayo hadn't been updated in over 10 days. The latest post was from before the previous group boss dungeon began. Jiang Yumian was puzzled. Du Lala, who had just hung up the phone, said, "No wonder Grandma Jiang and the others could hear the game content just now." Jiang Yumian paused scrolling and turned to look at her blankly. "You mean my grandma and the others could hear it?" Du Lala, "Yes. And Zhang and the others heard it. Before, even a single word would be automatically blocked, but now they hear everything. I'm still wondering." Jiang Yumian stared at the Mayo app in her hand, her thoughts racing. Jiang Yumian, if the system no longer cares about the survival game's details being exposed, then that means they don't care if it causes panic in the real world and disrupts the proper order of the real world. Du Lala, are they trying to treat the real world as a game too? I've been thinking about how I've been playing games, and although I haven't played many, I always felt that the NPCs are no different from us, flesh and blood, distinct personalities. It doesn't seem like they could have been created out of thin air. You, if those were real people, do you think? Du Lala asked, and before Jiang Yumian could reply, she began to question herself. No wonder we weren't notified of the start time for the next round after this round. I thought it was because we failed the raid, and weren't eligible for the next round. Jiang Yumian pursed her lips, then said, "I can't rule it out, but I just have a very immature idea right now." Du Lala also became excited. "You say?" Jiang Yumian, a long-protected secret is suddenly revealed by the owner. There are two possibilities. Either the secret is already known to everyone, and it's no longer a secret, or Du Lala, or Jiang Yumian's face was stern. Or, letting these people know the secret won't harm the owner's rights at all. In other words, we won't take the secret away. The two sisters said simultaneously, "Only the dead keep secrets." Jiang Yumian was silent. Du Lala almost took off in a trance. Is this survival game crazy? They want us all to disappear? This secret is known to the entire world. They don't want to destroy the entire blue planet, do they? Jiang Yumian didn't know how to respond, so she leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. I hope I'm overthinking it. Do la la, that shouldn't be the case. They can't just destroy the entire blue planet. Jiang Yumian, let's go. Take me to the warehouse supermarket to find Grandma, and you hurry back to my hometown to pick up my uncle and aunt. Do la la, okay. When Jiang Yumian arrived at the warehouse supermarket, she realized it was much more crowded than she'd been to before, and there were even more individual customers. When Jiang Yumian found her grandmother, she discovered her left hand in a cast, her right hand pushing an overflowing shopping cart, chatting with a warehouse clerk. She didn't know where she got the energy from. After all the events of the day, she still looked so radiant and gossiped. As Jiang Yumian approached, she simply stood quietly beside her, not interrupting. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a scene on a large billboard hanging nearby, which made her start. It was for a film about to be released, the disaster film Skyfall, starring action stars from China and abroad. There were also many trendy girls taking photos nearby. Jiang Yumian glanced at it briefly, feeling as if a thought flashed through her mind so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. As she and her grandmother finished checking out, Jiang Yumian, carrying her bags, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Grandma Jiang, what happened? Jiang Yumian, the sky stone fell? Grandma Jiang, huh? Jiang Yumian, the fastest way to destroy Blue Planet is with a meteorite. Yes, why hadn't she thought of that? Although Blue Planet's atmosphere could withstand many small meteorites, over 65 million years ago, a massive meteorite directly penetrated the atmosphere. Before it even reached the surface, the powerful winds unleashed an unprecedented, devastating blow on the entire planet. Volcanoes erupted, earthquakes continued, and tsunamis followed one after another, leaving no living thing anywhere to escape. According to records, the meteorite impact swept Blue Planet with a force equivalent to 1 trillion tons of TNT, wiping out 90% of Earth's life. Perhaps some small creatures could survive the fierce attack, but the chain reaction following the impact would immediately extinguish the survival hopes of other creatures on Earth. Grandma Jiang was confused and asked, "What meteorite? What destruction of the Blue Planet?" Jiang Yumian quickly pulled Grandma Jiang out, anxiously explaining, "Grandma, I know you might call me alarmist, but you must return to the villa area with me now. Don't go anywhere else. There's a possibility of a severe natural disaster destroying the Blue Planet." Grandma Jiang, shock. Grandma Jiang, if that's the case, even if we run, where can we go? Jiang Yumian, now, I'm afraid our only hope is this air raid shelter beneath Xiangming Mountain. On the way back, Jiang Yumian teamed up with Shinchiron and Du Lala in a group chat and shared her boldest guess. For the next 3 days, Jiang Yumian spent her time signing for the large quantities of supplies delivered by the warehouse supermarket at the convenience store near the scenic spot at the foot of the mountain, and researching extensively online and in books and documents. Hopefully, she was just exaggerating. Otherwise, even if they survived the meteorite impact, the lingering dust would block sunlight. Combined with the evaporation of heat, the temperature would plummet. And that wasn't the worst part. The sulfur produced by the explosion could also cause acid rain. Then, it would be even more unbearable. Chapter 337. Late at night, Jiang Yumian suddenly received a call from Shinchiron. She thought it was about Lu Shurdian, but to her surprise, it was about the air raid shelter. Shinchiron, Sister Mian, your guess was right. The Monitoring Bureau, along with the military, is now heading towards Xiangming Mountain. Jiang Yumian, what for? Shinchiron, to seize the use of all the air raid shelters beneath Xiangming Mountain. It's said that both international monitoring organizations and our own national monitoring organizations have detected an unprecedented meteor shower passing through Blue Planet soon. There are even some with strange and unpredictable orbital changes. There's a high probability they collide with Blue Planet. They even detected smaller space rocks, most likely just debris, and there could be unimaginably large meteorites behind them. Experts say it could be as devastating as the Jurassic era. Jiang Yumian remained silent. But Shinchiron hesitated, continuing, if the Jurassic catastrophe had happened, then these bomb shelters would have been a complete waste of effort. Hearing this, Jiang Yumian felt somewhat numb. Death, it's not like she hadn't died before. It's just that before she died, she had to feast and enjoy herself. She worked so hard to earn so much money, and she still hadn't lived a good life. Even from the beginning, her only wish had been for 3 meals a day for the 2 of them, plus a cat and a dog. Now that she had money, a house, and a car, she felt less like living. Shinchiron listened to the long silence on the other end of the line, and couldn't help but squeak. Sister Mian? Shinchiron. Ah? How much time is left until Blue Planet is destroyed? They say it's less than a week, otherwise the government wouldn't have brought the army here so late at night to make arrangements. Let's go out and have some fun. Take your brother with you. Ah? Shinchiron clearly didn't react and asked again, Sister Mion, what did you say? Jiang Yumian, take brother Hao and the others too. We go to the beach and play for 4 or 5 days. I treat you. She had been under invisible pressure since she was a child, with little time to breathe, let alone go out and spend money on fun. Aside from surviving in games and occasionally entertaining herself, she hadn't visited any tourist attractions or cities. In her final days, she wanted to enjoy herself to the fullest. This time, Shinchiron was silent for a long while. Jiang Yumian also didn't speak, just quietly waiting. When Shinchiron spoke again, the boy, not yet 20, instantly regained his usual playful demeanor. Okay. I plan the itinerary. I'm a real expert at this. When it comes to eating, drinking, and having fun, I'm number 1. No one dares to say I'm second. Sister Mion, are you really going to treat us? Jiang Yumian smiled with relief. Please. Shinchiron, then I really splurge. You know, I always chosen the most expensive and best activities when I go out. Jiang Yumian, okay, I let you splurge. Shinchiron, then we leave early this morning. Jiang Yumian was stunned. Today? Shinchiron, yes, time waits for no one. Jiang Yumian, okay. As the morning sky brightened, the villas of Xiangming Mountain were already ablaze with lights. Grandma Jiang, in particular, was incredibly excited. Hey, will Grandma Yu look good in a veil at the beach? Du Lala fiddled with various bikinis in front of the floor-length mirror, making Jiang Yumian shake her head. Hurry up, you guys. You don't need to bring so much. You can buy local items when you arrive. It'd be hard to fly a helicopter with so many. When Jiang Yumian said this, even Aunt Zhang and Du's parents widened their eyes in shock. Helicopter? Jiang Yumian, well, catching a plane takes too long. Chiron and the others said, we could just take a direct helicopter. Everyone, wow. Great, is this how rich people travel? When Shinchiron arrived, even Jiang Yumian, who had anticipated his tendency to be extravagant, was stunned by the fleet of luxurious helicopters, large and small. Jiang Yumian, you guys. Brother Hao leaned out and greeted, Xiaobai, come on up. Do you dare to try skydiving? Jiang Yumian, surprise. Du Lala's eyes lit up. I want it. The elderly father behind Du Lala nearly fainted. It was Aunt Zhang and Du's mother, who quickly supported her. Du's mother turned to look at Grandma Jiang, her eyes filled with concern. It's better not to let these kids participate in such dangerous activities. Grandma Jiang looked at the 2 little girls running towards the landing direction with relief. A slightly bitter smile played on her lips as she slowly said, it's a rare opportunity to go out and have fun. If they want to have fun, let them have it. Du's mother, but... Grandma Jiang, these kids didn't bring us out to play to hear us tell them what we can't do. It ruined the fun of the trip, wouldn't it? Du's mother, forget it, have fun if you want. However, the 2 little girls, who had rushed to the helicopter, stopped in their tracks and turned to look in the direction of Grandma Jiang and the others, as if they would have held back if they disagreed. Until Grandma Jiang gestured at the 2, they, like wild horses, sprang onto the helicopter without a second glance. Over the next few days, Shinchiron proved to be a master of planning. The group went hiking, played in the sea, and even tried every amusement park they could. Jiang Yumian even scuba dived to help the damselfish dig up some sea urchins. Their last stop on their way home was a child-friendly amusement park, trying everything Jiang Yumian had never experienced in her life. The only one who was clearly pitiful was Lu Shiyan. With nothing to do, the overly playful Shinchiron was left to tan alongside Grandma Jiang. His skin, originally a sickly pale from years spent at home, was now significantly tanned on the beach. Grandma Jiang, feeling the tan wasn't evenly distributed, even took off the child's shirt, slathered on some sunscreen, donned sunglasses, and alternated tanning from front to back. One time, Grandma Jiang and Du Ma and the others got so heated playing mahjong that everyone laughed. Jiang Yumian, helpless, teased Grandma Jiang, Grandma, it's time for you to turn over. Grandma Jiang, okay. Chapter 338. After Jiang Yumian returned to the villa with a large pile of dolls, she was about to tell everyone to go back to bed, when Grandma Jiang suddenly said, Yu, let's all go up to the rooftop for a family reunion dinner tonight. Jiang Yumian's eyes welled up slightly as she smiled. Grandma, tomorrow. It won't be too late. Mother Du couldn't help but sigh. You, don't hide it from us. We already knew about this the night we went on the trip. Jiang Yumian turned to look at Du Lala in surprise. Du Lala immediately waved her hand. I didn't say that. Grandma Jiang, I did. Even a fool should have guessed it. Jiang Yumian, Grandma. Grandma Jiang didn't continue the conversation that way. Instead, she continued with a smile, well, I heard the meteor shower is amazing. I never seen one in my life, so this is a great opportunity to feast my eyes. Jiang Yumian was about to say something, but Grandma Jiang interrupted her. Okay, you girls, go take a shower and dress up. We're going to. Today? Just like Chinese New Year, let's have a good meal. And Jiang, please help me roll out some dumpling wrappers, stir-fry some extra dishes, and call Shi Yankaran and the others over to eat. Okay. These dumpling wrappers are best when you roll them yourself. Mother and Dad Du immediately rolled up their sleeves and joined in. Let's help too. Jiang Yumian was about to say something, but Du Lala subconsciously grabbed her hand. Okay, let's go take a shower and put on some new clothes. Then I put on some beautiful makeup for you. I learned a few new curly and updo hairstyles these past few days. Come on, come on. 3 hours later. Shinchiran arrived, wheeling Lu Shiyan. Grandma Jiang, who was setting out her chopsticks, couldn't help but ask, where are Xiao Letian and the others? Shinchiran, dressed in a formal suit, replied with a silly smile, they all gone home to be with Mom and Dad. Grandma, it's just the two of us today. You wouldn't mind, would you? Grandma Jiang laughed twice. Of course not, we're always welcome. When Jiang Yumian and the others arrived, Shinchiran's expression could only be described as dazzling. Because Jiang Yumian and the others weren't dressed in their usual casual attire, nor were they as elaborate and glamorous as they had been during their travels, but they were dressed like red lucky dolls, wearing matching new Chinese-style slim-fitting long skirts. Du Lala had ditched her usual high ponytail for 2 high buns, pinned with a new chili hairpin. The buns were clearly a work of art, with a few wisps of long, bouncy hair cascading down from the center, giving them a particularly lively look. Jiang Yumian, dressed in Du Lala's attire, looked even more strikingly different. Her long hair, once dry and brown from malnutrition, was now shiny and black, curled into gentle waves. The braided strands on either side were pinned behind her ears with K-pop-shaped hairpins. Grandma Jiang was clearly delighted with their looks and quickly called out, "Come and sit down. Dinner's ready. A big red envelope for each of you." Grandma Jiang handed out red envelopes to everyone, even the adults. Everyone tacitly agreed not to mention anything else and happily enjoyed the reunion dinner. Shinchiran even drank quite a bit of baijiu, courtesy of Du's father's hospitality. Drunk Dad Du grabbed her by the shoulders and dragged her to a carefully prepared small stage nearby. A microphone was set up, and she began singing with accompaniment. Time passed by minute. Grandma Jiang's newly learned mahjong addiction had returned, and she dragged Aunt Jiang and the others into another round. Even Du Lala was forced to sit at the table because they didn't have enough people. Only Jiang Yumian and Lu Shiyan remained. Jiang Yumian pushed Lu Shiyan to the side of the ocean, to the swing chair, where she herself sat, gazing alternately at the sea and the sky. As the predicted arrival time of the meteorite drew closer, Jiang Yumian felt more relaxed, counting the stars. Until a tiny meteor suddenly streaked across the sky. It had arrived. As expected, dozens of silvery white meteors streaked across the sky one after another. Seeing them in person was far more dazzling than what she had seen on TV. But beneath this fleeting meteor shower lay a nightmare for the other continents of Blue Star. Some watched as the meteors drew ever closer, while others, before they could react, were struck by meteors and meteorites streaking through the atmosphere. Jiang Yumian and the others watched for a long time, until dozens of meteorites appeared behind the shower. Finally, unable to contain themselves, they hugged each other, waiting for death. Jiang Yumian turned to look at her grandmother in the distance, her back to her, secretly wiping tears. She also subconsciously turned her head back to gaze at the sky. She and her grandmother were both very strong-willed. They didn't like saying goodbye, nor did they know how to do it. Jiang Yumian's lips curled slightly with a smile as she slowly called out the man's name. Lu Shiyan. I don't know what's happened, but I realized you're the only one I can talk to before I die. I have to get some of my feelings out there. Like you, I never been in a relationship before, and don't know how it should be, or what it truly means to be in a relationship. Honestly, I owe you a lot, and I feel really bad for you. But I do know exactly how I feel about you. Chiron once asked me if I liked you. Actually, yes. But you're only third in my heart right now. I always felt like I'm a slow-moving person, so I can't promise you that I be. You can trust Grandma and Law with your wholehearted, unconditional trust and unreserved love, but I can guarantee that you will remain faithful to me, and I will repay your love 100-fold. Let's give it a try. Let's become a pair of mortals. Jiang Yumian said this, then suddenly couldn't help but sneer, self-deprecatingly saying, how silly. Why am I saying all this nonsense to you? You're dead anyway, and I am going to die too. Gazing at the meteorites approaching, Jiang Yumian felt as if their surroundings were illuminated by them, as bright as day. She could even hear a subtle tremor on the ground. The only sound was the earthquake warnings from the phones everyone had placed on the wooden table. Jiang Yumian finally leaned back in the swing chair, closed her eyes in relief, and savored this final moment of peace. However, what she didn't know at that moment was that the man in the wheelchair slowly opened his eyes. Then, as dozens of meteorites were about to crash into the entire continent, almost simultaneously, a notification from the game props rang out in everyone's ears. Ding dong. Time pause buff has taken effect. Time pause buff has taken effect. Effective to everyone except Jiang Yumian. Used by Lu Shiyan. Duration 10 seconds. Completely exposed to the bright light, Jiang Yumian felt a shadow obscuring the bright light. As she opened her eyes, a pair of soft, wet lips pressed against her forehead. Although it was only a fleeting, light kiss, it left a deep mark on the girl. Jiang Yumian looked up slightly and realized that the man who should never return was standing behind her, smiling at her. Well, let's try. The moment time paused, explosions erupted one after another, shaking the entire world. But the shaking continued. Boom, boom, ding dong. Lu Shiyan's brain information acquisition progress, 100%. Ding dong. Lu Shiyan's favorability towards you is 100%. Ding dong. Both first-generation species have been recovered. The finale is over.